A divorce just 1 month after marriage, Qiao Bei finds herself transformed into the unloved wife of the male protagonist in a domineering CEO novel. From an initial state of madness, she transitions to a euphoric state of joy. After a lifetime of infertility, she is finally with child. But when the male lead proposes to terminate the pregnancy, she decisively chooses to divorce and flee. Chapter 1. Transmigrating with a child in her womb, she plans her escape. In the hospital, Qiao Bei throws a fit, restrained by several doctors and nurses. The leading physician examines her eyes. There is no serious harm, likely just a shock. He concludes, instructing a nurse to tend to her forehead injury before moving on to other patients. Qiao Bei ceases her struggles, staring blankly at the ceiling. Who says she is still alive? The essence of this body has been entirely replaced. At this moment, Qiao Bei has finally pieced it together. She has transmigrated into a domineering CEO novel she had recently read, which had left her frustrated and cursing the author for a lackluster conclusion. The author claimed to have won the lottery and lost the motivation to continue writing. Isn't that infuriating? The reader's frustrations are just as valid. She had spent several sleepless nights fuming over it now. She has become the namesake female antagonist, the wife who is disregarded by the male lead. Originally, she lived with her grandmother in the countryside, but after her grandmother's passing, she was brought to the Fu family, the male lead's household, at the tender age of 12. From an early age, she had been the male lead's shadow, following him everywhere. In pursuit of him, she enrolled in the same university, continuing her role as a shadow. The male lead viewed her merely as a sister, while she harbored delusions of marrying him, even resorting to drugging him to spend the night together. In an even more outrageous act, she summoned reporters to catch them in a compromising situation, bringing their affair to public attention. Under immense pressure, the male lead was compelled to wed her. Despite marrying her, he treats her as a mere ornament in his home and has never touched her since, for he is enamored with another woman, the heroine of the story, his wife. Moonlight, as fate would have it, the original Qiao Bei became pregnant that night. Upon learning of her pregnancy, she excitedly drove to inform the male lead, only to be met with a disastrous car accident. A chain reaction of collisions ensued, resulting in a horrific scene with numerous casualties. In the novel, the original Qiao Bei survives with minor injuries. But now, the narrative has shifted. The original Qiao Bei is dead, and she has assumed the role of this unfortunate supporting character. The nurse tends to her forehead injury, expressing sympathy. "We called your husband, but he didn't answer. Would you like to try calling him again?" Seeing her traumatized and on the verge of a breakdown, the nurse hesitates to let her leave alone. Qiao Bei muses that the male lead truly does not care for the original Qiao Bei. After such a grave accident, one would expect him to at least check on her. How heartless. But it's of no consequence to her. The original Qiao Bei is dead. This body is now hers. She doesn't love the male lead. Even if he chooses not to visit her, she feels no sorrow to be. By the way, where's my phone? It's right here. The nurse hands her a phone. The phone is fingerprint locked. Qiao Bei places her left thumb on the sensor, and it unlocks. She sees several outgoing calls, all to a contact labeled husband, the very male lead who has disregarded her. Qiao Bei dials again. The phone rings for an eternity, but no one picks up. She opens WeChat, finds the contact husband, and leaves a message. "I've had an accident and am at Hua Hospital. Please come get me." Setting the phone down, she languidly reclines on the bed. A family member from the adjacent bed offers her an apple, which she gratefully accepts and begins to eat. Qiao Bei suspects he will likely not show up. Thus, she decides to leave the hospital on her own. Drawing from the original Qiao Bei's memories, she provides an address. "Driver, take me to Shichun Pin." The taxi driver glances at her with curiosity. Shichun Pin is the pinnacle of luxury in Long City, a residence for the affluent. After a 40-minute drive, they arrive at an opulent standalone villa. Qiao Bei gasps, her eyes sparkling, her steps light. This is the marital home of the male lead and the original Qiao Bei. How extravagant! The sprawling lawn is meticulously manicured. Upon entering the villa, 6 servants immediately surround her, taking her coat and assisting her with her shoes. "Madam, what happened to your forehead?" "Ah." The servants shriek in alarm. Qiao Bei waves her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a minor scrape." Turning, one servant approaches with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "Madam, your favorite fresh orange juice." Qiao Bei's eyes brighten. She takes it and drinks it eagerly. The servants exchange puzzled glances. Gazing around the palace-like villa, Qiao Bei clicks her tongue in admiration. She has never stayed in such lavish accommodations. In truth, she has never encountered such grandeur. In her previous life, she was a struggling actress, barely scraping by and residing in a rental, even spending nights in a basement during her most challenging times. This place is simply too luxurious. Qiao Bei silently screams with delight. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by the servants, she begins to pack her belongings more accurately, the original Qiao Bei's belongings. Her hand rests on her still flat abdomen. Her gaze softens. There is a little baby inside her. In her previous life, she discovered she was infertile. Upon hearing this, her boyfriend immediately proposed a breakup and quickly married another girl. She didn't mourn his new relationship, but grieved the loss of her own child. She adores children. Who would have thought that fate would smile upon her, granting her a child? She recalls that in the novel, the original Qiao Bei revealed her pregnancy to the male lead. Without hesitation, he took her to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. But she loves this child. She intends to keep to prevent the male lead from terminating her pregnancy. She cannot disclose her condition to him, and moreover she plans to divorce, with the intention of fleeing with her child. When she falls asleep, she does not see him. The following morning, Qiao Bei descends the stairs, yawning. As her eyes scan the room, her steps come to an abrupt halt. Sitting on the expansive living room sofa is an extraordinarily handsome man. He is truly a handsome man. The kind one only encounters in novels and comics. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, with long legs crossed, he gazes down at a newspaper. Those hands. Those hands are exquisite, so fair they seem to glow. They evoke in Qiao Bei a desire to be the newspaper he holds, to be caressed by him, dashing a wolfish type. Her preferred style. Qiao Bei bounces over. Hi. Handsome. The air grows still for a few seconds. The servants glance over in astonishment. The man on the sofa lifts his gaze, his dark eyes striking Qiao Bei like a bolt of lightning. Inside, she screams, "So handsome! So handsome!" But the handsome man's words freeze the atmosphere. Qiao Bei, what nonsense are you up to now? It appears this is the original Qiao Bei's husband, the male lead of the story. With such a bewitching appearance, it's no wonder the original Qiao Bei was utterly captivated. Fu Tanxiu? Chapter 2. As long as we divorce, I shall depart immediately. Images of the original character and the male lead together flashed through Qiao Bei's mind, prompting her to call out his name. Fu Tanxiu surveyed her from head to toe, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. His tone bore a hint of irritation. Didn't you just have an accident? You seem quite lively. The audacity of this woman to deceive him was growing bolder by the moment. Fu Tanxiu paused for a couple of seconds, then seized her wrist with a firm grip. Qiao Bei winced and released her hold. Fu Tanxiu, you scoundrel. The housekeeper in the room appeared as if frozen, completely still. Her mind swirling with the same question. Is this truly the young mistress? The method she used to win over Fu Tanxiu was undeniably fierce. However, in private, she treated him with unparalleled kindness, submissive and deferential. She had never spoken to him in such a manner before. Fu Tanxiu found himself stunned for 4 whole seconds, his brows knitting together in displeasure. Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei retorted, what do you want? Fu Tanxiu sensed something was amiss, very much so. Qiao Bei was acting unusually today. After a prolonged silence, he softened his tone slightly. What is wrong with you? He chose to overlook her fabrications for the time being. Qiao Bei, having not slept well, was brimming with frustration. It was her first time on such an extravagant bed, and she had awakened several times throughout the night. Initially, her good mood upon seeing the handsome man had dissipated. The illusion had shattered. She glared at Fu Tanxiu several times, scoffing disdainfully. He was merely a well-packaged product, appealing to the eyes yet lacking substance. Whoever desired him could have him. She was not interested. Nothing could compare to the sweetness of the child within her. The child. Qiao Bei recollected her intention to seek a divorce. This was the first time Fu Tanxiu had been met with her disdainful gaze, and she had looked at him several times. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Qiao Bei softened her tone. I'd like to discuss something. Fu Tanxiu exhaled softly. Qiao Bei was indeed up to her tricks again, seeking his attention. Initially, he thought she had changed, but he realized he had been mistaken. This woman could think of nothing but him. Fu Tanxiu pressed his lips together, preparing to speak. Qiao Bei interjected, let us get a divorce. What? Fu Tanxiu gazed at her incredulously. Qiao Bei, is this another one of your ploys? Are you threatening me with divorce?
Qiao Bei looked in disbelief,
poking him gently in the area of his heart with a single finger. What else did you mean? Your heart?
Ha!
That's quite amusing. Please. I truly have no interest. You can save that for another woman.
Qiao Bei.
Fu Tanxiu's voice was laced with a burgeoning anger. Qiao Bei's hand slightly opened as she playfully patted his chest twice. Oh man, don't think just because you're the CEO, you can be domineering and narcissistic. Do you know what my favorite thing in this world is? It's certainly not men. Fu Tanxiu had never seen Qiao Bei in this light, momentarily taken aback. The girl before him, with her mouth moving animatedly, unadorned and clad in a simple silk nightgown, possessed an enchanting sparkle in her upward-tilting peach blossom eyes. Qiao Bei's brows arched playfully. I want to tell you. Upon regaining his composure, Fu Tanxiu felt his authority challenged and coldly retorted, do not touch me. Qiao Bei smirked, clapped her hands, and replied, "Fine, I want to touch you. I understand you wish to preserve your purity for your beloved. Rest assured, I shall promptly make room for her, and you shall soon embrace your fair maiden." Qiao Bei, what nonsense are you spouting? Fu Tanxiu inquired, pressing his fingers to his temples. Qiao Bei shrugged, asserting her sincerity. "Do not doubt my intentions. I genuinely wish to divorce you, and grant you your freedom." Fu Tanxiu, his lips barely parting, commanded, "Leave." Qiao Bei quipped, "I shall leave as soon as the divorce is finalized." Fearing Fu Tanxiu might think her mischief was afoot, she seized his wrist and dragged him upstairs. "Come, allow me to demonstrate my sincerity." Fu Tanxiu forcefully shook her off. "Enough. Qiao Bei, I warn you, cease this folly."
Qiao Bei clicked her tongue, swiftly darting upstairs.
Moments later, she descended, dragging a suitcase and clutching their household registration and marriage certificate. Fu Tanxiu, look. Where are you?
Yet.
There was no sign of him downstairs. Qiao Bei fished out her phone and attempted to call Fu Tanxiu, but after numerous rings, he did not answer. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan appeared, and upon seeing the caller ID, Fu Tanxiu promptly silenced his phone, tossing it onto the seat. Panicked, Qiao Bei dragged her suitcase toward the exit, only to be halted by the housekeeper. "Madam, you haven't changed your clothes." Qiao Bei glanced down, realizing the truth. She was indeed quite hungry, having seemingly skipped breakfast. 5 minutes later, Qiao Bei emerged in a simple t-shirt and jeans, radiating youthful exuberance. Seated in the dining room, she devoured her breakfast with gusto. The lavish meal of the affluent was bountiful, diverse, and delectable, eliciting tears of joy from her. An older housekeeper, unable to contain herself, advised, "Madam, please eat slowly. You might choke." Qiao Bei nodded in acknowledgement while continuing to feast. After satisfying her hunger, she reclined in her chair and let out a contented burp. She could not remain passive. She must hasten to secure her divorce. Stuffing the marriage certificate and household registration into her pocket, she resolved to seek out Fu Tanxiu. Exiting the villa, she nearly strained her legs in search of a vehicle. The estate was vast. Qiao Bei estimated she had walked 3 kilometers to the community entrance. Such was the plight of residing in a grand villa, without a car. It could be utterly exhausting. For someone like her, who could not drive, even the most luxurious villa lost its appeal. She would rather live beside a subway station for convenience. Just moments ago, several luxury cars had been parked in the yard. The housekeeper chased after her, thrusting car keys into her hands. She declined, and in response to the housekeeper's puzzled expression, she explained, "I wish to walk. I've eaten too much." The housekeeper, having observed her hearty appetite, accepted this without suspicion. The original owner had been capable of driving, yet she harbored a fear of it, feeling anxious at the wheel. Standing before Huixing Company, the investment firm founded solely by Fu Tanxiu, she reflected on the Fu family's own enterprise, the Fu Group, presently managed by her father-in-law, Fu Song. Just as she contemplated entering, a group emerged, with none other than Fu Tanxiu leading the way, accompanied by an elegant woman, his beloved, Meng Yusi. Chapter 3, A Marriage That Leaves Me Heartbroken. As Meng Yusi spotted Qiao Bei, her footsteps halted, and she turned to Tanxiu, stating, "I will wait for you in the car. You two carry on." After saying this, she prepared to leave. Meng Yusi cast a quick glance at Qiao Bei. "Tanxiu, your actions may lead Qiao Bei to misunderstand," she cautioned. Tanxiu shot a glance at Qiao Bei and remarked, "She won't misunderstand." Qiao Bei, playing along, waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, No, I have no misunderstandings. You two are indeed a couple." Tanxiu and Meng Yusi exchanged bewildered expressions. Tanxiu furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed by Qiao Bei's antics, unsure of her intentions. Meng Yusi, equally confused, observed Qiao Bei for a prolonged moment. This woman was peculiar. Shouldn't she have rushed over to slap her or hurl accusations of being a seductress? Why was she so composed? And to assert that she and Tanxiu were a couple, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Meng Yusi stood closer to Tanxiu, her guard instinctively raised. Qiao Bei, with a calm demeanor, reassured them, "Do not worry. I am not armed with sulfuric acid nor accompanied by reporters. However, your secretive meetings are hardly a viable solution, wouldn't you agree?" Tanxiu regarded her with an expression reminiscent of someone confronted with an absurdity.
Qiao Bei.
"What exactly are you up to?" With her innocent peach blossom eyes wide open, Qiao Bei replied, "I am not scheming. I have come to discuss our divorce." How could Tanxiu be convinced of her genuine desire for divorce? Upon hearing the word divorce, Meng Yusi's cold eyes brightened with disbelief as she turned to look at Qiao Bei, her curiosity palpable yet restrained. Qiao Bei promptly produced their marriage certificate and household registration. "I am quite sincere." Tanxiu's frown deepened. Come on, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. By the way, I lack a vehicle you both drove, right? It would be more convenient. Just a press of the accelerator, and we shall arrive. She continued, Oh, Miss Meng, you should accompany us. Once we finalize the divorce, you can conveniently collect your marriage certificate. Look how considerate I am. Qiao Bei appeared to revel in her own thoughtfulness. Meng Yusi felt a stirring within her. Regardless of Qiao Bei's ulterior motives, her willingness to pursue a divorce was as unexpected as the sun rising in the west. Yet it was happening, and she needed to seize this opportunity. Meng Yusi turned to Tanxiu, silently awaiting his response. Behind them, Secretary Yu Kong was utterly bewildered, unsure of the current circumstances. It was all too bizarre. Tanxiu continued to regard Qiao Bei with a frosty gaze, as if attempting to see through her.
Qiao Bei, anxious.
Could not help but urge, Hurry, let us not dawdle. The Civil Affairs Bureau will close soon. Qiao Bei, you had better keep your word. If you are deceiving me, I will not let you off easily, Tanxiu declared, stepping into the car first, displaying a hint of sulkiness. Meng Yusi followed suit, taking a seat beside Tanxiu in the back. Yu Kong settled into the passenger seat. Qiao Bei hesitated for a moment before decisively trailing Meng Yusi to the rear door. To her surprise, it would not open. Swiftly, she dashed to the other side, where the door swung open and she squeezed in beside Tanxiu, creating an odd arrangement of two women flanking one man. Yu Kong and the driver remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Job turned to the driver, Old Chun, and instructed, Drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Tanxiu uttered 3 words. Listen to her. The vehicle began to move. Job glanced back at Fu Tanxiu, offering him a sweet smile, but he ignored her. She then directed her gaze towards Meng Yusi, who appeared aloof and detached from the world. How cunning! It was she who had locked the car door moments ago, clearly not wishing for Job to enter. Fortunately, Job was clever and audacious enough to circumvent her and enter from the other side. After all, she was not yet divorced from Fu Tanxiu, making her the most entitled to occupy this vehicle. On what grounds could Meng Yusi deny her entry? Never mind, never mind. It was more pressing to focus on her impending divorce from Fu Tanxiu. Meng Yusi felt a pang of regret for her earlier impulsiveness.
Now,
allowing Job to sit next to Fu Tanxiu was far more unbearable than if she had been seated beside her. Job's audacity remained as thick-skinned as ever. Suddenly, Job caught sight of the diamond ring on her finger. Fu Tanxiu wore one as well, an ornament the original owner had insisted he purchase at all costs. Though not particularly large, it was exquisite and likely worth a considerable sum. Once divorced, she would need funds to support her child. With a glimmer of strategy in her eyes, she said, Fu Tanxiu, since we are about to divorce, why not let me keep that ring as a memento? As she reached out her hand, just as she was about to touch it, Fu Tanxiu raised his hand to evade her grasp. Why should I give you something I purchased? Job retorted, You'll surely buy a new ring for Miss Meng when you marry her. So this one is of no use to you. Just give it to me. For reasons unknown, Fu Tanxiu felt an inexplicable irritation, finding everything displeasing, especially Job. He stretched out his hand. Return my ring. Job covered her hand. No, it's mine. Fu Tanxiu insisted. I bought it. Since we're divorcing, it remains with me. Job clung to her possession, shaking her head fiercely. Not a chance. If you give it to me, it becomes mine. Fu Tanxiu grasped her wrist with an indeterminate force, causing her to exclaim in surprise. He swiftly removed the ring from her finger, playfully tossing it between his hands. Yu Kong watched in astonishment. Was this really their boss? How childish. Meng Yusi observed the pair, their ring tug-of-war resembling a playful flotation. She felt utterly superfluous, an unbearable sensation. She consoled herself, reminding that Fu Tanxiu and Job would soon be divorced, severing their ties. She was destined to be the one by Fu Tanxiu's side for life. After a futile struggle, Job was utterly exhausted. Fu Tanxiu, we disdain you. Fu Tanxiu smirked, his previous gloom dissipating. Job's heart ached. Not only had she failed to obtain Fu Tanxiu's ring, but she had also lost her own. She recalled that in a divorce, assets were to be divided. Emboldened, she asked, So, how will we divide our assets? Fu Tanxiu feigned ignorance. What assets? The marital property, Job replied. Fu Tanxiu responded dismissively. The money in this household was all earned by me. What does it have to do with you? Job was momentarily speechless, finally managing to assert, I have contributed to managing this household as well. Heh? What have you been up to? Cooking? Cleaning? Doing laundry? Aren't those tasks typically assigned to a maid? Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words once again, unable to conjure a single justification. Fu Tanxiu casually remarked, Qiao Bei, do not forget that we signed a property agreement prior to our marriage. Chapter 4 Sister. It is I who divorced this man. That despicable miser. The wealthier they become, the stingier they are. How infuriating. Do you happen to possess a small house you no longer desire? Please give it to me. I must have a place to reside after the divorce. Compared to pride, Qiao Bei deemed it far more crucial to secure a stable living situation. She had checked the original owner's bank account last night, only to discover that there was not a single cent saved. Despite having stashed away several thousand during her lifetime, the original owner was utterly unreliable. After moving into the Fu household, all her needs were catered to by them, and they even provided her with a modest allowance, but it was hardly sufficient. Ever since she had shared a bed with Fu Tanxiu and compelled him to marry her, her reputation had been irreparably tarnished in the eyes of his family. No one held her in high regard. After marrying Fu Tanxiu, he had given her a credit card, a supplementary one with no spending limit. Financially, she faced no restrictions and could purchase whatever her heart desired. Yet it was of little use to her. She craved cash. After the divorce, that card would undoubtedly need to be returned. Fu Tanxiu cast a fleeting glance her way, dismissing her entirely. The implication was unmistakable. No, and even if he had it, he would not share it with her. Qiao Bei remained undeterred, insisting, "You must provide me with some alimony. I do not ask for much, just 5 million should suffice. That should be enough to raise a child, wouldn't it?" She lacked experience in such matters. Fu Tanxiu continued to ignore her. Meng Yusi smirked slightly, revealing a hint of derision. Qiao Bei seized the opportunity, saying, "Miss Meng, I advise you to think twice before marrying such a miser. If he can treat me this way today, he will undoubtedly extend the same treatment to you tomorrow." Meng Yusi replied, "Tanxiu is not that kind of person."
Qiao Bei.
"Do you harbor some misunderstanding about him? Tanxiu is quite generous. Just yesterday, while we were shopping, he offered to buy me a $1 million handbag, which I declined. You must have done something to upset him for him to act this way." Qiao Bei, too enraged to pay heed to Meng Yusi's pretentiousness, glared at Fu Tanxiu. Her teeth clenched, wishing she could bite him. When she had called him after her car accident, he had been out shopping with Meng Yusi. Fine. She could overlook the shopping. How much time could that possibly consume? But to think he would buy a handbag for Meng Yusi. 1 million. Was he burning money for fun? He should be giving it to her. She was in dire need of funds. She had a child to raise. It became clear that Fu Tanxiu was simply stingy with her. That wretched man. Qiao Bei took a deep breath, mentally cursing Fu Tanxiu. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of love. If Fu Tanxiu truly loved her, he would not treat her in such a manner. What purpose does such a man serve? Is he merely meant to be there for the sake of tradition? Divorced. Hurry and finalize the separation. Fu Tanxiu observed Qiao Bei. Her cheeks puffed in anger and found it inexplicably amusing. Meng Yusi noticed and paused for a moment, asking, "Tanxiu, what are you laughing at?" Fu Tanxiu averted his gaze, replying nothing. Meng Yusi cast a suspicious glance at Qiao Bei. Just now, Tanxiu was watching Qiao Bei, who had resolved to find a way to ruthlessly swipe Fu Tanxiu's card and give him a taste of his own medicine. How infuriating. "Young master, young madam. We have arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau," announced the driver. Qiao Bei glanced outside, opened the car door, and stepped out. Fu Tanxiu shot her a piercing glare. Following her out of the vehicle, they watched as the three of them entered the bureau. Old Chen turned to the front passenger, Yu Kong, and inquired, "Are young master and young madam truly going to divorce?" Yu Kong replied, "What else would they be doing here? Strolling through the Civil Affairs Bureau? But why divorce?" Old Chen pressed. "Because they can no longer endure it," Yu Kong answered. "This is unacceptable. They have only been married for a month. Surely this is impulsive. I should go in and persuade them." Old Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. Yu Kong restrained him, saying, "Uncle Chen, don't interfere. You know very well why Mr. Fu and Qiao Bei married. There is no affection between them. Forcing a union will not bring happiness. I believe their divorce is for the best." Old Chen countered, "Even if they are to divorce, it should be done with careful consideration. Shouldn't we inform the master and madam? Such haste is unacceptable." Yu Kong retorted, "They rushed into marriage, so why can't they rush into divorce? Leave it be. Let Mr. Fu escape this torment. I feel suffocated on his behalf. He should be with Miss Meng. That would bring him true happiness." Old Chen still felt uneasy, insisting,
No, no.
"I must go and counsel them." Yu Kong grasped him firmly, declaring, "You cannot go. I will call the master and madam." Yu Kong snatched Old Chen's phone away. "Don't meddle. Mr. Fu will handle this himself." Qiao Bei walked ahead, while Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yusi walked side by side behind her. Today, the number of couples seeking divorce was few, and Qiao Bei directly approached an unoccupied window. "I would like to process a divorce," she declared. Seated at the window was a kind-looking woman in her 40s. who glanced back at Qiao Bei. Are your brother and sister-in-law getting divorced? She inquired. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened slightly. Qiao Bei burst into laughter, playfully placing a hand on Fu Tanxiu's shoulder. No, it's me and this gentleman who are divorcing. The woman handling the divorce paperwork felt embarrassed, quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I made a mistake. Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Fu Tanxiu turned his head, coldly stating, remove your hand. Qiao Bei pouted, withdrawing her hand while muttering, how petty. The woman processing the divorce was still in a state of confusion. What kind of pairing was this? A young couple seeking divorce, accompanied by a mistress? The original partner appeared blissfully unaware, smiling as if devoid of any sorrow regarding the divorce. Meng Yuci urged, hurry up, there are people waiting behind us. Qiao Bei glanced back and indeed saw a young couple. They looked up at the window sign, exclaiming, oh no, we're in the wrong place. Darling, the marriage registration is over there. Meng Yuci chimed in. Qiao Bei laughed heartily, how amusing. They even got lost on the way to get married. After saying this, she caught Fu Tanxiu's icy glare and quickly retrieved her identification.
Turning to him,
She said, Fu Tanxiu, give me your ID. Fu Tanxiu complied, handing her his ID. Qiao Bei took a seat, also motioning for Fu Tanxiu to sit on another chair. She placed the documents before the woman at the window, saying, hello, I would like to process a divorce. Meng Yuci stood alone behind them. The elder sister handling the divorce registration cast a glance at her, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. She harbored a deep aversion towards those who disrupt others' families. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Meng Yuci felt a twinge of grievance, unable to articulate her feelings. Qiao Bei urged, sister, please expedite the process for us. We are in a hurry. The elder sister nonchalantly glanced at the documents. Everything seems in order. Are both of you consenting to this divorce? Yes, came the reply. Her gaze shifted to Fu Tanxiu. And you? Fu Tanxiu maintained a cold demeanor, responding with a faint Subsequently, the elder sister methodically posed a series of mundane questions. Qiao Bei thought they were finally on the verge of divorce. Qiao Bei, is it possible to forego this cooling-off period? We do not require it. The elder sister replied, this is a regulation. Many couples still harbor feelings for each other and act impulsively. Our relationship has irreparably deteriorated, beyond repair. Please expedite our processing, I implore you. Qiao Bei turned to Fu Tanxiu, her eyes pleading for assistance. Fu Tanxiu, could you leverage your connections to facilitate our divorce right now? Fu Tanxiu's gaze was frosty. Is divorce all that you desire? Do you not wish for it?
Qiao Bei retorted.
Let's not forget it was you who insisted on this marriage. I was not in my right mind then. I apologize, he replied. Yet, you stand to lose nothing. I wouldn't even demand any financial compensation. Fu Tanxiu, is that how the accounting works? Whether it was due to Qiao Bei's irritation or a lapse in judgment, he muttered, divorce means I am entering my second marriage. Meng Yuci stared at him in astonishment, as if he were a stranger, realizing the weight of his words.
Fu Tanxiu grew increasingly agitated.
I'm going out for a smoke. With a snap, he lit a cigarette, just as Qiao Bei approached him. On the matter of second marriages, we are on equal footing, for I too am a second-time bride. She coughed violently, choking on the smoke. Snatching the cigarette from his hand, she turned and extinguished it in a nearby bin. Smoking is detrimental to health. Fu Tanxiu ground his teeth in frustration. Was this woman out of her mind? Her audacity was astounding. Observing his dark expression, Qiao Bei patiently reasoned, you need not fear the challenges of finding a partner post-divorce. Miss Meng awaits you. Fu Tanxiu shot her a cold glare. Unperturbed, Qiao Bei continued, in those domineering CEO novels I read, such powerful figures can obtain marriage certificates without even meeting the household registration book or their presence. Do you know why?
Fu Tanxiu remained silent.
Studying her intently for a moment. I have no connections. I adhere to the rules. With that, Fu Tanxiu strode towards his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. As Qiao Bei chased after him, the car sped away, leaving her inhaling exhaust fumes, incensed and stamping her foot. Meng Yuci emerged, not having seen Fu Tanxiu, her face etched with disappointment. He has left. Qiao Bei informed her.
See?
Such a man is unworthy. He fled, neglecting both his wife and mistress. How disgraceful. Meng Yuci paused in silence before finally asking, Qiao Bei, is your mind quite sound? Qiao Bei, today you seem unlike yourself. What is troubling you? Why have you suddenly agreed to divorce Tanxiu? What is your intention? Naturally, Qiao Bei could not divulge that she was pregnant and wished to conceal the child from Fu Tanxiu, thus opting for divorce as a means of escape. I have no ulterior motive. I simply had an epiphany. Holding on to a man who does not love me is futile. Why squander my vibrant youth on someone devoid of affection? There are plenty of handsome suitors out there. I yearn for someone who loves me. Meng Yuci squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Qiao Bei, pondering the veracity of her words. A taxi halted before them, and Qiao Bei ushered her into the vehicle. Driver. To Shichun Ipin, please. Upon arriving at their destination, Qiao Bei alighted from the car. Driver, please collect the fare from this young lady. Yukong assessed Fu Tanxiu, uncertain whether he was divorced or not, yet too hesitant to inquire. He kept signaling to the driver, Lao Chen.
Tentatively.
Lao Chen posed the question, Young master, have you and young madam divorced? Fu Tanxiu raised his hand, pressing his temple.
No.
Lao Chen chuckled. That's good. Young madam is quite amiable. In married life, it often begins without affection, but over time, feelings develop. Lao Chun, a traditionalist, believed that once married, divorce should not be taken lightly, ideally leading to a life of companionship until old age. Fu Tanxiu remained silent, his thoughts a mystery. Yukong felt disheartened, speculating that Qiao Bei must have had a change of heart. He knew Qiao Bei was full of tricks, toying with President Fu, and likely never intended to divorce. Qiao Bei, having not completed her divorce, transformed her frustration into vigor, devouring 2 bowls of rice along with an array of dishes. Sated, she strolled around the yard, cradling her belly to aid digestion. Once her fullness subsided, she ascended to her room for a brief slumber, only to be roused by the shrill ring of her phone. With her eyes still closed, she answered, Hello. Who is this? After a moment of silence on the other end, a conciliatory voice emerged. Bei, are you still upset? Please don't be angry, I was wrong to say that. From now on, I will support all your decisions. I won't hinder your affection for Fu Tanxiu, nor will I speak ill of him. If you wish to be a devoted wife at home and forgo work, I won't oppose it. Please don't be mad. I brought some delicious dried fish as an apology. Qiao Bei opened her eyes and glanced at her phone. You sure? Oh, it's the original owner's confidant, a high school classmate and her sole friend. A few days ago, they had a quarrel. It stemmed from a discussion about work. Yisher urged her to seek employment and not to rely on Fu Tanxiu. The original owner, ensnared by love, yearned to be the supportive figure behind Fu Tanxiu, aspiring to be a dutiful wife and mother, shunning the idea of working outside. Their differing views led to a heated argument. Yisher, in frustration, berated Fu Tanxiu. The original owner, infatuated, could tolerate criticism of herself, but not of Fu Tanxiu. Ultimately, they parted on a sour note. Yisher departed on a trip, resulting in several days of silence between them. Qiao Bei sat up, tousling her disheveled hair. On the other end, Yisher's pitiful voice broke through. Bei, my dear Bei.
Please don't ignore me.
Qiao Bei softened her tone. Where are you? I'll come over now. There was a brief silence before Yisher responded. Bei, what is wrong? How could you possibly not know where I live? Qiao Bei, a slip-up. She rifled through her mind and finally recalled Yisher's address. Just joking. How could I forget? It's just the Guanlon community. I'll be there shortly. Yisher let out a sigh of relief, saying, I'll be waiting for you. The little dried fish will wait for you too. Chapter 6. Quite a normal girl indeed. Qiao Bei changed into a new outfit. By chance, she discovered a stack of cash in a drawer, estimated to be around 10,000. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she stuffed the money into her suitcase, pulling out 2 bills to tuck into her pocket for a taxi ride later. When Yisher saw her, she enveloped her in a warm embrace. Qiao Bei was moved to the point of tears. Yisher, startled, exclaimed, My darling, what's wrong? Qiao Bei wiped her face and smiled foolishly. I missed you.
Oh.
I thought something was wrong and you scared me. Come on, let us hug again. I missed you so much. Qiao Bei had no friends in her previous life. Others often called her eccentric. But what was so odd about her? She was just a perfectly normal girl. Lacking appreciation, perhaps. What did you say? You want to divorce Fu Tanxiu? Yisher's voice rose in pitch. Qiao Bei reclined on the sofa, her feet resting in Yisher's lap. Yisher, excited, slapped her foot, causing Qiao Bei to wince in pain. Gentle, gentle. Yisher calmed down a bit, snatched the little dried fish from Qiao Bei's hand, and stuffed it into her own mouth. Now tell me, what is going on? Are you seriously ill? You're thinking too much. I'm in good health, limbs intact. Even had a minor car accident yesterday, and only sustained a slight injury.
A car accident.
What kind of accident? Where are you hurt? Why didn't you call me? Let me see. Yisher flipped her over, inspecting her. Qiao Bei pointed to her forehead, where there was a barely noticeable scratch. Yisher finally believed her luck was indeed extraordinary, and that serious illness wouldn't come knocking on her door. Did Fu Tanxiu do something to wrong you? Did you witness him in bed with Meng Yuci? Qiao Bei replied, Not in bed, but it is true that Fu Tanxiu likes Mengyusi. I've come to terms with it. I don't want to cling to a man who doesn't love me. Yisher still found something off. Stroking her chin as she scrutinized her, Qiao Bei, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, exclaimed, "If you keep this up, I'll leave." She wasn't ready to divulge her pregnancy to Yisher, fearing that the loose lips would betray her secret. Yisher handed her a handful of dried fish, successfully appeasing her. As Qiao Bei munched on the snacks, she watched TV, her toes playfully wiggling in Yisher's lap. Sure, where did Uncle and Aunt go? Yisher replied, "Where else? They've gone to dance at the square. I really envy them. A loving couple with a lovely daughter. Holding hands and dancing together after meals. The lovely daughter," Yisher said, "kick Fu Tanxiu to the curb. And you can find a reliable man to live that kind of life. I'll introduce you." Qiao Bei happily took a bite of the dried fish. "Sure. Introduce me to a handsome one." "Absolutely. Must be more handsome than Fu Tanxiu. Although that might be a tall order, I'll do my best." Sure. "Can I stay at your place tonight?" "Yisher. Do I even need to ask?" "I absolutely must cuddle with you tonight. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep." Qiao Bei embraced her, feeling blissful as she planted a kiss on her cheek. How wonderful! She finally had a friend. He was too proud to call her. Sitting alone in the restaurant, brooding, the housekeeper, noticing his dark expression, mistakenly assumed that the dinner did not suit his taste. "Young sir, would you like us to prepare another dish?" "No need." Fu Tanxiu rose and ascended the stairs. Qiao Bei awakened at Yisher's home. A quick touch to her mouth revealed it was damp. She was drooling. Wiping her lips, she stepped outside. Ye's father and mother were busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, the source of her hunger now apparent. "Uncle, Aunt, what delicious food are you making? It smells wonderful." Ye's father replied, "We have multi-grain porridge too." Qiao Bei licked her lips, longing for a taste. Ye's parents laughed heartily, with Ye's mother saying, "Hurry and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon. By the way, don't forget to wake Shir up. She sleeps in every day."
All right.
"Lazy pig. Get up. The sun is shining." Yisher merely rolled over, continuing to sleep. "If you don't get up, I'll finish all the breakfast your parents made." Still, Yisher ignored her. With no choice left, Qiao Bei went to wash up. When Yisher finally awoke and stepped outside, she saw Qiao Bei holding a pan-fried bun in one hand and a bowl in the other, savoring each bite of bun and porridge. Neither the original owner nor the previous life of Qiao Bei had ever known the warmth of a family. In her past life, she was an orphan raised in an orphanage. Back then, she was small and often bullied. However, her explosive strength allowed her to retaliate fiercely, overpowering those who tormented her. If she couldn't win, she would bite them, attacking indiscriminately. There was even a boy who lost a piece of flesh from his arm due to her bite. From that moment on, no one dared to bully her. They all knew she was not to be trifled with, a wild child. She envied Yisher's blissful and wholesome family dynamic. Raising her voice, she called out, Sure, come eat." Yisher shook her head, looking exasperated.
Foodie.
Whether it was the current Qiao Bei or the original owner, both were gluttons, appearing as though they hadn't eaten in ages upon arriving at the Yi household. Spotting Fu Tanxiu, she was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to work?" His dark eyes were devoid of warmth. "It's the weekend."
Oh.
Qiao Bei turned and headed upstairs. "Where did you go last night?" "None of your business." "Stop right there." "Humph. I'm too tired to deal with you." Her unresolved feelings about their marriage left her in a foul mood, unable to muster any semblance of kindness toward him. Good looks were of no consolation. Fu Tanxiu watched as her figure vanished around the corner of the stairs, rising to take a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He summoned a housekeeper. What has transpired with Qiao Bei in the past few days? He sensed something was amiss. Her attitude towards him had changed significantly. The girl who once clung to him, who would go to great lengths to marry him, now seemed intent on divorce. It was clear to him that Qiao Bei genuinely wished to part ways. Furrowing his brow, he realized the car accident was indeed true. He had thought otherwise. Waving the housekeeper away, he stepped into the courtyard to inspect the vehicles. But he did not see the red Maserati that Qiao Bei frequently drove. Calling Yukong, he instructed him to investigate the whereabouts of the vehicle. It turned out that the car was at the accident scene and had since been towed to the repair shop. Chapter 7. Who plays tricks? Who is the dog? Qiao Bei sat cross-legged on the bed, perusing a rental housing app on her phone. She and Fu Tanxiu were on the verge of divorce, and she needed to secure a new residence before moving out. A knock echoed on the door.
Qiao Bei casually responded, "Come in."
Fu Tanxiu entered and immediately noticed the look of distress on her face. He stepped closer, asking, "Are you alright?" Qiao Bei looked up, recognizing him, and retorted, "What do you mean, are you alright?" What a nonsensical question. Fu Tanxiu replied, I heard about the accident. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. You believe me now? You come to show concern only now. It's too late. Late affection is as worthless as a stray dog, unnecessary. Fu Tanxiu's face darkened as he rebutted her. I have no deep feelings for you. I merely expressed concern. I was unaware of your accident. Of course, you were too busy accompanying your white moonlight on shopping sprees, lavishing her with $1 million bag. How could you possibly know I was in an accident? All right, stop with the sarcasm. Why can't I? We aren't divorced yet. You use our marital funds to buy gifts for someone else. Have you considered my feelings? Fu Tanxiu felt a strange sense of relief. This was the normal Qiao Bei. It seemed she had merely been putting on a facade these past few days. Because of her accident, he had missed her calls, and now she was angry, deliberately throwing a tantrum. Everything suddenly made sense. Qiao Bei, the money I earn is mine to manage as I see fit.
Ha. Qiao Bei scoffed repeatedly. Fu Tanxiu.
Thank goodness I don't harbor feelings for you, or I would surely be driven to madness by your kind. What sort of wife could endure a man like you? Better to remain single for a lifetime. Just look, when a woman doesn't earn, she suffers terribly. A living example. Fu Tanxiu sneered. Qiao Bei, are you being serious? Do you need me to recount the reasons we married? Grateful for not liking him. How could she utter such words?
Ha. Ha. Qiao Bei was furious.
It was not her fault, yet she was forced to bear the blame. I must have been blind, foolish, and utterly misguided. Now, I see clearly. Fu Tanxiu's anger flared, his eyes glinting with frost. I hope you keep your word and don't resort to trickery.
Qiao Bei,
With a resolute lift of her chin, declared, who plays tricks is the dog. Flustered, she received a call from Yukong. Mr. Fu. There's an issue with the overseas project that requires your immediate attention. Fu Tanxiu rubbed his brow. Make the arrangements. Yukong sensed his exceedingly foul mood and ventured.
who has angered you?
Fu Tanxiu snapped, stop the pointless chatter, before abruptly ending the call. Yukong rolled his eyes. The culprit behind Fu Tanxiu's ire was undoubtedly Qiao Bei. The housekeeper remarked, young master is on a business trip. It seems he has gone abroad.
Oh.
Qiao Bei paid little mind. After marriage, Fu Tanxiu had never stayed out late, though they slept in separate rooms, his being on the second floor. The housekeeper added, young master's relationship with Meng Yuxi is in the past. You are his present and future, and we steadfastly support you.
Qiao Bei replied.
There's no need to be so resolute. The housekeeper, momentarily confused, did not grasp her meaning. Qiao Bei offered no explanation and ascended the stairs to change her attire. The original owner, having grown up in the Fu family, possessed but a few decent garments in her wardrobe, a mere 2 handbags, and a solitary necklace, gifts bestowed upon her by Fu Tanxiu on her past birthdays. At that time, Fu Tanxiu remained oblivious to her sordid thoughts, treating her with the affection one reserves for a sister and generously offering gifts on her special day. It is no wonder that the original owner became deeply infatuated, her love bordering on madness. Qiao Bei, folding her arms and swaying slightly, dialed Yishur. Shall we go shopping? Yishur scoffed, not interested, it's dull. Her reluctance to accompany Qiao Bei stemmed from a particular reason. Ever since Qiao Bei's marriage, she had taken to shopping without making any purchases, more accurately. She wished for Yishur to foot the bill. She treated her to meals, milk tea, and grilled sausages, only to be met with a shake of the head when suggesting a new outfit. Brother Tanxiu works hard for his money. I cannot squander it. At that moment, Yishur nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Fu Tanxiu, possessing a keen business acumen, founded Huisheng within 2 years and ascended to the top of the Longqing rich list in 3, his personal assets surpassing those of his father, Fu Song, accumulating wealth at a staggering rate. The extent of Fu Tanxiu's fortune was beyond Yishur's imagination. Yet, with such a husband, Qiao Bei sought to hoard his wealth. What a foolish endeavor. Nevertheless, Qiao Bei was obstinate and refused to heed any advice, determined to act as a guardian of Fu Tanxiu's finances. At this moment, Qiao Bei recalled the misdeeds of the original owner, rubbing her nose in exasperation. Don't worry, today I'm treating you, let us go out. Yishur replied. I'll give you one last chance. As Yishur followed Qiao Bei into an upscale women's clothing store, she was taken aback. I want to try this one, and these few as well, all in my size, Qiao Bei instructed. 10 minutes later, she declared, I'll take all but this one, please wrap the rest. With a flourish, Qiao Bei paid with a card and strutted out with her shopping bags. Yishur finally closed her agape mouth and hurried after her. Bei, are you alright? Aren't you supposed to save money for Fu Tanxiu? Qiao Bei beamed with a radiant smile. Only a fool would try to save money for that miser. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Come on. I recall you loved the clothes from that shop we passed earlier. Let us go buy more and max out Fu Tanxiu's card.
Meanwhile,
Fu Tanxiu was engaged in discussions with foreign associates, his phone incessantly buzzing. He frowned and glanced at the screen, which was filled with transaction messages. He paused momentarily, remembering that since he had given Qiao Bei this supplementary card, he had never received such notifications before. This was the first time. What could possibly be happening with that woman? He was not particularly concerned about the money. Rather, he found it curious. Qiao Bei had been acting quite strangely lately, as if she had transformed into a different person. Yukong observed his boss lost in thought and felt compelled to remind him. President Fu. Qiao Bei and Yishur indulged in a shopping spree all day, reveling in pure joy. Qiao Bei had never experienced such unrestrained shopping before, her spirits soaring to new heights. She had no idea how much she had charged to Fu Tanxiu's card, nor did she wish to calculate it, as she had no intention of stopping. The maid, noticing Qiao Bei's arms laden with bags, expressed surprise before stepping forward to assist. Qiao Bei deftly sidestepped them, saying, "There's more outside. Could you help me carry it?" Job sat on the sofa, breathless, as the servant handed her a glass of freshly squeezed juice, which she gulped down in one go. Refreshing. What is all this? Who bought it? The voice that questioned her was rather sharp. Job lifted her gaze to find a girl clad in a tight mini-skirt standing at the door. Who is this? Job pondered for a moment. It's Fu Yao, the sister of Fu Tanxiu. Chapter 8. It is only natural for a wife to spend her husband's money. Job remained seated, lazily reclining on the sofa. She replied, "I bought it." Fu Yao exclaimed sharply, "Job, what do you need all these things for? Why are you frivolously spending my brother's money?" Job rolled her eyes. "I spend my husband's money. What business is it of yours? That is my brother's money. Your brother is my husband. It is only natural for a wife to spend her husband's money." Fu Yao tossed her bag aside, hands on her hips, ready to confront Job. "Job, you have no shame. Clinging to my brother, forcing him to marry you. You are like a parasite, having fed off our family's resources while growing up, and now you drain him alone. Job, you wretched creature, why don't you just die? What purpose do you serve by living?" Job stood up and walked towards Fu Yao, halting before her, and slapped her across the face with considerable force. The impact left 5 distinct fingerprints on Fu Yao's left cheek. The original owner had always been at odds with Fu Yao, who viewed her as a thorn in her side, believing that Job had taken her brother and the love that was rightfully hers. In their childhood, Fu Yao had bullied Job mercilessly, deceiving her into going outside only to abandon her, placing insects in her bedding to frighten her into sleeping on the floor, tearing apart her homework, which resulted in her being punished by teachers, soaking her winter clothes in water during the cold season, forcing her to wear thin garments to school, causing her to catch a severe cold and fever, and uniting with other girls to beat her. In short, Fu Yao was exceedingly cruel. Compared to her, Fu Tanxiu seemed like an angel. After several encounters, Fu Yao had kept her distance, no longer daring to entertain ill intentions. However, whenever the opportunity arose, Fu Yao would certainly seize the chance to humiliate the original owner. Job had practiced a few self-defense moves, more than sufficient to deal with Fu Yao. Fu Yao gasped and shouted, "Let go of me." Job threw her onto the floor, looking down at her disdainfully. "Fu Yao, please understand that the reason your family took me in is that your mother was treated by my grandmother when she was gravely ill. In exchange, your mother promised to raise me and support my education." Fu Yao's mother had suffered from a severe illness, nearly losing her life, and had sought out Job's grandmother for treatment. At that time, Job's grandmother was already in poor health, aging and worn down by years of worry over her daughter's condition. Job, then 12, remembered everything clearly. While she was grateful to the Fu family for raising her, she would never accept Fu Yao's depiction of her as a parasite. Fu Yao was aware of these facts, yet she remained resentful. Their once harmonious family suddenly had an outsider, a girl, and she felt that her exclusive affection had been snatched away, particularly that of her brother. After Qiao Bei arrived at home, her brother's affection for her diminished significantly. She attributed all the blame to Qiao Bei. Fu Yao stood up, her voice resonating loudly. "Your grandmother is truly amusing. After treating my mother's illness, she has the audacity to make such shameless demands. Qiao Bei, do you realize how irritating you are? I am utterly fed up with you."
Qiao Bei retorted,
"The feeling is mutual. I will inform my brother and my parents that you hit me. Just wait and see what happens." She crossed her arms, dismissing Fu Yao with a nonchalant tone. Whatever. Her attitude left Fu Yao feeling as though she had struck a pillow rather than a person. Grabbing her bag, Fu Yao declared, "Just you wait." Before turning and fleeing, the servants, hiding in the kitchen, dared not emerge, fully aware that Miss Fu would invariably engage in a quarrel with the young mistress each visit. However, The young mistress had been particularly fierce today, delivering a resounding slap that left them all astounded. Qiao Bei bent down to carry several bags upstairs, glancing back towards the kitchen. Please help me take these things upstairs. Oh. Upon returning to her room, the nannies offered to assist her in hanging up her clothes. Qiao Bei waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary. Once the nannies exited, she meticulously arranged her spoils from the day, each item lovingly placed in the wardrobe. Satisfied, she captured a photo of her collection. Shopping had indeed been exhausting, her back ached, and her feet throbbed. She hurried to the bathroom to fill a tub for a relaxing soak. Upon emerging, she noticed dozens of missed calls on her phone. 5 from her husband, 5 from her father, and 20 from her mother. Presumably, Fu Yao had reported her misdeeds, and they were all calling to confront her. Qiao Bei silenced her phone, lying down on her bed, ready to drift into slumber. A knock on the door interrupted her tranquility. Young mistress, it's the young master on the phone. Qiao Bei shouted through the door, I'm not answering. The young master said if you don't answer, he will take back the items you bought today. With a forceful bang, the door swung open, and Qiao Bei snatched the phone from the nanny's hand.
What do you want?
Her tone was brusque. Fu Tanxiu gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration. Why didn't you answer the phone? I was bathing. Her response was equally terse, revealing her impatience. Why did you hit Yao Yao? Qiao Bei knew Fu Tanxiu was here to confront her, because she deserved it for her foul mouth. Fu Tanxiu had always been aware that his sister disdained Qiao Bei, often clashing with her. Every encounter seemed to end in conflict. He refrained from pursuing that topic further and inquired instead, what did you buy today? Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback. Why was he shifting the subject? Hadn't he come to hold her accountable for hitting her sister? On the other end, Fu Tanxiu's patience was wearing thin. I'm asking you a question. Qiao Bei's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Fu Tanxiu fell silent for several seconds before saying, buy what you like. Don't worry about the expense. Qiao Bei was stunned for a while, glancing at her phone to confirm it was indeed Fu Tanxiu speaking. He was acting rather strangely. Are you feeling all right? Fu Tanxiu abruptly hung up. Qiao Bei muttered under her breath, crazy, and returned the phone to the nanny. After she left, Qiao Bei flopped onto her large bed, closing her eyes in blissful slumber. She experienced a night devoid of dreams. The following morning dawned. Qiao Bei descended the stairs with light, sprightly steps, only to halt upon catching sight of a regal woman lounging on the sofa. Chapter 9. The Plastic Husband, a shield in times of crisis. Qiao Bei paused for a fleeting moment before resuming her descent, maintaining a serene smile as she gracefully settled into the single sofa beside Qi Lianxin. Mother, how long have you been here? Why didn't you call for me? Qiao Bei mused that she ought to pursue a career in acting, for she swiftly adapted to the persona of the original character, navigating her relationships with an uncanny ease. Qi Lianxin wore a displeased expression, yet upheld the composure befitting a woman of high society. I have been here for an hour. It is already 9 in the morning. Young people ought to avoid excessive indulgence and cultivate the habit of rising early. She spoke with a gentle, steady tone, tinged with a hint of frailty. Qiao Bei remained silent, pondering what she could possibly say, fearing that her words might provoke Qi Lianxin's ire. Observing the girl with her head bowed, fiddling with her nails, it was clear that she was not absorbing Qi Lianxin's admonishments, which only fueled the latter's irritation further. Why did you strike Yao Yao? Qiao Bei replied, she called me a parasite, feeding off the Fu family's wealth. Is that reason enough for you to bruise her face so severely? I was taken aback when I saw it. I had always believed you to be a sensible and kind-hearted child, yet your heart seems so unforgiving. Qiao Bei lowered her hands and lifted her gaze to Qi Lianxin, whose anger was palpable. Over the years, Qi Lianxin had neither been particularly kind nor harsh to the original character, but her favoritism towards her own daughter was unmistakable. Such behavior was human nature. There was little she could say in response. Mother, if you could just tell Fu Yao to leave me be, then she wouldn't have to face such consequences. You. Qi Lianxin's face turned pale with anger, a pang of regret washing over her for the decisions she had made in the past. After a moment's pause, she inquired, I heard from Yao Yao that you purchased numerous items. Is that true? It is indeed true. Fu Tanxiu instructed me to buy them. Qiao Bei replied. A plastic husband, a shield to wield when necessary. Qi Lianxin retorted, just because he said so, you went on a spending spree? I did not waste money. Everything I bought is essential. Even if it is essential, there must be moderation. Do you know what has sustained our Fu family as affluence for 3 generations? Frugality.
Qiao Bei answered.
Qi Lianxin shot her a disapproving glare. That is not frugality, it is prudence. In affluent families, retaining wealth requires not just the ability to earn, but also the wisdom to save. Spend where it is necessary and not a penny more where it is not. As Tanxiu's wife, you must manage the household wisely, allowing him to focus on his work. Qiao Bei took her words to heart. It is often said that the wealthier one becomes, the more frugal they tend to be. After all, how else could they preserve their fortunes? Unlike her, who spent as much as she earned. Did you absorb what I said? Qi Lianxin asked. I did. Thank you, mother. I found it immensely enlightening. Qi Lianxin's expression softened at her response. After a brief pause, she redirected the conversation back to Fu Yao. You must refrain from laying a hand on Yao Yao again. She is your sister, and you must show her some leniency. She is older than I am.
But you are the sister-in-law.
Qiao Bei thought to herself that this status was soon to change. Qi Lianxin declined the invitation to join her for breakfast, taking her bag and departing. Qiao Bei was merely being polite, secretly wishing for her to leave, so she could enjoy her delightful breakfast in solitude. Fu Yao, feeling distressed, exclaimed, So I endured that beating for nothing. What did you expect? You brought this upon yourself.
Mom.
Who exactly is your real child? I warn you. Stay away from her. Have you ever gained the upper hand in your childhood scuffles? Fu Yao pouted, her expression brimming with defiance. If it weren't for my brother protecting her, I would have dealt with her long ago. She is now your brother's wife. Do not overstep. Or it will not end well when he finds out. What is there to fear? My brother must be utterly exasperated with her by now. He likely wishes to divorce her. Qi Lian's eyes flickered momentarily. Do not speak recklessly. Fu Yao huffed, pouting further. What she said is true. Qiao Bei drugged my brother into marrying her. Such a shameless woman will eventually be cast aside by him. Qiao Bei entered a real estate agency. I wish to rent an apartment, she stated. Immediately, a staff member attended to her. After taking a seat, she inquired with genuine concern, Is it possible to pay the rent with a credit card? I'm afraid not, came the apologetic reply. Undeterred, Qiao Bei pressed on. What about purchasing a property? The agent shook their head once more, regret evident on their face. From her questions, the agent discerned that she lacked the funds to buy a house. With no money to entertain her, they excused themselves for a drink, leaving her waiting in silence. Qiao Bei exited the agency, her face a mask of frustration. In a fit of anger, she kicked a stone by the roadside. Just then, a car halted before her, honking twice. As she prepared to unleash her fury, she detested inconsiderate honking. Her eyes fell upon a handsome man stepping out of the vehicle. Tall, with thick brows and striking eyes. He had a sharp chin, embodying the very type she favored. Adorned with diamond studs in one ear, he possessed a charmingly roguish demeanor. Yet he seemed somewhat familiar. Why are you here? He asked. Qiao Bei looked down, puzzled by the hand gripping her wrist.
Who are you?
Just as he was about to respond, Qiao Bei interjected. Even if you are handsome, you cannot just pull on a girl in the street. I will call the police. He frowned slightly. Qiao Bei, don't be like this. Just because you're married, do you have to pretend not to know me? Qiao Bei paused, realizing he knew her name. Could he be an acquaintance? She raised her gaze, scrutinizing him closely, and then it clicked. He was indeed a familiar face, Lu Yanxuan, a suitor from her past. Lu Yanxuan smiled shyly, adorably, as if he were a little boy. In the realm of dramatic romances, Qiao Bei yearned for Fu Tanxiu, while Lu Yanxuan was infatuated with her. Both deeply entangled in their affections. Although Qiao Bei found him attractive, she feared entanglements with such a complex character. Lu Yanxuan's expression dimmed slightly, exuding a pitiful aura. Qiao Bei turned her gaze away. Well, I am now a married woman, and it would not be appropriate to engage in such interactions with the opposite sex. I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. That would be best. Qiao Bei glanced at the striking yellow Lamborghini parked by the curb. Is that your car? Lu Yanxuan nodded. Would you give me a ride? He hesitated for a moment before eagerly opening the car door for her, a bright smile illuminating his face. Then, the woman who had just emphasized her married status stepped into Lu Yanxuan's luxurious sports car. In the distance, Fu Yao took out her phone, capturing the moment incessantly.
Qiao Bei.
You are doomed. Chapter 10. Are you implying that once divorced, one is free to indulge recklessly? Qiao Bei surveyed the extravagant vehicle and said, Lu Yanxuan, please take me to Shicheni Pin. Thank you. Certainly. Lu Yanxuan glanced at her, noticing a subtle change. Previously, she had ignored him entirely, let alone ride in his car. As he started the engine, Lu Yanxuan attempted to engage her in conversation. How have you and Fu Tanxiu been lately? Qiao Bei fiddled with the little bear charm hanging from the rearview mirror and casually replied, still the same. Lu Yanxuan pressed further. Is he treating you poorly? If he mistreats or bullies you, let me know, and I shall deal with him. Qiao Bei chuckled. Are you certain you dare? Lu Yanxuan clenched his fist. For you? I would risk everything. Qiao Bei responded, "We are quite well, actually. We are about to divorce." How delightful. Upon arriving at Shichen Pin, Qiao Bei exited the car briskly and waved goodbye to Lu Yanxuan, who left reluctantly. The following day, as Qiao Bei descended the stairs, she encountered Fu Tanxiu. This man truly had no regard for her as his wife. Thankfully, she did not harbor any affection for him. Otherwise, it would have been devastating. Fu Tanxiu looked up, and Qiao Bei noticed the darkness in his eyes, reminiscent of a stormy sky, imposing and oppressive. Instinctively, she took a step back. "What's wrong with you? Regardless of your issues, they have nothing to do with me. I'm off to eat." Qiao Bei turned to leave, but he grasped her wrist. She spun around, ready to kick, but he restrained her leg. This man was formidable. Her few flashy moves would only suffice against someone like Fu Yao. "Fu Tanxiu, what is your madness?" Fu Tanxiu's voice was low and commanding. "Come upstairs with me." Ignoring her reluctance, he dragged her upward. Considering the child within her, Qiao Bei preferred not to engage further. Stating, "I'll walk on my own," Fu Tanxiu released her and ascended the stairs. In the study, he slammed his phone down in front of her. His tone was icy, yet beneath it lay a restrained fury. Qiao Bei looked down at the phone. It displayed a photograph, one of her entering Lu Yanxuan's car yesterday. Noticing the sender was Fu Yao, she realized a rumor was being concocted. She lifted her gaze. "Fu Tanxiu, we are about to divorce. While I feel no obligation to explain myself, I wish to clarify to avoid being slandered. I encountered Lu Yanxuan on the road yesterday. He offered me a ride. We exchanged hardly a few words. It was that simple. Do not believe Fu Yao's nonsense. Rest assured, until the divorce is finalized, I will not engage in indiscretions." Fu Tanxiu leaned in closer. "Are you suggesting that once divorced, you shall indulge freely?" Qiao Bei stepped back, maintaining her distance, her voice softening. "Once divorced, you will no longer have any say in my affairs." Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu grasped her chin. "Do you like him?" Qiao Bei furrowed her brows slightly. "Not at present. Who knows what the future holds? Let me go." Fu Tanxiu remained motionless, his deep-set eyes fixed on her as if he intended to consume her whole. Qiao Bei lifted her leg to kick him, but he effortlessly restrained her. "Fu Tanxiu, I'll bite you." "Go ahead and try," he retorted. "Don't think I wouldn't dare." "Qiao Bei, you truly disgust me." Fu Tanxiu dismissed her with a look of disdain. Steadying herself, Qiao Bei simmered with rage. How could he use such derogatory words against her? It was utterly unacceptable. She could not endure it, not even a fraction. When it came to arguments, Qiao Bei had never been defeated. With that, Fu Tanxiu stormed out, prompting Qiao Bei to shout, "You run away when you can't win. Coward. Spineless." After regaining her composure, she descended the stairs to have a meal, only to find that Fu Tanxiu had already departed. The housekeeper cautiously remarked, "Young master just arrived home this morning after over 20 hours of travel. It must have been exhausting for him."
Qiao Bei retorted dismissively.
"What does that have to do with me?" The housekeeper, frightened by her demeanor, refrained from speaking further. After her meal, Qiao Bei opened her phone calendar, counting the days until she could finalize her divorce. Life had become unbearable. However, the matter concerning the house remained unresolved. If she could utter a few kind words to Fu Tanxiu, perhaps he might show a bit of generosity and grant her a portion of their assets during the divorce. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her voluminous curls. Moments later, she jumped up and rushed to the kitchen. "Is there anything to eat? Pack some for me to deliver to Fu Tanxiu." The housekeeper, delighted, exclaimed, "You're going to bring food to the young master? Wonderful. We'll prepare it right away." Qiao Bei clicked her tongue, waiting at the door. Was her erratic behavior odd? Never mind. For the sake of money, she would thicken her skin by 10 centimeters. Determined, Qiao Bei carried the insulated box to Huisheng. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered Yukong and Shiqian, with one hand in his pocket. Shiqian looked down at her with an air of arrogance. "What brings you here?" Shiqian was a close friend of Fu Tanxiu's, and both men held her in disdain, likely believing she had tarnished Fu Tanxiu's reputation. Qiao Bei raised the insulated box. "I'm here to deliver food to Fu Tanxiu. Who would dare eat something you've brought? You might have tampered with it," Shiqian scoffed. Worn out, Qiao Bei pondered how to defend the good deeds of the original owner of her body. It was akin to a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express her grievances. "I swear, this time I haven't put anything in it." "Who would believe you?" Shiqian shot back. "Your belief doesn't matter. What matters is that Fu Tanxiu believes me." "Qiao Bei, I implore you not to harm Tanxiu any further."
Qiao Bei smiled.
"Don't worry. I won't be a menace to him for much longer." Shiqian raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "What do you mean? Are you gravely ill? About to die?" Qiao Bei scowled. You're the one who is about to die. I mean, I will be divorcing Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian was taken aback, rendered speechless, while Yukong rolled his eyes. Miss Qiao, please refrain from such jokes. Haven't you already played a prank on President Fu once? One must be kind. Qiao Bei found the situation amusing. Where had her kindness faltered? Just as she was about to explain, Yukong pulled Shi Qian away. Qiao Bei followed only to be stopped by security. Miss Qiao, you cannot enter. Clenching her fists, she thought, this wretched fishbowl. How dare they block my way? She sat on the steps at the entrance of the building, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig.
Qiao Bei?
Qiao Bei turned her head and caught sight of Meng Yuci. Chapter 11. Not very appealing, that bag doesn't suit you. As the end of November approached, the weather turned colder, and a gust of wind stirred up a flurry of withered branches and fallen leaves. Qiao Bei spat in disdain. Having just tasted the bitterness of ash, she gazed up at Meng Yuci, feeling a twinge of jealousy. How fortuitous. Her eyes fell upon the exquisite Hermes bag that Meng Yuci carried. With a light-hearted tone and a smile gracing her face, Meng Yuci appeared radiant. Qiao Bei felt a sudden pang of envy. Indeed, Meng Yuci was the true darling. She, on the other hand, felt akin to a discarded cabbage that was unworthy of a second glance. She huffed, not very appealing, that bag doesn't suit you. Meng Yuci's expression shifted. Did Tanxiu not bring you a gift? Is that why you're upset? I couldn't care less.
Qiao Bei retorted.
Understanding her sentiment, Meng Yuci chuckled lightly. Qiao Bei, your demeanor resembles that of a sour grape, lamenting its unattainability. Miss Meng, I am still Fu Tanxiu's wife. Is it appropriate for you to flaunt this before me? If my temper flares, I might strike you. With an innocent demeanor, Meng Yuci replied, I never intended to boast. I thought Tanxiu had brought you something too. Besides, aren't you two on the brink of divorce? What else with the current display? We haven't divorced yet. You were trying to matchmake us the other day. I thought you had come to terms with it and no longer liked Tanxiu. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words, her mood souring. Meng Yuci graciously offered, if you like it, I can give it to you. I'm not particularly attached to such items. She extended the bag toward her. Qiao Bei narrowed her eyes, feeling the insult sting. Nonetheless, she accepted it. I really like it, thank you. Meng Yuci was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that Qiao Bei would actually take it. What rational person would accept such a gift? Wouldn't they be expected to respond with fury and indignation? But Qiao Bei was not a conventional person. Strutting away with the bag in hand, Qiao Bei left Meng Yuci in the act of offering. Madam, has the young master eaten? A maid inquired. Qiao Bei sidestepped the question, no. The maid responded with surprise. Ah? Qiao Bei tossed the bag onto the sofa, made her way to the dining room, and began to eat from the thermos while scrolling through a short drama on her phone. The maids exchanged bewildered glances. Having satisfied her hunger, Qiao Bei ascended the stairs with the bag in tow, casually informing the maids, no need to prepare lunch, I'm full. The maids nodded in a daze. After a refreshing afternoon nap, Qiao Bei awoke as twilight approached. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she found herself increasingly fond of sleep. She mused inwardly, what good is being handsome? Who would dare approach such a man? Is he seeking a death wish? With thoughts of him brushed aside, she made her way to the dining room. Stop! Fu Tanxiu called out to her. Defiant, Qiao Bei continued forward without pausing, taking her seat to start her meal. Fu Tanxiu closed his eyes, visibly agitated. After a while, he took a seat across from her at the expansive dining table, which felt eerily quiet with only the two of them dining. Qiao Bei ate with earnestness and speed, not sparing a glance at Fu Tanxiu. I'm so full, she remarked, patting her belly. Across from her, Fu Tanxiu set down his chopsticks. Why did you take the bag?
Qiao Bei paused.
Realizing his ire stemmed from her acceptance of Meng Yuci's bag, she lazily lifted her gaze. It was given to me by Meng Yuci. Job, when did you learn to lie? Upon hearing this, Job became incensed. Who is lying? It was given to me by her. Moreover, we are not yet divorced. Did you consult me before using our marital funds to purchase a handbag for Meng Yuci? I have been quite lenient by not confronting her. With her integrity intact,
Job boldly met Fu Tanxiu's gaze.
Yet, she was momentarily taken aback. The hostility that once enveloped Fu Tanxiu seemed to have dissipated. So, are you jealous?
Fu Tanxiu inquired.
Job found his reasoning absurd, as her feelings had nothing to do with jealousy. If you truly cannot wait, seek out a connection, and we can finalize the divorce procedures tomorrow. The anger Fu Tanxiu had just managed to restrain flared back to life. Enraged, he stormed upstairs, preferring to avoid confrontation. Job was at a loss. She had just prepared to confront him in a proper argument, yet he fled after only a few words.
How weak. Sigh.
The absence of a worthy opponent is dreadfully dull. The following day, Job learned from the housekeeper that Fu Tanxiu had gone on another business trip. Job reflected on her husband's arduous life, though she found it of little concern to her. With a quick phone call, she summoned Yishur, handing her the Hermes bag. Just as Yishur was about to express her gratitude, Job interjected, "Find me a place to sell it."
예시 클릭 her 통고. 매물셋.
Why would you sell such a fine bag? Don't you like it? I need to liquidate over a million. How much can we sell it for? Job replied. It will certainly be worth more than its original price. It's a limited edition, and wealth alone doesn't guarantee one can purchase it. I've heard that affluent ladies and heiresses have been queuing up, even offering to pay more, Yishur explained. Upon hearing this, Job's excitement surged, and she grasped Yishur's hand. Let us go quickly and sell it. Yishur led Job to a store that specializes in luxury goods. Upon seeing the bag, the manager's eyes lit up, and he promptly offered 1,500,000. Job could hardly contain her delight, such a substantial sum. Once outside the store, Yishur looked perplexed. Why do you want to place the money in my name? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? Of course I am, Job admitted. Then our friendship is over.
예시 eklaymet playfully.
Wait, I was joking. Job laughed, wrapping her arms around her. I trust you completely. You are the one I trust the most. Yishur's demeanor softened at this sentiment. You do have a conscience. Chapter 12. It must be an illusion. Yishur was initially furious. You actually signed a prenuptial agreement? Why didn't you tell me sooner? What a despicable man. I forgot about it until now, Job replied. But it's common for wealthy families to take precautions. Yishur still felt it unjust. At the very least, he could have given you a house. Job had come to terms with it. Those possessions were never truly hers, and she did not wish to plead with Fu Tanxiu. After our divorce, I intend to use this money to buy a small apartment. This matter must remain confidential, and the funds cannot be in my possession. You must safeguard them for me.
예시 nodded earnestly.
However, this amount won't buy anything decent in Longcheng. Can't you just use Fu Tanxiu's card? We could purchase several bags and then resell them. This idea had crossed Job's mind, yet she was reluctant to pursue it.
예시 remarked.
Why do you feel embarrassed when Fu Tanxiu treats you that way? Qiao Bei chuckled softly, tucking her hands into her pockets, reluctant to elaborate further. Though she possessed a thick skin, she upheld her own principles. It's so cold. The weather is changing. Let us purchase some warm clothing for the winter. Yishur pouted slightly. Qiao Bei could be quite stubborn at times, impervious to the advice of others. Just like back then, when she was infatuated with Fu Tanxiu to the point of resorting to extreme measures to secure a marriage with him, an obsession bordering on madness. She contemplated that while she should refrain from causing Fu Tanxiu excessive distress, a little discomfort was acceptable. Linking her arm with Qiao Bei's, she urged, let us buy more. Once you're divorced, you won't be able to indulge in such whims. That makes sense. The two arrived at the shopping mall and indulged in a shopping spree. Qiao Bei acquired over a dozen down jackets, each in a different style. To prepare for the possibility of weight gain due to pregnancy, she even purchased several in larger sizes. She also bought numerous items for Yishur, who squealed with delight like a gopher, utterly ecstatic. As Qiao Bei entered a maternity store, Yishur halted her. What are you doing in there? Buying things. Qiao Bei replied. Yishur looked exasperated. You don't have a child. Why buy these? Qiao Bei hesitated and fibbed. I'm stocking up. Yishur considered her behavior odd. When will you have a child? What's the point of hoarding these? How dull. Yishur dismissed Qiao Bei's shopping obsession, pulling her forcibly out of the maternity store. Yukong noticed Fu Tanxiu's phone incessantly ringing and glanced over in confusion. Fu Tanxiu remained unfazed, flipping the phone face down on the table. After such extensive shopping, they had only spent around 500,000 to 600,000. His thoughts reflected a sense of dissatisfaction with their shopping prowess. The following day, Qiao Bei ventured back to the maternity store alone. Hello, what essentials do newborns require? 2 hours later, she had spent nearly 100,000, purchasing every item on the sales associates list. Please store these items in your shop. I will return to collect them in a month. The sales associate, treating her like royalty, smiled brightly. Just provide us with your address, and we will deliver it personally. That would be splendid. Thank you. Qiao Bei felt a pang of anxiety, fearing it might delay her divorce proceedings. The nanny nervously waved her hands. We don't know. If you miss the young master, just give him a call. Qiao Bei turned her head. I'm not thinking about him. I was merely asking. Is that so? The nannies nodded in unison. Sighing, Qiao Bei found her meal unappetizing. She stood up. I'm done. I won't eat anymore. Watching her ascend the stairs, the nannies chuckled knowingly, certain she was heading up to make a phone call. Seated on her bed, Qiao Bei hesitated but ultimately dialed Fu Tanxiu's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. What's the matter? It had been a while since she had heard his voice. Qiao Bei momentarily froze. Fu Tanxiu's voice, while melodious, was exceedingly cold and rigid.
Speak.
He urged, sounding somewhat impatient. Fearing he might misunderstand, Qiao Bei hastily explained. The 1-month cooling-off period is about to end. Fu Tanxiu finally spoke. Is this the reason you called? Indeed, came the reply.
Fu Tanxiu responded.
Let me finish my work first. When will you be done? Before Qiao Bei could finish her sentence, Fu Tanxiu had already hung up. Annoyed, Qiao Bei leaned back, lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Why did it feel as though Fu Tanxiu was not particularly eager for a divorce? She closed her eyes, insisting to herself. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The next morning at 7, Qiao Bei was awakened by the ringing of her phone. She had a severe case of morning grumpiness and shouted into the phone. Who is it? Are you insane? Qi Lianxin's tone was far from pleasant. After speaking, she abruptly hung up. Perhaps her anger stemmed from her own recent attitude. After tidying herself up, she went downstairs for breakfast before taking a taxi to the Fu residence. Fu Song and Qi Lianxin sat solemnly in the center of the European-style sofa. Fu Yao descended from upstairs, crossing her arms with a cold snort.
Qiao Bei.
What devious thoughts are you concocting? Fu Yao, feeling ignored, was about to unleash her frustration when Fu Song interjected with a stern, enough. Fu Yao shot a glare at Qiao Bei before taking a seat beside Qi Lianxin. Qiao Bei greeted Fu Song and Qi Lianxin before settling into a chair at a distance. Qi Lianxin, frowning, remarked, Didn't I ask you to come earlier? Why did you take so long? Before she could continue, Fu Song interrupted. Let us get to the point. Qiao Bei hesitated for a moment. This isn't a joke. We truly intend to divorce. There was no need for concealment. They would find out sooner or later. Fu Song and Qi Lianxin exchanged glances. And Qi Lianxin turned back to Qiao Bei, asking, who suggested this? She was aware that neither Fu Song nor Qi Lianxin was pleased with Fu Tanxiu marrying her. If she admitted it was her idea, their displeasure would only deepen. Most parents can tolerate their son being dumped, but cannot accept their son being the one to do the dumping. As expected, Qi Lianxin's expression softened slightly. Since you have made up your minds, we will support you.
Dad.
Fu Yao exclaimed in dissatisfaction, her face filled with resistance. Qi Lianxin remained silent, but it was evident she was also reluctant. Chapter 13. If you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have to be so harsh. Qi Lianxin immediately smiled, her words dripping with surface-level kindness. Qiao Bei reciprocated with similar superficiality. I will. Fu Yao scoffed. Where will you live? Don't tell me you're moving into a house for my brother? A flat? Or perhaps a villa? Qiao Bei. One must know their place. If it's not yours, don't shamelessly ask for it. Qiao Bei replied, if you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute.
You. Fu Yao stood,
ready to quarrel with Qiao Bei, but was restrained by Fu Song. What are you doing? You're everywhere. Handle your brother and sister-in-law as matters yourself and don't make a fuss. Fu Song asserted his parental authority. I told you not to speak. Are you disobeying?
Dad.
It's only right for us to provide Qiao Bei with some compensation. Don't complicate matters. He continued, let your brother decide how to handle it. Qi Lianxin concurred. Your father is right. This matter should be decided by your brother. Let us not interfere. Fu Yao glared at Qiao Bei with a look that could devour her whole. Qiao Bei remained composed, observing their heated discussion. It seems this matter has no bearing on her. She no longer expects a single penny from Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei disregarded their expressions and rose to leave. Behind her, Fu Yao remarked, Mom and Dad, did you see that? How arrogant Qiao Bei is. Why should my brother give her any money? She's simply not worth it. Fu Song and Qi Lian exchanged glances, but remained silent. After taking a shower, Qiao Bei, clad in a plush pajama set, paced nervously at the door of the study. She waited until the voices within ceased before knocking. A deep, melodious male voice beckoned from inside. Come in. Qiao Bei pushed the door open, finding Fu Tanxiu reclining in a leather chair, eyes closed. His long fingers tenderly massaging his brow, seemingly troubled by some vexing issue.
Qiao Bei paused, contemplating.
Here stood a man born to greatness. Having elevated Huisheng within 3 years to become the most formidable figure in Longcheng, he could carve out his own destiny without leaning on the Fu family. Such exceptional talent. What troubles could he possibly harbor? It dawned on her. Fu Tanxiu's distress likely stemmed from his inability to be with his beloved. And she was the unwitting cause of it all. She firmly positioned herself before the desk and declared, Fu Tanxiu, do not be troubled. We shall divorce soon. And you can be with Meng Yusi. Fu Tanxiu moved his hand away and opened his eyes, the chill in his gaze palpable.
Qiao Bei.
Are you out of your mind? Why speak of her? Noting his foul mood, Qiao Bei chose not to engage further, primarily eager to expedite their divorce without provoking his ire. Fu Tanxiu, I am serious. I am not jesting nor playing with you. I am earnestly discussing this matter. The month is past, tomorrow is Monday, and we shall finalize the divorce. Fu Tanxiu shot back, get lost. Qiao Bei, feeling exasperated with his inability to communicate civilly,
Grew angry.
she circled around the desk, grasped his shirt collar, and shouted, I want a divorce. It must happen tomorrow. Her voice resonated loudly. Fu Tanxiu's expression grew even colder. Fine, tomorrow morning at 8 as you wish. Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, but then released him, smoothing out the wrinkled fabric of his shirt. Had you agreed sooner, I wouldn't have been so brusque. Fu Tanxiu retorted with a single word, leave. Don't overexert yourself. Get some rest. We need to rise early tomorrow. The emphasis is on the early rising. Watching her cheerful visage disappear through the door, Fu Tanxiu pressed his brow once more. As he passed by her room, he heard the dulcet tones of a song emanating from within, nearly compelling him to storm in. Qiao Bei, overly exhilarated, did not succumb to slumber until the early hours, fearing she might oversleep. She even set an alarm. When the alarm rang, she sprang out of bed. Upon descending the stairs and finding Fu Tanxiu absent, a pang of anxiety struck her. Could he possibly stand her up? She pulled out her phone and dialed Fu Tanxiu, but the ringing continued unanswered. Losing her appetite for breakfast, she barely nibbled before hailing a cab to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Arriving early, she found the bureau still closed and decided to buy a stuffed pancake from a nearby vendor, sitting at the entrance to munch. As employees began to arrive, curious glances were cast her way. Hey, what a beautiful girl. Surely she's here to get married. The woman handling the divorce registration glanced up and remarked, no. She is here for a divorce. Her colleagues inquired, how do you know? She replied, she came here last time. So strikingly beautiful, with a pair of particularly captivating large eyes. And her husband is exceptionally handsome as well. I couldn't help but remember them. Is it really happening so soon? Has the 1-month cooling-off period already elapsed? The woman mumbled as she followed her colleagues through the entrance. As Fu Tanxiu stepped out of the car, he spotted Qiao Bei sitting on the steps, ungracefully munching on a pastry. He observed her from a distance. Qiao Bei had changed. He could no longer discern the fervor she once held for him in her eyes. It was perplexing, akin to a faucet that suddenly ceased to flow. He didn't comprehend it fully. Qiao Bei had initiated the divorce and ceased her entanglement, and logically, he should feel relieved. Yet, inexplicably, he could not summon any joy. Moreover, he could have initiated the process sooner but had delayed it for a month before arriving with Qiao Bei to file for divorce. He rationalized this delay by asserting that marriage is no trivial matter. Although he did not love Qiao Bei, having married her necessitated that he act as a responsible man. While she could act impulsively, he could not. Given the month-long cooling-off period, it was prudent for them to reflect, especially Qiao Bei. He believed he was granting her the space to reconsider. However, it appeared that Qiao Bei had no need for such contemplation. When Qiao Bei looked up and saw Fu Tanxiu, she smiled and waved at him. Her smile was radiant, with her enchanting eyes glimmering, exuding an undeniable brilliance. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her for a long time, a tender smile emerging at the corners of his mouth unbeknownst to him. At last he smiled, bringing joy to Qiao Bei, who hurried over to him, coming to a stop before him. Fu Tanxiu, you look truly handsome when you smile. Please smile more often. Don't always wear that stern expression. Of course, she would no longer have the chance to see his smile in the future. He would likely reserve his smiles for Meng Yuxi, the woman he cherished. Fu Tanxiu fixed his gaze on her eyes, swallowing hard before uttering, Qiao Bei. This marriage need not end. Chapter 14. Parting amicably is indeed a formidable challenge.
No.
Qiao Bei thought he was having second thoughts and grew agitated. She grabbed his hand, pulling him towards the Civil Affairs Bureau hall. How can we go back on what we agreed? Let us hurry inside.
Observing Qiao Bei's urgency.
Fu Tanxiu stubbornly shook off her hand. Stop pulling. I can walk by myself. Qiao Bei did not respond but said, fine, just watch your step. Don't fall. Fu Tanxiu frowned as they appeared at the divorce registration window. The driver, Old Chun, anxiously called Fu Song, Sir, something is amiss. A grave matter has arisen. The young master and young mistress are seeking a divorce. This time, it seemed genuine. Fu Song paused momentarily. They went to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, they have entered, insisting on a divorce. What shall we do? Let them decide for themselves, came the indifferent reply. Old Chun was taken aback. Did the master tacitly approve of the young master and mistress's divorce? The Fu family had never been particularly fond of the young mistress, so it seemed plausible. Old Chen's anxiety was in vain. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions, and he ended the call. Job and Fu Tanxiu emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each clutching a divorce certificate. Fu Tanxiu strode purposefully towards the Rolls-Royce. As the window rolled down, he glanced back at her, his gaze devoid of warmth. The window then slowly ascended. Job, left with no choice, stood by the roadside awaiting her transport. Lao Chen cautiously peered into the back seat.
Fu Tanxiu coldly commanded, drive.
Yes, young master, Lao Chen replied, though he added, but young master, are we heading to the company? His frustration nearly made him choke with rage. Entering the villa in a huff, Fu Tanxiu settled onto the sofa, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of leisure. Job scoffed, if you don't need it then fine. Who cares? Rest assured, I'll be moving out soon. From now on, we shall part ways decisively. Suit yourself. Job feared that remaining at Shichen Ipin would drive her to despair, prompting her to swiftly ascend the stairs to gather her belongings. It truly was a challenge to part amicably. After tidying up, she called Yi Shi, who arrived in her father's small car to help her move. The security in the villa district was stringent, and the vehicle was initially denied entry. Job had to step out and negotiate before they were allowed in. This month, Job had indulged in shopping, accumulating numerous items that filled the trunk to capacity. In the end, she stuffed some into the passenger seat as well. The housekeeper had learned of Job and Fu Tanxiu's divorce and watched her leave with a heavy heart. Having stayed there for a month, Job felt a twinge of reluctance to depart. Nonetheless, she knew she had to leave. Invited by Yi Shi and her parents, Job temporarily moved into the Yi household. Their home was modest, comprising only 2 rooms, and Job shared a room with Yi Shi. Fearing that she might succumb to despair over her divorce, the Yi family made every effort to lift her spirits. Job found their concern amusing. How could she possibly feel despondent when she was so elated? The following day, she urged Yi Shi to accompany her in searching for a new residence. They soon settled on a 1-bedroom apartment in an older complex on the 7th floor, which was affordable due to its top-floor location. To secure the property, Job even borrowed 100,000 from Yi Shi, initially considering a loan. She realized that her lack of employment and minimal bank statements rendered her ineligible. Observing the dilapidated state of the apartment, Yi Shi furrowed her brow and asked, Bei, can anyone actually live here? It's so worn and old. The winter chill and summer heat made it less than desirable. Those purchasing property typically avoided the top floor. Yet, Job remained unperturbed. With some tidying up, it can be made livable. At the very least, it will be my own place, free from the landlord's whims. And I won't have to sleep on the streets. That's true. I'll help you tidy up. With limited funds, Job couldn't afford new furniture. So they cleaned the old pieces to make do. After a day's effort, the apartment finally resembled a home. I'll cook for you, Job offered. As Yi Shi consumed the plain noodles, she felt a pang of sympathy for Job. But Job had no time for sorrow. I need to find a job to earn some money. Yi Shi inquired. What do you want to do? Job herself was uncertain. In her previous life, she had been an obscure actress, scraping by with minor roles, a presence in the entertainment industry that was barely noticeable. Arriving in this world, she found herself unable to even attain the status of a mere background actress. The original protagonist possesses remarkable abilities. Her grandmother, a revered practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, passed down her skills. During her college years, the protagonist majored in financial management under the guidance of Fu Tanxiu. She decided to submit her resume to explore potential job opportunities, bringing along the original owner's laptop. She spent an entire night crafting her resume and applied to several companies the following day. It wasn't long before she received interview invitations. With a polished appearance and newfound confidence, she set out for her interviews. Interviewer, do you have any plans to marry soon? When do you plan to have children? Qiao Bei was taken aback by such inquiries right at the outset. She candidly replied, I recently divorced and am already expecting a child. Unsurprisingly, she was not hired. Deeply disheartened, Qiao Bei understood the harsh realities of the workplace. It was not merely her pregnancy that attracted discrimination. Even women without children faced prejudice. The challenges of bearing, raising a child, and striving for a normal work-life balance seemed insurmountable. As Qiao Bei walked down the street, her face clouded with despair, she was spotted by Meng Yusi, who followed her friend's gaze and indeed saw Qiao Bei. Look at her in professional attire. Could she be working here? She mused. It was rumored that she had divorced Fu Tanxiu without gaining any advantages, which seemed pitiful. Yet, given her tenacity in clinging to the Fu family's resources for so long, Meng Yusi believed Fu Tanxiu's actions were justified. Meng Yusi observed Qiao Bei's burdened hands and remarked to her friend, let us not be so harsh. She's going through a tough time. Her friend, Wu Jing, scoffed. She stole Fu Tanxiu from you, and you're defending her? Let us not dwell on the past. Meng Yusi interjected. How can we not? Wu Jing retorted. Fu Tanxiu was supposed to marry you, but because of Qiao Bei's underhanded tactics, he ended up with her. Meng Yusi's expression flickered as she pondered this. Moments later, she approached Qiao Bei. What brings you here? Qiao Bei glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, an interview. Did you pass? I'm unsure. Interviews usually entail several rounds. Qiao Bei wished to keep her struggles concealed. Wu Jing erupted in laughter. So you didn't pass. How amusing. Without Fu Tanxiu as your financial support, you've truly fallen to such depths. How pitiful. Chapter 15. Is this what you call innocent? Qiao Bei recognized this woman, Meng Yusi's close friend, who always defended her like a loyal knight. She retorted blandly, my situation is none of your concern. I'm not begging at your doorstep. She added, as a woman, it would do you well to speak less. No one perceives you as mute. You, Wu Jing exclaimed. Yusi, look at her. How outrageous. Meng Yusi reached out to her. Xiao Jing, please, hold your tongue. She turned to Qiao Bei with an apologetic expression. Xiao Jing is just blunt. She means no harm. Please don't take it to heart. Qiao Bei stared at them incredulously before bursting into laughter. Is this what you call harmless? Are you truly oblivious? Or are you simply foolish? Wu Jing shouted back. Qiao Bei, who are you calling foolish? I'll call out whoever deserves it. Yusi, look at her. She is utterly unreasonable and shockingly rude. Meng Yusi's expression soured as she replied sternly. Qiao Bei, we haven't provoked you. Why must your words be so harsh? Qiao Bei emitted a disdainful hum from her nostrils. If speaking like this is so unbearable, then do not greet me when we meet. I might berate you both. After her tirade, Qiao Bei strode off toward the bus stop. During her reading, she had always harbored a dislike for the female protagonist, incessantly leaving messages for the author to eliminate her, along with her close friend. Behind her, Wu Jing fumed. People like her do not deserve your defense. Her current predicament is entirely her own doing. Meng Yusi observed Qiao Bei squeeze onto the bus, feeling a sense of satisfaction within her. When she was with Fu Tanxiu, Qiao Bei had acted like a persistent shadow, always trailing after him. Whenever Meng Yusi and Fu Tanxiu sought to relish their time together, Qiao Bei would inevitably appear. She had complained to Fu Tanxiu numerous times, urging him to send her away. Fu Tanxiu had rebuffed her, insisting that Qiao Bei was a sister, and if she could not accept her presence, they might as well part ways. One day, overwhelmed, she had a fierce argument with Fu Tanxiu, culminating in their breakup. In a fit of emotion, she fled abroad. Not long after, she learned of Fu Tanxiu's marriage to Qiao Bei. Upon receiving the news, she nearly fainted. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei had since divorced. Deep down, she harbored a resentment towards Qiao Bei, yet witnessing her current misery brought a hidden sense of relief. Wu Jing inquired. Now that Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu are divorced, you and Fu Tanxiu must have reconciled, right? When's the wedding? Just so you know, if you marry, I definitely want to be your bridesmaid. Meng Yusi, with her slender frame and cool demeanor, let her long, straight black hair cascade as she shyly lowered her head. I'm not sure if we can call it a reconciliation. The prospect of marriage is still uncertain. Wu Jing laughed. With that bashful demeanor, it's evident you two have mended fences. Your bond is well known. Everyone acknowledges that you are Fu Tanxiu's cherished one. It's only a matter of time before he marries you. Perhaps he is already planning a surprise. Just wait to become his bride.
Meng Yusi's face flushed de peur.
It feels too soon to speak of such things. I believe it's very likely. Fu Tanxiu loves you immensely and will surely offer you the best.
Unlike Qiao Bei,
who merely received a marriage certificate without a wedding ceremony. It's clear she wasn't held in high regard. Xiao Jing, I can't accompany you any longer. I wish to find Tanxiu. Wu Jing teased. Oh, so you miss your man? How adorable. Stop it, that is not true. I'm not speaking out of turn. Fu Tanxiu is indeed your man. All right, off you go, don't mind me. Then, I shall take my leave. Meng Yusi arrived at Huisheng. The receptionist recognized her as the favored woman of the boss and promptly allowed her to ascend in Fu Tanxiu's exclusive elevator. Meng Yusi's heart bubbled with delight. Upon reaching the door of Fu Tanxiu's office, she overheard him berating someone inside. Who is responsible for this research? This is utterly careless. This material is a piece of rubbish. Discard it. Redo it. Secretary Yu, what kind of people are you hiring? Did they only complete middle school? Such elementary mistakes. Fire them. Who made this coffee? I wanted black coffee. Understand? A group of people emerged from the office. Each face bore an ashen hue. appearing particularly disheveled and forlorn. As Yu Kong walked behind, he spotted Meng Yusi, as if she were a beacon of hope. Miss Meng, please go in and console President Fu. We are at our wits' end here, he implored. Meng Yusi hesitated, her apprehension evident. I fear I may not be able to soothe him. Miss Meng, do not be so modest. Who does not know that President Fu holds you in the highest regard? Your words will surely resonate with him. If you cannot calm him, no one else can. Blushing, Meng Yusi lowered her gaze. Then I shall give it a try. Yu Kong nodded earnestly. Please do hurry. She entered the room to find Fu Tanxiu standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette exuding an aura of formidable authority. Approaching him from behind, she reached out, intending to embrace him. However, before her hands could touch his garment, he forcefully pushed her away. The strength of his action sent her tumbling to the ground, landing in a rather comical fashion. As Fu Tanxiu turned and beheld her, he was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? With eyes glistening with unshed tears, Meng Yusi looked up at him, her demeanor pitiful. Tanxiu, you are being rather fierce. I merely wished to comfort you, since I noticed your distress. Rather than getting up, she lingered on the floor, hoping he would come to her aid. Apologies. I did not realize it was you. That is quite all right. I should have announced myself sooner. After a prolonged silence, during which Fu Tanxiu did not approach her, she begrudgingly rose to her feet, feigning nonchalance as she rubbed her waist. Fu Tanxiu, however, seemed lost in thought, paying her no heed. Clearing her throat, she softly lamented. Oh dear, it hurts. It feels as though I have strained my back. Just then, Assistant Zhao entered the room. President Fu, you called for me?
Fu Tanxiu instructed.
Miss Meng has injured her waist. Please escort her to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses.
Understood. President Fu.
Assistant Zhao moved to support Meng Yusi. Miss Meng, allow me to take you to the hospital. Now caught in a predicament, Meng Yusi felt conflicted. In truth, her waist was unharmed. She merely sought Fu Tanxiu's attention. Reluctantly, she followed Assistant Zhao out. Yu Kong, witnessing her departure, approached with concern. What happened? Meng Yusi explained, I tripped over something and injured my waist. Yu Kong breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling. I thought President Fu had struck you. You frightened me. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 16. Mother, she owes us nothing. Fu Tanxiu held a card delicately between his fingers, a remnant left by Qiao Bei. Leaning back in his executive chair, he dialed Qi Lianxin's number. Her exuberant voice echoed through the receiver. Following his divorce from Qiao Bei, Qi Lianxin was elated, frequently announcing her son's newfound single status. She was well aware of her disapproval of Qiao Bei as a daughter-in-law and had busied herself with plans to introduce her own daughter, or relatives' daughters, to Fu Tanxiu. Despite his status as a second-time groom, he remained the most sought-after bachelor in Longcheng. No, I have a dinner engagement this evening, Fu Tanxiu replied. A hint of disappointment crept into Qi Lianxin's voice. It pained her that her son was perpetually occupied, leaving her only a few fleeting moments with him throughout the year. Very well, do take care not to indulge too much in alcohol. Indeed, he replied. Fu Tanxiu paused for a moment and inquired, Mother, has Qiao Bei been in touch with you recently? What prompts this sudden curiosity about her? I was merely asking, she replied. No, she has not contacted me. Ever since her divorce from you, she likely regards us as adversaries and harbors resentment towards us. Let us not dwell on her. We have fulfilled our duty in raising her, and she can go her own way. After all, she is not our biological child. She does not hold us dear, nor does she possess a sense of gratitude. Mother, she owes us nothing, Fu Tanxiu coldly reminded her. Qi Lianxin was momentarily taken aback, not wishing to create discord with Fu Tanxiu over Qiao Bei. No, I find it convenient to stay at Shichinipin. Qi Lianxin still desired to converse a little longer, but Fu Tanxiu hastily ended the call. Fu Tanxiu pondered while holding his phone. Is she with you sure? How is she faring? The new year is fast approaching. How will she celebrate? Qiao Bei recalled the baby supplies she had purchased and called the maternity store. The store sent someone with a vehicle to deliver the items to her. She had no intention of seeking employment before the new year, as it was unlikely she would find anything. Instead, she busied herself at home organizing the baby items. The space in her apartment was limited. No matter how she arranged it, the items still cluttered the room. At the time, she had thoughtlessly swiped Fu Tanxiu's card to make the purchases. But now she realized there was no place to store them. On New Year's Eve, Yishur called Qiao Bei, come to my house to celebrate the new year. Qiao Bei hesitantly declined. Is that appropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Hurry over. I'm waiting for you. My parents have prepared a feast. Upon hearing about the delicious food, Qiao Bei quickly tidied herself up and set out, bringing along a box of fruit for Yi's parents. which she had purchased with the money she earned from selling several bags. She hesitated to take a taxi and instead walked to the bus stop to catch a ride.
Ding.
Her phone buzzed with a message. She pulled it out and found it was from Fu Tanxiu. Where are you? Qiao Bei chose to ignore it and stuffed the phone into her coat pocket. At the Fu residence, Fu Tanxiu was intensely focused on his phone. Fu Yao leaned over. Brother, what are you looking at? She noticed Fu Tanxiu fixated on the chat history. He turned the screen away, concealing the identity of the other party. Brother, are you chatting with Sister UCI? No, Fu Tanxiu replied. I don't believe you. It must be Sister UCI. Only she could make you so distracted.
Fu Yao.
Stop bothering me. Why are you being so harsh? I'm your little sister. Can't you be a bit gentler with me? Fu Tanxiu, irritated by her nagging, rose to head upstairs. Fu Yao, fuming, ran to find Qi Lianxin. Mother, brother is being unreasonable. Qi Lianxin was watering the flowers and turned to her. What now? Brother is so harsh with me. He treats Qiao Bei better than he treats me. Why bring her up again?
Fu Yao pouted.
I don't want to mention her. But whenever I think of how well brother treated her, it infuriates me. I am his biological sister. Yet every time I argue with Qiao Bei, he sides with her. This was also the reason she had harbored disdain for Qiao Bei all these years. Qi Lianxin reassured her. Enough. Qiao Bei is no longer connected to our family. Your brother will not support her any further. Refrain from speaking too much, and do not trouble your brother. He is already exhausted from work and has finally managed to secure a couple of days off. Nevertheless, Fu Yao was still incensed. So she located Qiao Bei's WeChat and bombarded her with an array of knife and bomb emojis.
Subsequently, Qiao Bei deleted here.
Fu Yao sent dozens of messages to that wretched person, only to be met with a red exclamation mark indicating failure to deliver. Enraged, she stomped her foot. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Fu Yao was still clutching her phone, her expression one of bitter resentment. Finally, pouting, she slammed her phone onto the table with a thud. Qi Lianxin chided her gently. It's New Year's. What are you doing?
Fu Yao replied, nothing.
She dared not reveal that she had sent knives and bombs to Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu, seated beside her, cast a sidelong glance, then paused. He set down his chopsticks and picked up Fu Yao's phone with his long, elegant fingers. Chapter 17. Try to bully her again and see what happens. In this household, Fu Yao feared not Fu Song, but her older brother, Fu Tanxiu. His fingers glided across the screen, indicating that she had seen his message, but chose to ignore him. Grinding his teeth, he tossed the phone back onto the table. Fu Tanxiu's voice resonated. Change the name. Fu Yao queried. What name? The contact name. Brother. How can you check someone's chat history? Don't make me repeat myself. Reluctantly, Fu Yao altered Qiao Bei's WeChat name from wretched person to Qiao Bei. That's better. Fu Tanxiu warned. Fu Yao, if I catch you bullying her again, you'll be in trouble. Fu Yao pouted in discontent. Brother. You only know how to protect Qiao Bei. I am your biological sister. How can you be like this? Ignoring her, Fu Tanxiu rose. I finished eating. He grabbed the car keys and headed outside. Qi Lianxin chased after him. It's New Year's Eve. Stay home. Fu Tanxiu opened the car door. I have matters to attend to. He approached. Why do you keep provoking Qiao Bei? Fu Yao retorted. You all scold me. Not a single person likes me. You are all so annoying. She ran upstairs in tears. Qi Lianxin sighed. Fu Song tossed down his chopsticks, displeased on New Year's Eve. Can anyone be at peace? At the Yi residence, laughter echoed. Qiao Bei, sweet-tongued, had charmed Mr. and Mrs. Yi, bringing them great joy. After dinner, the family squeezed onto the sofa to watch the New Year's gala. Yi Shi was engrossed in typing on her phone, laughing heartily.
Qiao Bei leaned over.
What's so amusing? I'm requesting red envelopes. From whom? Yi Shi displayed her phone screen to her. From my parents. Qiao Bei glanced at it. Noting it was a small group chat with just the three of them, Yi Shi was sending New Year greetings to her parents, showering them with compliments. Mr. and Mrs. Yi promptly sent red envelopes. Yi Shi beamed with delight as she collected them. Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation. She had no parents from whom to request red envelopes. She pulled out her phone and opened WeChat. Her eyes immediately fell upon the message Fu Tanxiu had sent her earlier. Ex-husband, Happy New Year. Wishing you a prosperous year ahead, great fortune, and robust health. Just as Fu Tanxiu parked the car, his phone chimed. He couldn't help but smirk. Qiao Bei, still holding her phone, opened it immediately upon hearing the notification and exclaimed, What happened? Yi father and Yi mother turned their gazes towards Yi Shi and Qiao Bei simultaneously. Qiao Bei beamed with delight, dismissing any concerns. However, Yi Shi, skeptical, leaned in and whispered, Do tell, what transpired? Qiao Bei revealed her chat history with Fu Tanxiu.
Yi Shi exclaimed, goodness.
Fu Tanxiu is exceedingly generous. He sent Qiao Bei a transfer of 100,000.
Qiao Bei joyfully kicked her legs.
Yisha rolled her eyes in disbelief. What's this? Are you planning to get rich off this? Qiao Bei replied, well, it's not entirely unfeasible. While it may not work for others, it certainly does for Fu Tanxiu. He is affluent. I'll cast aside my pride for the sake of money.
Besides,
The child I carry is his. What is wrong with requesting some financial assistance? She wished to keep her pregnancy from Fu Tanxiu, for otherwise, she would have to ask him for child support. Yi Shi remarked, this approach could be quite lucrative. I support you. Qiao Bei promptly returned the recently received 100,000 to Yi Shi. Clear accounts among close friends. I dislike being in debt, so I repay you first. Yi Shi accepted it. All right, let me know when you need it again. Before bedtime, Yi mother presented Qiao Bei with a red envelope. Hey Bei, take this. It's not much, but it's a family tradition. Qiao Bei was moved to tears. Yi Shi extended her hand. Mom, what about mine? Yi mother swatted her hand away. Didn't you receive something in the group chat? But I want more. Scram. Qiao Bei watched their playful banter with warmth in her heart. That night, Qiao Bei stayed at the Yi residence, sharing a bed with Yi Shi. Suddenly, Yi Shi placed her hands on Qiao Bei's belly. Have you gained weight? You have a little belly now. Qiao Bei responded, perhaps. The following day, the first day of the Lunar New Year, Qiao Bei lingered at the Yi home, indulging in food and drink. Noticing New Year greetings on social media, she sent a message to Fu Tanxiu. He opened WeChat and read, the vast beauty of the world pales in comparison to my ex-husband. Wishing my ex-husband a new year filled with fortune, wealth, and romantic encounters. Accompanied by an array of adorable emojis, he chuckled aloud. Such enthusiasm. It seems last night's red envelope had an effect. Want a red envelope? Come to Shichen Ipin. Without further thought, Qiao Bei cheerfully donned her attire and prepared to leave. I'm off for my red envelope, she declared. Yi Shi, caught off guard, had no time to inquire further as Qiao Bei dashed out. 2 hours later, Qiao Bei arrived at Shichen Ipin. Fu Tanxiu glanced at the time and then at her, raising an eyebrow. Did you crawl here? Qiao Bei, bundled in a thick down coat with only her face visible, settled onto the sofa and pulled down her hood. There are no direct buses here. I had to change several times, which took a bit longer. Are you lamenting your poverty?
He teased.
No need. I'm already poor. Didn't I just transfer you 100,000 last night? That's repayment. Did you take out a loan? Not at all. I borrowed from someone else. What for? That's none of your business.
Qiao Bei.
Weren't you supposed to give me a red envelope? Cash or transfer? Qiao Bei blinked her enchanting eyes. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, her eyelashes fluttering. Fu Tanxiu scrutinized her for a moment. What's the rush? Qiao Bei pursed her lips. It is indeed a challenge to request a red envelope, having traversed from the southern part of Longzheng to the northern. The villa is enveloped in silence. Are you the only one at home? No wonder. The heating is on, and Qiao Bei feels a bit warm, loosening her down jacket slightly. The two sit in silence for a while, with no words exchanged. Qiao Bei cannot fathom Fu Tanxiu's intentions. Did he summon her merely to sit in quietude? How dreadfully dull. Just as she contemplates retrieving her phone, Fu Tanxiu speaks up. I haven't had dinner. Go prepare a meal for me. Chapter 18. From now on, do not call me by my name, call me brother. Qiao Bei thinks of the elusive red envelope and obediently heads to the kitchen after shedding her outerwear. Observing the petite woman busily tying her apron in the kitchen, Fu Tanxiu is momentarily taken aback. He recalls that Qiao Bei cannot cook. Initially, he only intended to put her in a predicament, waiting for her to plead with him. During one summer vacation in high school, their family traveled without bringing Qiao Bei along. He remembers seeing her on the sofa nibbling on a piece of bread, looking quite pitiful. Brother, I am so hungry. Could you please make me something to eat? He inquired, where are Aunt Wang and the others? At that time, their household employed several maids, with Aunt Wang responsible for cooking. Later, he discovered that it was Fu Yao's scheme to secretly give the maids time off, though he was not adept at cooking. Seeing Qiao Bei's forlorn expression compelled him to muster the courage and whip up a plate of fried rice. He distinctly remembers that the dish was a dark, unappetizing sight. Yet, Qiao Bei declared it delicious, finishing the entire plate. When did Qiao Bei learn to cook? How was he unaware of this? As Qiao Bei prepares dumplings on this first day of the Lunar New Year, she finds the task laborious, yet is remarkably patient, especially when it comes to food. An hour later, 2 steaming plates of round dumplings are presented on the table. Fu Tanxiu is left astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. The quality is fit for a dumpling shop. Qiao Bei has prepared 2 bowls of spicy dipping sauce, with garlic paste added. She calls out to Fu Tanxiu, come eat, this plate contains beef filling. And this one is a mix of shrimp and 3 delicacies, best enjoyed while hot. Fu Tanxiu takes a seat, picks up a dumpling, dips it in the sauce, and places it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyebrows raise in astonishment. Qiao Bei, brimming with pride, asks, "Delicious, isn't it?"
Fu Tanxiu nods in agreement.
Indeed. It is far tastier than what the household maid would prepare. How did you come by this skill?
Qiao Bei hesitatus.
Having forgotten that the original owner of her body was not proficient in cooking, she fabricates a casual excuse. "I learned." When did you learn? After the divorce. Fu Tanxiu remains silent for a moment. You possess quite the culinary talent. You should have learned sooner. At the very least, you have more aptitude than I do. He had enrolled in a culinary class once, studying for a month, yet his creations were barely edible. However, Qiao Bei always praised his culinary efforts extravagantly, finishing everything he made. Qiao Bei recalls Fu Tanxiu's endeavor to learn cooking as well. It seems he was not entirely unkind to the original owner in the Fu household. He was the sole source of warmth for her. He had taken the trouble to learn to cook for her sake, which had incited jealousy in Fu Yao, leading to a confrontation between the two. While Qi Lianxin did not voice her displeasure, she also harbored discontent. The two of them finished all the dumplings on the table. Fu Tanxiu proactively took the bowls to the kitchen and placed them in the dishwasher. Qiao Bei followed closely behind him, reminding him, "We've finished eating. Where's the red envelope?" Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu turned around, and Qiao Bei bumped into his embrace, wincing in pain. "Are you made of iron? You're so hard. It hurts." Fu Tanxiu's gaze darkened. "What nonsense are you saying?" Qiao Bei covered her nose, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed. "It really hurts. Let me see." Fu Tanxiu's palm pressed gently against her nose, soothing her with a tender rub. Qiao Bei stared at him, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gentleness. He had once shown kindness to the original owner of her body, but she had missed that. The original owner had provoked him, leaving behind a mess for her to deal with, and Fu Tanxiu had never been kind to her. His palm was warm and dry, exuding a sense of security that made Qiao Bei's heart flutter. It was permissible to indulge in a little infatuation in the presence of a handsome man. Is it better now? Yes, much better. Qiao Bei took a step back, maintaining a respectful distance. Keeping a handsome man at bay is beneficial for one's health. He gazed deeply at her. "Qiao Bei, although we are divorced, you may still regard me as your brother." In this moment, Qiao Bei recalled a saying, "Late-arriving affection is more precious than grass." Yet, Fu Tanxiu's feelings for her were not deep affection, but rather pity. "I was truly angered by you at that time," Fu Tanxiu stated. Qiao Bei refused to take the blame. "How did I anger you? You disliked me, loathed me. And I initiated the divorce to set you free. How could I have possibly angered you?" Fu Tanxiu opened his mouth, struggling to articulate. "It's too complicated to explain." "If it's complicated, then let us not discuss it. What's past is past. It need not be mentioned again. But you promised me a red envelope. I just went to great lengths to make dumplings for you. Don't play tricks on me. I will resent you." Fu Tanxiu sidestepped her and picked up his phone from the coffee table, promptly transferring money to Qiao Bei. She counted the zeros following the number 1. Astonished to find it was once again 100,000. Her lips curled into a joyful smile. "Fu Tanxiu, you're truly wonderful." Fu Tanxiu shot her a glance. "Is sending you money all that matters? You were probably cursing me in your heart just now, weren't you?" Qiao Bei, in her glee, sweet-talked. "Not at all. I was praising you." "Oh really? From now on, you must call me brother instead of my name."
Qiao Bei reiset an eyebrow.
"Are you trying to turn your ex-wife into a younger sister?" Fu Tanxiu lightly tapped her on the head. "What nonsense are you thinking? You've always called me brother. I enjoy it." Qiao Bei couldn't help but retort. "Haven't you had enough of being a brother? Don't you have a sister? If you like being called brother, why not call Fu Yao? You don't understand, do you? I said I like hearing you call me that." Considering Fu Tanxiu had just transferred her 100,000, she reluctantly said, "I'll give it a try." She opened her mouth, but the words wouldn't come out. It felt oddly inappropriate to call Fu Tanxiu brother. "Please." She wasn't he the original owner. Fu Tanxiu's gaze remained steady on her. Qiao Bei forced a couple of awkward laughs. "Let me try again." She opened her mouth once more, but ultimately her shoulders slumped. "I really can't say it." Fu Tanxiu was perplexed. She had called him that just fine before. So, why was it so difficult now? Is it because they were married? Never mind, I won't press you further. How wonderful. Qiao Bei, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Fu Tanxiu's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "I'll give you a ride." Ridiculous. If Fu Tanxiu discovered where she lived, wouldn't her divorce be in vain? What if one day Fu Tanxiu stumbled upon her, heavily pregnant, and insisted she undergo an abortion? That would be utterly unacceptable. Fu Tanxiu glanced outside. It's dark. Let me drive you. No need, I'll take a taxi. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Tanxiu placed the car keys in her hand. You should take the car. I don't want to. I'm too afraid to drive right now.
Why?
Fu Tanxiu inquired, suddenly recalling something. Was it the shadow of the last accident that haunted her? Qiao Bei found this excuse quite fitting. She nodded. Yes, just sitting in the driver's seat frightens me. I can't help but think of that blood-soaked scene. A pang of guilt surged within Fu Tanxiu as he unconsciously reverted to his old term of endearment for her.
Bye-bye.
Qiao Bei froze momentarily, feeling as if a cat had scratched at her heart, leaving a tingling sensation. I'm leaving now. Don't see me off. She dashed away swiftly, and by the time Fu Tanxiu chased after her, she had vanished from sight. Grabbing his down jacket, he turned to drive. It was only when Qiao Bei reached the entrance of the villa area that she realized she had forgotten her coat.
Friesen.
How could I have done something so foolish? Meeting a handsome man had turned her into a fool. Suddenly, a black Bentley halted before her. The door swung open, revealing a long leg. Qiao Bei's gaze traveled upward, landing on Fu Tanxiu's handsome face. He approached her, holding her down jacket, and wrapped it tightly around her. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 19, If you feel guilty, you can compensate me with money. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words, for she too felt rather foolish. Fu Tanxiu clasped her hand, which felt as cold as ice. Qiao Bei was unaccustomed to such intimacy with a handsome man. For her, even holding hands was an intimate gesture. Her previous boyfriend, whom she had met through an arranged marriage, had never even held her hand. They had settled on a wedding date, but when she discovered she was infertile during a premarital examination, the engagement was called off. Noticing Qiao Bei's struggle, Fu Tanxiu tightened his grip, enveloping both her hands within his palms. Oh my! No wonder this brother has the original owner completely under his spell, even using drugs to make her his own. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu quickly ushered her into the car, thereby ending the awkward moment. Fu Tanxiu started the engine and asked, "Give me the address." In a moment of desperation, Qiao Bei randomly named a neighborhood. It was close to where she lived, just a 5-minute walk away. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brows. Is it rented?
Yes, replied Qiao Bei.
You should move to Zihua Mansion. There's an empty apartment there, fully furnished with all appliances. Before their marriage, Fu Tanxiu had lived there, moving to Shichen Yiping only after they wed. Qiao Bei felt a strong temptation. She wanted it so badly, but she could not. Moving there would essentially reveal to Fu Tanxiu that she was pregnant. She endured the pain in her heart and resolutely replied, "The place I reside in now is quite satisfactory. The surroundings are pleasant, and the neighbors are amicable. I shall not move." Fu Tanxiu found himself somewhat perplexed by Qiao Bei. Did you not desire a house previously? Why reject it now that I offer? That was in the past. You did not provide, and now I have no interest, she retorted. If you feel guilty, you may compensate me financially. Qiao Bei shamelessly proposed. Fu Tanxiu remained silent for a moment before inquiring, how much do you wish for? Qiao Bei turned, her eyes sparkling, her lips curving uncontrollably upward. She contemplated how much would suffice to raise a child to adulthood. 5 million? 10 million? Or perhaps, bolder still, 100 million? Fearing Fu Tanxiu's wrath, she conservatively extended 5 fingers. 5 million? Indeed. Fu Tanxiu chuckled softly, responding with 3 words, dream on. Qiao Bei instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Are you jesting with me, Fu Tanxiu? She had anticipated that he would never readily part with his money. Fu Tanxiu offered no reply. An hour later, the car halted at the entrance of the community where Qiao Bei resided. He generously bestowed upon her a red envelope containing 200,000. 200,000 is a substantial sum for an ordinary person. She felt grateful. Apart from Yi Mu, only Fu Tanxiu had given her a red envelope. She could not bring herself to harbor any animosity towards him. Fu Tanxiu nodded, but did not depart. Qiao Bei understood he was waiting for her to enter first. Unfortunately, she did not possess a card for the community and could not gain entry. Fortunately, a woman arrived, and she followed her inside. After hiding in a corner until Fu Tanxiu's car had left, she hurried out and made her way back to her residence. Upon arriving home, she received another transfer from Fu Tanxiu. This time, it was 1 million. Qiao Bei accepted it, elatedly rolling on her bed. One cannot deny Fu Tanxiu's generosity. While he did not grant her 5 million, he did transfer 1 million. Qiao Bei felt no pressure in accepting it. After all, she was carrying Fu Tanxiu's child. Spending his money seemed only fitting. One day, Yishir visited Qiao Bei's home and was astounded to see an entire room filled with baby supplies, rendering her speechless. Her gaze drifted from Qiao Bei's face down to her abdomen, which had begun to show a slight curvature. She initially thought Qiao Bei had merely gained weight.
Oh.
So that is it. Yi Shi, filled with excitement, grasped Qiao Bei's shoulders, intending to shake her vigorously, but realizing her condition, she released her and carefully assisted her onto the tattered sofa. Crouching before her, she asked, "Are you pregnant?" Qiao Bei nodded with a smile. Yi Shi gasped, feeling an urge to strike someone. Yet, this was not the moment for such actions.
Qiao Bei.
This is outrageous. Why did you conceal your pregnancy from me? Qiao Bei answered honestly, "I was afraid you would spill the beans." Yi Shi exclaimed, "How disheartening. Is the child Fu Tanxiu's?" "Of course. He is my only man. And I have only slept with him that one night." Yi Shi's mind momentarily spiraled, and she exclaimed, "You and Fu Tanxiu have not been intimate since your marriage? Was it only that night when you were drugged?" Qiao Bei nodded. "After our marriage, we slept in separate rooms." "What a scoundrel. How could he leave you in such a state of solitude? Thankfully you divorced." After her outburst, Yi Shi felt a sense of disquiet. "Wait. When did you find out you were pregnant?" "Qiao Bei, are you out of your mind? Why divorce when you're pregnant?" Qiao Bei shrugged. "What else can I do? Should I continue to endure that marriage? Spend my life with a man who does not love me? While you do make a valid point, you are pregnant. I can raise the child on my own. You must be joking." "I am not joking. Is raising a child a trivial matter? Do you understand how difficult it is for a woman to raise a child alone?" Yes. Rest assured, I have contemplated this thoroughly. Does Fu Tanxiu know?" Qiao Bei shook her head. "Do not tell him." "Why not? You must make him take responsibility." Qiao Bei was speechless. "If I want him to take responsibility, why would I divorce? This child is mine and I want it. Fu Tanxiu does not care for me, knowing I am pregnant. He would certainly insist I terminate the pregnancy." Sure. Seal your lips. No one must know." Qiao Bei continued. "You know, my family is gone. I am all alone, and I simply wish for a relative." Sure. Please understand me." Yi Shi gazed at Qiao Bei for a moment before finally agreeing to keep her secret. "Longcheng is not too large, and many know you. What if you were to be recognized one day? I never intended to keep this hidden forever. I'll conceal it for as long as possible. At least until the child is safely born. I will try to stay in the vicinity, avoiding the financial district, so I should not run into anyone familiar." Qiao Bei also mentioned the 1 million Fu Tanxiu gave her. Yi Shi scoffed. "At least he has a bit of conscience." Qiao Bei felt satisfied. "That is enough. Over the years with the Fu family, I owe much to Fu Tanxiu. He has treated me well. One can only say that love cannot be forced. It is true, he does not harbor affection for me." However, from another perspective, Qiao Bei felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Tanxiu. Previously, Yi Shi had always opposed Qiao Bei's affection for Fu Tanxiu, believing her to be infatuated. Qiao Bei embraced her. Sure. Thank you." Yi Shi stared at her belly. "Have you had a prenatal checkup?" "I have never given birth, but my cousin has, and it seems one must undergo many checkups." Qiao Bei replied, "Not yet, but I will go in the coming days. I will accompany you."
Good.
Chapter 20. Sister, you are so beautiful. Qiao Bei chose a nearby hospital for her prenatal checkup. After the examination, Qiao Bei registered at the hospital, ensuring she would have regular checkups henceforth. Upon learning that the baby was developing well and everything was normal, she felt immense joy. No longer burdened by financial worries, she could finally relax and eagerly await the arrival of her child. Qiao Bei and Yi Shi exited the hospital when Yi Shi suddenly gasped. Clutching her stomach, "I can't hold it anymore. My stomach hurts terribly. Bei, wait for me here while I visit the restroom." Qiao Bei thoughtfully handed her a pack of tissues. "Go ahead." Qiao Bei sat on the stone steps by the roadside waiting. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a child crying. She turned to look. A little boy, around 3 years old, was squatting by the roadside, crying uncontrollably. Dressed in a dapper little suit, resembling a young prince. Qiao Bei glanced around but saw no adults. She stood up and walked over. "Hi, little one. Where are your parents?" The little one lifted his head, his beautiful large eyes blinking, with 2 teardrops hanging from his long eyelashes. His lips were crimson and his teeth pearly white, exquisitely delicate. What a lovely child. Qiao Bei felt an instant fondness. She crouched down, softening her voice. "Tell me, dear, are you lost from your parents?" The child seemed a bit wary, not crying but also silent. Qiao Bei waved her phone gently. "Do you remember your parents' phone number? I can call them to come and get you. Rest assured, I am not a bad person." The boy remained silent, merely gazing at her. Qiao Bei wondered if he might be mute.
Can you speak?
If not, nod or shake your head. Suddenly the boy spoke. "Sister, you are so beautiful. Just like my grandmother." Qiao Bei smiled. "So you can talk. Thank you for the compliment. You are quite handsome yourself." The boy shyly lowered his head. "Thank you." Qiao Bei was utterly charmed and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Please tell me your parents' phone number so I can call them. I don't remember, he replied. Qiao Bei frowned. What to do then? After a moment's thought, she decided to call the police. Just as she was about to dial, a tall boy hurried over, carrying a bag from a certain pizza brand.
See you.
Brother. The boy stood up and dashed into the tall boy's embrace, clinging to him tightly. With a pout, he said, Brother, I couldn't find you. The tall boy replied, Didn't I tell you to wait there and not move? I couldn't see you and was worried. He patted the boy's back softly, reassuring him, It's all right now, don't be scared. At that moment, the tall boy's gaze fell upon Qiao Bei, and he was momentarily stunned. Yi Shi rushed over, linking her arm with Qiao Bei's. Let us go.
Oh, all right.
Qiao Bei nodded at the tall boy and turned to leave. The boy named Si watched Qiao Bei's departing figure. Brother, that beautiful sister looks like grandma. The tall boy agreed, pulling him along. Wait for me a moment. He quickly ran towards Qiao Bei. Brother, what are you going to do? The tall boy was too late, as Qiao Bei had already entered a taxi. Brother, why are you chasing after the beautiful sister? Si inquired. Inside the taxi. Yi Shi remarked, those two boys were so handsome. Just look at their attire. They must be children from affluent families.
Qiao Bei chuckled.
I wish my child could be as beautiful as them. Surely, with your genes, the child will undoubtedly be stunning. I hope so. Inheriting the good genes from both me and Fu Tanxiu. Yi Shi glanced out the window. Bei, look over there. Qiao Bei followed her gaze. What an imposing building. What is it for? A hotel, the Bohan Hotel, one of the world's top hotels, owned by the Xuanqing business tycoon. Quite impressive. I've heard a night stay costs tens of thousands, even for a standard suite, and the presidential suite is even pricier. Xuanqing tycoon? Yi Shi replied. The Xuanqing tycoon is extraordinarily formidable. Their enterprises are said to span the globe, yet they remain very low-key. I learned this from some friends. Just how impressive this tycoon is, we ordinary folks can hardly imagine. Perhaps the author has not continued writing yet. Where have you two young masters been?
We were worried sick.
Xiao Ao remained expressionless, stating, See you wanted pizza. The elder young master is waiting for you in the room. Nodding. Xiao Ao took his brother's hand and headed towards the hotel. Upon entering the presidential suite, they found a tall, elegant man standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a well-tailored shirt and vest, exuding an air of refined superiority. He turned to face the two boys, his tone stern. Why didn't you inform anyone before running out? Siyu rushed over, clinging to his leg, and playfully said, Daddy, I wanted pizza, and threw a tantrum. So my brother took me out. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking down at the little one. How did you throw a tantrum? Siyu released his grip, lay on the floor, kicking and pounding, exclaiming, I want pizza. I must have pizza. Right now. Buy it for me. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ao exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Once Siyu concluded his performance, he calmly got up and resumed clinging to Xiao Yuan's leg. Daddy, that's how it was. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. How did he end up with such a spirited son? Turning to Xiao Ao, he added, You must not indulge your brother. If he enjoys throwing tantrums, let him cry. Xiao Ao furrowed his youthful brow, glancing at his brother, a hint of reluctance in his expression.
Daddy.
Xiao Yuan sighed at his elder son, who spoiled his younger brother without restraint, granting him nearly every request. Xiao Ao, if you continue like this, you will spoil him. He is not a girl. Why indulge him? This must stop, do you understand?
Xiao nodded, understood. Siyu pouted in discontent, Daddy.
You are being a bit too controlling. If my brother enjoys pampering me, let him.
Siyu.
Xiao Yuan's voice grew firmer. Siyu shrank back, hiding behind Xiao Ao. Brother, let's eat pizza. Xiao Ao replied, First, wash your hands. Siyu obediently scampered off to the restroom. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ao turned to Xiao Yuan, Daddy. I just saw someone who looks very much like Grandma. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Where? How old? What is her name? Xiao Ao felt a pang of guilt. At the entrance of a hospital, she appeared to be around 20. I didn't have time to ask, she left. Chapter 21. Do you remember what she looks like? Do you remember what she looks like?
Xiao affirmeme, yes.
Xiao Yuan instructed, draw it. Siyu, munching on a slice of pizza, approached his brother. Oh, is it a beautiful sister? Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, a laptop open before him as he worked. He glanced up, shaking his head. The personalities of these two sons were worlds apart, one excessively composed, the other blissfully foolish. Xiao Ao quickly completed the drawing and presented it to Xiao Yuan. Daddy, it's done. Xiao Yuan examined the image, astonishment and disbelief flickering in his eyes. He murmured, It really resembles her. At Huishan Corporation, Yu Kong stood at his desk. President Fu. Someone from the Shang family has arrived in Longcheng. It seems they are searching for someone. Fu Tanxiu lifted his head, his dark eyes deep in thought. The merchant's young daughter went missing when she was very small. Could there be a clue discovered in Long City? Who has arrived? Yu Kong, Shang Wuyan. Fu Tanxiu retrieved his mobile phone, swiped his fingers across the screen, and dialed a number, placing the device against his ear. Mr. Shang. I heard you are in Long City. Shall we dine together this evening? Allow me to extend my hospitality. Shang Wuyan replied, I apologize. But I have pressing matters to attend to, and may not be able to accept your invitation. I will treat you to a meal next time.
Fu Tanxiu responded.
Very well, we shall arrange for another time. Although there were no business dealings between the Huisheng and Shang families, there were connections with the Fu family. Fu Tanxiu had met Shang Wuyan once in Xian City. He was upright and decisive, characteristics Fu admired. Shang Wuyan's associates had scoured the entirety of Long City without success. A call came in from Xian City. His mother, Su Jiawan, had fallen ill. It had been raining in Long City for the past 2 days, and Qiao Bei had not ventured outside, purchasing groceries only from the nearby store. She spent her days cooking for herself and watching television, living a leisurely life. During this time, she received a call from Qi Lianxin. Qiao Bei, how have you been lately? Qiao Bei was uncertain of the purpose behind this call. After her divorce from Fu Tanxiu, Qi Lianxin had not reached out. Even during the new year, there had been no communication. Having been cast aside, the Fu family likely wished to sever ties with her. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Bei replied, quite well. And you? Qi Lianxin responded, I am well too. The two fell into silence for a while. Qi Lianxin broke the quiet, asking, have you been in contact with Tanxiu recently? Qiao Bei's mind raced. Was she worried about her lingering attachment to her son? No, we haven't spoken in a long time. A sigh of relief seemed to emanate from Qi Lianxin's end. Then there is no issue. Please take care of yourself. Qiao Bei ended the call and reviewed her WeChat messages. In truth, Fu Tanxiu had sent her several messages, which she had dismissively rejected. She understood his intentions. If they could not be husband and wife, they could at least be siblings. To be honest, she harbored similar thoughts. Having a wealthy brother who could send her a red envelope would suffice for her living expenses for an entire year. However, with his child growing within her, she dared not reveal herself. Her belly had already begun to show. Aside from visiting the hospital, she refrained from wandering about, fearing encounters with acquaintances. One day, as she passed by a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, it suddenly occurred to her that although the original owner had studied financial management in university, she had also obtained a qualification in traditional Chinese medicine during her spare time. This had been easily achieved, as she had inherited her grandmother Qiao Yuhua's medical skills. The original owner was quite talented. Qiao Yuhua had imparted all her knowledge to her. Over the years, whenever Qi Lianxin felt unwell, she had helped her with her ailments. After a brief contemplation, she entered the clinic. Hello, I am here to apply for a position. The elderly physician, with his hair turning gray, adjusted his reading glasses to take a look at her. Seeing a beautiful young woman and a pregnant one at that, he waved dismissively. We are not hiring. Qiao Bei responded, but I saw the recruitment notice at your entrance. We are hiring, but not for someone like you.
What is wrong with someone like me?
Simply put, we have no need for someone of your kind. Qiao Bei understood that he did not trust her, and given her condition, hiring her would entail granting maternity leave. A disadvantageous situation for anyone. Dear sir, I possess a qualification certificate in traditional Chinese medicine, though I have not brought it with me today. Should you choose to employ me, I shall present it to you tomorrow. I do not require you to provide me with social insurance or a salary. The elderly man, intrigued, adjusted his reading glasses. What is your motive for working with me then? I will generate income through prescriptions, and we shall split the profits equally. You need not worry about me taking leave due to pregnancy. The old man pondered, thinking it a reasonable arrangement. He had nothing to lose. Moreover, he was curious to see what this young pregnant woman was capable of, so audaciously confident. Very well. Come to work tomorrow and bring your qualification certificate. Thus,
Qiao Bei sekuret hesef alais ureli position.
Fu Tanxiu gazed at a rather dismissive message on his phone. I've been too busy lately. Let us postpone. He scrolled through their chat history, realizing Qiao Bei had used this line to brush him off, with no inclination to provide an alternative excuse. Regret washed over him for transferring 1 million to her. She had vanished with the money, and no amount of calling would bring her back. In a moment of impulse, he dialed her number. Qiao Bei hesitated for 5 seconds upon seeing ex-husband flashing on her screen, then reluctantly answered. What do you want, ex-husband? Just say it over the phone. Fu Tanxiu felt an inexplicable irritation at the title ex-husband. Please drop the first 2 words.
Why?
You are, after all, my ex-husband.
Qiao Bei.
Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a moment before stating, "Give me your address. I wish to visit you." Panic struck Qiao Bei. "That is really not convenient." His eyes narrowed. "Have you found a boyfriend?" Her eyes lit up with this convenient excuse. "Yes, I live with my boyfriend. And it would be quite inappropriate to invite you over. Wouldn't he be pleased?" Fu Tanxiu felt a surge of discomfort. The thought of Qiao Bei sharing a home with another man, possibly sharing intimate moments, ignited a fierce flame within him, fueling a desire to obliterate that man. Qiao Bei was taken aback by Fu Tanxiu's intense reaction. What was happening? Chapter 22. You're being overly concerned. Fu Tanxiu, are you alright? We are divorced. You're being a bit too intrusive. His rationality had long been clouded. Listen, Qiao Bei, although we are divorced, we are still family. I cannot allow you to live with another man. I am capable of making my own decisions regarding my life, and I do not require your oversight.
Enough.
I'm hanging up. Qiao Bei, dare to hang up on me and see what happens. Fu Tanxiu roared. Qiao Bei, feeling unexpectedly intimidated, refrained from disconnecting the call. Tell me your exact address. Fu Tanxiu, are you out of your mind? If you don't tell me, I can easily find out myself. Qiao Bei knew he could indeed uncover her location if he wished. She had merely deemed it unnecessary before. Defeated by her ex-husband's insistence, she conceded. All right, I'll be honest. I do not have a boyfriend, nor am I cohabitating with anyone. I was lying to you. Silence ensued on his end for a prolonged period. Qiao Bei thought he might have hung up. Eventually, he spoke. How can I trust you? Qiao Bei was at a loss for proof. Fu Tanxiu, I shall visit you and ascertain the truth. Qiao Bei is truly apprehensive about his arrival. Should he come, her secrets would be revealed. Stretching her neck, she cried out in anguish. My heart still clings to you. You wretched ghost. How could I possibly be in the mood to seek a boyfriend? Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei felt as though she wished for death. This situation was dire. It was as if she could not cleanse herself even by jumping into the Yellow River. The depths of Fu Tanxiu's dark eyes grew profound, and he found himself at a loss for words. Qiao Bei, disregarding her dignity, decided to go all out. Fu Tanxiu, let us proceed this way. Let us not meet again. Grant me the courtesy of living, and I shall be most grateful. Qiao Bei, exhausting her thoughts, nearly retched at her own words. Thus, she bid farewell and swiftly hung up the phone. When Yukong entered, he saw Fu Tanxiu lost in thought, holding his phone. He called out several times, but Fu Tanxiu remained unresponsive. Raising his voice, he said, President Fu? Fu Tanxiu turned to him, his gaze vacant. Yukong found his demeanor peculiar. What troubles you?
President Fu?
Fu Tanxiu remained silent, taking the documents from Yukong's hands to peruse them. As Yukong prepared to exit, Fu Tanxiu called him back. Secretary Yu, do you think I have been too cruel to Qiao Bei? Yukong immediately replied, Not at all. You have shown her considerable mercy. Given her actions, many would have cast her into the sea to feed the sharks. Secretary Yu, you have gone too far. Yukong felt a chill run down his spine and muttered quietly, You ask me. Fu Tanxiu, is it wrong to love someone? Yukong, he could not decipher Fu Tanxiu's thoughts and, fearing missteps, chose to remain silent. From now on, you are forbidden from speaking ill of Qiao Bei. For every instance, your bonus shall be deducted. Yukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Has his divorced ex-wife suddenly become desirable? Is it truly wrong to love someone? With so many women in Longcheng harboring affection for him, does he wish to distribute his affections evenly? Naturally, this notion was one Yukong dared only to contemplate internally, never to voice aloud. Did you hear me? Fu Tanxiu's tone was harsh and serious. Yukong, understood.
Leave. Oh.
Yukong retreated, reminding himself never to speak ill of Qiao Bei in Fu Tanxiu's presence again, lest he suffer the consequences. Qiao Bei's life continued in tranquil harmony. Each transaction brought her a substantial sum. She received it with joy, often expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Occasionally, they would exchange a few words. One day, as Qiao Bei strolled down the street, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yanxuan. More accurately, as she walked, Lu Yanxuan spotted her and abruptly halted his sports car in front of her. Qiao Bei's pregnancy was now quite evident. Lu Yanxuan gazed at her belly, his expression one of shock, as he pinched his thigh hard enough to contort his face in pain. How could you be pregnant? Qiao Bei replied, I am a woman. It is entirely normal to be pregnant. Lu Yanxuan felt wounded. Qiao Bei had once harbored feelings for Fu Tanxiu, and he accepted his defeat. He acknowledged that in comparison to Fu Tanxiu, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Upon hearing the news of Qiao Bei's divorce from Fu Tanxiu, he was elated. He saw his opportunity arise. After Qiao Bei moved from Shichinipin, he could not locate her, but with just a fleeting glimpse, he recognized her by the roadside. Although Qiao Bei is pregnant, she has not gained weight and remains as beautiful as ever. She touches her nose, fully aware that this is a challenging situation. No matter how handsome he is not someone to be trifled with. Lu Yanxuan, I'm in a hurry for work. Let us talk another day. Lu Yanxuan, surprised, grasps her wrist. You're in this condition and still going to work? His heart aches for her. What kind of worthless person allows her to work with such a large belly? It's inhumane. A scoundrel. Qiao Bei explains, my job is quite easy. I just sit there. Don't joke around, Lu Yanxuan replies. He concedes, then I'll drive you. Really, it's unnecessary. Then I'll walk you. Lu Yanxuan follows her to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Alright, we've arrived. You can go now. Qiao Bei urges him to leave. Lu Yanxuan already knew that Qiao Bei practiced traditional medicine. The girl he admires is exceptional, having graduated from finance and self-studied to obtain her Chinese medicine practitioner's license. Qiao Bei, this is where you work. It looks quite good, he remarks, relieved that she need not worry about finding patients. Ignoring him, Qiao Bei enters and greets the old doctor, Zhongbo. Good morning. Good morning, Zhongbo responds, glancing at Lu Yanxuan, who followed her in.
Hey.
Bringing your husband to work. Qiao Bei retorts, Zhongbo, your eyesight must be failing. How could he possibly be my husband? We clearly have no resemblance as a couple. Lu Yanxuan feels as though he has been stabbed in the chest. Unable to hold back, he counters Qiao Bei, how do we not resemble a couple? We do. To prove their resemblance, he leans in closer to her and snaps a selfie. Grinning at the photo, he declares, you're beautiful, I'm handsome. We make quite the couple. Acknowledging his misunderstanding, Zhongbo chuckles and changes the subject. There are patients waiting for you. Hurry along. Chapter 23. Mind your own business. Qiao Bei has gained a reputation after several months at the clinic. Zhongbo is thrilled, having inadvertently brought in a living advertisement. Ignoring Lu Yanxuan, Qiao Bei steps into the consultation room, where an elderly lady sits, accompanied by a woman who appears to be her daughter or daughter-in-law. The elder's complexion is sallow, her lips pale, and she looks quite frail. Upon seeing Qiao Bei, the woman immediately approaches, Master Qiao, we've come seeking your expertise. Please examine my mother. Qiao Bei feels a bit awkward. They have dubbed her Master Qiao. After attending to several patients, she emerges to find Lu Yanxuan still waiting. He is tall and long-legged, striding toward her with concern in his eyes. Why did it take so long? Are you tired? Qiao Bei has to look up to meet his gaze. Lu Yanxuan pretends not to hear her. It's mealtime. Let me take you out for lunch. Qiao Bei remains still. Don't you have work? I opened a bar. I can go later. Qiao Bei recalls that the book mentioned he is from a wealthy family. His father is a diplomat and his mother a company executive. His family had planned for him to either follow in his father's footsteps as a diplomat or inherit his mother's company. Yet, he chose to open a bar after graduation. The author has left the story unresolved, uncertain of the fate that awaits Lu Yanxuan and all the characters involved. Qiao Bei did not accompany Lu Yanxuan for a lavish meal. Instead, she opted for a few side dishes and 2 bowls of rice from a nearby fast food establishment. It was a place Lu Yanxuan had never visited, and his tall frame felt rather constrained in the chair. As he accepted the chopsticks, he gently remarked, you are expecting. It is unwise to dine in such establishments, as they lack hygiene. Qiao Bei replied, their food is quite delightful. Let us not fuss over cleanliness. With that, she dug in heartily, displaying a healthy appetite and an indiscriminate taste. Recently, her lunches had been taken outside, as she strived to minimize cooking. Whenever she approached the gas stove, the heat would provoke the little one inside her, causing it to kick. Breakfast consisted of boiled eggs, fried eggs, fruits, and milk, while lunches were resolved outside, and dinners comprised simple bowls of noodles. Initially lacking an appetite, Lu Yanxuan was compelled to sample a piece of stir-fried beef after witnessing Qiao Bei enjoy her meal. The taste was rather mediocre, overcooked, and after a few bites, he set down his chopsticks, gazing at her with concern. Several months had passed, and the girl he cherished had transformed so drastically. What does your husband do? He inquired. After Qiao Bei had her fill, she dabbed her mouth with a tissue. It is best not to pry into others' affairs, she retorted. I care for you. I worry you might encounter ill-intentioned individuals, Lu Yanxuan responded. If you meet a bad person, I would not, she countered, her meaning clear. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yanxuan felt the sting of her disdain. Struggling, Qiao Bei rose to her feet, prompting Lu Yanxuan to swiftly offer his assistance. Seeing her round belly, he found himself unaccustomed to the sight. I can manage, she asserted, brushing his hand aside as she exited the fast food joint, with Lu Yanxuan following closely behind. No, I cannot feel at ease with you like this. Qiao Bei felt exhausted by the persistent complications. Resorting to an excuse she had once used to deceive Fu Tanxiu, she pressed on. Lu Yanxuan observed as Qiao Bei entered a residential complex and ascended a building, choosing not to follow her further to avoid detection. He was aware of her general residence and workplace, thus confident in his ability to find her again. He was curious to discover the identity of her husband. He called his friend Ji Xian. "Get me a discreet vehicle," he requested. "Young Master Lu, what is the purpose of this?" Ji Xian queried.
To pursue someone.
Surprised, Ji Xian chuckled lightly. "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." It was a rare occasion for Sun Ge to shift his affections. Of course, he would offer his full support. In the following days, Lu Yanxuan frequented the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to see Qiao Bei, lingering until lunch before departing. Unbeknownst to her, he did not truly leave. He parked his car beneath her building. For several consecutive days, he only caught glimpses of Qiao Bei and occasionally Yi Shi, whom he recognized as Qiao Bei's close friend. He noticed no other males in her vicinity. That evening, inside a bar, Ji Xian approached Lu Yanxuan with a drink in hand. "Sun Ge, what troubles you? You appear quite distracted." Lu Yan pondered for a moment and inquired, "What if your wife were pregnant, with a noticeably large belly?" Ji Xian interrupted him. "Sun Ge."
I don't have a wife.
Lu Yan replied, hypothetically.
Go on.
Ji Xian recalled that just a few days prior, Lu Yan had asked to borrow his car, claiming he was pursuing someone. Could it be that he was after a married woman, or worse, one who was heavily pregnant? He exclaimed, "Sun Ge, who are you pursuing?" Ji Xian remarked, "What kind of man is so despicable? Even I, with my roving heart, could never do that. If my wife were expecting, I would certainly support her and accompany her wherever she went, let alone allowing her to work or buy groceries and cook." Lu Yan nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Qiao Bei's husband has issues. Ji Xian leaned in conspiratorially. "Sun Ge, is the person you are pursuing a pregnant woman? Or does she have a husband?" Lu Yan nodded.
Goodness.
Your taste is quite peculiar. Lu Yan shot him a glare. "The person I'm speaking of is Qiao Bei. I ran into her a few days ago, and she's pregnant."
Goodness.
Goodness. Ji Xian couldn't help but curse again. This is no different from a bombshell. So, your affections have not changed. They have merely transitioned from a young lady to a married woman, then to a divorced woman, and now to a wife with child. Lu Yan frowned, seemingly in agreement. Ji Xian had to admit that Lu Yan's luck was truly unfortunate. Even Qiao Bei, who had chosen two men, had not selected him. He mused, "Sun Ge, shouldn't he consider pursuing someone else?" Chapter 24. He is a scoundrel. A disgrace. Trash. Pursuing someone else? That was out of the question. Lu Yan angrily kicked Ji Xian. "Get lost." Ji Xian clicked his tongue, brushed off the imprint on his leg, and sat down again.
Kick Sun Yi.
Does your remark imply that Qiao Bei's husband treats her poorly? Upon hearing the word husband, Lu Yan became incensed. Can that kind of person be called a husband? He is a scoundrel. A disgrace. Trash. Ji Xian commented, "Speaking of which, this good brother of mine is incredibly handsome, yet he is such a hopeless romantic. Why must he choose to love someone who does not reciprocate? It's a classic case of unrequited love." After a moment of contemplation, he reminded, "Sun Ge, do you realize what your current behavior signifies?" Lu Yan reclined with his legs crossed. "What? You are being the third party, the one who disrupts another's family." Ji Xian expected Lu Yan to explode, but to his surprise, he nonchalantly shifted his legs. "If Qiao Bei had married a good man, I would wish her well. But since she married a scoundrel, I cannot stand by idly and watch her suffer." Ji Xian timidly suggested, "What if Qiao Bei actually likes scoundrels? What if she enjoys being mistreated?" Lu Yan's foot came flying towards him. This time, Ji Xian was prepared and swiftly dodged. "Sun Ge, I believe that is a possibility." Qiao Bei's previous infatuation with Fu Tanxiu was also unrequited, to the extent of drugging him. "I think her mentality is as skewed as yours. It's entirely possible she prefers those who are different, perhaps even has a masochistic tendency for those who do not return her affections or treat her poorly." Lu Yan leaped up and kicked him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Xian, are you tired of living?" Ji Xian recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment. They are all pretending to be asleep, unable to heed the bitter truths. Lu Yanxuan, after having confronted someone, sat silently in the shadow of the sofa. Ji Xian assumed that his words had upset Lu Yanxuan and was about to apologize when Lu Yanxuan suddenly remarked, "Qiao Bei has changed." "What? How could someone who loves another so deeply easily divorce? She adored Fu Tanxiu and married him in such a manner, yet merely 2 months later, she divorced him and married someone else, and now she is pregnant." Upon hearing this, Ji Xian also felt perplexed. "Have you asked her why she divorced Fu Tanxiu?" Lu Yanxuan replied. She claimed that Fu Tanxiu did not love her and that she didn't want to hang her life on a single tree.
Yixian responded.
That doesn't seem like something Qiao Bei would say. Furthermore, I don't sense any affection she has for Fu Tanxiu whenever his name is mentioned. She shows no sign of sadness. Ji Xian pondered. Perhaps she has truly moved on from Fu Tanxiu and fallen for someone else? Lu Yanxuan's handsome brow furrowed slightly. He found it difficult to comprehend Qiao Bei, feeling that something was amiss. As July drew to a close, the weather grew increasingly hot. And each day brought her closer to her due date. Fearing a sudden labor, Qiao Bei decided to stay in the hospital. She busily packed her belongings, requesting Yishur to accompany her to the hospital. However, the doctor informed her that there were no signs of labor and refused her admission due to the hospital's limited capacity for natural births. Despite Yishur's persistent pleas, citing Qiao Bei's condition, the hospital remained unyielding. Concerned for Qiao Bei, Yishur chose to stay with her, so that she could rush her to the hospital when the time came. Qiao Bei was deeply touched, cuddling her and cooing, Sure, you're so wonderful. Yishur, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin and declared, Of course, when the baby is born, I want to be the godmother. That is imperative. Even if you refuse, I will ensure the child calls you godmother. Haha, I will have a goddaughter. After her exuberant proclamation, Yishur suddenly recalled something. By the way, do you know if you're having a son or a daughter? Qiao Bei, gently caressing her round belly, smiled softly. It doesn't matter. I will love them either way. Yishur replied, I feel the same. Hey, it's amusing to think we're like a couple discussing whether we'll have a son or a daughter. Qiao Bei couldn't help but chuckle. Such matters were typically reserved for discussions with the child's father, yet here she was, confiding in her dear friend. Sure. I can't predict when I'll give birth, so please continue with your work and don't take any leave. She understood that Yishur had just changed jobs and that her new boss was quite temperamental. Taking extended leave would surely earn her reprimands. Yishur was about to share her own predicament when she sheepishly admitted, I couldn't get leave. My boss is heartless and has been withholding approval. Qiao Bei comforted her. It's all right. You keep working and I'll manage until I give birth. All right, I'll give you my parents' contact numbers just in case. Yishur informed Qiao Bei's parents about her pregnancy, and her mother frequently cooked delicious meals to bring to Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei was pleased, saving her parents' contact information. The day before her due date, Qiao Bei rose after breakfast and meticulously checked her hospital bag to ensure nothing was forgotten. Feeling relieved once she was certain everything was in order, she sought the assistance of a confinement nanny through an agency, and it was agreed that she would arrive early. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, she would be delayed by 2 days. Qiao Bei prepared herself a sumptuous breakfast, and after indulging, she paced about the room to aid digestion. Suddenly, her phone chimed. It was Fu Tanxiu. Ever since she had uttered those rather sentimental words, he seemed to have been taken aback, only contacting her through text rather than calling. Is it hot there? How is the environment where you live? Do you have air conditioning? Ultimately, he transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to Qiao Bei. Buy whatever you like, don't hold back. Qiao Bei genuinely felt that her ex-husband was rather commendable, charmingly generous. She had witnessed many couples who, after divorce, fought bitterly over trivial assets, withholding even the agreed-upon alimony. Although Fu Tanxiu had reclaimed the ring, he did not seize her property, yet he periodically sent her money, starting with a considerable sum of 100,000. How delightful! With this method, she could indeed pave her way to prosperity. Qiao Bei chuckled with joy. Unbothered by the prospect of nauseating Fu Tanxiu, her image was already set. Embracing her carefree attitude. Upon seeing the words, I love you, Fu Tanxiu felt an inexplicable absence of aversion. After putting away his phone, he found himself in a remarkably good mood while reviewing documents. Suddenly, Qiao Bei experienced a sharp pain in her abdomen. Alarmed, she wondered if labor was imminent. She quickly dialed Yishur's number. Unfortunately, the call that usually connected instantly went unanswered. Enduring the pain, she sent a message, hoping Yishur would see it and come over. Next, she called Yi's mother, who, upon receiving the call, rushed over with Yi's father. Chapter 25. I and the child's father. At this moment, Qiao Bei was in such agony that she could not straighten her back. The pain of childbirth was excruciating. Yishur had taken the family car to work, and time was of the essence. Yi's parents hailed a taxi and arrived within 10 minutes. As they entered the house, Qiao Bei leaned against the doorframe, drenched in cold sweat. To facilitate the birthing process, she had changed into a cotton long dress early on, which was now soaked with perspiration. Yi's mother, an experienced individual, instructed Yi's father to grab the delivery bag while she helped Qiao Bei to the elevator. Qiao Bei insisted on walking to the door. Yi's parents had just settled into the taxi waiting outside. As Qiao Bei was about to enter, a figure rushed over. Qiao Bei, what's wrong? Turning her head, Qiao Bei trembled. Let go of me. I'm about to give birth. Lu Yanxuan immediately bent down and scooped her up. I'll take you to the hospital. Yi's mother recognized the handsome man as someone familiar to Qiao Bei and said, you take the things and take a taxi to the hospital. I'll follow along to keep an eye on her. Yi's father nodded in agreement. Lu Yanxuan was relieved that he was driving a spacious Maybach rather than a sports car. Yi's mother assisted Qiao Bei into the back seat, carefully monitoring her condition. Lu Yanxuan, not daring to delay, asked which hospital. Yi's mother knew and provided the address. Yi Shi, having seen the missed call and message, rushed out of the meeting room, colliding with Shi Qian at the door. She paused momentarily. What are you doing here? Shi Qian, with his hands in his pockets, appeared nonchalant. This is my company. Why wouldn't I be here? Realization dawned on Yi Shi. You're the new boss we've acquired?
Correct.
She felt as though she was on the verge of resigning, but not just yet. At present, she needed to rush to the hospital. Her mother had sent her a message, stating that they were hurrying to Qiao Bei's side, yet her worries lingered. Shi Qian assumed that upon discovering her true boss was him, Yi Shi would erupt in fury. However, he witnessed her merely brush past him and dash out. Hand me Fu Tanxiu's number, he demanded. Shi Qian smirked derisively. He knew Qiao Bei harbored lingering affections for her good brother.
What's the matter?
Planning to create an opportunity for Qiao Bei? Futile. Yi Shi seized his collar and shouted, stop rambling. Tell me. Shi Qian was momentarily taken aback. His face clouded with anger. Let go. Don't think that just because you are a woman, I want to retaliate. If you wish to continue working here, behave yourself. Silence. Quickly inform me. I have something to tell him. Shi Qian chuckled several times. This woman was truly reckless, daring to silence him, her boss. How amusing. Colleagues around them watched in anxious awe at the audacity of Yi Shi, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Yi Shi, in a state of agitation, could not endure Shi Qian's dilly-dallying. She released him, tossing out a parting remark before sprinting away. Shi Qian stood frozen in place. Yi Shi had just declared, tell Fu Tanxiu that Qiao Bei is carrying his child and is about to give birth. If he has any conscience left, he should hurry over. Shi Qian wished to disbelieve, yet Qiao Bei and Tanxiu had been married for 2 months, and prior to their marriage, Qiao Bei had already been intimate with Tanxiu, making her pregnancy a distinct possibility. This woman was exceedingly cunning. Aware that Tanxiu would not want a child from her, she had chosen to conceal herself, waiting until the moment of childbirth to drop a bombshell on them. Fu Tanxiu received Shi Qian's call. With a sharp thud, his pen fell to the ground. Which hospital? Shi Qian replied. Yi Shi didn't specify. Investigate immediately. Shi Qian understood Fu Tanxiu's demeanor. He was holding back, unwilling to delay. After hanging up, he instructed his team to ascertain the hospital where Qiao Bei was giving birth. He relished the thought of Qiao Bei's impending doom. Daring to secretly give birth, Tanxiu would crush her like an ant. For the first time in his life, Yukong witnessed Fu Tanxiu lose his composure. Outside the delivery room, several individuals waited anxiously. Lu Yanxuan looked up and spotted Fu Tanxiu, his gaze turning icy. What are you doing here? Fu Tanxiu ignored him, making his way to the delivery room, where Qiao Bei's heart-wrenching cries echoed. His heart twisted painfully, his eyes reddening. How long has it been? He asked, his voice trembling. Yi Shi was irritated by him and remained silent. Ye's mother tugged at Yi Shi and quietly inquired, who is he?
Yeshi scoffed, a secundrel.
Fu Tanxiu paid no heed, his eyes fixated on the delivery room, as if he could bore a hole through the door. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of panic. He had never experienced such torment, even when signing contracts worth billions. Ye's mother likely deduced Fu Tanxiu's identity. He must be Qiao Bei's ex-husband. Seeing his distress, she remarked, it has been 2 hours.
Fu Tanxiu frowned.
So long? He felt increasingly agitated. Why is it taking so long? Ye's mother replied, childbirth can take quite a while, especially for a first child. When I gave birth to Yi Shi, it took over a day. Yi Shi suddenly embraced her, feeling a surge of emotion.
Mom.
Mother Yi chuckled as she patted her. Do you realize the hardships I endured to bring you into this world? From now on, do not provoke me. Yi Shi blinked innocently. I am your little warm coat. Fu Tanxiu's thoughts drifted to the possibility that Qiao Bei might endure such pain for an entire day, or perhaps even longer, igniting a surge of frustration within him. At that moment, the delivery room door swung open. A nurse stepped out, announcing, the mother has lost her strength. One family member may enter to accompany her. Yi Shi and Lu Yanxuan rushed forward in unison. Let me in. Let me in. Fu Tanxiu cast a glance at them, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes as he passed over Lu Yanshun. He turned decisively, asserting, "I will go in." The nurse hesitated. "It is preferable for the child's father to enter." Fu Tanxiu replied firmly, "I am the child's father." Lu Yanshun stood in shock. The nurse led Fu Tanxiu inside. Lu Yanshun remained bewildered for 2 minutes before pulling Yishur aside. "Is the child really Fu Tanxiu's?" Yishur confirmed, "Yes." Lu Yanshun slumped his shoulders. "So, Qiao Bei has not remarried. It has always been Fu Tanxiu." Yishur nodded, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Do not lose heart. They are divorced and you still have a chance." Lu Yanshun turned to gaze at the delivery room, realizing, yes, they are divorced. He is indeed eligible to pursue Qiao Bei, and now that she is single, he need not play the role of the third wheel. When Qiao Bei caught sight of Fu Tanxiu clad in sterile attire, she wondered if she were hallucinating. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her with an intense expression. "Oh no. Feeling guilty for bearing his child. Is this the illusion I am experiencing?" She closed her eyes and opened them again. Fu Tanxiu remained. The doctor called out, "Family members of the mother, please offer her some encouraging words." Fu Tanxiu crouched down, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Push."
Ah.
Within the delivery room, Qiao Bei's scream pierced the air. Chapter 26. You do not even like her, so why pretend to be so considerate and gentle? Lu Yanshun, anxious, felt the urge to pound on the door. Why is she screaming so terribly? What has Fu Tanxiu done to her? Yishur shrank back, pulling him away. "It's normal. Do not overreact." "Normal? Is it not abnormal?" Amidst their debate, the sound of a baby crying echoed from the delivery room. Both of them leaped up in joy. Moments later, the nurse emerged to announce the birth of a boy. Yishur was ecstatic. "It's here. I have a godson." "Lu Yanshun, I'm going to be a godmother," Yishur exclaimed, tugging at Lu Yanshun's arm. Lu Yanshun clicked his tongue. If someone didn't he know better? "They might think you were the child's father. Why are you so thrilled?" Yishur ignored him, turning to bounce over to her parents. "Mom, Dad, I'm going to be a godmother."
Ha ha ha.
"Oh my goodness, I have a godson already, and I'm still so young." Yi's parents exchanged silent glances, unsure of how to respond. Mother Yi turned to her husband and questioned, "Honey, is this child truly ours? Did we perhaps pick up the wrong one? Why is she acting so foolishly?"
Yishi.
Inside the delivery room, upon confirming that the real Fu Tanxiu stood before her, Qiao Bei screamed in excitement, too overwhelmed, causing the child to slip out. The doctor swiftly lifted the baby, cleaning him of any impurities before placing him on the scale.
A boy.
Weighing 7 pounds and 2 ounces. He was then swaddled in a small blanket and placed in a crib. Job and Fu Ten stared blankly at the doctor, who was performing a series of casual procedures. Job desperately wished to request a gentler approach towards her son, but ultimately decided against it. She noticed the doctor turning away, and decisively tilted her head, losing consciousness. Fu Tanxiu, obstetrician. The doctor began to tidy up, signaling that he would leave the remaining matters to Fu Tanxiu, the husband. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied with the service at this small hospital. However, the doctor seemed indifferent to him and left briskly. Fu Tanxiu pushed Job out of the delivery room, while Yishur cautiously glanced at Job. "Oh, she's asleep? That's wonderful. I was so afraid of being scolded. What about my godson?" Fu Tanxiu pointed towards the delivery room. Yishur joyfully hopped into the room, followed closely by Ye's parents. Upon seeing the tiny bundle resting in the crib, Yishur's heart melted. "Mom and Dad, look at my godson. Isn't he adorable?" Ye's parents were equally enchanted. Lu Yanshun's gaze lingered on Job, revealing a hint of concern. Fu Tanxiu's frosty glare swept over him. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Yanshun replied. "Why should I leave?" Fu Tanxiu stated, "This doesn't concern you. I intend to stay and care for Job. Do you even have the right to remain?"
Ha.
As if you have any claim to authority here. "I what? You're divorced now. Your relationship is non-existent. What right do you have to tell me to leave?" Fu Tanxiu pressed his lips into a thin line, his expression chillingly severe. Lu Yanshun pretended not to notice. Job interjected, "Could you all please leave? It's too noisy." The nurses whispered among themselves, noting that while both men were strikingly handsome, their expressions were dark and foreboding, as if they were owed a fortune. Upon returning to the hospital room, Lu Yanshun attempted to lift Job onto the bed, but Fu Tanxiu beat him to it. Lu Yanshun pursed his lips, crossing his arms while scrutinizing Fu Tanxiu. "You don't even care for her. Why pretend to be so considerate? It's all just an act." Job silently cheered for Lu Yanshun. "Go for it, Lu Yanshun. Hurry and drive Fu Tanxiu away." Fu Tanxiu's tone was icy. This is a matter between us. And it doesn't concern an outsider like you.
Huh.
Our statuses are equal now. Don't act as if you, the ex-husband, are superior. Job was exasperated, wondering how much longer these two would linger. It was overwhelming. The room felt cramped, especially with the presence of Fu Tanxiu and Lu Yanxuan, making the air feel scarce. Despite it being a private room, Job had specifically requested a single room to avoid sharing with other new mothers. Fu Tanxiu gazed at Job on the hospital bed, his eyes deep and inscrutable. His silence rendered the room hushed. No one dared to speak. Even the audacious Lu Yanxuan found himself at a loss for words. Job, too, stifled her breaths, feigning unconsciousness with great difficulty, yearning for Fu Tanxiu to depart swiftly. Perhaps sensing her silent plea, Fu Tanxiu's phone rang, prompting him to rise and step outside. Job exhaled in relief, abruptly opening her eyes. Lu Yanxuan exclaimed, "Job, you're awake." Yi Shi, startled, cautiously turned around, only to find Job glaring at her fiercely. She chuckled nervously, "Hee hee, Bei, you truly are capable. You've given me a godson." "Yi Shi, I will kill you. How dare you summon Fu Tanxiu?" Qiao Bei's voice boomed. Had she not just given birth and lacked the strength, she would have leapt up to pin Yi Shi to the ground. The moment she saw Fu Tanxiu in the delivery room, she nearly fainted from fright. Yi Shi hid behind her mother. "You kept this from Fu Tanxiu before out of fear he might harm the child, but now that the baby is born, there's no need for fear. Surely, he wouldn't harm the infant." "Qiao Bei, we're breaking up."
No.
"I am your son's godmother." "Not anymore. That cannot be. I adore my godson."
Get lost.
"I won tea." The two were embroiled in a heated argument. Yi father and Yi mother remained calm, their gazes fixed lovingly on the small infant. Lu Yanxuan watched eagerly, several times wanting to interject, but found no opportunity. In the corridor outside the hospital room, Yukong inquired, "Mr. Fu, where have you been?" "The meeting is about to commence. Everyone has arrived." Fu Tanxiu had no inclination for meetings and pressed his temples.
Cancel it. What?
Before Yukong could process this, Fu Tanxiu threw him another task: find 2 confinement nurses. "I want the best. Additionally, hire 2 caregivers who know how to prepare postpartum meals. They must be the finest as well." Yukong paused. Just as he was about to ask who had given birth, Fu Tanxiu hung up. He mentally ruled out all the women around Fu Tanxiu, but couldn't he recall who had delivered? He had no idea who the pregnant one was. Nevertheless, since Mr. Fu had made the arrangements, he needed to act promptly. As Fu Tanxiu approached the hospital room, he could hear a fierce quarrel inside. Narrowing his eyes, he pushed the door open. The moment Qiao Bei heard the turning of the lock, she instinctively tilted her head and fainted once more. The individuals in the room froze. Fu Tanxiu halted, a cold laugh escaping his lips, which made Qiao Bei's heart tremble. Chapter 27. Our Child. Lu Yanxuan received a call from Ji Xian. There was a brawl at the bar, and it was quite chaotic, with the police already on the scene. Reluctantly, he glanced at Qiao Bei before hastily departing the hospital. Fu Tanxiu moved a chair to sit beside Qiao Bei's left hand. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his piercing gaze upon her. How exasperating! Would he simply continue to watch her like this? In the silence of the room, 2 rumbling sounds suddenly echoed. Qiao Bei felt mortified. This was truly an embarrassing moment. At this point, she could only continue to feign unconsciousness, as she was, indeed, oblivious. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fixed on her abdomen, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He then rose and exited. As soon as he left, Yi Shi immediately jumped to Qiao Bei's side, unkindly chuckling. "Bei, are you hungry?" Qiao Bei opened her eyes. "I expended so much energy giving birth. Of course, I'm hungry." She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Annie. You are so kind." Yi mother smiled gently. "Just wait." As she departed, she took Yi father along. After all, Qiao Bei was not their biological daughter, and it was inappropriate for a grown man to remain there. It seems they no longer need to procure food. Mother Yi nodded. Fu Tanxiu, having overheard their conversation, halted his steps and approached them. "Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, my heartfelt thanks for today." Mr. and Mrs. Yi were taken aback. They had never met Fu Tanxiu and had only heard of him through Yi Shi. Naturally, they held no favorable sentiments toward him, as they cherished Qiao Bei. Yet, at this moment, their perception of him began to shift. Mother Yi replied, "There is no need for thanks. We treat Qiao Bei as our own daughter." Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yi realized that the nanny and caregiver were indeed more professional than they were. Fu Tanxiu nodded in acknowledgement. After taking a few steps, Mother Yi turned back and called out to him, "Mr. Fu." He stood still, awaiting her words. "Qiao Bei has just given birth and is quite weak. Some matters can wait. Do not put pressure on her." Fu Tanxiu remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. Mother Yi smiled, turned, and left with Mr. Yi. Hearing the doorknob turn, Qiao Bei once again closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Yi Shi was at a loss for words. Fu Tanxiu entered, placing the meal box on the bedside table. He gently touched her, saying, "It's time to eat." Qiao Bei pondered whether she should open her eyes. "There's congee and soup dumplings," he added. He had not ventured far. He had purchased them from the only small shop near the hospital. Qiao Bei swallowed hard and opened her eyes. Fu Tanxiu glanced at her, elevated the head of the bed, and provided her with a pillow for support. He set up a small table and arranged the food on it. Famished, Qiao Bei did not hesitate to pick up a dumpling and take a bite. Fu Tanxiu sat in a chair observing her as she ate. Yi Shi went to play with her godson's tiny fingers, occasionally glancing over. Once Qiao Bei had her fill, she awaited Fu Tanxiu's reprimand, feeling somewhat puzzled by his demeanor. His silence might indicate he was suppressing his anger. Yi Shi sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room and felt the need for fresh air.
Ha!
Qiao Bei exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm. Was he clearing the room to confront her? Indeed, Fu Tanxiu was about to commence his inquiry. Yi Shi, determined to defend her dear friend, prepared to stand her ground against Fu Tanxiu. Yet, as Yi Shi attempted to speak, Fu Tanxiu's icy gaze swept over her, causing her to wilt as she glanced at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, with pleading eyes, silently urged Yi Shi not to abandon her. Still not leaving? Yi Shi bit her lip, her expression tinged with guilt, but ultimately turned to depart. Qiao Bei thought, even a good friend can be unreliable. The hospital room fell into a profound silence. At that moment, the soft cooing of a newborn broke the stillness. Qiao Bei's attention was instantly captivated. After giving birth to her son, she had yet to properly behold him or hold him in her arms.
It was all Fu Tanxiu's doing.
Ever since exiting the delivery room, she had been in a state of relentless tension. She lifted the covers, preparing to rise from the bed. Fu Tanxiu pressed her back down. "What are you doing?" "I wish to hold my son." "Absolutely not."
Why not? You're still quite weak.
"It's all right. I can manage a brief embrace. You sit, and I will bring him to you." Fu Tanxiu moved towards the crib. Inside lay the infant, small and fragile, eyes closed, his tiny mouth moving slightly. This is the child of him and Qiao Bei. The phrase flashed through Fu Tanxiu's mind, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. He could not quite articulate what it was. He cradled the small infant, a tiny bundle in his hands, nearly weightless. Qiao Bei looked at him anxiously, saying, "Fu Tanxiu, be careful. Don't drop my son." Fu Tanxiu raised his gaze to meet hers, replying, "I am more reliable than you." Qiao Bei pouted. "Hurry and bring him over for me to see. Is my son handsome?" Fu Tanxiu glanced down at the infant and uttered a single word, "Ugly." To him, all newborns appeared the same. Qiao Bei was displeased, exclaiming, "How could that be? We are both so good-looking. How could our child be ugly? I refuse to believe it. Bring him here for me to see." Fu Tanxiu paused in his steps. Qiao Bei said, "Our child." It was a peculiar sensation. She truly wished to give Fu Tanxiu a good whack. He was taking too long to hold the baby. She was anxious. "You hold him for me." Fu Tanxiu placed the child in her arms. Finally, holding her son, Qiao Bei's face broke into a joyful smile. Mothers possess a filter. And even if the child looked rather ordinary, all rosy and plump, she could always find something special about him. "My son's skin is so tender. His eyelashes are so long. Such a straight nose. His little hands are adorable." Fu Tanxiu looked down briefly, thinking, it's just that. Upon closer inspection, Qiao Bei noticed that her son's features resembled Fu Tanxiu's too closely. Although he had not fully developed, it was evident he took after his father. She pouted, feeling a bit discontented. Why didn't either son resemble her a bit more? Chapter 28. You two are quite peculiar. Are you both this shy? Fu Tanxiu only allowed Qiao Bei to hold the baby for a short while before taking him back and placing him in the stroller.
Qiao Bei was at his feet.
I haven't held him enough. Fu Tanxiu's voice carried a hint of helplessness. You are currently weak. It's not suitable for you to hold the child for long.
Qiao Bei pouted.
Soon, 2 postpartum caretakers arrived. Yukong was quite dependable. The caretakers he found were experienced and had a gentle demeanor, attending to the child methodically. Qiao Bei felt they were more reliable than the ones she had arranged. Now that they had caretakers, she needed to inform the one she had previously engaged. She took out her phone to send a message. With Fu Tanxiu absent and Yukong busy, he was working late at the company. Shi Qian called Fu Tanxiu, but there was no answer. He then went to Huisheng and only encountered Yukong. Yukong looked despondently at a pile of documents, saying no. Shi Qian thought to himself, could he still be at the hospital attending to Qiao Bei? He smiled at Yukong. Keep up the good work, I'm leaving. Yukong suddenly remembered something and called out to him, Mr. Shi, may I ask you something?
Shi Qian replied, speak.
President Fu asked me to find 2 nannies and postpartum caretakers, specifically reminding me to get the best. Do you know who around President Fu has recently had a baby? There are not many people who would garner such concern from Fu Tanxiu. Yukong truly could not think of anyone. Shi Qian's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he supposed to be reprimanding Qiao Bei? Are you sure he asked you to do this?
Yukong nodded, yes.
Shi Qian cursed under his breath. This Qiao Bei was too cunning. Tanxiu was completely under her thumb. Yukong was utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with Miss Qiao? Shi Qian replied irritably. Qiao Bei and Tanxiu's divorce is a facade. They pretended to separate and secretly had a child. Yukong's mouth fell agape in shock. Is that true? CEO Fu has a child? Xiao Miss gave birth to it? Shi Qian nodded in annoyance. Isn't it ridiculous? She's been tormenting Tanxiu. It's infuriating. Yukong also found Qiao Bei's move ruthless. Given CEO Fu's temperament, he would not turn a blind eye to this. The nanny and maternity nurse were originally arranged by Miss Qiao. Surely, she wouldn't use the child as leverage to demand a reconciliation with CEO Fu, would she? Shi Qian asserted, of course. I feel for Tanxiu. How did he get entangled with such a person? Qiao Bei had fallen asleep waiting, and Fu Tanxiu did not confront her. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Tanxiu's dark gaze fixated on the girl in bed. She looked considerably haggard. Her complexion pale from just giving birth. This woman truly had audacity, silently giving birth, and he was the last to know. If it weren't for Yi Shi's impulsiveness, Qiao Bei would have continued to keep him in the dark. Qiao Bei's sleep was restless, as if she could sense a pair of eyes intensely watching her. The following morning, the nanny brought her postpartum meals. Qiao Bei relished her breakfast while Fu Tanxiu stepped outside to take a phone call. After finishing her meal, the doctor arrived for a routine checkup and to provide nourishment for the baby. As Fu Tanxiu entered, he was met with the sight of Qiao Bei nursing the child, with the doctor instructing her on how to ensure the baby received milk. Embarrassed, he quickly turned and exited the ward, closing the door behind him, his face ablaze. The earlier scene replayed in his mind. The girl's chest was so fair. It was almost blinding. Realizing his own thoughts, Fu Tanxiu, feeling irritated, pulled out a cigarette. Upon noticing the no-smoking sign, he headed to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei was flushed with embarrassment.
How mortifying.
Did Fu Tanxiu see? He must have. It was utterly shameful. Now that he had seen her, how was she to face him in the future? The doctor observed the couple with amusement. You two are quite the pair, so bashful even after having a child. Your face is so red, and your husband just turned crimson as well. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't her who had shared a bed with Fu Tanxiu, but the original owner of this body. She merely acquired a son. Yet, such an explanation would be met with disbelief. All she could do was awkwardly smile. Grabbing the doctor who was about to leave, Qiao Bei inquired, when can I be discharged? The doctor replied, you can leave once you've recovered. I feel perfectly fine now, Qiao Bei insisted. Perhaps due to her youth. She felt rejuvenated after a good sleep and believed she was ready to be discharged. Doctor, I wish to be discharged today. Seeing her energy and ability to walk, the doctor replied, all right, have your husband handle the discharge paperwork. After the doctor left, Qiao Bei called Yi Shi. Please come and help me with the discharge procedures. Yi Shi, busy at work, responded, Bei, I can't get away. Let Fu Tanxiu take care of it. Yi Shi, this is your debt to me. Yi Shi rubbed her nose, realizing that her friend was holding a grudge. Wait a moment. I need to take a leave. With that, Qiao Bei hung up the phone just as Fu Tan stepped through the door. Upon entering, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Qiao Bei. The awkwardness of their previous encounter rendered them both speechless. Qiao Bei lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with her fingers, avoiding his eyes. After a brief moment, Fu Tan exited again, only to return shortly with the news. I've been discharged. Qiao Bei's head snapped up in surprise. You went out to handle the discharge paperwork? Fu Tan nodded slightly. Without affording her a moment to ponder, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. Startled, Qiao Bei instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Fu Tan's strides were long and powerful, his polished shoes echoing sharply against the floor. He led the way, with the nurse trailing behind, cradling the baby. Upon reaching the ground floor, 2 black Rolls-Royces awaited them, their gleaming exteriors almost blinding in the sunlight. In the sweltering heat of July and August, stepping out of the air-conditioned room felt akin to entering a sauna. A wave of warmth washed over Qiao Bei, and soon beads of sweat formed on her nose. Fu Tan cast a brief glance at her, but remained silent, though she sensed him quickening his pace. Old Chun had preemptively opened the car door, and Fu Tan placed Qiao Bei gently in the back seat. She glanced back, requesting, "Please hold the baby for me." Fu Tan replied, "Just sit still. The nurse is with the baby." Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Qiao Bei acquiesced and settled into her seat. The nanny took the baby into the other vehicle. As Old Chen started the car, he maintained a calm facade, though internally he was astounded. He never anticipated that in just a few months, Miss Qiao would have given birth to their young master's child. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Bei suddenly remembered something and addressed Old Chen in the front seat. "Uncle Chen, please head to Guanghua Community." Fu Tan turned to her, questioning, "Why is this address different from the one you provided last time?" Qiao Bei shrank back, lowering her head in embarrassment. She had misled him about the address. Chapter 29. A Heartfelt Cry. Fu Tan lowered his gaze, typing on his phone, seemingly engrossed in a conversation. "This isn't right. We are divorced. It's inappropriate for us to live together. It would invite gossip," Qiao Bei protested. Fu Tan's eyes lifted from the screen, his brows furrowing as he regarded her. "Isn't that precisely your intention? Please." "I truly have no such thoughts," she insisted. Fu Tan, however, seemed unconvinced, his expression turning icy. Qiao Bei knew when to stop. She realized he perceived her as being overly dramatic, and she had no desire to engage in further conflict with him. "I have prepared many things for the baby. All at the house in Guanghua Community, where I plan to reside with him," she asserted. Fu Tan replied, "I understand your point, but you are mistaken this time. I have no intention of entangling you. I simply wanted the child because I loved children and wished for him." Admittedly, the divorce stemmed from her fear of being pressured by him to terminate the pregnancy. Yet she had never intended to use the child as leverage to coerce him into a relationship. Old Chen observed Fu Tan. It was evident he was solely following Fu Tan's lead. Responding affirmatively, he drove towards Shichun Yipin. Qiao Bei, frustrated, turned to glare at Fu Tan. "What are you doing?" Fu Tan continued typing, ignoring her. "Qiao Bei, you are testing my limits." Fu Tanxiu's voice resonated with a deep, perilous tone. His elongated fingers gripped the phone tightly, twisting it slightly in his hand. "Do you believe that because I have yet to settle accounts with you, you can overstep your boundaries?" Suddenly, Qiao Bei felt a rush of emotion, her eyes welling with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Her expression a blend of grievance and vulnerability. She had not intended to cry. It was an involuntary response she attributed to the hormonal changes following childbirth. She was not so fragile as to weep just from a few harsh words. If she were that weak, she would have been utterly tormented long ago. Old Chen, noticing the commotion from the back, interjected, "Miss Qiao, please do not cry. During your confinement, crying can lead to serious consequences." At his words, Qiao Bei's tears flowed even more profusely. Fu Tanxiu, in a fluster, fumbled for tissues to dab her tears. "You shed tears over just a few remarks, Qiao Bei. Your acting skills are becoming quite remarkable." In her heart, Qiao Bei mused that he should refrain from attempting to comfort her if he lacked the skill. His words struck her deeper, amplifying her distress. She turned away from him, refusing his help. Old Chen, anxious, urged, "Master, please do not let Miss Qiao cry. It truly can lead to blindness. During confinement, one must not weep." Fu Tanxiu, startled by Old Chen's urgency, found himself taken aback. As they turned a corner at the traffic light, Qiao Bei wiped her tears with her sleeve and turned to reveal her teary, peach blossom-like eyes, red and glistening, evoking sympathy. Fu Tanxiu extended a tissue towards her. "Use this." Receiving the tissue, Qiao Bei remembered to express her gratitude. "Thank you." Fu Tanxiu, feeling helpless, realized he was at a loss when it came to Qiao Bei. As two luxury vehicles entered the Guanghua Community, they drew the attention of the residents. Qiao Bei opened the door and exited the car. Fu Tanxiu wished to embrace her, but she declined, stating, "I can walk on my own." He did not press the matter further. Observing the cramped space, which was scarcely larger than his own bathroom, Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow in dismay. Is this truly a place for someone to live? The small abode, cluttered with an array of baby supplies and multiple strollers, felt painfully insufficient. Two postpartum caregivers struggled to find space to stand with the infant. Qiao Bei turned on the air conditioning and began to instruct the caregivers on the locations of the baby's belongings. She had already washed and air-dried all the essentials, making them ready for immediate use. The crib was also set up on the balcony. "Zhengjie, Songjie, I only purchased a folding bed. For tonight, you'll have to make do, and I will order another one to be delivered tomorrow." The two caregivers nodded reluctantly, initially expecting to reside in a grand villa, only to find themselves in this modest dwelling, sleeping on a tiny folding bed, which was quite the letdown, albeit their wages were substantial. Fu Tanxiu followed her, stating, "We need to talk." He still believed Qiao Bei should reside in a more suitable place, like Xiqing Yiping. Qiao Bei gently pushed him towards the door, saying,
I need to change.
Recalling the scene he had witnessed that morning, a hint of discomfort crossed Fu Tanxiu's face, and he retreated. Qiao Bei changed into a comfortable set of pajamas. Upon emerging, she found Fu Tanxiu had not yet departed. He took her hand, leading her back into the room. Qiao Bei broke free and moved to the window, maintaining her distance from him. A pair of large, peach blossom eyes, tinged with a hint of redness from recent tears, gazed back at him. Fu Tanxiu unfastened the top button of his shirt, having worn it throughout the night, its slight wrinkles failing to diminish the cold, noble aura that enveloped him. He spoke in a low, husky voice. If you prefer not to reside at Xiqing Yiping, you may choose to stay at Zihua Mansion or any other property under my name. The selection is entirely yours.
Qiao Bei's eye sparkled momentarily.
A fleeting glimmer that Fu Tanxiu swiftly noticed. He emphasized, Indeed, it shall be just you and the child. Really? She inquired. Yes. Will there come a day when you might grow displeased and evict us? Qiao Bei was anxious about being turned out shortly after moving in. Fu Tanxiu reassured her. There is no need for concern. I will transfer the property into your name. Qiao Bei gazed at him in astonishment. Fu Tanxiu, do you like children? Surely, he must have some affection, as he was willing to provide her with a home. During their divorce, he had refused her requests. She felt a newfound sense of worth as a mother. Fu Tanxiu paused, pondering. Did he like children? He was uncertain, but he did not harbor any disdain. Now that the child was born, he would not turn a blind eye. Let me think it over, he said. Qiao Bei was eager to agree. Yet she found solace in her small abode. The prospect of moving was not urgent. Fu Tanxiu's dissatisfaction was evident. Qiao Bei, what exactly are you making a fuss about? Making a fuss? I am not. Qiao Bei blinked innocently. Fu Tanxiu, frustrated, left the room. With the weight of his presence lifted, Qiao Bei felt her breathing ease. However, the space felt cramped with 3 adults and a child. Yi Shi had quarreled with Shi Qian and rushed to the hospital, only to discover that Qiao Bei had been discharged. She hurried to Guanghua Community, and upon entering, she regarded Qiao Bei with a mournful expression. Qiao Bei paused, recalling her earlier phone call to Yi Shi. I didn't mean to, do you believe me? Yi Shi shouted. I don't. Look at the beads of sweat on my forehead. Do you know how exhausted I am?
I am boiling.
Qiao Bei offered her a tissue. Wipe your face. Yi Shi huffily accepted the tissue and dabbed at her sweat. Qiao Bei then handed her an ice cream. Yi Shi, perched on the sofa with her legs crossed, indulged in it. Qiao Bei watched, swallowing hard. She longed for a taste, but was still in confinement and could not indulge. Once Yi Shi finished the ice cream, she dashed off to find her godson. Wash your hands.
Qiao Bei reminded her.
Yi Shi obediently went to wash her hands before cradling the baby. Bei, what shall we name my godson? Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, casually suggesting, let us call him Qiao Dodo. Yi Shi frowned. Such a casual name for my handsome and adorable godson? Qiao Bei replied, you don't understand. It is said that the rougher the name, the easier it is to raise the child. Yi Shi countered, perhaps we should reconsider? Feeling comfortable with Yi Shi, Qiao Bei retreated to her room to lie down. Yi Shi gazed at the infant in her arms, trying out the name, Qiao Dodo. Dodo? Little Dodo. To her surprise, it rolled off the tongue quite nicely. After a brief nap, Qiao Bei awoke to find Yi Shi had left. The maternity nurse had prepared a meal and called Qiao Bei to eat. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, Qiao Dodo began to cry. Zhang Jie lifted him up, saying, Miss Qiao, the baby is hungry. Qiao Bei set down her chopsticks and moved over to take the child for nursing. Her maternal instincts surged forth, and she could hardly bear to hear her son cry even once. After feeding Qiao Dodo, she finally began to eat. The postpartum meals prepared by the confinement nanny were quite satisfactory, rich in nutrition. Once she finished her meal, Qiao Bei took out her phone, intending to transfer some money for groceries to the nanny. The nanny waved her hand dismissively. No need. Mr. Fu has already provided for us, instructing us to take good care of you and the child. You can rest assured.
Qiao Bei nodded in understanding.
Without needing to ask, she knew the nanny's salary must also have been arranged by Fu Tanxiu. This indeed saved her a significant amount of money. She contemplated sending Fu Tanxiu a message of gratitude, considering he had seemed quite upset when he left. Just as she picked up her phone, it rang. It was Lu Yanxuan. Yesterday, it was Lu Yanxuan who had taken her to the hospital, and she felt grateful. She pressed the answer button. Qiao Bei, why have you been discharged? Where are you now? Did Fu Tanxiu take you away? After a brief pause, Lu Yanxuan inquired, are you at Guanghua Community? Yes. Qiao Bei replied, realization dawning upon her. How did you know? She recalled that she hadn't disclosed her location to Lu Yanxuan. Lu Yanxuan bit her lip, inadvertently revealing too much. Qiao Bei narrowed her eyes, her voice taking on a dangerous edge. Are you stalking me? Lu Yanxuan, feeling guilty, spoke more softly. If you don't tell me, I want to know where you live. Only then did Qiao Bei connect the dots. Lu Yanxuan's sudden appearance at the community entrance yesterday was not mere coincidence. This person had known her whereabouts all along. Anger surged within her, prompting her to hang up the phone. The sensation of being followed was thoroughly unsettling. She despised it. In the past, she had been stalked by a pervert for several days, who eventually seized an opportunity to drag her into the woods. Terrified, she screamed until her throat was raw. Yet no one came to her aid. With the pervert pressing her down, on the verge of being violated, she picked up a branch from the ground and jabbed at his eye. The pervert released her, clutching his eye and letting out a wretched scream. She ran a considerable distance before finally calling the police. When they arrived, they apprehended the stalker, and later she heard that he had lost vision in that eye. Fearing revenge, once he was released, she moved away. When Lu Yanxuan called Qiao Bei again, she refused to answer. Lu Yanxuan sent several apologetic messages, but Qiao Bei remained unresponsive. Lu Yanxuan was thoroughly frustrated. For several consecutive days, Fu Tanxiu did not make an appearance, but Qiao Bei paid it no mind, continuing to eat and drink as she pleased, spending the rest of her time playing with Qiao Dodo. Life unfolded leisurely and comfortably. Her only concern was that the Fu family might discover she had given birth to Fu Tanxiu's child and come looking for trouble. Yet, a week passed without anyone knocking on her door, which struck her as odd. Unless Fu Tanxiu had not informed Shi Lianxin. Old Chen parked the car at the entrance of Guanghua Community. Young master, do you wish to go up and check on Miss Qiao and the child? Fu Tanxiu loosened his tie, leaning back in his seat, remaining silent. Old Chen sighed. For the past few days, Fu Tanxiu had instructed him to drive to this location. Yet, he remained seated in the car without getting out. It was making Old Chen anxious. Shi Qian arrived at Huisheng and encountered Yukong at the entrance. Is your President Fu around? He asked. Yes, Yukong replied. Shi Qian was perplexed. Had he not sought out Qiao Bei?
Indeed.
He had cautioned me not to disclose the matter of Miss Qiao's pregnancy. When he uttered those words, Yukong lowered his voice. Shi Qian, filled with delight, released him and proceeded towards Fu Tanxiu's office. It was evident that Fu Tanxiu wished to keep this under wraps, certainly reluctant to acknowledge the child born to Qiao Bei. He had always suspected that Qiao Bei's schemes would ultimately fail. Fu Tanxiu would not alter his disposition towards her simply because she had given birth. Upon pushing open the office door, a waft of smoke greeted him. Fu Tanxiu leaned against the window, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, his demeanor detached. Shi Qian furrowed his brow. It was not unusual for a man to smoke. Yet Fu Tanxiu's habit was indeed peculiar. He seldom indulged, almost never. Even amidst a group of men exhaling clouds of smoke, he could resist the temptation. What had changed? A man who rarely smoked suddenly lighting up must be under considerable stress or burdened with worries. Fu Tanxiu belonged to the latter category. Shi Qian approached, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it before joining him. Casting a glance at his friend, he inquired, is this demeanor all for Qiao Bei?
Fu Tanxiu remained silent.
Shi Qian clicked his tongue. It's just a child. Is it worth your distress? In my opinion, it's straightforward. Offer some money to placate her. If Qiao Bei remains obstinate, simply take the child away, leaving her with nothing. Chapter 31. He is not so delicate. Leave. Silence does not render you mute. Fu Tanxiu warned, his cold gaze brimming with admonition. Shi Qian continued, I understand that Qiao Bei holds a unique place in your heart. You cherish her as a sister. No matter how outrageous her actions, you never hold it against her. But, my brother, you cannot allow her to manipulate you like this. Qiao Bei's cunning is too profound, and your compassion will not outwit her. I fail to comprehend why you, who are usually decisive and resolute, become so indecisive when it comes to Qiao Bei.
Fu Tanxiu,
Feeling vexed, snapped, get out. Shi Qian, undeterred, pouted and remained. The two men fell into a silence, sharing a cigarette. Shi Qian spoke again, I'm serious, consider it. Knock, knock, knock. A voice rang from the doorway. Tanxiu, it's me. May I come in? Furrowing his brow, Fu Tanxiu shot a warning look at Shi Qian. Keep your lips sealed regarding Qiao Bei. Shi Qian nodded, signaling his understanding, and rushed to open the door. His good friend was clearly concerned about his beloved woman discovering that she had borne a child, and as a man, he understood well enough not to speak out of turn. The door swung open. You've arrived. Meng Yuci smiled softly, her lips forming a delicate line. Shi Qian, you're here too. Yes, just arrived, please come in. Meng Yuci stepped inside, her gaze locking onto Fu Tanxiu. He had already extinguished the cigarette, standing with one hand in his pocket by the window. Shi Qian inhaled deeply, an amused smile gracing his lips as he observed the two. His good friend still harbored feelings for Meng Yuci. Upon her arrival, he promptly extinguished the cigarette. You two catch up. I shall take my leave. Shi Qian closed the door behind them. Meng Yuci approached Fu Tanxiu, halting before him. Tanxiu, why did you not attend the concert the other day? What? Meng Yuci's expression stiffened. Fu Tanxiu had actually forgotten. On Wednesday evening, I held a cello recital. I had called you, and you assured me you would attend. Yet you failed to appear until the very end. Meng Yuci's tone carried a hint of reproach. I apologize. I completely forgot, he responded. Although Meng Yuci felt displeasure, she understood the importance of not dwelling on it and promptly made a request. Let us dine together tonight. You shall treat me as an apology. Fu Tanxiu remained silent for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. A smile graced Meng Yuci's lips. The restaurant, a lavish French establishment, was her choice. After their meal, Meng Yuci suggested, Tanxiu, I didn't drive. Could you give me a ride? Fu Tanxiu did not decline. Meng Yuci perceived that leveraging Fu Tanxiu's guilt could yield unexpectedly favorable results. Initially, she had anticipated that following Fu Tanxiu's divorce from Qiao Bei, he would propose to her swiftly. However, months had elapsed with Fu Tanxiu maintaining a lukewarm demeanor towards her. If she did not reach out, he would not contact her. They were far from being a couple, let alone discussing marriage. Feeling shy about broaching the subject herself, she awaited Fu Tanxiu's initiative, which had yet to come. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu had divorced Qiao Bei, granting her ample time to proceed at her own pace. As the vehicle came to a halt, Meng Yuci turned her head. Her gaze tender. Tanxiu, why not come up for a moment? Fu Tanxiu declined, stating, It is late, you should head inside. Disappointed, Meng Yuci exited the car, watching the Rolls-Royce recede into the distance. To Guanghua Community, Fu Tanxiu instructed the driver. Upon arriving at Guanghua Community, Old Chen assumed he would not ascend. To his surprise, Fu Tanxiu opened the car door and walked towards the building. Qiao Bei, having endured several days of discomfort, could no longer tolerate it and decided to take a shower today. The heat had left her feeling unclean. She emerged from the bathroom wearing a pink hair-drying cap, only to collide with Fu Tanxiu as he entered. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Qiao Bei had not anticipated his arrival at such an hour. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fell, momentarily fixating on a particular spot before awkwardly shifting away. It dawned on Qiao Bei that she was not wearing a bra. As she hastily searched for one to put on, she felt a pang of regret. She resolved to always wear a bra from now on, as she couldn't allow such an incident to occur again. The presumptuous Fu Tanxiu might misconstrue her state as an intentional attempt to entice him. Fu Tanxiu seated himself on a small sofa, and Xingjie approached, cradling Qiao Doudou. Mr. Fu, would you like to hold the child? She inquired. Fu Tanxiu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he remained still. Xingjie felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, realizing her well-meaning gesture had backfired. It seemed Mr. Fu did not harbor affection for the child. If he did, he certainly would not have neglected visiting for an entire week. Qiao Bei observed the previous exchange, and to claim she was unaffected would be a falsehood. Although the child was solely hers, she yearned for her son to receive abundant love, especially paternal affection. Fu Tanxiu's lack of fondness for her extended to an indifference towards Qiao Doudou. The maternity nurse, sensing the need for privacy, placed Qiao Doudou in the crib and excused herself under the pretext of taking the trash downstairs. She moved a chair nearby and sat down. Fu Tanxiu glanced over. The girl, freshly bathed, had a fair and pristine complexion, reminiscent of a newly shelled egg. Her large, innocent eyes flitted about, framed by impossibly long eyelashes. His gaze settled upon her hair, and he frowned slightly. Where is the hairdryer? Qiao Bei was uncertain about her next move as she pointed towards the bathroom, indicating the second drawer of the vanity. It was then that she realized she needed to dry her hair. After a moment of surprise, she halted him, concerned it might disturb the child. Fu Tanxiu countered, asserting that the child was not so delicate. With that, he switched on the hairdryer. Qiao Bei attempted to turn away, but he firmly held her in place, commanding, "Do not move. I shall take care of this myself." The same directive, he insisted, was not to be repeated. Qiao Bei pouted, internally criticizing his domineering nature. 5 minutes later, Fu Tanxiu set down the hairdryer, just as she prepared to rise. His hands found their way into her hair, tenderly arranging her slightly disheveled locks. She froze, her heart skipping several beats. Such intimacy was overwhelming. All done, he murmured, his large hand withdrawing. Fu Tanxiu then took the hairdryer back to the bathroom. Fu Tanxiu, tall and long-legged, appeared somewhat constrained as he sat on the small sofa. Qiao Bei broke the silence first, asking if he had come for a particular reason. Fu Tanxiu remained silent, gazing intently at her, which made Qiao Bei uneasy. I know you're angry, but let me reiterate, Qiao Dodo is not your concern. I will not use him to coerce you.
You needn't worry about that.
Many believed she had borne this child to ensnare Fu Tanxiu, but she harbored no such intentions. Qiao Dodo, is that the name you chose?
Fu Tanxiu inquired.
Qiao Bei nodded. Isn't it lovely? Fu Tanxiu pressed his fingers to his brow, withholding any judgment. 2 minutes later, he stated, he shall be named Funing Yuan.
What?
Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback. I said his name will be Funing Yuan. Chapter 32. He is my son. Why should he bear the surname Fu? Qiao Bei resolutely refused to accept that she had become less astute. She merely had given birth and her mind was still adjusting. Fu Tanxiu, disapproving of her chosen name, had decided to rename her son Funing Yuan. Wait a moment. He is my son. Why should he have your surname? Even if he were to carry your name, it should be Qiaoning Yuan. He is my son too, Fu Tanxiu retorted. Qiao Bei abruptly stood up, anxiety etched on her face. Fu Tanxiu, what do you mean? Are you trying to take my son from me? He is mine. Observing her evident distress, Fu Tanxiu clarified, I am not trying to take him from you. But if you intend to keep him without my consent, having given birth to him, should I not be entitled to make certain requests? What requests do you have? His name shall be Funing Yuan. Fu Tanxiu's gaze shifted towards the crib. Qiao Bei struggled momentarily, but reluctantly acquiesced. All right, while he may be named Funing Yuan, he is still my son, solely mine. A faint smile graced Fu Tanxiu's lips as he leaned back. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sofa collapsed.
Qiao Bei.
Fu Tanxiu ground his teeth, his expression darkening. Qiao Bei instinctively retracted her neck, muttering softly, is it not because you are too heavy? You broke the sofa. Fu Tanxiu awkwardly stood up, his cold gaze fixed on her. I have sat on it countless times without issue, she retorted, distancing herself from the situation. Fu Tanxiu, relieved that the sofa had only just collapsed, was grateful it had happened while he was sitting on it. Had it given way while Qiao Bei was seated, heavily pregnant, she would have been utterly helpless. With that thought, his anger dissipated in an instant. Qiao Bei was perplexed by how Fu Tanxiu's fury vanished so quickly. She expressed a token concern, are you alright? Fu Tanxiu replied, forget about the sofa. I will send someone to bring a new one tomorrow and take this old one away. Qiao Bei nodded, do I need to pay you? Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow. You want to pay?
Qiao Bei hesitated.
Naturally, she was reluctant to spend. Perhaps it was best to let it go, as she seldom used the sofa anyway. Purchasing a new one would incur considerable expense, and if Fu Tanxiu insisted on having her pay him later, she would be left in a quandary. Fu Tanxiu found her frugality amusing. He recalled transferring her a substantial sum of money previously, so she should not be short of funds. I want to sit, he declared, tossing his suit jacket over his shoulder as he departed.
What?
Fu Tanxiu suddenly turned back, standing at the dimly lit staircase. Nothing. I just meant to say. Take care on the stairs, Qiao Bei hurriedly replied, eager to see him leave. Fu Tanxiu smirked, choosing not to expose her flustered demeanor, and soon vanished from view. 2 postpartum caregivers ascended the stairs, and upon seeing the collapsed sofa, exchanged knowing glances with Qiao Bei. Confused, she asked, why do you keep staring at me? Sister Zeng offered an awkward smile. It's nothing. After a moment, Qiao Bei noticed the 2 were still observing her. She turned to them. What is it? Speak plainly. I dislike insinuations. Finally, Sister Zeng mustered her courage and said, Miss Qiao, you just gave birth and physical intimacy may not be suitable. They believed Qiao Bei was too young to understand and were merely trying to be considerate. Qiao Bei's face flushed crimson, resembling a freshly fried chicken. So you think the sofa collapsed because we were engaging in that sort of activity? Sister Song interjected. At this time, it can be quite harmful to your health. Frustrated, Qiao Bei felt the urge to shout, we did not engage in such activities. It was Fu Tanxiu who caused the sofa to collapse. The caregivers were skeptical. Having sat on the sofa themselves without incident, how could Fu Tanxiu alone have brought it down? There must have been other actions involved. I assure you. It was indeed Fu Tanxiu, Qiao Bei reiterated. The caregivers nodded with knowing smiles, understood. The following morning, a new sofa was delivered, of similar dimensions but exquisitely crafted, clearly of superior quality, one that would not easily collapse. Positioned in the living room, it exuded warmth. The workers took the old sofa away without asking Qiao Bei for payment, leaving her greatly relieved. Having been confined at home for a month, Qiao Bei felt on the verge of madness. As the day arrived, she adorned herself in a lovely dress and pushed Qiao Dodo out the door. Sister Zeng cautioned, Miss Qiao, wearing a dress may complicate breastfeeding. Just as they exited the community, a figure leaped out. Lu Yanxuan exclaimed joyfully, "Qiao Bei, you finally emerged." Qiao Bei frowned. "You haven't been lurking here waiting for me, have you?" She smirked slightly. "You're not that foolish." Lu Yanxuan chuckled. "I'm not foolish at all. Where are you headed?" At that moment, Qiao Bei was feeling the heat, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In such weather, a trip to the mall was the only reasonable option. Lu Yanxuan proposed, "Allow me to drive you. Walking under the sun is quite taxing." He gestured toward the luxurious Maybach parked by the roadside. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Bei nodded in agreement. The nanny carefully lifted Qiao Dodo from the stroller and placed him inside the vehicle. Lu Yanxuan, eager to assist, took hold of the stroller. But after a prolonged examination, he found himself perplexed. After waiting for a while, Qiao Bei noticed his struggle outside and decided to step out. Deftly folding the stroller and placing it in the trunk with graceful precision, she clapped her hands and declared, "Let us embark." Lu Yanxuan gazed at her in admiration. "How is it that you excel at everything?" Qiao Bei replied, "When you become a mother, you too will master it all. If you don't know, you will surely learn." Lu Yanxuan scratched his head and chuckled. "I can only aspire to be a father, not a mother." He drove them to an upscale shopping mall. And as Qiao Bei exited the vehicle, she waved, saying, "Thank you. You may carry on with your day." Lu Yanxuan, undeterred, trailed behind. "I am not busy. I have ample time." What could Qiao Bei say? She pushed Qiao Dodo's stroller while Lu Yanxuan assisted her. The two nannies walked behind, whispering, "Does Mr. Lu harbor feelings for Miss Qiao?" "It seems quite evident. Yet Miss Qiao is with Mr. Fu. I heard they are divorced. Is that true?" "It must be, otherwise Miss Qiao wouldn't have moved out. Look at Mr. Lu and Miss Qiao pushing the stroller together. They resemble a family of three. Indeed, both possess striking looks." Drawing the attention of passers-by, "I wonder how Mr. Fu feels about this. Wait, isn't that Mr. Fu standing over there?" Chapter 33. Whose child is it? Yes, it is. Who is the woman beside him? As the two nannies contemplated approaching Qiao Bei, Fu Tanxiu had already spotted them and strode over with purpose. Towering and clad in a sharp suit, he exuded an undeniable presence. Meng Yusi was examining a necklace. Upon turning her head, she noticed Fu Tanxiu had vanished. After scanning the vicinity, she located him and simultaneously caught sight of Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu was making his way toward Qiao Bei. She furrowed her brow slightly and rushed over. Lu Yanxuan regaled Qiao Bei with amusing tales from his childhood, eliciting peals of laughter from her. "Were you not ever suspended by your father for punishment?" Lu Yanxuan replied, "How did you know?" "My father was indeed furious and did suspend me." Qiao Bei chuckled. "If you were my son, I too would have to resort to that." Lu Yanxuan frowned, about to retort, when a formidable figure obstructed his view, emanating an aura that demanded attention. Qiao Bei looked up to find Fu Tanxiu observing her with a stern expression. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence. You are also at the mall. How delightful." Fu Tanxiu's deep-set gaze remained fixed on her. At that moment, Meng Yusi approached and linked her arm with his, to which Fu Tanxiu made no objection. Much to her delight, she turned to Qiao Bei with a cheerful smile. "Qiao Bei, what a coincidence." Qiao Bei returned the smile, her gaze flitting between them. "Indeed. Quite a coincidence." Meng Yusi donned a pristine white dress, epitomizing elegance and grace, her every gesture exuding the air of a refined lady. Even her smile was but a gentle press of her lips, devoid of teeth. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed the baby carriage in Qiao Bei's hands. Despite being veiled by a sheer white curtain, the presence of an infant within was unmistakable. With a tone of surprise, she inquired, "Whose child is this?" Meng Yusi's eyes widened in shock, shattering her serene, beautiful demeanor. Qiao Bei, amused by her reaction, pondered whether Meng Yusi would faint if she were to discover that the child belonged to Fu Tanxiu. A glance at Fu Tanxiu revealed his perpetual scowl, as though Qiao Bei owed him an astronomical sum. She recalled Lu Yanxuan, Qiao Bei's suitor, who had pursued her relentlessly during their university days. Qiao Bei harbored no affection for him. In fact, she found him repugnant and had never bestowed upon him a kind expression. She had once deemed Lu Yanxuan a lunatic, exhibiting self-destructive tendencies by his unyielding infatuation for a woman who seemed oblivious to his merits. With their hands resting on the same baby carriage, she wondered aloud if the child could possibly be Lu Yanxuan's. Lu Yanxuan cast a fleeting glance at Fu Tanxiu, remaining silent. Qiao Bei's eyes twinkled with mischief as they flitted over Fu Tanxiu. "Guess?" Meng Yusi chuckled awkwardly. "How could I possibly guess?" Qiao Bei replied. "Then there is nothing I can do. I have no obligation to inform you." "Enough."
Fu Tanxiu interjected.
shaking off Meng Yusi and gripping Lu Yanxuan's wrist that held the baby carriage, forcefully pushing him aside. Lu Yanxuan staggered back, regaining his balance after several steps. Just as Qiao Bei intended to speak, Fu Tanxiu seized her, along with the baby carriage, and led her away a short distance. Lu Yanxuan followed suit, his jaw clenched, halting in his tracks. Fu Tanxiu opened a secure passage, ushering Qiao Bei and the child inside, while others were left outside. Meng Yusi observed the scene, her fingers turning white from the pressure of her grip. Inside the secure passage, Qiao Bei freed herself from Fu Tanxiu's grasp, rubbing her wrist where he had pulled her painfully. What madness possesses you, Fu Tanxiu? Rest assured, I shall not disclose to Meng Yusi that the child is yours. Fu Tanxiu, evidently anxious about her revealing the child's identity, hurriedly dragged her further in. Why are you with Lu Yanxuan? He demanded coldly. By chance. We encountered him on the road. He offered us a ride to the mall, Qiao Bei replied. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? She added. Indeed, it was not coincidental. Lu Yanxuan lay in wait at the entrance of the community. Yet, she felt no need to explain herself to Fu Tanxiu. Why the silence? Feeling guilty?
He pressed.
Qiao Bei, why are you so restless? You have just emerged from confinement, yet you are so eager to stroll with another man. Are you truly so incapable of enduring solitude? Qiao Bei's body trembled with indignation. Am I incapable of enduring solitude? Am I restless? Fu Tanxiu, have you lost your mind? What have I done to provoke you into saying such things? Even if I were to seek a boyfriend, what business is it of yours? Just as Fu Tanxiu opened his mouth to respond, Qiao Bei interrupted him. Do not wield your brotherly status against me. You are not my true brother, merely my ex-husband. An inexplicable fury surged within Fu Tanxiu, nearly igniting him, as he fixed his intense gaze upon Qiao Bei. Biting her lip in frustration, she exclaimed, well done. To which Qiao Bei retorted, stop being sarcastic. The two stood in silence for several minutes before Qiao Bei pushed the stroller and turned to leave. Fu Tanxiu grasped her arm, insisting, do not associate with Lu Yanxuan. He harbors ill intentions towards you. Qiao Bei replied, I am aware. He has feelings for me. Fu Tanxiu frowned. If you know this, then keep your distance. Although Qiao Bei had not intended to pursue anything with Lu Yanxuan, Fu Tanxiu's words ignited a rebellious spirit within her. Stubbornly, she shouted, I won't. With that, she angrily exited through the safety door. Meng Yusi, witnessing their departure, was gripped by an unsettling premonition. That child. It cannot be. She quickly dismissed her inner speculation. In truth, a simple calculation of the days would reveal the truth, yet she chose to deceive herself and refrain from doing so. Qiao Bei believed that her outburst would drive Fu Tanxiu away. To her surprise, he remained unfazed, taking the position Lu Yanxuan had occupied earlier, and pushed the stroller alongside her. Thus unfolded a scene in the mall. A beautiful woman leisurely strolled with a stroller, accompanied by an undeniably handsome man, followed by an irresistibly charming young man and a cold beauty with a sorrowful gaze. Two large women resembling nannies trailed behind, whispering among themselves. This peculiar ensemble captured countless glances. Initially, Qiao Bei felt out of place, but soon surrendered to the absurdity of the situation. When hunger struck, she entered a restaurant, with the others following suit. The nannies, unable to endure the atmosphere, opted to wait outside with the stroller. Fu Tanxiu sat beside Qiao Bei, leaving Meng Yusi to sit across from Lu Yanxuan. Qiao Bei ordered her favorite dishes and, aware that the nannies might feel uncomfortable dining with them, ordered an additional table for them. After placing her order, she handed the menu to the waiter. Fu Tanxiu summoned the waiter again and ordered a few more dishes. During the wait, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Lu Yanxuan broke the silence, inquiring, Mr. Fu, are you here today to purchase a wedding ring with Miss Meng? Are you two getting married soon? If so, please notify me. I would love to attend.
Chapter 34, Mine.
Qiao Bei, who had been engrossed at her phone, looked up at Fu Tanxiu and then at Meng Yusi, both equally intrigued by Lu Yanxuan's words. Fu Tanxiu shot a warning glance at Lu Yanxuan, who merely smiled provocatively. Meng Yusi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. We are not here for rings. We came to look at necklaces. But we might as well browse for rings as well. After speaking, she glanced at Fu Tanxiu. Fu Tanxiu frowned slightly, seemingly about to respond. Meng Yusi quickly handed him a glass of water. Tanxiu, drink some water. He accepted the glass but did not drink, placing it back on the table. Meng Yusi exhaled, redirecting the conversation back to Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, it's remarkable. You've become a mother after just a few months. Qiao Bei smiled. Meng Yusi continued. They say women age quickly after childbirth. You should take care of yourself. Qiao Bei replied, Thank you for your concern, but I am young and recover swiftly. As for you, if you wish to have children, you should act quickly. The older one gets, the harder it becomes to recover. With a hint of sarcasm, Meng Yuxi's expression shifted slightly. She turned to Fu Tanxiu and said, "We will expedite our efforts." Qiao Bei nudged Fu Tanxiu playfully, remarking, "Since Miss Meng has said so, you should hurry up." Fu Tanxiu cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, "If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute." Qiao Bei pouted. "I am merely expressing concern for you, my dear ex-husband. Be quiet. The mouth is mine, and I will not be silenced." A large hand abruptly covered her mouth.
Ugh.
Fu Tanxiu, remove your filthy hand. He mischievously rubbed her lips before releasing them. Infuriated, Qiao Bei seized his hand and bit down hard. Observing the teeth marks on his hand, Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow slightly. "Did you not just claim my hands were dirty? Yet you still bite. Humph. I shall bite you to death." Fu Tanxiu chuckled coldly. "Are you a dog?" Qiao Bei, unyielding, replied, "We were once married. If I am a dog, so are you." Fu Tanxiu turned away, choosing silence. Qiao Bei, in a huff, lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. Meng Yuxi's gaze darkened, her heart swirling with jealousy. She had never shared such intimacy with Fu Tanxiu, not even during their courtship. Yet his playful gestures towards Qiao Bei, though seemingly teasing, resembled the light-hearted banter of a young couple. Fu Tanxiu, with his noble demeanor, had always maintained a composed facade, never displaying extreme emotions. He was gentlemanly and considerate, yet exuded an air of distance that she could never bridge, no matter her efforts. However, with Qiao Bei, he exhibited a range of emotions, behaving like an ordinary man, capable of anger and joy, engaging in childish antics. She glanced at Qiao Bei, who, despite her claims of indifference, was subtly provoking Fu Tanxiu. She had underestimated Qiao Bei. This woman was quite cunning. Beside them, Lu Yanxuan wore a similarly displeased expression. Once the dishes arrived, only Qiao Bei seemed to have an appetite, fully engrossed in her meal. The others, preoccupied with their own thoughts, barely touched their chopsticks. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qiao Bei rubbed her belly, letting out a satisfied burp. After a month of dining on postpartum meals, she finally savored something delightful today. Her spirit soared. Of course, her joy would be amplified in the absence of the three companions trailing her. As they strolled, they wandered into the mother and baby section. Qiao Bei darted inside. Once mothers spotted baby products, they couldn't help but stop to peruse, unable to resist the urge to buy. Fu Tanxiu followed her in, while Meng Yuxi and Lu Yan hesitated for a moment before entering as well. Qiao Bei sifted through items, soon gathering a cartful. As she prepared to pay, reaching for her phone, a card was presented before her. A deep voice murmured in her ear, "Use this." Turning, she beheld Fu Tanxiu's perfectly handsome profile. Biting her lip as she tucked her phone away, Meng Yuxi, standing nearby, watched with jealousy, yet felt powerless. "Lu Yanxuan, why don't you step up to pay?" she inquired. Lu Yanxuan, his face darkened, remained silent. Meng Yuxi was nearly certain of the child's paternity. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Qiao Bei.
How dare she?
Though her heart raced with anxiety, Meng Yuxi feigned calmness, smiling as she said, "Lu Yanxuan, you seem quite fond of Qiao Bei. She is now divorced, so pursue her." "Of course, I shall pursue her," Lu Yanxuan replied. "Standing in such a manner is futile. Action is required to attain your desires." While a girl may verbally express her need for respect and a desire not to be pursued, in reality, a touch of boldness and persistent affection may endear her even more. Lu Yanxuan furrowed his brow, contemplating Meng Yuxi's words. Meng Yuxi, having made her point, chose not to elaborate further. As the waiter finished arranging the items, Lu Yanxuan strode over to collect them. Fu Tanxiu cast a glance in his direction but remained silent. Turning to leave the maternity store with Qiao Bei, Lu Yanxuan trailed behind, burdened with 2 large bags. Meng Yuxi's lips twitched slightly. At this moment, Lu Yanxuan resembled a bodyguard, solely tasked with carrying things. Unbeknownst to him, he was rather pleased, thinking that Qiao Bei would surely regard him with newfound admiration for his eagerness and impressive strength. Before long, Qiao Dodo began to cry. The postpartum nurse indicated that he was hungry. Qiao Bei took him to the nursing room, with Lu Yanxuan following closely behind, only to be intercepted by Fu Tanxiu. "Get lost." Lu Yanxuan retorted angrily. "Fu Tanxiu, are you out of your mind?" Meng Yuxi interjected to ease the tension. "Lu Yanxuan, Qiao Bei is going in to nurse the baby. Gentlemen are not permitted inside." She then pointed to the sign at the entrance. Lu Yanxuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away, his demeanor deflated. Upon closer inspection, his ears were indeed crimson. Fu Tanxiu stood at the door of the nursing room, one hand in his pocket. He was tall and imposing, radiating an air that discouraged approach. A mother pushing her child past him was so startled that she hurried away. Meng Yusi glanced up at him and inquired, Tanxiu, whose child is that? Mine? He replied bluntly, leaving no room for speculation. She closed her eyes momentarily, reopening them to reveal a glimmer of hurt. Then, what are we? Fu Tanxiu's brow furrowed slightly. You see, we ended things long ago. Meng Yusi swayed slightly. We merely had a quarrel. It wasn't a true breakup. If it weren't for Qiao Bei. Our matters have nothing to do with her, Fu Tanxiu interrupted. How can they not? Meng Yusi cried. Tears streaming down her face, her expression heartbreakingly sorrowful. If it weren't for Qiao Bei, they would not have quarreled. She would not have mentioned breaking up. Nor would she have impulsively run abroad, and Qiao Bei would not have found an opportunity. It was all because of Qiao Bei. She reached for Fu Tanxiu's hand, only to have him evade her grasp, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated and weeping even more fiercely. Tanxiu, I still love you. I believe you love me too. At that moment, Qiao Bei emerged with Qiao Doudou in her arms and overheard Meng Yusi's declaration. Her eyes sparkled as she passed by, cheerfully remarking, You two carry on, before quickly disappearing around the corner with Qiao Doudou. Fu Tanxiu lifted his leg to follow her, while Meng Yusi remained, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 35. It is your inability to control your emotions. Just as Qiao Bei placed Qiao Doudou in the stroller and turned around, she spotted Fu Tanxiu emerging behind her. Noticing Meng Yusi, whose eyes were red from crying, she winked at him. Go comfort her. You love me, and I love you. What's all this fuss about? Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened as he seized her collar and began to walk away. Qiao Bei shouted, What are you doing? Lu Yanxuan interjected. Fu Tanxiu, enough is enough. You are being excessively rude.
Qiao Bei nodded emphatically.
It is indeed far too rude. Being gripped by the collar is quite uncomfortable. Fu Tanxiu offered a single word to Lu Yanxuan, scram. He paused, releasing Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu gazed at Lu Yanxuan. Do you wish to fight? Lu Yanxuan, defiantly raising his chin, responded, I find you quite displeasing. Fu Tanxiu replied, I share that sentiment, yet I lack the time to entertain you at present. Lu Yanxuan, I warn you, do not pursue Qiao Bei. His eyes swept towards the two nannies, who promptly stepped forward to confiscate the bag from Lu Yanxuan's grasp. Watching them leave, Lu Yanxuan cursed in frustration. He contemplated following, but thoughts of Ms. Yao restrained him. Meng Yusi stood there, lost in despair, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Fu Tanxiu ushered Qiao Bei into the car. The nannies, hesitant to speak, escorted Qiao Doudou into another Rolls-Royce. Qiao Bei wondered when Fu Tanxiu had summoned the vehicle. Surely he wouldn't venture out with two cars. That insufferable man, perpetually irritable, as if she owed him something. She pressed against the car door, keeping her distance from Fu Tanxiu. He glanced at her before closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. Lao Chen started the engine. Qiao Bei quietly remarked, Ms. Meng is still at the mall. Won't you wait for her? Fu Tanxiu ignored her. Did you two have a quarrel?
Ms.
Meng is heartbroken and looks quite pitiful. Won't you comfort her?
Fu Tanxiu remained silent.
You love her and she loves you. As a man, you should be magnanimous. Make amends with her. Girls need to be soothed. Your masculine demeanor is not favorable. As her boyfriend, your conduct today was inappropriate. Especially your entanglement with me as your ex-wife. It must have hurt her deeply. She is not foolish. Meng Yusi's gaze towards me was unkind. And in the restaurant, the way she reacted to her aging after childbirth, surely it was a conflict stirred by Fu Tanxiu. Since she has divorced him, she intends to sever all ties. Fu Tanxiu opened his eyes and coldly commanded, Stop the car. Lao Chen pulled over to the side of the road. She winced in pain.
Fu Tanxiu.
Can we not be more gentle? Must you be so rough? Fu Tanxiu turned to Lao Chen. Get out of the car. Lao Chen immediately exited, deliberately standing at a distance. Only then did Fu Tanxiu lower his gaze to Qiao Bei. Do you find me rough? Is Lu Yanxuan so gentle? His face was uncomfortably close to hers, his breath warm against her skin, a low and dangerous growl emanating from him. Speak, who is gentle? Qiao Bei was at a loss. If she claimed that Lu Yanxuan was gentle, would Fu Tanxiu strangle her? To preserve her life, she reluctantly replied, You are gentle. Really? Indeed. Fu Tanxiu then patted her cheek twice, seemingly in encouragement. May I be released now? Let us speak calmly. Fu Tanxiu regarded her intently before loosening his grip. Qiao Bei seized her chance for freedom, attempting to pull open the car door. She wished to distance herself from this madman. I'll behave, she pleaded. Is that true? Yes. Fu Tanxiu studied her for a moment. I am not with Meng Yusi.
What?
Qiao Bei exclaimed in surprise, lifting her head. Are you not deeply in love with each other? Why are you not together? What obstacles have you encountered? Fu Tanxiu's expression was sour as he stared at her like she was a fool. Qiao Bei, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, said, Speak, and I shall analyze it for you. The carriage fell silent for a few seconds before Fu Tanxiu gritted his teeth. Qiao Bei, is this your new trick to provoke me? Qiao Bei, perplexed, rolled her eyes. It's you who can't control your emotions. Fu Tanxiu was infuriated. This woman had an uncanny ability to drive him to the brink of fury. I truly wish to strangle you. Qiao Bei recoiled, eyeing him warily. That would be illegal. Besides, if you were to strangle me, then Xiao Dodo would be left without a mother. Fu Tanxiu retorted, but the father is still around. Moreover, I could find him a stepmother. Qiao Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. My son only recognizes me as his biological mother. Fu Tanxiu, your heart is too cruel, wanting to subject my son to a stepmother's torment. You vile man. Who says stepmothers always mistreat children? Not all do. Qiao Bei was struck by the image of Xiao Dodo calling Meng Yusi mother, and she felt utterly dismayed. No. I absolutely do not want Meng Yusi to be my son's stepmother. Fu Tanxiu smirked, yet you seem quite eager for me to marry Yusi.
Qiao Bei fell silent.
Vowing to refrain from further comments, Fu Tanxiu could associate with whomever he pleased. I recall someone once professing her affection for me, her heart and eyes brimming with it. Qiao Bei, why can I no longer see that fondness in your gaze? If Qiao Bei were acting, her performance was impeccable. Fu Tanxiu's deep-set eyes scrutinized her, leaving no trace of her expressions unexamined. Qiao Bei felt a jolt in her heart as she averted her gaze from his. Fu Tanxiu lifted her chin with his fingers. Speak. What trickery are you up to? Qiao Bei swatted his hand away, resolved to bring matters to a close. Love is a fleeting emotion. It comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. I once loved you, but that love has faded. It is gone. Fu Tanxiu mulled over those 3 words, feeling disgruntled and hollow. He turned away from Qiao Bei, his face cold and silent. Qiao Bei exhaled, relieved to clarify her feelings, preventing him from mistaking her actions as attempts to entangle him. From this moment forth, she aimed to live well and raise Xiao Dodo. Romance? A boyfriend? A husband? These were not within her current considerations. She lowered the car window and called out, Uncle Chen, let's go. Only then did old Chen enter the vehicle. Upon returning to Guanghua community, Fu Tanxiu did not exit the car. Qiao Bei waved goodbye, but Fu Tanxiu ignored her. She pouted and hummed a tune as she ascended the stairs. Chapter 36. She is my precious gem. Fu Tanxiu tilted his head and observed as Qiao Bei lightly danced on her tiptoes, spinning joyfully, clearly in high spirits. He let out a soft huff and instructed old Chen to drive. In the bar's private room, Fu Tanxiu swirled a glass of wine in his hand. Shi Qian sat beside him, also holding a glass. They were alone in the room, the others having been dismissed. Shi Qian glanced at his friend, who appeared heartbroken. Did you have a quarrel with Meng Yusi? No, Fu Tanxiu replied. Shi Qian, perplexed, asked, weren't you supposed to go jewelry shopping together? I ran into Qiao Bei.
Fu Tanxiu answered.
Shi Qian cursed, that Qiao Bei again. How does she always linger around? Fu Tanxiu's gaze, laden with warning, pierced through the air. Do you harbor grievances against Qiao Bei? This statement was far from a mere inquiry. Shi Qian felt a tremor in his heart and attempted to explain. It's primarily because she clings to you incessantly. You were inexplicably entangled with her, then divorced out of the blue, and now there's suddenly a child involved. It's all so chaotic. I feel suffocated on your behalf. Fu Tanxiu swirled his wine glass. Shi Qian, I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about Qiao Bei. Remember that. Shi Qian stared at him in astonishment. You are indulging her excessively. Even if she is your sister, such pampering is unwarranted. If it weren't for her meddling, you and Meng Yusi would have been married long ago. Don't you feel a sense of loss? What's wrong with me speaking a few words against her? Is she some sort of golden goose, untouchable by criticism? She is my golden goose, Fu Tanxiu replied firmly. Shi Qian was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he seemed to grasp something monumental. He inquired, Do you actually have feelings for Qiao Bei? Fu Tanxiu neither confirmed nor denied it, thus tacitly acknowledging it. Shi Qian was flabbergasted. Driven by his emotions, he gulped down a glass of wine and turned to scrutinize Fu Tanxiu anew. Have you lost your mind? Fu Tanxiu chuckled softly, perhaps. Regrettably, he realized this too late. Shi Qian remained unconvinced. Tanxiu, sometimes one can misjudge their feelings. What you feel for Qiao Bei may not be love, but rather the affection of a brother towards his sister. Fu Tanxiu took a sip of his wine. his voice low and laced with bitterness. In the past, I was confused, unable to discern the distinction between the two.
Now,
I am clear and certain that Qiao Bei means more to me than just a sister. Shi Qian lamented. This is a disaster. Qiao Bei has completely triumphed. What kind of absurd luck does she possess, that she could act so capriciously and still win your affection? I am at my wit's end. Ever since discovering Qiao Bei's feelings for Fu Tanxiu, Shi Qian had harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her. Now, with his good friend utterly captivated by her, how could he maintain his disdain? He poured himself another glass of wine, overwhelmed by his woes. Fu Tanxiu was equally troubled. Shi Qian asked, "What are your plans? Are you considering remarrying Qiao Bei?" Fu Tanxiu forced a bitter smile. "That seems rather difficult." "What do you mean? She claims she no longer loves me. What nonsense is this? Although I haven't brought it up, she certainly wouldn't agree. That's just an act. It must be a facade, given how tenaciously she clings to you. I refuse to believe she could suddenly declare her lack of love for you." It was ludicrous that his dear friend wore a sorrowful expression because Qiao Bei purportedly no longer loved him. Fu Tanxiu remarked, "She has changed." Shi Qian remained skeptical. Qiao Bei was notorious for her cunning tricks. This could very well be yet another ploy to manipulate Fu Tanxiu. If you truly care for her, just take her to get a marriage certificate, regardless of her feelings.
Fu Tanxiu fell silent.
He and Qiao Bei were perpetually out of sync. When she was fond of him, he was oblivious to his own emotions. Now that he was aware, it seemed she had lost interest in him. Yet it mattered little. He could reignite her affection. Meanwhile, Yishir stood in the opulent office, enduring an hour of Shi Qian's tirade. After exhausting his grievances, he took a sip of water and continued his reprimand, fixating on her minor transgressions and incessantly berating her. The relentless scolding left Yishir questioning her very existence, ultimately numbing her to the point of drowsiness. She had indeed submitted her resignation, yet Shi Qian refused to approve it. Fearful of leaving her position without consent, she was warned by him that if she dared to skip work, he would not provide a reference when she sought new employment. This left her restless for several nights. A group of colleagues loitered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Yi Shizhen was in a dire predicament. It all stemmed from her previous confrontation with the CEO. And now he seized every opportunity to chastise her. She learned a valuable lesson. One must never provoke Shi Qian, as it could lead to unbearable suffering.
Indeed.
I heard that after Yi Shi submitted her resignation, Shi Qian withheld approval, leaving her in a position where she could neither avoid the office, nor escape his wrath. Was this not a form of torment? After sufficient scolding, Shi Qian, at a loss for words, waved her away. Yi Shi numbly exited the office, met with glances of sympathy from her colleagues. A co-worker reminded her to complete the reports, but she remained motionless. "I refuse to do anything, regardless of my performance. That scoundrel Shi Qian will find fault and berate me. Why should I toil in vain?" She resolved to abandon all efforts, resolutely disengaging. As the workday came to a close, she seized her bag and departed without a moment's hesitation. Shi Qian called out, "Yi Shi, where is she?" Furrowing his brow, he thought, if the boss hasn't left, how dare she? Upon hearing this, the employees shrank back, hastily pretending to be engrossed in their tasks. Yi Shi poured her heart out to Qiao Bei. "Bei, I feel like I'm at my wit's end. That scoundrel Shi Qian has it out for me. I'm on the brink of madness." Qiao Bei asked, "Why would he target you? Does he have feelings for you?" Yi Shi's face paled in terror. "Surely not. Don't frighten me. But why does he single me out and not others?" Yi Shi pondered. This is an odd way to express affection. No, that's impossible. He couldn't possibly have feelings for me. Qiao Bei tilted her head in thought. Then what could be the reason for his fixation on you? After a moment of frustration, Yi Shi decided to distract herself by playing with Qiao Dodo. "My godson changes daily. He is even more handsome after just a few days." Qiao Bei proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. Just look at who is raising him." As they played with Qiao Dodo, Qiao Bei's phone rang. She answered. "Zhongbo, what's the matter?" Zhongbo's voice boomed. "Isn't it time to get to work?" Qiao Bei replied, "I haven't rested enough. No more resting. The people looking for you are practically breaking down the door. Let them break it down. I can't leave my son right now, and I'm not ready to return to work." Zhongbo felt overwhelmed. "No. You must come. My legs belong to me, and you can't dictate my actions." Zhongbo regretted not having signed a labor contract with Qiao Bei, lacking any means to restrain her. He softened his tone. "Please just come. I promise to increase your share." Chapter 37. Whose big brother is still holding on to his sister. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. "How much?" 60-40, Zhongbo replied. 20-80, she countered. Zhong Bo exclaimed, "Are you trying to drive me to despair?" Qiao Bei fiddled with her fingers. "If you're unwilling, then forget it." As she began to hang up, Zhong Bo gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, fine. 2080 it is.
Come tomorrow.
Qiao Bei's eyes sparkled. "All right. But I still need time to be with my son." Zhong Bo begrudgingly agreed before ending the call. Yi Shi playfully teased, "Oh, quite impressive. You've gone from 50-50 to 28 in one fell swoop. Well done, my dear." Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. "Of course. We must secure our own benefits. I still have a son to raise." As her good friend's career flourished, Yi Shi felt a mix of joy and concern. She found herself in a dilemma, feeling trapped in her job and unable to resign. In her heart, she cursed Shi Qian thoroughly. The next day, Qiao Bei entrusted Xiao Dodo to the nanny and went to work. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chinese medicine clinic, she was startled to see a long line of people waiting. Were they here for a free egg distribution event organized by Zhong Bo? As she took a few steps forward, someone shouted, "Master Qiao has arrived." "Look, Master Qiao." Qiao Bei gasped, clutching her chest. The winding line of people surged towards her, enveloping her entirely. "Master Qiao, you've finally come. Master Qiao, please take a look at me. I feel like I'm dying." "Master Qiao, check on my mother first." Instead of feeling annoyed, Qiao Bei smiled proudly. Who would have thought that she would one day become the revered master of Chinese medicine, sought after by all? Ha ha ha. How delightful. Qiao Bei and Zhong Bo encouraged everyone to queue and register in an orderly manner. Fortunately, she had prepared enough provisions for Qiao Dodo and stocked up on formula at home, gradually transitioning him to it so he could rely solely on the formula in the future. Upon reaching the community entrance, a sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before her, and Fu Tanxiu's long legs emerged. Qiao Bei stared at his legs in awe. They were remarkably long. The tailored trousers hugged them perfectly. Are they not appealing? Fu Tanxiu stood before her, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. Qiao Bei, deflecting the question, said, "Did you consume a lot of calcium as a child? Why are you so tall with such long legs?" Fu Tanxiu chuckled. "No, I grew naturally." Fu Tanxiu was actually smiling. Such a common expression, yet on him, it felt extraordinary. In her memory, she had never seen him smile since her arrival. That smile nearly took her breath away. Fu Tanxiu gently tucked his stray hair behind her ear, asking, "Where are you off to?" Qiao Bei took a couple of steps back, replying, "To work."
To work?
"Doing what?" "At the Chinese medicine clinic." Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Qiao Bei indeed had a talent for this. She should pursue it. "Are you tired?" "Today is my first day back after having the baby, so a bit, but it will get easier in a few days." "Did you come for something? Is it not permissible to visit if I have no business?" Qiao Bei was at a loss for a response. Fu Tanxiu took her hand. "Let us head upstairs." Qiao Bei jumped in shock, pulling away and gazing at him in alarm. Fu Tanxiu was curious. Why had he suddenly held her hand? He discreetly slipped his hand into his trouser pocket to mask his own awkwardness. "Don't misunderstand. Though we cannot be husband and wife, we are still siblings. It's quite normal for a brother to hold his sister as hand." Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation. What kind of family had such a large brother still holding his sister's hand? They were not truly siblings, so it was better to avoid any misunderstandings. How amusing. Nevertheless, Fu Tanxiu displayed a peculiar obsession with his adopted sister. Oh well, she decided not to dwell on it. The maternity nurse was unaware that Fu Tanxiu would be arriving, and she hastily prepared a modest meal. Qiao Bei suggested, "Never mind, Sister Zheng. Go downstairs and buy a few steamed buns, along with some marinated and cold dishes to make do." Sister Zheng glanced at Fu Tanxiu, seeking his approval, for he was the one who provided their wages. Fu Tanxiu replied, "Listen to her. Whatever she says goes." Sister Zheng promptly nodded and changed her shoes before heading out. Qiao Bei, having not seen her son all day, was nearly frantic with longing. After washing her hands, she scooped him up to play. "Qiao Dodo, do you miss Mama? Come here, let Mama give you a kiss, Mua." Fu Tanxiu looked on. The smile on Qiao Bei's face radiated genuine warmth, illuminating her entire being. As she turned around, her gaze met his deep-set eyes, causing her heart to race. She moved a bit further away, while still holding Qiao Dodo. Fu Tanxiu rose and approached. "Let me hold him. If you're tired, sit down and rest." Qiao Bei was taken aback by his willingness to take the initiative in holding Qiao Dodo. After a moment's hesitation, she handed the child to him, saying, "Be careful. Hold him this way, and he'll be more comfortable." Qiao Bei adjusted his hold. Fu Tanxiu complied, bending down to engage in a gaze-off with Qiao Dodo. "Smile a little. Don't be so serious or you'll frighten him," Qiao Bei advised. "Just holding him is good enough. Do I need to smile too?" How can he possibly reach the heavens?
Fu Tanxiu retorted.
Fine then. A dash of paternal affection is sufficient. Let us not ask for more. She retreated to the sofa and rubbed her lower back. Fu Tanxiu placed Qiao Dou in the crib and joined Qiao Bei at the dining table for a meal. It was Fu Tanxiu's first encounter with marinated dishes, and he frowned slightly.
Too salty.
Qiao Bei, having been busy all day, was quite hungry and devoured her food ravenously. Fu Tanxiu cautioned, "Slow down." "Oh," she acknowledged but continued her hasty eating. "Did you not have lunch?"
Fu Tanxiu inquired.
Qiao Bei replied vaguely, "I had some bread." Fu Tanxiu frowned and served her more vegetables. After dinner, Fu Tanxiu stood to leave, insisting on escorting Qiao Bei downstairs, claiming it was for her digestion after overeating. Qiao Bei saw him off to the car and promptly turned to ascend the stairs, not lingering for even a moment. Fu Tanxiu gritted his teeth, thinking, "She runs faster than a rabbit." Truly, there was no lingering sentiment for him. Meng Yuxi and Wu Jing sat in a coffee shop, each with a cup of coffee. Wu Jing exclaimed in indignation, "Are you saying Qiao Bei had a child, and it's Fu Tanxiu's?" Meng Yuxi, with red-rimmed eyes, nodded. Wu Jing slammed her hand on the table. "This is outrageous. That scheming wretch, Qiao Bei, I knew she was cunning, but I didn't expect her to pull this stunt." Tears streamed down Meng Yuxi's face. Wu Jing reassured her, "Stop crying. Even if Qiao Bei has a child, what does it matter? Fu Tanxiu's heart is still with you. You are the true winner." Meng Yuxi shook her head. "It's not that simple. They have a child now, and that binds them together. I can already sense that Tanxiu has changed." Chapter 38. We only hold hands. Wu Jing sighed. "In my opinion, you are too conservative. If you were bolder and more proactive, Qiao Bei would be of no concern." Meng Yuxi dabbed at her tears with a tissue, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "How could I, as a girl, take the initiative in such matters? It's quite embarrassing." Wu Jing replied, "You're far too innocent. If I were a man, I would be enamored by a girl like you. Pure and reserved, unlike Qiao Bei, who only knows how to throw herself at men." After saying this, she leaned in with a hint of gossip. "Yuxi, what is the extent of your relationship with Fu Tanxiu?" She had long desired to ask but felt too shy. Meng Yuxi took a sip of her coffee and whispered, "We have only held hands."
Ah?
Wu Jing was astonished. "After dating for so long, you've only held hands? There hasn't even a kiss?" Meng Yuxi shook her head. Wu Jing was both shocked and speechless. In this day and age, a platonic romance is truly remarkable. Meng Yuxi felt too embarrassed to admit that she had taken the initiative. It was Fu Tanxiu who was rather indifferent in that regard. Initially, she was reserved and hesitant to take the first step. Later, she could not help but be proactive, yet Fu Tanxiu always evaded her advances. After learning that he had been drugged by Qiao Bei, she sought to prove herself superior and invited him to a hotel. Standing before him, completely undressed, Fu Tanxiu simply abandoned her and left. After their divorce, the situation did not improve. Fu Tanxiu remained aloof, and she often had to initiate their meals, sometimes without success. Wu Jing encouraged her, "You ought to be bolder and more assertive. While being reserved is not inherently bad, the situation is pressing. If you do not take the initiative, Fu Tanxiu might be taken away by Qiao Bei." Suddenly, Meng Yuxi focused her gaze behind Wu Jing.
"What are you looking at?"
Wu Jing inquired. "It's Fu Yao." Wu Jing turned her head and indeed saw Fu Yao approaching, giggling with friends as she entered the cafe. Wu Jing waved her over. "Fu Yao." Spotting them, Fu Yao gleefully rushed over. "Sister Yuxi, Sister Wu Jing, what a coincidence to see you here." Meng Yuxi replied, "Indeed, quite the coincidence." Fu Yao, keenly observant, noticed that Meng Yuxi's eyes were red, indicating she had been crying. "Sister Yuxi, what's wrong? Who has bullied you?" Meng Yuxi looked down. "No one has bullied me." "Why would you say that?" "It's obvious. You've been crying. Tell me or tell my brother, and we will take care of it for you." "Yao Yao, truly? No one has bullied me." Wu Jing interjected. "It's all because of Qiao Bei." Fu Yao's voice rose. "Qiao Bei? She bullied Sister Yuxi?" Meng Yuxi quickly clarified. "No, Yao Yao, that is not the case." Fu Yao was momentarily stunned. "What is this all about?" Wu Jing explained. "Qiao Bei is pregnant with your brother's child and secretly gave birth." "What?" Fu Yao shrieked, the revelation striking her like a bombshell. She had never imagined Qiao Bei would bear her brother's child. Wu Jing continued, "Fu Yao, is it possible your family is unaware of this matter?" Fu Yao shook her head. "No one has informed them." Wu Jing, reveling in the drama, remarked, "Qiao Bei has hidden this deeply. Now everyone knows. And your brother is aware too, yet he keeps it from you and your parents. How outrageous." Upon hearing this, Fu Yao turned and stormed out. Meng Yuxi watched her retreating figure with concern. "I hope nothing bad happens." Wu Jing reassured her. What is there to fear? If we cannot handle Qiao Bei, surely someone else can. Meng Yusi remained silent. Fu Yao burst through the front door, yelling, Mom.
Mom.
Something terrible has happened. Qi Lianxin, who had a weak heart and was easily frightened, clutched her chest. Can you not be so dramatic? You're grown now. Stop being so reckless. Mom, it's serious. What is it? Qiao Bei has given birth to a child. My brothers. What did you say? Qi Lianxin nearly stumbled, steadied herself by gripping a nearby chair. Could you repeat that? Fu Yao, Qiao Bei secretly bore my brother's child. Qi Lianxin, fearing she might truly faint, took a seat. Where is Qiao Bei? I do not know. I heard it from Sister Uci. My brother is aware and has concealed it from us. Moreover, many are in the know, yet we remain in the dark. Qi Lianxin immediately called Fu Song. Upon hearing the news, Fu Song cursed a few times. Qi Lianxin said, Darling, let us keep this matter quiet for now. Please have someone investigate Qiao Bei's current whereabouts. We shall go see for ourselves. Fu Song acknowledged with a grunt and hung up. Upon entering, he saw Fu Song and Qi Lianxin seated on the sofa, while Fu Yao leaned against the armrest. Watching her with a gleeful expression, Qiao Bei felt a surge of panic, but maintained a facade of calm. After closing the door, she exclaimed, Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Fu Song slammed his hand on the table and shouted, If we hadn't come, how would we know you had the audacity to secretly bear a child for the Fu family? Qiao Bei, you have truly gone too far. Qiao Bei explained, I was already pregnant. I couldn't possibly terminate the pregnancy, as it is a precious life. Fu Song, do you believe you have a valid argument? Qi Lianxin interjected. Since you were aware of your pregnancy, why did you choose to divorce? Qiao Bei lied. I discovered I was pregnant only after the divorce. Why did you not inform us? Since we are divorced, there was no need to disclose it. Bringing the child into this world was my own choice. Qiao Bei, are you a worm in my belly, knowing everything? Fu Yao, it doesn't take a genius to perceive your sordid intentions.
Qiao Bei.
My brother must have been cursed through 8 generations to have crossed paths with you, allowing you to entangle him so. Qiao Bei repeatedly reminded herself that this was a fool, unworthy of her concern, and refrained from slapping her twice. Fu Song, what do you intend to do? Qiao Bei, I am aware that you fear I might utilize the child to ensnare Fu Tanxiu, but that is completely unfounded. You are overthinking it. The child is mine. I shall raise him. Qi Lianxin was unconvinced, harboring similar thoughts to Fu Yao. Moreover, given how much Qiao Bei adored her son, it was evident to her that there would be entanglement. Such was merely a facade to placate them. Should they believe her, they would fall into her trap. This house was purchased for you by Tanxiu, correct? And the postpartum nurse was also hired by him, I presume? She understood that Qiao Bei lacked the means to earn a living. During the divorce, she received no assets. How could she afford to buy or even rent a house? The funds for the nurse were certainly not within her capacity. It was undoubtedly all reliant on her son. She professes not to be entangled, yet relies on her son for sustenance. Chapter 39. Are you planning to sever ties with me? Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The money for the house was acquired through selling bags, yet those bags were purchased for Meng Yusi by Fu Tanxiu. The expenses for the postpartum nurse were also covered by Fu Tanxiu. As the father of the child, is it not expected for him to contribute? Qi Lianxin, yet the child was your choice to bring into this world. You claim that the child is solely yours and has no ties to the Fu family. If that is the case, why do you insist on utilizing Tanxiu's funds? Fu Yao clapped, admiring her mother's sharp wit, which rendered Qiao Bei utterly speechless.
It was exhilarating.
Fu Song remarked, Qiao Bei, our family has not treated you poorly, yet I am profoundly disappointed by your actions. As for matters concerning the child, I wish to put an end to this. Consider the house as compensation for you. Moreover, I believe hiring a postpartum nurse is unnecessary. You are not employed and can certainly manage on your own. In any case, you and Tanxiu are divorced now, and I do not wish for you to entangle yourself with him any further. Qiao Bei surveyed the 3 individuals before her and smiled. Have you finished? If so, please take your leave. Fu Song and Qi Lianxin, both proud individuals, felt their dignity bruised and departed without delay, their expressions sour. As Fu Yao left, she hurled a few insults, prompting Qiao Bei to kick her out with a swift motion, slamming the door behind her. Outside, Fu Yao's frantic cries mingled with Qi Lianxin's concerned voice. Sister Zeng could not help but comment, they say grandparents are fond of their grandchildren, yet the moment they entered, they didn't even glance at the child. How callous. Sister Song, however, pondered whether they might face dismissal. Qiao Bei locked herself in her room, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. No matter how she tried to explain, No one believed her. A faint smile appeared as she opened her phone and transferred a sum of money to Qiao Bei. An hour later, he noticed she had not received the funds, which struck him as odd. She typically accepted them almost instantaneously. Assuming she was busy at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, he dismissed the thought. However, by the time he prepared for bed that night, Qiao Bei still had not accepted the payment, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Qiao Bei had fed Xiao Dodo and left for work. Upon reaching downstairs, she found Fu Tanxiu's Rolls-Royce parked in her path. As the window rolled down, Fu Tanxiu's stern visage emerged, commanding, "Get in the car." Qiao Bei shot him a glance and resolutely walked past the luxury vehicle. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow, exited the car, and pursued her, grasping her slender wrist, compelling her to halt. She turned, glaring at him with fury. He was taken aback. At that moment, Qiao Bei resembled an enraged little lion, her eyes flashing with intensity, yet beneath that exterior lay a hint of vulnerability. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly.
Suddenly,
Qiao Bei erupted. "Everyone insists I should not pursue you. Am I pursuing you? When have I ever done so? Speak up." Her eyes reddened, tears brimming yet refusing to fall. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her nose quivered. Fu Tanxiu reached out to touch her face, only to have his hand swatted away. "Do not touch me." He refrained from further contact, softening his tone. "Tell me, why this sudden change?
who has visited you?
It must be said, Fu Tanxiu was astute. Qiao Bei had no intention of concealing the truth. "My parents and Fu Yao came by. They know I have given birth." Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. He could easily imagine the words they had exchanged. Regardless of what they said, forget it. Do not pay them any mind. Qiao Bei thought to herself. Is it truly that simple? They were seeking trouble with her, and there was no escaping it. She looked up and said, "Fu Tanxiu, you need not provide any more funds for the maternity nurse. I have my own money, and will manage it myself. I remember all the money you transferred to me, and that apartment was sold to purchase Meng Yuxi's bag, totaling 1.5 million. At present I cannot repay you, but please wait. I will earn enough to return it to you in due time." Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brows in displeasure, tightening his grip on her wrist. His cold gaze bore into her. "Are you intending to sever ties with me?" Qiao Bei nodded. "Yes, I would prefer if you ceased your visits." She pried his fingers apart and exited the community, tears streaming down her face as she walked. She reassured herself that it was all right. She could earn money and support Xiao Dodo. Now was not the time for sorrow. She needed to work hard, repay her debts, and live comfortably. Fu Tanxiu followed closely behind, observing the girl in front of him hastening her steps, constantly wiping her face. It appeared she was deeply distressed. Yet, he understood that he could not approach her now. Qiao Bei would react furiously. He trailed her to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, watching as she stood at the entrance, hastily wiping her eyes before stepping inside. In the Fu household, Fu Tanxiu toyed with an antique tea set.
Fu Song frowned. "What do you mean by that?"
"Literally what I said," replied Fu Tanxiu. Fu Song slammed the table, his voice rising sharply. "Have we erred in considering your well-being? What is this attitude?" Qi Lianxin attempted to calm Fu Song. "Darling, please remain composed and speak rationally." Fu Song turned to her. "Does he appear to be speaking rationally?" Infuriated, Qi Lianxin addressed Fu Tanxiu. "Tanxiu, we have not spoken ill of Qiao Bei. We merely believe that since you are divorced, there should be no further entanglements. She is now preoccupied with a child, and we only warned her a couple of times without taking further action. She knew that this son had always protected Qiao Bei. Even when she erred, he stood by her side, such as during their marriage." Fu Tanxiu switched hands with the tea set. "What is her intention? To use the child to entangle me?"
"Ha! You are overthinking this."
Fu Yao interjected. "Brother, you have been deceived by Qiao Bei. She intends to use the child to cling to you and force a reconciliation." Fu Tanxiu shot her a cold glance. "And you know everything, do you?" "Of course." "She is indeed," her words nearly slipping into a derogatory comment. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened further. "Fu Yao, I remember warning you not to bully her." "Who is bullying her?" "She is the one who kicked me the other day. You can ask Mom and Dad if you don't believe me. She has become arrogant, disregarding everyone. She deserves it." "Brother, how can you say that?" Fu Tanxiu ignored her, turning his attention to Fu Song and Qi Lianxin. "I hope you heed my words." As he loosened his grip, the tea set fell, shattering into countless pieces. Fu Song sprang up, fury etched on his face as he gazed at the beloved tea set.
"You!"
Qi Lianxin furrowed her brow tightly, realizing the situation was more severe than she had anticipated. "Tanxiu, what do you mean? Do you wish to remarry Qiao Bei?" Fu Tanxiu did not hesitate. "I do wish to, but it seems increasingly difficult now." Both Fu Song and Fu Yao were taken aback. Fu Yao exclaimed, brother. Have you lost your mind? After finally escaping that torment, you wish to plunge back in? What are you thinking? Have you been bewitched by Qiao Bei? Chapter 40. Not the sea of bitterness, not the sea of bitterness. Fu Tanxiu uttered a brief remark and departed from the Fu family home. Qi Lianxin sat dazed on the sofa, while Fu Song's expression darkened significantly. Fu Yao shook Qi Lianxin's arm, exclaiming, Mom, what should we do? Is my brother out of his mind? Why does he still want to remarry Qiao Bei? It infuriates me. I do not wish to become a family with her again. Qi Lianxin remained silent, as if she comprehended something, and quietly ascended the stairs. Fu Yao, seething with anger, paced back and forth, contemplating how to thwart her brother's reunion with Qiao Bei. Suddenly, she recalled her sister Yuci. In a quaint dessert shop, Meng Yuci sat across from Fu Yao, pushing a slice of strawberry cake towards her. Yao Yao, have some of this. Their strawberry cake is delightful, and I remember you enjoyed these. Fu Yao's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Sister Yuci, you are so kind to me, remembering my favorite treats. If you were my sister-in-law, how blissful I would be. Meng Yuci chuckled, covering her mouth. You're being overly dramatic. It's merely a slice of cake. It's not just about the cake. My brother doesn't treat me as well as you do. He only cares for Qiao Bei. Meng Yuci was well aware of this. Having felt exasperated with Qiao Bei long ago, she inquired nonchalantly, did you summon me for a particular reason today? Meng Yuci's expression shifted subtly. She was taken aback by Fu Tanxiu's unwavering protection of Qiao Bei. Your brother is being excessive, she remarked.
Fu Yao replied, indeed.
Do you know what my brother said? What? Meng Yuci sensed it was likely not favorable news. Fu Yao exclaimed, he said he wants to remarry Qiao Bei. Don't you think he is insane? Meng Yuci's shoulders slumped, her demeanor one of utter desolation. Fu Yao waved her hand in front of her. Sister Yuci, are you alright? Tears welled in Meng Yuci's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Fu Yao quickly offered her a tissue. Sister Yuci, please don't be sad. My brother is merely momentarily enchanted by Qiao Bei. Rest assured, our family will not allow her to succeed. I stand by you. And I acknowledge you as my only sister-in-law. Meng Yuci wiped her tears. Yao Yao, thank you. But perhaps my fate with your brother has truly come to an end. Fu Yao retorted. Who says so? You two are the most compatible. I have faith in you. Sister Yuci, you must gather your strength and win him back. Meng Yuci inquired, how do I do that? Fu Yao patted her chest confidently. Don't worry. I will assist you. Meng Yuci, touched, clasped her hand. Yao Yao, thank you. Sister Yuci, there is no need for thanks. You will be my sister-in-law in the future. Meng Yuci, feeling bashful, lowered her head. Yao Yao, please enjoy your cake. Fu Yao took a bite, savoring its sweetness. At the most lavish bar in Longcheng, the patrons were either affluent heirs or celebrities. In a private room on the second floor, Fu Tanxiu was nearly draining an entire bottle of Hennessy cognac. Shi Qian intervened, though it is not expensive, that is not how one should drink. Fu Tanxiu brushed aside his hand and poured the last drop into his glass, downing it in one gulp before reclining against the sofa. Shi Qian pressed. What is the matter with you? Fu Tanxiu loosened the top two buttons of his shirt, exuding an aura of languor. I just feel like a complete scoundrel. Shi Qian tilted his head, perplexed. Fu Tanxiu did not acknowledge him, as if lost in his own musings. Shi Qian discerned that the man's madness was undoubtedly a consequence of Qiao Bei's influence. How amusing, he thought, that Fu Tanxiu had forgotten how Qiao Bei had wronged him, yet still felt remorse. He yearned to utter, Qiao Bei deserves it, but lacked the courage. Would Fu Tanxiu not retaliate? He remarked. It's not too late to give it a try now. Fu Tanxiu, with a hand resting on his forehead, lamented, it is too late. How could I have failed to notice her peculiarities earlier? Had I done so, we would not have divorced. Shi Qian rolled his eyes, contemplating. My friend, if it weren't for the divorce, you would never have realized your feelings for her. Fu Tanxiu continued to ramble. She lived in a small apartment, purchased with the money from selling bags. She claimed she would repay me, return the funds I had given her. Hearing those words made me feel miserable, and I regretted it deeply. What was I thinking back then? Shi Qian interjected, those bags were quite valuable. Fu Tanxiu bemoaned, given my despicable behavior. She surely won't forgive me now. Shi Qian took a sip of his drink. If she possesses any sense, she should not hold it against you. Get lost. Fu Tanxiu retorted, Bei is very sensible, very obedient. Shi Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes once more. It was clear, this man was utterly ensnared by Qiao Bei. He muttered to himself, I should focus on managing the company. What is the point of pursuing romance? The constant turmoil is truly unsettling. After waiting for Qiao Dodo to fall asleep, Qiao Bei summoned two nannies. She shyly addressed them. Sister Zeng, Sister Song, I wish to discuss something with you. The two nannies anticipated her intentions. Qiao Bei paused momentarily and nodded, all right. She was about to express her financial constraints, indicating she could retain only one of them, inevitably offending the other. Fortunately, Sister Song spoke up, alleviating her discomfort. Sister Song, I will pay you. Sister Song waved her hand, no need, mister. Fu has already compensated me. How much? Before we arrived, it was agreed upon that the monthly salary would be 20,000. Qiao Bei was not surprised. She had researched and understood that competent nannies commanded such fees. She was aware of the cost and planned to reimburse Fu Tanxiu in the future. Sister Zeng, I will cover your salary from now on. Sister Zeng hesitated. Mr. Fu has stated he would pay, and the funds are directly deposited to me without my intervention. Qiao Bei contemplated briefly. Very well, let it be for now. Later, I will inform Fu Tanxiu that he need not continue. She was now earning a decent income, sufficient to afford a nanny salary. Sister Zeng certainly hoped for such an arrangement. One person could hardly manage the responsibilities of caring for a child and preparing meals. Xiao Dodo could now be entirely nourished with formula, alleviating some burdens. Yet the monthly expense for formula was still considerable. The number of individuals seeking Qiao Bei's consultation was steadily increasing, keeping her exceedingly busy. Meng Yusi waited outside with her mother. Mom, shall we not go to a major hospital instead?
Chapter 41. Qiao Bei's Deceptions.
Zhang Qiong shook her head. No, I have waited a long time for this appointment. I finally secured a spot. Meng Yusi observed the long line ahead, muttering, Mom, what if this person is a fraud? Why do you trust these dubious avenues? When ill, one should seek a reputable hospital. Visiting places like this is merely courting deception. Zhang Qiong cautioned her. Do not speak recklessly. I assure you, Master Qiao possesses remarkable skills. Several of my sisters have had their ailments cured by her. Is that true? Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect?
No, truly.
Take Aunt Wang, for instance. Her face was so distorted that she had seen numerous doctors, even enduring acupuncture to the point of despair, yet to no avail. Eventually, Master Qiao treated her. And just the other day, I saw her. Her face was completely restored, and she was beaming with joy, smiling at everyone. Meng Yusi remained skeptical, which is precisely why she had accompanied Zhang Qiong today. At last, it was their turn. Meng Yusi linked arms with Zhang Qiong as they entered. Upon spotting Qiao Bei seated there, despite wearing a mask, she recognized her immediately, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qiao Bei's bright, expressive eyes widened in surprise for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure and invited Zhang Qiong to take a seat. After a series of inquiries and a diagnosis, she prescribed traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Qiong's concerns were minor, typical ailments of the elderly. With unwavering faith in Master Qiao's medical expertise, she left with numerous compliments, to which Qiao Bei responded with a smile. Looking up at her, Qiao Bei said, Miss Meng, this is my working time. I cannot engage in casual conversation, as there are other patients awaiting. Reluctantly, Meng Yusi exited. Once outside, she snatched the medicine from Zhang Qiong's hands and tossed it into a garbage bin. As Meng Yusi made another attempt to retrieve it, Zhang Qiong defended her possession. Mother, let me tell you, that person inside is a fraud. Do you know who she is? Zhang Qiong replied, Master Qiao. She is Qiao Bei, the ex-wife of Tanxiu. Zhang Qiong was taken aback. She was aware of Qiao Bei, but had never seen her in person. Mother, to refer to her as a master is utterly absurd. Isn't that just calling her a fraud? You absolutely cannot take that medicine. What if it harms you? Give it to me. During Zhang Qiong's moment of hesitation, Meng Yusi seized the package and discarded it into the bin. Fu Yao received a call from Meng Yusi. Her spirits lifted. Sister Yusi, what is it? Yao Yao. I need to discuss something important with you. What is it? Qiao Bei is deceiving people. I believe your family should be informed. While her primary aim was to make Fu Tanxiu aware, she hesitated to say it directly, fearing he might think she was trying to frame Qiao Bei. The most prudent approach was to relay it through Fu Yao. Really? Is that true? Fu Yao's excitement surged, sensing she had uncovered a secret about Qiao Bei. What wrong has she committed? Meng Yusi replied, she practices medicine at a Chinese medicine clinic under false pretenses and insists on being called Master Qiao, specifically targeting the elderly. My mother has fallen victim to her deceit.
Fu Yao's shoulders slumped in disappointment.
She had hoped Qiao Bei had truly done something nefarious. Sister Yusi, Qiao Bei is genuinely skilled in traditional medicine. She is certified. Her practice was taught by her grandmother, Qiao Yuhua, who was quite renowned in her time. My mother's illness was cured by Qiao Yuhua. Meng Yusi was taken aback, not realizing Qiao Bei possessed such abilities. Feeling awkward, she admitted, it seems I have misunderstood. Fortunately, She had refrained from impulsively confronting Fu Tanxiu. After exchanging a few more words with Fu Yao, Meng Yusi hung up. As she descended the stairs, she overheard Zhang Qiong on the phone. Master Qiao is a charlatan. She previously stole my daughter's boyfriend, revealing her questionable character. You all should refrain from seeking her medical services. Meng Yusi opened her mouth, contemplated, but ultimately chose not to intervene, passing by Zhang Qiong. Upon reaching the entrance, she collided with a youth clad in basketball attire. The boy, drenched in sweat and clutching a basketball, exclaimed in irritation, "Are you blind?" Meng Yusi rubbed her arm, raised her gaze, and retorted, "Clearly, it was you who failed to watch where you were going." With a resounding thud, the boy slammed the basketball onto the ground, hands on his hips, declaring, "Meng Yusi, you've grown audacious enough to blame me? I will tell Mom."
Mom.
He shouted at the top of his lungs. The boy continued, "What is there to eat?" "I have no appetite." Zhang Qiong inquired, "What happened? Who provoked you?" Her gaze shifted to Meng Yusi, growing stern. "Did you bully your brother?" Meng Yusi, feeling wronged, protested, "I did not bully him. He barged in without looking and bumped into me, yet he twists the narrative." Meng Xingchen yelled, "It was you who crashed into me. Day in and day out. You seem to have no idea what you're thinking. No wonder you can't keep a man." "Enough, Meng Xingchen. Do not go too far." Meng Yusi, now incensed, retorted. Zhang Qiong pushed her slightly, admonishing, "What are you doing? As the elder sister, cannot you show a bit of leniency towards your brother? Always arguing with him. How unbecoming. My health issues are exacerbated by your incessant bickering." Meng Yusi pouted, feeling deeply aggrieved. "Mom, why do you always favor Meng Xingchen? Is it merely because he is a boy?" Zhang Qiong reprimanded. "Stop seeking trouble where none exists. You are in the wrong, and yet you dare to voice such complaints. If you can argue with your brother, why not secure Fu Tanxiu instead? How long has it been since he divorced? When will he marry you?" Meng Yusi fell silent. Zhang Qiong had no expectations for her to respond, leading Meng Xingchen upstairs while muttering, "With so much sweat, you must wash up quickly to avoid catching a chill. Afterward, I shall have the kitchen prepare chicken wings for you." Meng Yusi watched their retreating figures, her heart heavy with sorrow. She felt immense frustration. Although her family was relatively well off, her parents exhibited a blatant preference for their son, Meng Xingchen, showering him with all the good things. Materially, she lacked nothing, yet she had seldom received affection. From a young age, her parents made their stance clear. "Yusi, we are only responsible for raising you. The family fortune belongs to Xingchen. Do not harbor any thoughts of contention." Meng Xingchen did not respect his sister, addressing her by name and often falsely accusing her, reporting her misdeeds to their parents, which led to her being scolded. The family's attitude towards her began to shift only after she became involved with Fu Tanxiu. Her parents finally began to share some of the affection they had reserved for Meng Xingchen with her. However, upon discovering that Fu Tanxiu had married Qiao Bei, they erupted in anger, harshly chastising her, and even threatened to sever ties. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei's marriage lasted merely 2 months. The family perceived a glimmer of hope for her, and their treatment of her improved slightly. Yet, whenever there was a conflict with Meng Xingchen, her parents invariably scolded her first. At times, she pondered how much better it would be if her parents had only had her as their sole child. As Fu Tanxiu was about to enter his vehicle, a slender figure darted out from the side and enveloped him in an embrace. Chapter 42. Are we not familiar enough to bear a child together? Fu Tanxiu was momentarily taken aback, then pushed aside Meng Yusi, with tears streaming down her face. Meng Yusi clung desperately to him, pleading, "Tanxiu, don't push me away, just hold me." Fu Tanxiu forcefully separated himself from her. "Yusi, please remain composed." She wept pitifully, resembling a delicate flower in the rain. "Is it truly so difficult to embrace me?" Fu Tanxiu assessed her with a discerning eye. "It is inappropriate." Meng Yusi managed a bitter smile. "How is it inappropriate? We were lovers. That was in the past. It is no longer the case. Must you be so hurtful? You are fully aware of my feelings for you. I still love you. You are divorced now. Why can you not accept me? You know I hold a place for you in my heart." Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is impossible for us now. I had thought you understood." Meng Yusi shouted, "I do not understand." "Very well, I shall clarify things today." Terror flickered across her face as she shook her head violently. "I do not wish to hear it. I do not want to listen." She then turned and fled.
Fu Tanxiu esse brau farro tightly.
Beside him, Yukong was consumed with curiosity, struggling to maintain an air of nonchalance. The CEO had declared that a relationship with Miss Meng was no longer feasible. They were not meant to be together. How shocking. He had thought they were on the brink of marriage. But why was this the case? Could it be because of Miss Qiao? It seemed highly plausible. After all, Fu Tanxiu was a responsible man, willing to distance himself from Miss Meng in order to provide a complete family for Miss Qiao's child. Yukong mused. Fu Tanxiu entered the car, noticing Yukong still in a daze, and said irritably, "Are you not getting in?" After a brief drive, Fu Tanxiu glanced out the window. "Uncle Chen, pull over at the intersection." Uncle Chen acknowledged and halted the vehicle. Fu Tanxiu opened the door and stepped out. Yukong, puzzled, inquired, "Where's the CEO heading?" Uncle Chen replied, "Miss Jiao's acupuncture clinic is just ahead." Yukong looked and saw Fu Tanxiu striding towards the clinic. Indeed, the CEO was a man of strong responsibility, determined to be with Miss Qiao for the child's sake. "Uncle Chen, have you met the CEO's child?" Uncle Chen chuckled and nodded, "Yes. The young master bears a striking resemblance to the CEO and is quite adorable." Yukong scoffed. Miss Qiao certainly knew how to give birth. Recently, the clinic had seen fewer patients, and after finishing her last consultation, Qiao Bei removed her mask and tossed it into the trash can, meticulously washing her hands before exiting the consultation room. To her surprise, she encountered Fu Tanxiu. His tall figure stood at the entrance, casting a large shadow. His eyes were slightly upturned, and his thin lips were pressed together, exuding an air of noble aloofness. She paused for a moment, then casually greeted Zhongbo. "Zhongbo, I'm going to have lunch. What would you like me to bring you?" Zhongbo glanced towards the entrance, adjusted his reading glasses, and waved dismissively. "You two go ahead. Do not mind this old man." Qiao Bei replied, "Zhongbo, you misunderstand. I am not acquainted with him." Fu Tanxiu stepped forward. "How can you claim not to know me when we have a child together?" Qiao Bei, unfazed by the revelation, retorted, "That is my child alone. Do not presume otherwise. Can one person truly give birth to a child? Is Fu Ningyuan a product of stone?" Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words against Fu Tanxiu's sharp tongue. How infuriating. Zhongbo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Fu Tanxiu. "It turns out this is the child's father, and he is quite handsome."
Qiao Bei, uninteressiert in Fu Tanxiu,
turned and exited the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, heading towards a nearby fast food restaurant. Once she acquired her meal and settled down with her tray, Fu Tanxiu took a seat across from her. She glanced at him briefly before immersing herself in her meal. Fu Tanxiu remained silent, simply observing her. Eventually, Qiao Bei raised her head and inquired, "Are you eating?" Fu Tanxiu smiled and shook his head. "I have a dinner engagement shortly." Understanding, Qiao Bei realized that with a lavish meal ahead, who would opt for fast food? She ate swiftly and soon finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and stood to leave the fast food establishment. Suddenly, a thought struck her.
Ding.
Fu Tanxiu lowered his gaze to the transfer notification on his phone. Is he really keeping such meticulous accounts with me? Qiao Bei nodded earnestly. Yes, it must be accounted for. In the future, Sister Zheng's salary will no longer be your responsibility. I shall handle it. I will repay the remaining money I owe you slowly. She was raising Qiao Dodo and couldn't he afford to return all the money at once. She would repay it when she had saved enough. Qiao Bei, raising a child is my responsibility too. No need, Qiao Bei replied. The child is solely mine. You need not contribute financially. Initially, she felt that since the child was partially Fu Tanxiu's, accepting his money was acceptable. Yet, she ultimately realized that accepting help often led to complications. It was better to rely on herself. She could provide for Qiao Dodo. The girl turned and briskly walked back towards the clinic, her steps light and confident. Yukong rushed over, urging Mr. Fu. Everyone is gathered over there. We should hurry. Fu Tanxiu glanced back at the clinic before proceeding towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. Inside the car, Fu Tanxiu suddenly posed a question. What if a girlfriend refuses to spend her money? Is there a way to encourage her to do so? The seasoned bachelor, Yukong, replied, I don't have a girlfriend. Fu Tanxiu cast an envious glance at old Chen. Yukong turned to him, excitement evident on his face. Miss Qiao, doesn't he spend your money? Fu Tanxiu lowered his gaze to the documents, unwilling to elaborate further. Yukong scoffed, clearly amused. In this day and age, who would fret over not being able to spend money? It was almost unbelievable. Although Fu Tanxiu's eyes were fixed on the documents, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to encourage Qiao Bei to spend his money. How the tides have turned. Initially, he was the one withholding, and now he was eager for her to indulge. As evening approached, a man fully clad, leaving only his eyes visible, entered the clinic. He was remarkably tall, likely over 6 feet tall, with bright and captivating peach blossom eyes. Mysteriously, he seated himself across from Qiao Bei. She looked at him in surprise. You. The man interjected, don't mind who I am. I'm here for treatment. Let me explain my condition. I suffer from severe insomnia, and I can't sleep at all through the night. Do you have any remedies for me? Qiao Bei noticed the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? Many years. Qiao Bei frowned. It was indeed quite serious. Please remove your mask. I need to examine you further.
No.
The man covered his mask. Chapter 43. Don't call me that. It gives me goosebumps. Qiao Bei did not press the issue. She extended her tongue. The man complied. Now your right hand. The man extended his right hand, and Qiao Bei took his pulse. It was indeed quite severe. The person opposite remarked, I haven't had a good night's sleep in years. Qiao Bei's enchanting almond-shaped eyes curved slightly upwards. Indeed. It's not easy to live this long. The man paused, fixated on her. Qiao Bei furrowed her brow. Being stared at by a stranger was inherently uncomfortable. She averted her gaze. The man chuckled, and when he did, his alluring eyes sparkled captivatingly. What a fierce one you are, Master Qiao. Qiao Bei paid little mind, sensing he harbored no ill intentions, and returned to her task of writing a prescription. Master Qiao, others say my eyes are beautiful, but I never saw it until today. When I noticed how striking they are on you. Qiao Bei halted, lifting her gaze to him. Indeed. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance. Both possessed the allure of captivating almond shapes. This was merely a fleeting moment. She completed the prescription and instructed him to collect the medicine outside. Upon exiting the traditional medicine clinic, a chauffeur-driven car awaited him, from which a man disembarked.
Lingye.
Hurry and get in. After Zhang Wulin entered the vehicle, he pulled down his hat and removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage. His assistant, Xiao Zhang, would often exclaim, no wonder he's the dream of a billion girls. He's incredibly handsome. Zhang Wulin playfully nudged his head. Don't look at me with such an unsettling gaze. He inquired, Linge, did you see Master Qiao's true appearance? My mother said this Master Qiao is quite young and undoubtedly a beauty. Zhang Wulin leaned back. I came to seek treatment, not to admire. Oh, Xiao Zhang replied, sticking out his tongue. My mother said Master Qiao is quite skilled and will surely cure your insomnia. Zhang Wulin held little hope, thinking it was a last-ditch effort worth trying. He tossed Xiao Zhang 2 packets of medicine. You brew it. All right. Do you know how? I'll consult my mother. That night, Zhang Wulin took the medicine and, to his astonishment, fell into a dreamless slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated. Ecstatically, he embraced his assistant Xiao Zhang. Ha ha ha. I actually slept. My goodness. It's been ages since I've had such a restful night. It's miraculous. That Master Qiao is truly an angel sent from heaven to rescue me. Xiao Zhang, caught off guard by the morning embrace, blushed. He thought to himself that his mother finally did something right. Zhang Wulin, feeling elated, promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Xiao Zhang. Buy something for Annie to eat and use. I'm immensely grateful to her. Of course, his greatest gratitude was reserved for Master Qiao, a young talent with remarkable skills. That evening, as Qiao Bei exited the clinic, she spotted Fu Tanxiu leaning against the car door. Upon seeing her, he immediately approached. No need, she said. Bei, don't be childish, he urged. Qiao Bei, unable to contain her annoyance, shrugged her shoulders. Don't call me that. It gives me goosebumps. If Lu Yanxuan can call you that, why can't I? Besides, I've always called you that before. That was in the past. Times have changed. And our relationship isn't that close anymore. Ex-lovers cannot be friends, and divorced couples cannot remain kin, you understand? Fu Tanxiu shook his head. I don't understand. If you don't understand, then just keep your distance, she replied. I can't do that. Qiao Bei scrutinized Fu Tanxiu. I've realized you're rather shameless. Fu Tanxiu chuckled to himself, finally realizing it. You silly thing. He was left with nothing but his shameless persistence. Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively, saying no. I still need to go to the supermarket.
Goodbye.
She gave a light pat on his chest, adding, with your identity, it's better if you don't go. You'd scare the customers away like a walking air conditioner, and the supermarket owner would hold you accountable for damages. Fu Tanxiu seized her wrist and pulled her closer, winking at her. In this scorching heat, having me, the air conditioner, around is just perfect to cool you down.
Qiao Bei blinked in disbelief.
Was that merely an illusion? Was he truly flirting with her?
Impossible.
She must have misinterpreted his intentions. He only wished to be her brother, harboring nothing but sibling affection. In her moment of distraction, Fu Tanxiu took her hand and led her toward the nearby supermarket. Is it this one? They had almost reached the entrance. He grabbed a shopping cart and called out to Qiao Bei, stop dawdling, let us go. She bit her lip and followed suit. Their home was devoid of vegetables, meat, and eggs. She had a considerable list to fulfill. As they browsed, the cart quickly filled with their selections. Fu Tanxiu pushed the cart beside her, watching as she meticulously checked the expiration dates and ingredient lists before tossing items into the cart. Passing the dairy section, they noticed a crowd clamoring over something. Curiosity piqued.
Qiao Bei approached.
Yogurt. Yogurt. Special promotion. Buy one, get one free. Today only. Don't miss out. The salesperson shouted. Qiao Bei, fond of yogurt, picked up 2 packs. Spotting a male celebrity on the packaging, she paused, feeling a sense of familiarity. Drawing it closer for a better look, she pondered. Where had she seen him before? Is he more handsome than you? Fu Tanxiu leaned slightly closer, his head nearly resting on her shoulder. From behind, they appeared to be an ordinary couple, their gestures intimate. His distinctive woody scent enveloped her. Pushing him away, she continued to scrutinize the celebrity on the yogurt box. More handsome. She then noticed a small line of text beside the star's image. Zhonglin. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her.
Ah!
She exclaimed. She recalled having watched a television drama starring Zhonglin as the male lead during her pregnancy, a long time ago, and had since forgotten. She had a habit of fixating on things that eluded her memory, causing her discomfort and sleepless nights. With a cheerful smile, she placed the yogurt into the cart, knowing she would finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Seizing the moment, Fu Tanxiu discreetly removed the yogurt from the cart. Qiao Bei remained oblivious until they reached the checkout. As Fu Tanxiu prepared to pay with his card, she intercepted him, presenting her payment code to the cashier instead. With so many items, they filled 2 bags. Initially, Qiao Bei intended to carry them but found them too heavy. She then pushed the cart away, exclaiming, I'll return the cart. Successfully freeing herself, Fu Tanxiu effortlessly lifted a bag in each hand. Once outside the supermarket, they walked side by side, a Rolls-Royce trailing behind. Qiao Bei glanced back and quietly suggested, Shall we take the car? Fu Tanxiu greatly enjoyed the leisurely stroll alongside her, lifting the bag slightly. Let us walk. The moonlight is splendid tonight. Qiao Bei gazed upward, only to find the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, as if rain were imminent. What is so splendid about this? Chapter 40, for it had been several days since she last saw him, and she found herself yearning for his presence. Upon reaching the foot of the apartment building, Qiao Bei extended her hand. Please, may I have the bag? Thank you. Fu Tanxiu cast her a sidelong glance before bypassing her and entering the building. Qiao Bei was taken aback momentarily, but quickly hurried after him. Hey, you can stop here. Fu Tanxiu did not halt. His tall figure stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. He pressed the elevator button, turning to her. I am off to see Fu Ningyuan. It's been quite some time and I miss him. Little Fu Ningyuan piped up. Aren't you feeling guilty? I'm still so young, and yet you are using me. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. Oh, I didn't realize you were so fond of him. Fatherly love is often profound and unexpressed. If it remains unexpressed, can it truly be called love? You wouldn't understand. Qiao Bei responded with a couple of derisive laughs. The elevator arrived, and Fu Tanxiu stepped in effortlessly. Qiao Bei pursed her lips and joined him, selecting their floor. Upon reaching her doorstep, Qiao Bei retrieved her keys to unlock the door. Sister Zeng, upon noticing Fu Tanxiu, paused momentarily before greeting him. She was in the midst of feeding little Qiao Dodo. Qiao Bei eagerly changed her shoes and approached. The infant's wide, twinkling eyes captivated her heart entirely. Oh my darling son is simply adorable. Mommy misses you terribly whenever we are apart. What shall I do? Fu Tanxiu placed the bag in the kitchen, momentarily pausing upon hearing Qiao Bei's words. Turning, he observed her leaning over, her eyes sparkling and her face radiating warmth. He was utterly entranced. Was he well behaved today, Sister Zeng? Very well behaved. He eats and then sleeps, wakes to eat again, and cries not at all. Merely whimpers when he needs a change. This is, without a doubt, the easiest child I have ever cared for. Qiao Bei smiled gently as she rose to her feet. Turning, she locked eyes with Fu Tanxiu. Without contemplating the meaning behind his gaze, she casually remarked, Just leave it there. Sister Zeng will tidy up later. With a moment of respite, Sister Zeng entered the kitchen to organize the groceries. Fu Tanxiu approached Qiao Bei, casting a glance at Qiao Dodo. After days of absence, the infant seemed to have changed considerably. He was no longer as unappealing. Little Qiao Dodo exclaimed, Thank you, dear father. Qiao Bei played with her son for a while before turning to him. Go wash your hands.
Why?
Did you not miss your son? Come, let me hold you. Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a moment before rising. I shall prepare a bowl of noodles. You've eaten already, so I won't be serving you. I have not eaten. Qiao Bei glanced at him, said nothing, and proceeded to the kitchen. Fu Tanxiu lowered his gaze, engaging in a silent stare-down with Qiao Dodo. He reached out and pinched the infant's cheek. Hey, not bad at all. He pinched again, and once more, until he successfully provoked Qiao Dodo into tears. The infant cried sorrowfully, tears cascading down his cheeks. Fu Tanxiu snapped, Why are you crying? Quiet down. Qiao Dodo retorted. I refuse to be quiet. His cries grew louder. Mommy, come save me. The kitchen was filled with the hum of the range hood, rendering Qiao Bei oblivious to the sounds of crying. Sister Zeng emerged, exclaiming, Oh dear, why is there crying? Fu Tanxiu tossed Qiao Daodu into the crib, nonchalantly shifting the blame, just being dramatic. Sister Zeng approached and observed, Why is her face so red? Who knows? Perhaps it's the heat. Sister Zeng cast a suspicious glance at him, but chose to remain silent, harboring a lingering suspicion that Fu Tanxiu had been rough with Qiao Daodu in their absence. Fu Tanxiu sauntered into the cramped kitchen, where the space felt overwhelmingly tight. As Qiao Bei turned to grab something, she collided with his chest, causing her to rub her nose in discomfort. What are you doing here? She inquired. Fu Tanxiu stood awkwardly. I thought I might see if you needed help. No need. Just get out of the way, she retorted, though slightly hurt by her dismissal. Fu Tanxiu did not leave. Instead, he lingered behind her, captivated by the way she deftly sautéed, added water, and cooked the noodles with such grace. Before long, a simple yet appetizing bowl of vegetable and meat noodles emerged from the stove. Fu Tanxiu swallowed hard. Qiao Bei divided the noodles into 3 bowls, garnished them with scallions, and handed him one, instructing, Take this. Oh, he replied, carrying the bowl to the dining table. As he turned around, he spotted Qiao Bei emerging with 2 large bowls. His eyelids flickered, a pang of sympathy welling within him. This woman, having left him, not only learned to cook, but had also become remarkably resilient. He approached her, taking the bowls from her hands. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow, noting that this man possessed some discernment, unlike those who merely lounged about waiting to be served. Sister Zeng lacked the courage to share a table with Fu Tanxiu, feeling too much pressure, and opted to eat her noodles at the coffee table instead.
Qiao Bei, hoverfa.
Felt no such trepidation. She was famished and devoured her noodles with gusto. Fu Tanxiu stole a glance at her, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then lowered his gaze to his own bowl. It must be said, Qiao Bei's culinary skills were impressive. Even simple noodles tasted exquisite under her hands. After their meal, Sister Zeng went to wash the dishes while Qiao Bei bathed Qiao Daodu. Fu Tanxiu leaned against the bathroom doorframe, observing the capable woman at work, and offered, Let me handle this. This was certainly not a space he was accustomed to. Qiao Bei, perhaps out of respect for him being Qiao Daodu's biological father, displayed a surprising degree of patience. Fu Tanxiu remained, not departing until Qiao Daodu was bathed and Qiao Bei had washed herself as well. That night, as Qiao Bei lay in bed, she heard the heavy rain outside, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. She rose to draw back the curtains, peering down to see Fu Tanxiu slipping into his car, which then drove off into the downpour. The following day, Yukong entered the office, taken aback. The usually stoic President Fu was smiling, actually smiling. Leaning back in his chair, the corners of his mouth turned up. His eyes widened. This demeanor reminded him of those young lovers caught in the throes of infatuation.
President Fu?
He called out cautiously. Fu Tanxiu immediately wiped the smile from his face, reverting to his usual impassive expression, so swiftly that Yukong wondered if he had imagined it. He placed a stack of documents before him, saying, This contains all the information on Company M. Please take a look. You may leave, Fu Tanxiu replied. Yukong exited the office, still perplexed. As Qiao Bei was nearing the end of her workday, an unexpected visitor arrived, none other than the peculiar man from a few days prior. Still fully armed, only a pair of peach blossom eyes remained visible. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. Your prescription is for half a month. Why have you come today? Shang Wulin smiled slightly. I am not here to seek treatment for myself. Oh, what is your purpose then? I wish to request your assistance in treating someone out of town. Chapter 45, The Rising Star. I'm afraid I cannot go, Qiao Bei replied. Shang Wulin lazily crossed his legs. I will offer you a handsome reward. Qiao Bei glanced up at him, pondering how generous this offer might be. Shang Wulin observed her expression and continued, My mother is in frail health, bedridden for years, and has seen numerous doctors without improvement. If you can heal her, I will offer you 50 million, no, 100 million. Qiao Bei scrutinized him from head to toe, questioning his authenticity. Could he truly possess such wealth? She wondered if he might be a fraud. This man had always concealed himself thoroughly during his previous visits, arousing suspicion. Was he attempting to deceive her, luring her away with nefarious intentions? A torrent of thoughts raced through her mind as she regarded Shang Wulin with caution. I will not go. Shang Wulin uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and suddenly grasped Qiao Bei's hand. Master Qiao, please reconsider. I genuinely can provide you with money. If you are averse to money, I can offer you something else. I do not possess it myself, but my brothers do, as long as you can cure my mother.
And a gang.
Qiao Bei, alarmed, jerked her hand away, springing to her feet and delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard, Shang Wulin fell to the ground, momentarily stunned.
Qiao Bei shouted fiercely, Rouge.
Let me tell you, I am married. Beware of my husband. He is quite fierce. Shang Wulin was momentarily taken aback. This woman had actually kicked him. Unbelievable. After a brief moment of silence, he explained, You misunderstand. That was not my intention. Ha! You come up and grab my hand. Explanations are futile, you scoundrel. I only provide medical treatment, not engage in such nonsense.
Leave.
Shang Wulin stared at the sky in disbelief. How could this woman categorize him as a rogue or a lecher? It was infuriating. Yet, he recognized her capabilities and, for the sake of his mother, he endured. He stood up and calmly brushed off the dust from his trousers. Master Qiao, please keep your distance. Qiao Bei took 2 steps back, wary of him. Shang Wulin had no choice but to remain where he was, explaining, I truly have no such intentions towards you. You are mistaken.
Leave.
Just go. Shang Wulin was expelled from the premises, frustrated as he ran a hand through his hair. How could she misunderstand me? It's utterly ridiculous. I am always the one who misinterprets others. How could anyone misinterpret me? He kicked a stone by the roadside. Qiao Bei exhaled deeply. In this day and age, there are indeed many swindlers. They had come to her doorstep. She had previously encountered numerous news articles about such scams, luring young and beautiful women to certain locations, only to ultimately transport them abroad. Once there, those girls would find themselves trapped in a living hell. Beautiful yet coerced into selling herself for money, those lacking in beauty, aged and faded, are drained of their wealth, their organs sold off, and ultimately their bodies discarded into the sea. One must remain vigilant. She would never accompany a stranger to another city. 100 million, you say? Ah, is it a ploy to sell her for that sum? After all, she possesses a modicum of charm. She touched her face, contemplating. In any case, she would not be so easily deceived. After tidying herself up, Qiao Bei emerged, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder from behind.
Ah!
She let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, instinctively lifting her leg to run. Fu Tanxiu swiftly grasped her. Bei, it's me.
Qiao Bei halted, slowly turning around.
Upon seeing Fu Tanxiu, she exhaled in relief, patting her chest. You scared me. Why did you sneak up on me from behind? Fu Tanxiu still held one of her hands. I came from that direction. When did you become so timid? Qiao Bei pouted, pulling her hand away. It's late at night, and you suddenly appear from behind. Of course, I was frightened. In truth, ever since the incident with the pervert, she had been left with a shadow of fear, and the man she had just encountered seemed suspicious, prompting her to think twice. Seeing that she was genuinely frightened, Fu Tanxiu softened his tone.
I am sorry.
Let me escort you. No need. It's dark. Are you not afraid?
Qiao Bei hesitated.
Uncertain if that man might be lurking along the way. She glanced at Fu Tanxiu and relented. Fine then. A smile tugged at Fu Tanxiu's lips as he took her hand. This way, you need not fear.
Qiao Bei bit her lip.
Being led by him indeed instilled a sense of security, so she did not refuse. Old Chen drove distantly behind them, reflecting on how impulsively he thought the young couple had rushed into divorce, wishing to intervene. Alas, everyone else seemed to hope for their separation, and as an outsider, he could do little to stop it. Last night, a torrential rain had left puddles dotting the road. Qiao Bei had taken a taxi to the traditional medicine clinic that morning. Fu Tanxiu, still holding her hand, intended to continue walking.
Qiao Bei halted.
What's wrong? Fu Tanxiu turned to her. Qiao Bei, bewildered, replied, Are you out of your mind? Why not just let me sit in the car?
Ha!
What's wrong with taking a seat in the car? Do you not want me to ride with you? No, that is not it. He merely wished to spend more time with Qiao Bei. Deciding to say nothing further, Fu Tanxiu waved to old Chen, who promptly drove the car closer. He opened the door.
Get in.
Without hesitation, Qiao Bei slipped into the car. On a typical day, she wouldn't take advantage of Fu Tanxiu. But today was an exception. The road was riddled with puddles, and in the darkness, visibility was poor. A careless step could leave her shoes soaked. After Fu Tanxiu settled in, old Chen started driving. Qiao Bei greeted old Chen, who smiled and exchanged a few words with her. The drive was swift. They arrived before Qiao Bei could even warm her seat. Fu Tanxiu, under the guise of checking on their son, followed her upstairs. Qiao Bei didn't know how to respond. While waiting for the elevator, she cautioned him, If you keep coming over, my parents will find out and trouble me. Fu Tanxiu turned to her. They won tea. If they come looking for you, tell me at once. Forget it. Those are your parents. What can you do by telling me? Can you really help me stand against them? If that person were you, I would. What would you do? Stand against them.
Huh?
Qiao Bei tilted her head in shock at him. Fu Tanxiu towered over her, requiring her to look up at him. His handsome face bore a serious expression. Qiao Bei understood that before their marriage, Fu Tanxiu had treated the original owner very well, doting on her like a sister, even more so than Fu Yao, which was why Fu Yao despised her. They had divorced, and Fu Tanxiu was once again assuming the role of an older brother. Having been an orphan since childhood, she had few who genuinely cared for her. Fu Tanxiu's demeanor was somewhat overwhelming for her.
Fu Tanxiu, you need not be this way.
I am not your sister. Nor can I ever become one. Fu Tanxiu realized her misunderstanding. At that moment, the elevator arrived. He took her hand and led her inside, pressing the button for their floor. Turning Qiao Bei's body around, his large hands rested on her shoulders as he lowered his head, gazing intently into her eyes.
To me,
you are more than just a sister. Chapter 46. Is it possible for the second female lead to ascend? Qiao Bei nodded. Yes, I am still your ex-wife. You believe I bore your child, and you wish to compensate me. I understand. However, I do not need it. I think you should reduce your visits here in the future. It won't be beneficial. Not only will our parents be displeased, but I also do not wish to interfere between you and Meng Yusi. Those two are the protagonists of a domineering CEO narrative, destined to be together. And I do not want to intrude and become collateral damage. Having a lovely son, I merely wish to lead a stable life with Qiao Dodo. My relationship with Yusi is not as you think. We are not involved. Eventually, you will be. The protagonists are bound to unite.
Qiao Bei.
Can you please listen to me properly?
Do not be so naive. Qiao Bei innocently blinked. I am listening seriously.
Yet you still misunderstand my connection with Yusi. She pushed his hands off her shoulders, crossing her arms and stepping back. You do not comprehend. You and Meng Yusi will not end. Nonsense. Where did you derive that conclusion? Qiao Bei opened her mouth, wanting to say, the author wrote it this way. Although there is no conclusion in a domineering CEO narrative, the protagonists are certainly meant to be together. Is the second female lead really going to ascend? The elevator doors chimed open, and Qiao Bei stepped out first. Fu Tanxiu followed just as the doors were about to close. She adored her big son and smiled at him for a moment before going to wash her hands and embrace him. Fu Tanxiu sat silently on the sofa, his expression sour. Qiao Bei was perplexed by his irritation. She spoke the truth. This man wished to care for the white moonlight while also looking after her, his ex-wife and unrelated sister. Such a scenario is not feasible. Meng Yusi had major objections to her. She sat beside him and said, go wash your hands. Hug Qiao Dodo, and then leave. Fu Tanxiu shot a cold glance at Qiao Dodo, not interested. Qiao Bei looked up to the sky in exasperation. Then why are you here? Fu Tanxiu stared at her. Do I have something on my face?
Yes.
Fu Tanxiu replied seriously. Where? Hand me a tissue to wipe it. A large hand reached out, the dry and warm fingers gliding across her face. Qiao Bei expressed her disdain. Use a tissue. You haven't even washed your hands. My hands are clean. Are they truly clean? Almost. 2 minutes later. Why not use a bit more force? Fu Tanxiu smirked, curling his fingers to pinch her nose twice. The pressure was considerable, causing Qiao Bei to feel pain. Is your nose dirty too? Yes, quite dirty. Is it clean now? Sister Zeng brought the dishes to the table, inviting them to eat. You really are rough, she remarked, lifting a dish with one hand. Qiao Bei, incensed, kicked him. Why are you so rude to my son? Fu Tanxiu tossed Qiao Dodo into the crib, unfazed by her kick. Time to eat.
Qiao Bei shouted, eat.
You'll choke. How could she believe that this man truly cared for their son? Is there such a thing as a father like this? Fu Tanxiu. Don't even think about coming to my house again. Don't even think about holding Qiao Dodo. Fu Tanxiu paused, reassessing the significance of Qiao Dodo. You all eat. I will hold him. The tiny body of Qiao Dodo squirmed, reluctant to be held by his biological father. Fu Tanxiu, however, paid no heed, his large hand gripping tightly to prevent any movement. Qiao Dodo looked longingly at Qiao Bei, hoping his mother would rescue him. Unfortunately, Qiao Bei glanced at Fu Tanxiu for no apparent reason and went directly to the dining room to eat. Deliberately, she left no food for Fu Tanxiu. Sister Zeng touched her nose, saying, I'll go get a couple more dishes. She cautiously glanced at Fu Tanxiu, seeing his lack of reaction. She proceeded to clean the dishes in the kitchen. The young couple was likely quarreling again. Fu Tanxiu was aware that Sister Zeng had prepared dinner that evening. He had no desire to eat. If it had been Qiao Bei cooking, he would have insisted on joining. In an effort to redeem himself, Fu Tanxiu took the initiative to bathe Qiao Dodo. Qiao Bei, uneasy, insisted, let me handle it first. seizing the opportunity while she went to the room for clothes. Fu Tanxiu stripped Qiao Dodo and tossed him into the water. Hearing her son's heart-wrenching cries from the room, Qiao Bei rushed out, only to find her precious elder son struggling to emerge from the water, his face flushed with tears. Fu Tanxiu calmly remarked, "So dramatic. Qiao Bei." She swiftly kicked Fu Tanxiu aside, hurried to rescue her poor son. She finally understood that saying, as long as the child is with the father, surviving is enough. Fu Tanxiu, having received a kick to his rear, sheepishly exited the bathroom. Qiao Bei quickly bathed Qiao Dodo, applying essential oils and lotion all over, dressing him in his little outfit before carrying him out. She glared at the man on the sofa, her anger boiling. "Aren't you leaving? Staying for the new year?" Fu Tanxiu explained. He slid down by himself. "It has nothing to do with me." Qiao Bei shot him a look that conveyed, "I believe you not at all." Unable to withstand her glare, Fu Tanxiu rose to leave. The next day, Fu Tanxiu stopped Yukong. "What toys do infants enjoy?"
Yukong replied, "Mr. Fu."
"Are you buying toys for the little master?"
Fu Tanxiu reluctantly nodded.
He didn't want to, but now that little fellow was the darling in Qiao Bei's eyes. He had to ingratiate himself. Yukong added, "For a young master so small, you can purchase comforting toys." "What are comforting toys?" Yukong responded and exited. That evening, Fu Tanxiu went to the Chinese medicine clinic to pick up Qiao Bei after her shift. Qiao Bei still harbored resentment over how he had carelessly tossed Qiao Dodo into the water the previous night, and thus did not greet him warmly. Fu Tanxiu approached her, producing a small dinosaur toy. "I bought this for Funing Yuan." Qiao Bei glanced at it, recognizing it as a highly sought-after comfort toy she had seen online, priced at nearly 2,000. She deemed it impractical and chose not to purchase it. "Give it to me. You may leave now." "I wish to present it to him personally." Qiao Dodo had stated he no longer wanted it. Qiao Bei turned to leave. Fu Tanxiu hurried after her. "I'll drive you home. I prefer to walk." "Then I shall accompany you." Qiao Bei halted. "Fu Tanxiu, are you particularly free?" "I've finished work." Fu Tanxiu felt a chill in his heart. Qiao Bei had never spoken to him this way before. It echoed the adage, "When loved, you are treasured. When unloved, you are but grass." Chapter 47. I suggest you undergo a brain CT scan. Qiao Bei snatched the dinosaur toy from Fu Tanxiu's hands and swiftly walked away. After a few steps, she turned her head, glaring at him with a warning not to follow. Fu Tanxiu silently chuckled, finding her demeanor endearing. Qiao Dodo clutched the small dinosaur, blowing 2 tiny bubbles from his mouth. The following day, Meng Yusi appeared in Qiao Bei's clinic. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow at her, unperturbed by the sight of Meng Yusi seated while she stood, exuding an air of relaxed indifference. This irritated Meng Yusi. She preferred when Qiao Bei had been more combative, fiercely confronting her. It had felt more satisfying. Now, Qiao Bei was emotionally stable, no longer vying for conflict, yet Fu Tanxiu's affections leaned towards her. Why had things changed? Meng Yusi suspected it was because of the child. With the arrival of the baby, Qiao Bei now radiated confidence, regarding her with the poise of a victor. Qiao Bei leaned back in her chair, her hands resting behind her head, languidly. "Miss Meng, are you here for consultation? Please take a seat if so." Meng Yusi pulled out a chair and sat down. Qiao Bei lowered her hands, sitting up straight. "What seems to be the problem?" Meng Yusi pointed to her chest. Qiao Bei inquired, "In what way do you feel unwell?" "I feel distressed, quite disturbed. My boyfriend and I share mutual affection. Yet there is a woman who persistently clings to him, which unsettles me, leading to discord between us."
Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow.
Was she referring to her? "Miss Meng, I fear I cannot cure your ailment. Perhaps you should consult your boyfriend, as he may provide the remedy." Meng Yusi replied, "No, only you can treat me." Qiao Bei chuckled. "I'm afraid I am not omnipotent, able to heal all maladies. If every love-stricken individual were to seek me out, I would be overwhelmed. Miss Meng, if you cannot hold on to him, why come to me? Just keep a close watch on your boyfriend." A slight crack appeared on Meng Yusi's icy facade. "I simply do not wish for my boyfriend to be troubled." Qiao Bei pondered. Had she caused Fu Tanxiu any distress? She had repeatedly emphasized that the child bore no responsibility on his part, that he was free to pursue other women, as it had no bearing on her. As long as he did not intrude upon her life or that of Qiao Dodo, she would not trouble him. Yet, Qiao Dodo is undeniably the child of Fu Tanxiu, and Meng Yusi is perturbed, though she comprehends the situation. "Miss Meng, I shall state this once. I do not use the child to bind Fu Tanxiu. The child is solely mine, whether you choose to believe it or not. Instead of seeking me out, it would be wiser to devise a way to appease Fu Tanxiu." Meng Yusi bit her lip. It was precisely because she felt powerless that she sought out Qiao Bei. She dared not approach Fu Tanxiu, fearing he would sever any ties between them completely. In situations like this, at the very least, she could indulge in self-deception, harboring a flicker of hope. Qiao Bei, do you truly not harbor any feelings for Tanxiu? Of course not, I have divorced him. Suddenly, Meng Yuxi grasped Qiao Bei's hand. Qiao Bei, could you assist me, please? Qiao Bei looked at her in disbelief. Withdrawing her hand, Meng Yuxi, I trust your words. You no longer have feelings for Tanxiu. However, Tanxiu is apprehensive regarding you and the child, remaining indifferent towards me. Could you help me? Facilitate a marriage between Tanxiu and me. Qiao Bei was at a loss for words. What was she thinking? Meng Yuxi continued, I recognize that my request is quite audacious, but you are my only hope. Qiao Bei, disinclined to engage further, rose and ushered her out of the examination room. I suggest you get a brain CT scan. Meng Yuxi was not inclined to meddle in their affairs. Upon exiting the traditional medicine clinic, her expression was grim. Qiao Bei's claims of disliking Fu Tanxiu were merely pretense. If she truly did not care, why would she refuse to assist her? Such duplicity. Little did she know that Meng Yuxi and Fu Tanxiu were not together at all, let alone contemplating marriage. Meng Yuxi wished to avoid the topic, lowering her head as she ascended the stairs, only to be halted by Zhan Qiong, who chastised her vehemently. Speak up. What is with this demeanor? I doubt you are truly my daughter. My Zhan Qiong's daughter is not so timid. Others have resorted to drugging Fu Tanxiu. Why can't you? Carrying a child should resolve everything. Meng Yuxi pondered the same, but felt she had no opportunity. Fu Tanxiu would never grant her such a chance. At times, she mused that Qiao Bei's successes stemmed from Fu Tanxiu's leniency. Were he resolute, Qiao Bei would not be able to approach him. Zhan Qiong poked her head a few times, exclaiming, You foolish girl. Utterly dim-witted. Meng Xingchen entered and burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Meng Yuxi glared at him, while others had exemplary brothers. Her own brother seemed intent on ridiculing her. She exhaled in relief and hurried upstairs. At the Fu residence, Qi Lian was recently troubled. She barely touched her dinner before setting down her chopsticks. Darling, let us arrange a few blind dates for Tanxiu. Fu Song paused, contemplating before he nodded.
All right.
You may choose. Fu Yao interjected immediately. Mom, isn't there already a suitable candidate?
Who?
Yuxi, of course.
Meng Yuqi.
Yes, she and brother share mutual affection. And she is a refined young lady with a delightful character. They would be quite compatible. Let her be my sister-in-law. Qi Lian furrowed her brow slightly. Meng Yuxi's family background was modest and did not rank among the most esteemed in Long City. Let us reconsider. Fu Yao retorted. Reconsider what? I think she is quite suitable. What do you know? Stay out of adult matters. Fu Yao pouted, considering brother's temperament. It's unlikely you can persuade him to go on blind dates. I propose to directly settle the marriage between him and Sister Yuxi. With this connection, Qiao Bei can no longer interfere. Qi Lianxin remained silent, contemplating Fu Yao's words. When Qi Lianxin visited the Meng family, Zhan Qiong and Meng Yuxi were overjoyed. Qi Lianxin observed Meng Yuxi, who, while not as beautiful as Qiao Bei, possessed a commendable grace and an air befitting a refined young lady. Turning to Zhan Qiong, she said, I have come today to discuss matters concerning our Tanxiu and Yuxi. Chapter 48. I do not agree. Meng Yuxi was taken aback by the suddenness of this happiness. Her heart raced as she anxiously gazed at Qi Lianxin. Blushing, Meng Yuxi nodded, I have always liked Tanxiu. Qi Lianxin was not surprised. If that is the case, you are willing to marry Tanxiu, aren't you? I am. Meng Yuxi eagerly replied. Zhan Qiong looked approvingly at her daughter. Qi Lianxin said, Very well, in that case, let us arrange a meal for our two families to finalize the marriage. Zhan Qiong laughed heartily. That sounds perfect. Their marriage should have been on the agenda long ago. Qi Lianxin smiled faintly. After marriage, I have a request. Zhan Qiong responded. Feel free to express it. Yuxi has no objections. I hope that after marriage, Yuxi can refrain from public appearances and devote herself to being a homemaker, managing the household for Tanxiu, allowing him to focus without worries. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhan Qiong answered on behalf of Meng Yuxi, No problem. Yuxi can certainly do that. Her dream has always been to be a homemaker, which I have instilled in her since childhood. Meng Yuxi furrowed her brow. Having devoted herself to studying the cello since she was young, she was reluctant to abandon her hard-earned achievements. Sensing her hesitation, Qi Lianxin remarked, The marriage has yet to be finalized. If you are unwilling, I will not press you. I am willing, Meng Yuxi replied. Compared to the cello, I value Fu Tanxiu more. For Tanxiu, I am willing to sacrifice anything. Qi Lianxin nodded in satisfaction and departed from the Meng residence. Zhang Xiong was elated, unusually praising Meng Yusi. Lost in the joy of soon marrying Fu Tanxiu, Meng Yusi was unable to contain her excitement. Qi Lianxin moved swiftly, arranging everything efficiently. When Fu Tanxiu entered the private room and saw the Meng family, he frowned slightly. Before Qi Lianxin could speak, Zhang Xiong called out, "Tanxiu, come sit here," gesturing to the chair beside Meng Yusi. With anticipation in her eyes, Meng Yusi shyly looked at him. However, Fu Tanxiu did not approach. Instead, he sat down on a chair at the entrance, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Meng Yusi lowered her head, concealing her discomfort. "Brother, why don't you sit beside Sister Yusi?"
Fu Yao suggested.
Fu Tanxiu shot her a glance, causing her to fall silent. The room was quiet, save for the sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls. 10 minutes later, Qi Lianxin set down her chopsticks, cleared her throat, and announced, "The purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce the wedding date for Tanxiu and Yusi, November."
Wait. Fu Tanxiu interrupted.
Qi Lianxin continued, "Tanxiu, you and Yusi have known each other for many years. We are discussing preparing for your marriage. Who consented to this?" Fu Song furrowed his brow and declared, "As your parents, we possess the right to determine your marriage." Fu Tanxiu rose to his feet and retorted, "I disagree." He turned and exited the private room without a shred of courtesy. Meng Yusi's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling both aggrieved and humiliated. Fu Yao immediately approached to offer comfort, saying, "Sister Yusi, do not be disheartened. My brother is simply not himself today." Meng Yusi wept bitterly. Zhang Xiong and Meng Dehai wore grim expressions. Qi Lianxin and Fu Song suppressed their frustration as they saw the Meng family off. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Qi Lianxin attempted to contact Fu Tanxiu several times, but he did not answer. Fu Song slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. This matter cannot be left to him. Fu Yao chimed in, "Brother has gone too far." To leave in such a cold manner at that scene caused Sister Yusi to cry for quite some time. I even doubt whether he still harbors feelings for her. Qi Lianxin glanced at her sharply. Fu Yao, taken aback, asked, "What is wrong? Am I mistaken?" Qi Lianxin ignored her, but silently made a decision. The following day, the Longcheng News reported that Fu Tanxiu, the eldest son of the Fu family, had become engaged to Meng Yusi, the daughter of the Meng family. Everyone was taken aback. The news of Fu Tanxiu's divorce from Qiao Bei had been kept under wraps, known only to a select few. The sudden announcement of his engagement stirred up quite a commotion. However, it was soon clarified that Fu Tanxiu had divorced Qiao Bei long ago, having been married for only 2 months before parting ways. This clarification was orchestrated by the Fu family. Qiao Bei received a barrage of calls from Yi Shi and finally answered the phone. "Sister, everyone is going crazy out here. Why are you only now picking up?" Qiao Bei rubbed her lower back and placed the phone on speaker as she stood up to stretch. After sitting for 2 hours, her back ached. "What does the outside chaos have to do with me?" Yi Shi shouted, "Your ex-husband is getting married."
How can you be so calm? Qiao Bei replied nonchalantly, "Brother,
"I have no husband. Fu Tanxiu is getting married. The news has been officially announced to Meng Yusi." Qiao Bei paused for just a second before continuing to twist her waist. "Their marriage is quite normal. I am divorced from Fu Tanxiu, and his marriage is his own prerogative." Yi Shi retorted, "It's truly a case of the emperor not being anxious while the eunuchs are. If you did not have Qiao Dodo, I would support your distance from Fu Tanxiu, but since you have his child, I believe you should reconcile with him. Raising a child alone is exhausting. Why should he benefit? Most importantly, he earns so well that any future inheritance should belong to my godson. If he marries and has more children, my godson will be sidelined." After listening for a while, Qiao Bei felt that Yi Shi as a godmother was more like a caring mother, planning for Qiao Dodo's future, while her biological mother merely wished to lead a tranquil life with her child.
Bye-bye.
Are you listening to me?
Yi Shi inhuited. Qiao Bei met an acknowledgement.
If you hear me, then take action. Do not let them get engaged. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. "Brother, do I possess the right to refuse? Bring forth your previous tenacity," Yi Shi urged. Qiao Bei thought to herself that such actions were the domain of the original owner, not hers.
No.
Yi Shi was exasperated. Her initial intention in revealing Qiao Bei's pregnancy to Fu Tanxiu was precisely for this purpose. Qiao Dodo, being a scion of a wealthy family, why should she endure hardships outside? It merely benefits Fu Tanxiu. Sister, why not take a chance? Transform a former husband into a current one without exhausting yourself. Brother, I firmly believe that the money I earn brings me comfort when spent. As for men, I currently have no need for them. Yi Shi, unable to persuade her, hung up the phone in frustration. I thought only Qiao Bei possessed deep scheming, but it seems you are not lacking either, already plotting for another's inheritance. Turning around, Yishur spotted Qian nonchalantly lounging on the steps. Chapter 49. I never wanted to continue. It was you who prevented my resignation. Yishur had deliberately sought a secluded corridor to make her call, but unexpectedly encountered Qian. This insufferable man just wouldn't go away. Since he had overheard her, Yishur was unreserved. You have no say over me. I am not scheming for your family's fortune. Qian flicked away his cigarette butt, sauntering down with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor seemingly challenging her to approach. With a derisive laugh, Qian stood before her, looking down at her. Yishur scoffed. What was the point of being so tall? It forced her to tilt her head, causing her neck to ache. Qian lifted her chin with his hand, his tone condescending. To scheme for my family's wealth, you must possess the capability. Yishur swatted his hand away. I have no interest in your fortune, all right? Qian chuckled twice. It also requires me to grant you that opportunity. If you grant me the opportunity, I would still not scheme. A hypocritical woman. A narcissistic man. Yishur, so you wish to quit, do you? I never wished to continue. It was you who prevented my resignation. Qian remained silent. Yishur could hardly wait to leave Yendu. Every second spent here felt like an eternity, akin to a living hell. Qian snorted and exited through the door of the corridor. Yishur, behind him, waved her fists in frustration, longing to give Qian a good beating. This infuriating man.
Visheng.
Yu Kong stood at the office desk, speaking for quite some time. Yet Fu Tanxiu remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on his phone. Yu Kong ceased his speech and inquired, Mr. Fu, are you waiting for a call from someone? Fu Tanxiu lifted his head, his narrow eyes glancing at him. Yu Kong immediately fell silent, understanding that he had overstepped. He changed the subject. Mr. Fu, Company M has concealed a food safety incident that occurred a month ago. Only a few small media outlets reported it, which they silenced with money. However, I have investigated, and they did not address the root of the problem. The safety hazards persist, and if we inject funds, there is a certain risk involved. Fu Tanxiu's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Yu Kong waited in silence, aware that this was a precursor to Fu's fury. Sure enough, after a minute, Fu Tanxiu pushed the materials regarding Company M to the floor. Dishonesty? Then it's a pass. Yu Kong bent to retrieve the documents and turned to leave. Company M had no prospects.
Fu Tanxiu despised deceit.
Company M, a restaurant enterprise primarily focused on milk tea, had launched 2 trending brands in the past 2 years, experiencing rapid growth. 2 months prior, Huisheng and M reached a cooperation intention, with Huisheng planning to inject capital into Company M. The safety incident occurred a month after the cooperation was finalized, and Company M had concealed this issue. All Yu Kong could think was that they deserved it. Fu Tanxiu picked up his phone once more, yet there was still no message or call from a certain individual. Logically, he should have received something. Was there nothing he wished to inquire? Agitated, he pressed the intercom and summoned Yu Kong. Issue a statement in my name, he instructed. Yu Kong hesitated momentarily about what. Fu Tanxiu's resolve seemed unwavering in his intent to take responsibility for Miss Qiao. Thus, when he congratulated Fu Tanxiu earlier that morning, he was met with a sharp rebuke. Are you not going quickly? Fu Tanxiu's tone was impatient. Yu Kong hurriedly exited. Once Fu Tanxiu's statement was released, the internet erupted in a frenzy of discussion, particularly among the upper echelons of society. Those socialites who once envied Fu Tanxiu's status mocked Meng Yusi. Some even shared screenshots of Fu Tanxiu's statement in their social circles to ridicule her. Meng Yusi, connected to these individuals through WeChat, could see it all and broke down in tears, hiding beneath her covers. She called Fu Tanxiu, who answered. With a voice laden with grievance, she implored, if you have any discontent towards me, you could express it directly. Why resort to such a statement? You've turned me into a laughingstock in Longcheng. A cold, somber male voice resonated from the other end. I apologize, but I believe we must clarify this matter for everyone's sake. Meng Yusi shouted in despair. It is not for the best at all. I want to marry you. Do you understand? I long to be your wife. Yusi, please do not behave this way. Tanxiu, why must you treat me like this? Is it so difficult to marry me? Silence enveloped the conversation for a moment before he patiently explained once more. It is impossible for us.
Why?
Have you developed feelings for someone else?
Yes.
Meng Yusi felt the shattering of her heart at those words. On the other end, Fu Tanxiu had already hung up. In a daze, she clutched her phone, lacking the courage to ask who that person was. Was it Qiao Bei?
Impossible.
Fu Tanxiu would never harbor feelings for Qiao Bei. Meng Yusi wept bitterly, lamenting her own inadequacy, feeling that the aloof demeanor she portrayed was merely a facade for others. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiong was engaged in a game of mahjong with a group of affluent women, basking in her success. Others envied her daughter's prospects of marrying the esteemed Fu Tanxiu, a paragon of ability, lineage, wealth, and appearance, truly a catch. In Longcheng, few did not desire to wed their daughters to Fu Tanxiu. Yet it was the Meng family that had fortuitously secured such a prize, prompting superficial congratulations that masked deep-seated envy. Zhang Xiong, ever the braggart, could be heard chattering incessantly after several rounds of mahjong. The other women grew weary of her boasting but refrained from speaking out, as she was soon to be the mother-in-law of Fu Tanxiu. Just as Zhang Xiong was reveling in her triumph, a distinguished lady approached, exclaiming with intrigue, and handed her a phone, casting a significant glance in Zhang Xiong's direction. Bewildered, Zhang Xiong asked, "What is it?" "Take a look for yourself," the lady replied, showing her Fu Tanxiu's statement. Upon reading it, Zhang Xiong's expression drastically shifted, and she quickly retorted, "This is false." Other affluent women also glimpsed the statement, and Zhang Xiong, in disbelief, declared, "Someone must be spreading rumors." She pushed her mahjong tiles aside, announcing, "I've lost my appetite for the game," and gathered her belongings to leave. The women behind her exchanged whispers and laughter, their amusement evident. Zhang Xiong hastened her steps, as if pursued by a specter. Upon returning home, she stormed into Meng Yuxi's room, seizing her and unleashing a torrent of scorn. "You wretched girl, how can you be so inept? You stepped into the Fu residence and caused such a commotion. You've brought me nothing but disgrace." Meng Yuxi retorted, "How could I possibly control such a situation? You only know how to berate me. I am a victim too. Who else am I to scold? It is you who is useless, ruining a perfectly good opportunity. How am I to face others in the future? Mother, all you care about is your own reputation. Have you ever considered my feelings? You deserve it. Worthless creature." Meng Yuxi felt a profound sadness. Just then, Meng Xingchen stormed in, shaking her vigorously until her head spun. "Meng Yuxi, it's all your fault. I was ridiculed at school today. How could I have such a sister? You've brought me nothing but shame. Why don't you just disappear?" Chapter 50. No objections, as long as you don't take issue with me. As Qiao Bei emerged from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, she spotted Fu Tanxiu leaning against a lamppost, a cigarette nestled between his fingers. The flickering light obscured his features. As she approached him, "Congratulations. I heard you are to be engaged to Miss Meng. How delightful." Fu Tanxiu inhaled deeply, his dark eyes fixed upon her. The smoke stung Qiao Bei's nostrils, prompting her to wave her hand dismissively. "I didn't know you smoked. It's harmful to your health. You ought to reduce it." Fu Tanxiu extinguished the cigarette, casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. "Concern for me?" Qiao Bei found the air much fresher. "Of course, after all, you are Qiao Dodo's father." She wished for Qiao Dodo to receive abundant love, particularly from Fu Tanxiu, hence her desire for his well-being.
Fu Tanxiu straightened,
towering over her, casting a shadow that obscured the light. "Is that all?"
Qiao Bei nodded, "Yes."
"By the way, have you set a wedding date?"
"What?
"Do you intend to attend?" Qiao Bei waved her hand. "Not at all, just inquiring. My presence might only create awkwardness." Fu Tanxiu replied, "Haven't you seen the news?" "I haven't. It was Yi Shi who informed me, mentioning your engagement announcement." Fu Tanxiu realized this woman was utterly indifferent, having not even seen his public statement. "My engagement brings you joy, does it not?" Qiao Bei sensed an excessive number of inquiries. Fu Tanxiu kicked the lamppost in frustration. "To hell with happiness. I am not happy at all." Driven by anger with no outlet, Qiao Bei was startled by his action. "What are you doing?" Fu Tanxiu replied. "I merely find it displeasing. It hasn't wronged you. I just dislike it. Do you have a problem with that?" "No objections. As long as you aren't displeased with me."
Fu Tanxiu exclaimed, "Ah,
this woman is driving me to madness. Well, if you're in a foul mood, let us talk another time. I'm leaving now, goodbye." Qiao Bei flung her bag over her shoulder and sauntered away. Fu Tanxiu ground his teeth and followed. Qiao Bei turned her head. "If you're feeling down, go unwind. Why are you following me?" "Fu Tanxiu, after all, we are a couple, and we have spent so many years together. Even without love, there ought to be some familial affection. I am feeling rather down. Can you not comfort me?" Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, and indeed, she thought it would be nice to show some concern. "How about I treat you to ice cream?" 5 minutes later, the two held in their hands a pair of 1 yuan popsicles. Fu Tanxiu observed the 2 yuan Qiao Bei had paid. He had never consumed such a cheap delicacy before. He wondered whether it would upset his stomach. Did she not say ice cream? How did it turn into a popsicle? Ice cream typically costs a bit more. Qiao Bei giggled, extending her tongue to lick the popsicle. It was sweet and icy. Delightful. Popsicles are even more delicious. You should try it. This girl is rather frugal. Fu Tanxiu thought to himself. Noticing the popsicle in his hand melting rapidly, Qiao Bei hurriedly leaned over and took a lick. Inadvertently, she ended up licking a certain someone's finger. Fu Tanxiu felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, freezing him in place, his heart racing.
You.
He stared at Qiao Bei in astonishment. Qiao Bei felt a touch embarrassed, her face flushed. Shifting the blame, she said, "Who told you not to eat?" "I saw it melting fast, so I just licked it." She was too shy to finish her sentence. Uncharacteristically, Fu Tanxiu did not dwell on the incident. Instead, he licked the spot where she had just licked. It is indeed tasty." Qiao Bei did not notice his action and proudly exclaimed, "See, I didn't deceive you." The corners of Fu Tanxiu's mouth curled upward. The two continued walking, savoring their popsicles. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Bei opened up a conversation. Of course, that classmate was merely a classmate. To prevent herself from impulsively snatching the popsicle from his hand one day, she distanced herself from him. Fu Tanxiu asked which classmate. "I was unaware of this." Qiao Bei replied, "Moreover, our home is not lacking in instant noodles, is it? There's always ice cream in the refrigerator. There's no need." Only then did Fu Tanxiu realize. "Are you referring to your time in Galaxy Village?" Galaxy Village is where the original owner lived with her grandmother. Xiao Yuhua. Qiao Bei responded vaguely, yes. In truth, it was an experience from her past life. Fu Tanxiu was unaware of Qiao Bei's life in Galaxy Village. It turned out she had lived in such hardship then that she could not even afford a popsicle. He extended the remaining bite of his popsicle to her. "Here, have this." Qiao Bei had already finished hers, but she disdainfully replied, "No, it's all saliva." Fu Tanxiu thought to himself, "We've already shared a bed. Why would it matter?" However, this was not the right moment for such topics. Qiao Bei would surely get upset. "Forget it, I'll eat it myself." He finished the popsicle in 2 bites. Qiao Bei still had the stick in her mouth, nibbling at it. Fu Tanxiu snatched it away and tossed it into the trash. Qiao Bei smacked her lips. She was still savoring the flavor. The stick was sweet too. Fu Tanxiu chuckled, "If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time. But do consume cold things in moderation."
Qiao Bei remained silent.
Upon reaching the foot of the apartment building, Fu Tanxiu did not go upstairs. "I have matters to attend to. I want to go up." Although aware that Qiao Bei hoped he would refrain from intervening, he nonetheless offered an explanation. "Sister Zeng, what are you planning to do?" Upon turning to face her, Sister Zeng's expression was one of anxiety, her eyes betraying traces of tears. Qiao Bei promptly stepped forward to assist her. "Sister Zeng, do not panic. Have you purchased your ticket?"
No.
"I was thinking of buying it at the train station, as I am not adept at online purchases." Qiao Bei retrieved her phone. "Please provide me with your ID number, and I shall procure it for you." "Thank you, Miss Qiao." Sister Zeng hastily produced her ID and handed it over. Qiao Bei secured the next available train for her. "Sister Zeng, there is no need to collect a physical ticket. Simply scan your ID to board. I will send the train details to you via WeChat." "Thank you, Miss Qiao. I must be off. What will you do?" "My matters are easily resolved, so do not worry. Should you require assistance upon your arrival, feel free to call me." Sister Zeng nodded, visibly touched. After Sister Zeng departed, Qiao Bei fed Qiao Dodo and bathed him before requesting leave from Zong Bo via her phone. Chapter 51. Mutual Respect, A Better Life for All. He removed his suit jacket and handed it to the servant before seating himself on a single armchair. Fu Song flung his teacup onto the coffee table with a loud crash, splattering tea everywhere. "Must you always oppose me?" In stark contrast to his agitated demeanor,
Fu Tanxiu remained remarkably composed.
"I have stated that my affairs do not require your intervention. Regrettably, you choose to disregard my words and act unilaterally." Qi Lianxin interjected. "We act in your best interest. Is not the language of love something you cherish? If you hold it dear, then marry her." Fu Danxiu's gaze bore into her, causing her to feel uneasy. Qi Lianxin averted her eyes. "We announce our engagement, and you immediately issue a statement that makes the people of Longqing laugh at the Fu family, believing we are at odds. Your father suffers a loss of face because of this. That is your concern, and does not pertain to me. I shall reiterate, my affairs do not require your interference." Fu Song swept his arm, sending the tea set crashing to the floor, shattering it to pieces. "You have grown bold. Do you no longer regard us?" With that crash, he squandered 2 million. Fu Danxiu remained unfazed. "Do not attempt to intimidate me. I am not swayed by your tactics. Mutual respect leads to a harmonious existence. Should you wish to control me, I suggest you abandon that notion. You lack the capability." Fu Song seethed, his chest heaving as he feared he might succumb to anger, and stormed out. Qi Lianxin hurried after him. Fu Danxiu unfastened the top button of his shirt and adjusted it slightly, his expression icy. The servants dared not approach. Yishur, carrying several bottles of beer and ready-to-eat dishes purchased from the roadside, knocked on Qiao Bei's door. Qiao Bei was in the bathroom washing the clothes that Qiao Dodo had changed out of. With sisters and gone, these chores fell to her. Upon hearing the knock, she dried her hands and opened the door. Yishur entered with a cheerful smile. Is my godson asleep? Qiao Bei secured the door. He went to bed early. Wonderful. Join me for a drink. One moment. Qiao Bei returned to the bathroom to continue washing. Yishur followed her. Where is Sister Zeng? Her husband is in trouble. She had to leave.
Oh.
What will you do? I'll take a leave of absence. That seems the only option. Qiao Bei quickly finished washing the clothes, while Yishur arranged the food. Yishur had bought steamed buns, and she enjoyed one alongside the marinated dishes. After satiating her hunger, Qiao Bei raised her wine bottle to clink with hers. Can we refrain from discussing this? She sighed, recalling how her friend had incessantly criticized Fu Tanxiu, seemingly eager for her divorce. Yet now, she found herself wishing for a reconciliation. Brother, why are you so fickle? Yishur took a sip of her wine. Circumstances change. You now have a child. Can I bear to see you struggle? She continued, I am well. My life is fulfilling. In solitude, I was uncertain of my purpose, merely drifting through life. Now, with a child, I am driven by an insatiable desire to earn more and provide for my son. With this goal in mind, I find no fatigue. Each day begins with vigor. Yishur struggled to comprehend her friend's perspective. She nudged Qiao Bei's arm. Have you seen the statement Fu Tanxiu released? What statement? Yishur, exasperated, pulled it up to show her. Qiao Bei was taken aback. Why didn't he mention this last night? I even congratulated him. Why do you think there is conflict between Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yuxi? What prompted such a declaration? Qiao Bei felt overwhelmed. Her friend constantly urged her towards reconciliation with Fu Tanxiu. Yishur, frustrated, remarked, What are you so stubborn about? I truly don't understand you. Qiao Bei replied, In any case, there is no future for us. Please let it go. After finishing her drink, Yishur settled on Qiao Bei's sofa for the night, since it was the weekend. Qiao Bei had only consumed one bottle and needed to care for her child. The next morning, as Yishur awoke, she discovered that Qiao Bei had prepared breakfast while cradling Qiao Dodo to nurse. Yawning, she sat up and remarked, My dear, you're quite industrious. Qiao Bei, not lifting her gaze, replied, Once you become a mother, you too will become diligent. Yishur envisioned that scene, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Forget it. I am resolutely not marrying before 30. Rest assured, your relatives will soon be urging you into matchmaking, Qiao Bei teased. Matchmaking? Yishur pondered the term, her eyes sparkling as they glanced at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei carried Qiao Dodo downstairs to bask in the sunlight. The daily routine of child-rearing involved a repetitive cycle, feeding, changing, and soothing to sleep. Qiao Bei found no monotony in it, rather. She relished the simplicity and tranquility of her life. The next day, Yishur invited Qiao Bei out for a meal. After preparing, Qiao Bei donned her mommy bag and pushed Qiao Dodo to a Chinese restaurant in the mall. Upon entering, Yishur waved, Over here. As Qiao Bei approached, she noticed Yishur had invited a man, bespectacled and shy, resembling an introverted programmer. The man stood, awkwardly extending his hand towards Qiao Bei.
Qiao Bei?
It's been a long time.
Qiao Bei was bewildert.
Do we know each other? She had no recollection of him, and offered an awkward smile.
Yeshi.
Noticing her confusion, leaned in to whisper, This is our high school classmate, Prung Fei. Don't you remember? Qiao Bei laughed lightly. Prung Fei, it's been ages. What brings you here? Peng Fei smiled shyly again, remaining silent. Yishur motioned for them to sit down as the waiter reminded them to scan the code for ordering. Allow me. Yishur scanned the code and quickly ordered a meal. Standing up, she said, I'm heading to the restroom. You two continue your conversation. After Yishur departed, Qiao Bei and Peng Fei sat awkwardly. Qiao Bei, feeling the tension, ventured. Are you a programmer? Peng Fei looked at her with surprise. How did you know? Just a guess. I work at a software development company, earning $60,000 annually, with prospects for increase. I support a modest two-bedroom apartment and have paid off a domestic vehicle. My parents are both employees nearing retirement, and they will receive pensions. So, I bear no burden of old age. Qiao Bei responded with a blank expression. Chapter 52. Let her choose. Qiao Bei felt bewildered. The manner of speaking felt oddly reminiscent of a blind date. She forced a couple of awkward laughs and admitted to herself that she could not recall what Peng Fei looked like in high school. Perhaps the original owner of her body had too faint an impression of him. Unsure of how to respond, she remarked, You seem quite capable. Peng Fei misinterpreted her compliment and shyly smiled. Qiao Bei found his demeanor intolerable and glanced towards the restroom. At that moment, Yishir sat on the toilet, making a phone call to Shi Qian. Upon receiving her call, Shi Qian appeared incredulous.
Yishi?
Yes, it's me. After a moment of silence, Shi Qian asked, What's the matter? Nothing much, just thought I'd call to chat. Are you out of your mind? Who wants to chat with you? Let us just talk. Shi Qian, feeling exasperated, replied, What do you want to discuss? The weather is splendid today. And the sun is bright, and the autumn breeze is gentle. It's perfect for a stroll. Yishir continued, Are you feeling alright? Is your mind intact?
IM fine.
I'll hang up now. Don't hang up. Since the weather is so lovely, why not come and spend some time with me? I'm on the 3rd floor of Building A at Ningde Square. Shi Qian thought to himself that Yishir had truly lost her mind. Are we even in a relationship that allows us to hang out together?
Plus.
How dare this woman invite me? In response to Yishir's invitation, he arrogantly replied, Not going. Yishir, undeterred, softly said, Really not coming? Oh dear. I'm so bored. Bei is on a blind date, and I feel like a third wheel.
Wait.
Who is on a blind date? My good friend Qiao Bei. Shi Qian exploded with disbelief. How dare she? Is it not normal for her to seek a man after being divorced for so long? Let me tell you. The man she's meeting today is a mutual high school classmate who has a fondness for Bei, and doesn't he mind her having a child. He has quite a catch, and I have high hopes for them. Shi Qian gritted his teeth. You're all doomed. With that, he hung up the phone. Yishir smirked, a look of triumph on her face. She did not leave, but instead held her phone and played a few games. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei sat there making small talk with Peng Fei. Most of the time, it was Peng Fei doing the talking, while she responded with disconnected comments. Yishir sat beside her and playfully pinched her waist.
Yeshi climate in surprise.
What's wrong? Peng Fei asked, puzzled. Under Qiao Bei's warning gaze, Yishir shook her head. It's nothing, just a sudden cramp. Peng Fei nodded, his gaze lingering on Qiao Bei, occasionally flashing a shy smile. Qiao Bei was on the verge of collapsing from laughter. As the dishes were served, she buried herself in her meal, uttering not a word. Peng Fei picked up the serving chopsticks and offered her some dish. Their heart-protecting meat is delicious. Thank you. She looked up, having barely uttered a word of gratitude, only to see Fu Tanxiu and Shi Qian. Fu Tanxiu's expression was icy and menacing, as if he were about to commit murder. In contrast, Shi Qian wore a grin, reveling in her misfortune. Yishir glanced up and smiled. What a quick turn of events. Peng Fei continued to urge, Hurry, Qiao Bei. It will taste bad if it gets cold. Fu Tanxiu approached her, suddenly retracting his ominous aura, placing his large hand on her head and ruffling it a couple of times. Dining with friends? Qiao Bei, momentarily dazed, nodded. What are you doing here? Came to eat. He replied. Qiao Bei had no reason to doubt him. What a coincidence. Since it's so coincidental, let us sit together. Seeing this, Shi Qian also brought over a chair. Qiao Bei. The waiter brought 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Shi Qian, without hesitation, began to eat. Fu Tanxiu picked up his chopsticks and served Qiao Bei a piece of heart-protecting meat. Eat more, you've lost weight lately. 2 pieces of heart-protecting meat lay in her bowl. Fu Tanxiu's sinister gaze fixed upon her, slightly raising his chin to indicate she should eat. A chill ran down Qiao Bei's spine. She sensed that Fu Tanxiu wasn't merely inviting her to enjoy the meat. Rather, he was presenting her with a dilemma. Strangely compelled, she picked up the piece of heart-protecting meat he had served and placed it in her mouth. Fu Tanxiu's satisfaction was evident as he smiled and ruffled her hair again. Is it good?
Qiao Bei nodded, delicious.
Indeed, it was truly delightful. Thus, her gluttonous nature surfaced as she helped herself to several more pieces of heart-protecting meat. Yishir observed Fu Tanxiu's expression darkening, barely containing her laughter, nearly bursting with glee.
Haha.
The tides have turned. Who has the heavens spared? I never expected Fu Tanxiu to have such a vexing day. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Peng Fei, puzzled, inquired, Who are these 2? Fu Tanxiu maintained his cold demeanor. Ignoring Peng Fei, Shi Qian remained silent as well. Yishir had no choice but to step in, pointing at Shi Qian. This is my boss. Then gesturing towards Fu Tanxiu, and this is Bei's brother? Fu Tanxiu shot her a piercing glance, but Yishir feigned ignorance and resumed eating. Qiao Bei turned to glance at Yishir, furrowing her brow, clearly displeased with her introduction of Fu Tanxiu. To Peng Fei, she said, he is my ex-husband, the father of my child. Peng Fei looked at Fu Tanxiu in surprise, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing her face. However, recalling that he and Qiao Bei were divorced, she brightened again, serving Qiao Bei a piece of fish. Qiao Bei, have some of this. Thank you. Just as Qiao Bei was about to eat, a pair of chopsticks, quicker than hers, snatched away the piece of fish. She looked up to find the fish already in Fu Tanxiu's mouth. He wrinkled his brow in disdain. So tasteless. Qiao Bei. Peng Fei felt a hint of awkwardness and picked up her chopsticks to offer Qiao Bei a bullfrog. This one is also delicious. Before Qiao Bei could respond, Fu Tanxiu took the bullfrog from her chopsticks and tossed it into the trash. These bullfrogs are hormone-treated. Don't eat them. Qiao Bei glanced around nervously, fearing that her boss might overhear and come over to reprimand her. She whispered a warning. When dining out, there's no need for so much fuss. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Fu Tanxiu simply set down his chopsticks and crossed his arms, declaring he would no longer eat. Qiao Bei, indifferent to him, focused on her own meal, stuffing her cheeks full. After a while, Peng Fei suggested, Qiao Bei, how about I treat you to a movie? She waved her hand dismissively. No, I have a little companion. Fu Tanxiu relaxed slightly at this. If she dared to watch a film with another man, he would take matters into his own hands. All right then, we can watch it another time, Peng Fei replied. By the way, I don't have your WeChat. Why don't you add me? As Qiao Bei took out her phone to scan, Fu Tanxiu abruptly stood up, inadvertently knocking her phone to the ground, where it shattered. Chapter 53. What kind of father is this? He doesn't even want a son. Qiao Bei stood there dumbfounded, her heart aching as she shouted, You owe me a new one. Fu Tanxiu, surprisingly agreeable, nodded, Yes, I'll compensate you. Come, I'll take you to buy a new phone.
With that,
He took her hand and started walking. Qiao Bei, regaining her composure, shook off his grip. Qiao Do. What kind of father are you? You don't even want your own son. She was quite irked, bending down to pick up the broken phone and pushing a stroller to follow Fu Tanxiu. He had broken her phone, and it was only right he replace it.
Fu Tanxiu smirked slightly,
Falling back a couple of steps to walk alongside her, out of the restaurant. Peng Fei collected the phone, his expression dimming. Yisher laughed heartily, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Peng Fei, how about I accompany you to the movies? This lad had helped her immensely. A movie was a small price to pay. Peng Fei shook his head. No more movies for me. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Oh, all right then. Let us plan for next time. The tension dissipated as they were left alone. Fu Tanxiu's demeanor darkened. How long had it been since the divorce? And he was already eager to set her up with someone? It's not a blind date. Regardless of her lack of prior knowledge, she would not admit to it. Fu Tanxiu scoffed. We're seated together, sharing food, high school classmates. Aren't you ashamed to bring along a little one? This ISNTA blind date. That's just nonsense. Qiao Do is my beloved child, not a burden.
How could you speak of my son like that?
I disdain you. Fu Tanxiu retorted. Is that the crux of the issue? Stop with the nonsense. Why are you here for a blind date? Qiao Bei snapped back. I've told you. It's just a meal, not a blind date.
Who knows what the circumstances are?
Hence, it cannot be considered a blind date. Fu Tanxiu pointed out. He served you food. You also served me. Can our relationships be compared? For him, they were all just outsiders. Fu Tanxiu felt a surge of irritation, wishing to grab her by the neck. Qiao Bei sensed his intense gaze on her neck and quickly covered it. Don't get carried away. Fu Tanxiu ruffled her hair roughly, effectively transforming her meticulously styled hair into a chaotic mess.
Ah!
What are you doing to my hair?
Qiao Bei exclaimed,
jumping onto Fu Tanxiu, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist and defiantly tugging at his hair. If he was going to ruin her hairstyle, she wouldn't let him off easily either. No one would look neat today. Fu Tanxiu felt a rush of blood surge through him. The fragrance emanating from a certain someone's bosom enveloped him, heightening his senses, causing his blood to boil. For heaven's sake, Qiao Bei, come down. Qiao Do, with her tiny fingers and wide, sparkling eyes, lay there watching her childish parents playfully tussle. What dull individuals.
Qiao Bei rufflet Fu Tanxius meticulously styled hair,
leaving it in disarray before gleefully jumping down. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, Fu Tanxiu's lips twitched. He straightened himself up, aware that as the proprietor of Huixing, he must maintain a respectable image. Qiao Bei burst into laughter. Fu Tanxiu turned to her, his gaze contemplative. Are you satisfied? Indeed. Exceedingly satisfied, he thought, bemused by this woman's competitive nature, even in trivial matters. After her laughter subsided, Qiao Bei suggested, let's go buy a phone. There's a store in the plaza. They entered a brand-name mobile phone shop, with Fu Tanxiu leading the way, while Qiao Bei tended to Qiao Do, lagging slightly behind. A group of female sales associates mistook Fu Tanxiu for a lone customer and flocked to him. Sir, are you here to purchase a phone? What style do you prefer? We have the latest models, just in. Fu Tanxiu frowned and turned to search for Qiao Bei, only to find her browsing phones on her own, deepening his scowl. He strode over to her. Why aren't you following me? He nearly gasped in frustration. But she appeared unfazed by his tone. Firmly, he grasped her hand. Come here. Reluctantly, Qiao Bei complied, causing the sales associates to withdraw awkwardly upon seeing them together. Fu Tanxiu pointed to the latest model in the store. Which color do you prefer?
White, she replied.
With her answer in hand, he turned to the sales associate. I'll take one in white. While waiting for the new device, Fu Tanxiu retrieved her old phone. Once the new phone arrived, he instructed, please install the SIM card. Of course, the associate responded cheerfully, her demeanor warm, perhaps due to the opportunity to engage with a handsome man. After the card was installed, Qiao Bei took the new phone, appreciating its feel. I'm quite satisfied. Fu Tanxiu settled the bill, and they exited the store together. Qiao Dodo, feeling hungry, began to fuss. Qiao Bei had brought some powdered milk, pre-packaged for convenience, just enough for a bottle. After preparing the milk, she cradled Qiao Dodo and sat on a bench in the plaza to feed him. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu inquired, what about Sister Zeng? Qiao Bei looked up. Her husband encountered an accident. She had to leave. Furrowing his brows, Fu Tanxiu asked, are you managing to care for Fu Ningyuan all by yourself? Qiao Bei had considered hiring a new maternity nurse but hesitated, as she was reluctant to entrust Qiao Dodo to a stranger. Instead, she preferred to wait for Sister Zeng, with whom she had developed a rapport and did not wish to replace. Once Qiao Dodo was full, Qiao Bei placed him in the stroller, and before long, he was fast asleep. Such a well-behaved child, eating and sleeping in harmony. Qiao Bei strolled through the square, pushing a baby carriage, and stopped by a milk tea shop to purchase a cup. Remembering that Fu Tanxiu had recently compensated her with a new phone, she kindly inquired, would you like some? Fu Tanxiu shook his head, expressing his dislike for such overly sweet beverages. Consequently, Qiao Bei purchased a cup for herself. Upon receiving the milk tea, she handed the baby carriage to Fu Tanxiu and began to sip her drink. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fixated on her small mouth, which was adorned with a healthy pink hue. Quite appealing. As he watched, his throat became parched, prompting him to snatch the milk tea from Qiao Bei's hands for a sip. Didn't you say you don't drink this? She questioned.
Now I want to, he replied.
I'll buy you another. No need. Yet. The very same person who claimed no need ended up stealing several sips from her drink, leaving her unsatisfied. Chapter 54. Such trivial matters can be handled without much thought. Fu Tanxiu ushered her into the Rolls-Royce. Fearful that he might forget about Qiao Dodo, she struggled to get out. Sit still.
Fu Tanxiu commanded in an authoritative tone.
Qiao Bei pointed at the baby carriage. I know, I want to forget, he acknowledged, promptly retrieving Qiao Dodo. Qiao Bei watched in astonishment as he skillfully folded the baby carriage with one hand while securing Qiao Dodo with the other, placing it into the trunk with ease. She was left dumbfounded. Old Chen, who initially intended to assist, found himself too late as Fu Tanxiu had already accomplished the task. Once Fu Tanxiu settled into the car, Qiao Bei gazed at him with admiration. How do you know how to handle that carriage? Fu Tanxiu smirked, dismissively stating, such trivial matters can be managed without much thought. Is that so? Qiao Bei recalled that Lu Yanxuan would struggle, having taken an eternity to fold the carriage last time. Qiao Dodo awoke, squirming to be held by Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu raised his hand and delivered a light smack to the boy's bottom. Be good. Qiao Dodo looked at Qiao Bei with a pitiful expression, his eyes pleading, Mommy, please intervene. Qiao Bei glared at Fu Tanxiu. Why did you hit him? She swiftly took Qiao Dodo from his arms. Fu Tanxiu cast a sidelong glance at the infant. Boys must be disciplined when they misbehave.
Qiao Bei was speechless.
He is still a baby. Fu Tanxiu replied earnestly, education must start early. Did you get hit when you were young?
No.
Then, why do you hit Qiao Dodo? I am obedient, he is not. Leave. You are not to be rough with Qiao Dodo. I am merely enforcing proper discipline.
Leave.
Be civil. Get lost. As Old Chen drove, he attempted to mediate, young master, young mistress, please refrain from arguing. Let us converse amicably. Qiao Bei interjected, Uncle Chen, we are divorced. So please refrain from calling me young mistress. Old Chen reluctantly amended, Miss Qiao. Fu Tanxiu interjected, we are not arguing. Qiao Bei shot him a glare, gritting her teeth. Yes, we are merely having a conversation. After a moment of silence, Old Chen remarked, I understand. Qiao Bei questioned, what do you understand? Old Chen replied, you are engaging in playful banter, the small joys of married life. Qiao Bei exploded, raising her voice, Uncle Chen, you've lost your mind. We are divorced. There is no playful banter. Stop speaking nonsense. Fu Tanxiu could hardly contain her joy, suppressing her exuberant spirit. All right, sit still, she instructed. Qiao Bei turned her head. Could you please explain? Fu Tanxiu replied, no need for explanations. They merely serve to disguise the truth. Qiao Bei clenched her fist and murmured, "Indeed. The pure shall remain untainted." Unable to resist, Fu Tanxiu chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter as her fist rested against her nose. "What is so funny?"
Qiao Bei inquired.
Perplexed. "Nothing. Just a moment of levity," came the reply. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how absurd he was. Upon arriving at Guanghua Community, Qiao Bei cradled Xiao Doudou as she exited the vehicle, while Fu Tanxiu retrieved the stroller from the trunk. "You open the stroller. I'll place Xiao Doudou in it," she suggested. "You hold him. I'll manage the stroller," Fu Tanxiu insisted. "What about Fu Ningyuan?" she countered. "He doesn't count," came the retort. "ISNT human?" Qiao Bei shot back. "You're the one who ISNT human." She felt that having such a father was truly unfortunate for Xiao Doudou. As Fu Tanxiu wheeled the stroller toward the building, he tossed out, "Then you can think of me as a ghost." Qiao Bei glanced upward, exasperated. Fu Tanxiu turned around, urging, "Hurry up, what are you staring at? No money will rain down from the sky." With no desire to continue the conversation, Qiao Bei quickened her pace to catch up. Old Chen was thoroughly amused. The young master truly resembled a living person when he was with Miss Qiao, and it was quite entertaining. With sisters absent from home, Fu Tanxiu felt a sense of relief. He shrugged off his suit jacket and casually sank into the sofa, resting his hands behind his head as he observed Qiao Bei placing Xiao Doudou into the crib. "You should be leaving now," Qiao Bei remarked. "Not necessary." She firmly rejected without a second thought. "It is necessary. He is my son, and I bear a responsibility to care for him." The infant, Fu Ningyuan, merely chuckled. "Responsibility only arises when you need to utilize me." Qiao Bei was about to retort, but Fu Tanxiu interrupted. "It's settled then. If you need anything from me, just ask." As she watched him make a phone call to arrange for his belongings to be delivered, Fu Tanxiu concluded his call and looked up. "I'll be sleeping on a foldable bed. Do not take the opportunity to disturb me at night." Qiao Bei widened her eyes in disbelief. "Disturb you?" Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow, as if you haven't done so before.
Internally, Qiao Bei was screaming, "Oh heavens!
How can I defend myself against such accusations? If you didn't live here, you wouldn't have such worries," he added, showing a moment of internal struggle before conceding, "Fine, for Fu Ningyuan's sake. I will endure." Fuming, Qiao Bei entered the room, wanting desperately to slam the door in frustration but refraining for fear of startling Xiao Doudou.
Fu Tanxiu smirked,
Casting a glance at the crib, recognizing the infant's potential utility. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei, with her new smartphone, played a few games to vent her emotions. After a short while, she heard a knock on the door. Fu Tanxiu answered and promptly closed it. Qiao Bei speculated that it must be the delivery. Feeling a bit drowsy, she dozed off for a while. Upon exiting, she spotted Fu Tanxiu working on his laptop. "Are you hungry?" he asked upon noticing her.
"Yes."
"Are you cooking?" she replied without hesitation. "Certainly," he said, setting his laptop aside and heading to the kitchen.
Qiao Bei glanced over,
observing him skillfully rummaging through the refrigerator and washing ingredients. She then turned her attention back to Xiao Doudou. She still finds her elder son quite handsome, fair-skinned and tender. 40 minutes later, the dishes are served at the table. Qiao Bei is not surprised. This man has specifically taken a month to learn culinary skills for the sake of the original owner. She sits down to eat. The flavor is mediocre. Not as delightful as her own cooking, yet she has always been a person who understands gratitude. Whenever someone prepares a meal for her, she feels immense joy. As a child, she envied those fortunate enough to have parents cooking for them. Fu Tanxiu had not cooked for a long time and was slightly concerned about his ability to control the flavors. However, Qiao Bei enjoys the meal thoroughly, finishing every dish. He breathes a sigh of relief. When he sits down to taste a bite, he finds it quite ordinary. The girl across from him still shows him courtesy. After the meal, he clears the dishes and heads to the kitchen to wash them. Qiao Bei prepares milk for Xiao Doudou. Once he is full, she pushes him downstairs for a walk. Fu Tanxiu follows closely behind. The neighbors in the community are taken aback to see such a tall, handsome, and extraordinary man by Qiao Bei's side, their eyes widening in surprise. They all know that Qiao Bei is divorced, raising her child alone, having endured her pregnancy by herself. "Miss Qiao, who is this handsome gentleman?" inquires a woman from the neighboring building, a nosy neighbor who often pries into others' affairs. She typically asks about people's husbands' salaries, whether their in-laws receive pensions, and why their mothers-in-law do not help with childcare. It is the first time Qiao Bei is caught off guard by her questions. "What about your husband? With a belly so large, why haven't we seen him?" At that moment, Qiao Bei, without overthinking, simply responds, "I am divorced." This revelation opens the floodgates for the woman, who bombards her with incessant questions, ranging from the reasons for her divorce to inquiries about her ancestry. It frightens her. Subsequently, whenever she spots the woman again, Qiao Bei makes a point to avoid her. Just when she thought she was in the clear, she is unexpectedly caught again. Your ex-husband? The woman exclaims.
Fu Tanxiu frowns.
Who is this person? Why is she so loud and bothersome? The woman seems oblivious to his displeasure, cheerfully asking. What a handsome young man. What a pity you're divorced. What does your ex-husband do? The woman, noticing Fu Tanxiu as refined attire, deduces his family background is quite extraordinary. Her mind races with possibilities. Such a man would be highly sought after even for a second marriage. Perfectly fitting for her unmarried, older daughter. He runs a company, Qiao Bei replies. The woman beams with satisfaction. Owning a company and being a boss must mean he earns quite a lot. She feels she has struck gold. At that moment, the woman's daughter, wearing slippers and munching on a sausage, approaches. The woman raises her voice, calling out, Meng Meng, come here. The robust girl named Meng Meng, upon seeing Fu Tanxiu, wipes her mouth with her sleeve and shyly walks over. The woman pushes her daughter toward Fu Tanxiu. Fu Tanxiu takes a step back, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. Qiao Bei cannot help but laugh out loud. It's utterly amusing. Fu Tanxiu has likely never encountered such a situation in his life. The step back. Was it a sign of fear? Fu Tanxiu shoots her a glance and, with a swift motion, pulls Qiao Bei into his embrace. Wife, shall we go? Wife. The woman exclaims. Aren't you divorced? Why are you still calling her your wife? Job struggled, firmly held down by a powerful hand, rendered immobile. Fu Tanxiu intended to use her as a shield. We are about to remarry, he declared, leading Job out of the community. The elderly woman and her daughter watched with regret. Once outside, Job said, Can you let go of me now? Fu Tanxiu released her. With a mischievous smile, Job asked, What about that Meng? Fu Tanxiu grasped her collar, pulling her closer. Job, do you wish to die? Job awkwardly replied, All right. No more. Let me go. He complied. Job muttered under her breath, Honestly, you can't take a joke. Such humor was anything but amusing. Moreover, what kind of people reside in this shabby community? With his ex-wife nearby, that old woman pushed her daughter towards me. What a lunatic. Job nodded. Indeed, she's quite peculiar. That elderly lady was indeed a strange one, and Job found her bothersome. Seeing Job speak from his side, Fu Tanxiu finally calmed down. They strolled leisurely and Job, feeling peckish, spotted fried potatoes and tofu, purchasing a portion of each. Upon seeing grilled lamb skewers, she bought 5 more. Did you not have enough for dinner?
Fu Tanxiu inquired.
I did eat enough, Job replied. If you were satisfied, why consume so much? Being full doesn't prevent me from eating.
Pig.
You sleep with a pig. After her retort, Job bit her lip, embarrassed. How did she let that slip? It was so awkward that she could not even bring herself to look at Fu Tanxiu, lowering her gaze as she walked ahead. Fu Tanxiu was equally astonished. The events of that night had been a tacit agreement never to be mentioned again, and Job's sudden outburst was undeniably awkward. The two maintained silence until they arrived home. Fu Tanxiu felt the need to contribute, suggesting he bathe Xiao Dodo. Job refused, fearing he might toss Xiao Dodo into the water again. Fu Tanxiu did not insist, standing with crossed arms. Job bathed Xiao Dodo and changed his clothes, pointing at the dirty laundry in the basin. Clean those.
Fu Tanxiu frowned.
Was he expected to wash Xiao Dodo's clothes? What about Xiao Dodo's face? Unwilling? If so, he could leave. Honestly, how could he claim to care for his son while doing nothing? I'll wash them, Fu Tanxiu declared, rolling up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, exuding strength. No wonder he could easily pull her as if she were a small chick. Job glanced at him, cradling Xiao Dodo as she exited the bathroom, thoroughly pleased. Fu Tanxiu thought to himself that when Xiao Dodo grew up, he would certainly recount the tale of washing his clothes. No one else would have such a privilege. Xiao Dodo had indeed struck it lucky. The apartment had only one bathroom, so Job waited for Fu Tanxiu to finish washing the clothes before entering to take a shower. After a previous awkward encounter, she wore a bra this time. When she emerged, Fu Tanxiu stood on the balcony, speaking on the phone, his tall figure blocking half of the window. Job pursed her lips, retreating to the bathroom to care for her skin, then dried her hair and tidied up the bathroom. Ever since giving birth to Xiao Dodo, her hair had been falling out significantly, and she sometimes worried about becoming bald. Turning around, she found Fu Tanxiu leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Job approached, asking for a moment's passage. After a brief silence, Fu Tanxiu stepped aside. As Job brushed past him, the enchanting fragrance enveloped him more vividly, causing his heart to flutter. He instinctively reached out to grasp her, but halted midway. Job glanced at Xiao Dodo, who was peacefully asleep. A smile graced her lips as she lay down on the bed, scrolling through her phone for a while before succumbing to drowsiness, dropping the device and drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, a breakfast of fried egg sandwiches and milk awaited her on the dining table. Fu Tanxiu, impeccably dressed, stood at the door. After freshening up, he announced that he could not accompany her as he had to head to the office. One could not deny that Fu Tanxiu possessed striking good looks, and his well-tailored suit instantly stirred the hearts of young women. Job found her spirits lifted at the sight of such a handsome man so early in the morning, albeit while attempting to overlook the complicated history between them. Noticing her dazed expression, Fu Tanxiu paused mid-motion to change his shoes, approached her, and cradled her face, planting a warm kiss on her forehead. This unexpected gesture sent Job's heart into a whirlwind. Fu Tanxiu soon departed, cheerfully bidding her farewell with a morning kiss and urging her to eat. It was only after he left that Job sprang up in bewilderment. "Damn it, Fu Tanxiu. How dare you take advantage of me?" In Chapter 56, to demonstrate his sincerity, he brought along a suitcase filled with cash. Fu Tanxiu arrived at the office radiating joy, prompting his colleagues, including Yukong, to speculate about his newfound happiness, which was palpable throughout the building. However, no one dared to approach him with inquiries. Meanwhile, Zhang Wulin stealthily sought out Job, intending to persuade her once more, and carried a suitcase of cash to signify his earnestness. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the Chinese medicine clinic, he found no sign of Job. Disheartened, he left the clinic only to receive a phone call from Xiancheng. His expression darkened as he hung up, hastily getting into his car and heading to the airport. Back at the Shang family estate, chaos ensued as the previous patriarch, Zhang Yaorong's wife, Su Jiawan, faced a severe deterioration in her health. The family anxiously awaited news in the main house. Due to Su Jiawan's frail condition, the family had engaged the finest medical team to provide round-the-clock care. At that moment, doctors were desperately working to stabilize her condition. Zhang Yaorong sat in a state of deep worry at the head of the table. Zhang Wulin arrived, breathless. "How is my mother?" he inquired. "She is still in critical condition," came the response. Zhang Wulin collapsed into a chair, feeling utterly drained. Su Jiawan had faced similar crises over the years, each time instilling a profound fear in them, yet they had always managed to pull through. He silently prayed for her safety once more. Zhang Wujue, the second son, pointed at the suitcase in Zhang Wulin's hand. "What is that?" he asked. "Money," replied Zhang Wulin. "I encountered an extraordinary Chinese medicine practitioner in Longcheng who cured my insomnia." The family was taken aback. Zhang Wulin had suffered from insomnia for many years. Ever since the disappearance of the youngest sister, plagued by nightmares that disrupted his sleep, eventually leading to severe insomnia in recent years. Zhang Wufang, the third son, remarked, "You do seem to look much better. Every time I encountered him in the past, he resembled a vampire, his pallid face devoid of color, and the area around his eyes darkened with shadows. Of course, as an actor, he adorned himself with makeup for each appearance, concealing his morbid appearance from the world." The corners of the three brothers' mouths twitched in disbelief. Who dared to kick the fourth son of the Shang family? This individual was not to be underestimated. Zhang Wujue remarked. "Fourth brother, cease your antics. The esteemed physicians in our family are unparalleled. A mere traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can only remedy your trivial ailments. Do not jest about our mother's condition." Zhang Wulin replied, "I merely wish to test the waters." Their mother's health was frail and required utmost care. Zhang Wulin understood this, yet inexplicably, he felt that Master Qiao could heal their mother. He resolved to present Master Qiao to her when the opportunity arose. Zhang Yaorong remained with his eyes closed until the sound of footsteps roused him, prompting him to open his eyes and glance towards the staircase. Two physicians descended. Having removed their masks, the Shang family members exhaled in relief upon observing the doctor's expressions. After years of experience, they had learned to interpret the subtle changes in a physician's demeanor, discerning from their expressions whether the surgery had succeeded. Indeed, the lead doctor reported to Zhang Yaorong, "Madam is out of danger. She simply requires ample rest. However, there may be relapses, so vigilant observation is essential." Zhang Yaorong staggered to his feet, feeling as though he had aged several years in that moment. "Thank you for your efforts," he murmured as the doctors departed. Zhang Wulin was assisted upstairs by a servant, closely followed by the fourth son of the Shang family. Inside the room, an array of advanced medical equipment was set up, with two physicians standing guard. Su Jiawan lay in bed, so frail she seemed as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Zhang Yaorong approached her, and Su Jiawan opened her eyes, her cracked lips moving slowly. "Brother Rong, I think I just saw Xiaoyu. She was smiling at me," she whispered. Zhang Yaorong grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Rest assured, we will undoubtedly find Xiaoyu. Yes, I will not depart just yet. I have yet to see my Xiaoyu." "Fear not, We will locate her. Now, please rest. Su Jiawan closed her eyes. The fourth son of the Shang family wore a troubled expression. The disappearance of their younger sister weighed heavily on the hearts of the entire family, causing their mother great distress. Finding their sister might restore their mother's health. Shang Wuyin pondered deeply. There was still no news from Longcheng. He refrained from disclosing this matter to the family, fearing it would lead to false hope. Never mind. We shall discuss it further when we find her, he resolved. After work, Fu Tanxiu headed straight to Guanghua Community, where old Chen awaited to take the car away, returning the following morning to collect him. Upon entering the house, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The petite woman was busy in the kitchen. Clad in a floral apron, her cascading waves of hair tied back simply revealed a glimpse of her alabaster skin. The light filtered through her beautiful earlobes, rendering them a soft, rosy hue, enticing enough to tempt a bite. Fu Tanxiu leaned against the doorframe, suit jacket draped over his arm, watching her. Qiao Bei turned off the range hood, and upon facing him, their gazes locked, momentarily stunned. She bit her lip and emerged with a dish. What are you cooking? It smells divine, Fu Tanxiu casually inquired. Qiao Bei presented the plate to him, saying, see for yourself. Fu Tanxiu nodded with a smile, tossing his suit jacket onto the sofa before heading to wash his hands. Qiao Bei set the table and then peeked into the room to check on Qiao Dodo, who had just woken up. She handed him a small dinosaur toy, and then went out to eat. Fu Tanxiu relished this feeling, which transcended mere warm meals. The warmth provided by the housekeeper could not compare to this. It was an utterly delightful sensation. Qiao Bei glanced up and noticed Fu Tanxiu was still smiling. Confused, she asked, what are you laughing about? Fu Tanxiu replied, I'm happy. Did you secure a big project?
No.
Did you reconcile with Miss Meng? Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. Why mention her? Isn't she your ideal? What's wrong with bringing her up? Qiao Bei, don't dampen the mood. I can't comprehend you. Qiao Bei pouted and took a few bites of her meal. Your cooking is truly delicious, Fu Tanxiu remarked, causing her to pause. After a moment, she replied, of course.
Displaying no modesty.
Fu Tanxiu pressed on. Tomorrow evening, I would like to have dumplings. He could not forget the dumplings from New Year's Day.
I embuse.
Qiao Bei retorted, though her mind was already racing with thoughts of what filling to prepare. Chapter 57. He moved in with Qiao Bei. Qi Lianxin, fearing a fruitless endeavor, deliberately arrived late at Shicheniping. The previous engagement had been quite unpleasant, and Fu Tanxiu had not called them even once. She took the initiative to call him twice, but he hung up after a few words. Not wanting to create further tension with her son, she thought to accompany him for dinner to ease the relationship. Upon arriving at Shicheniping, she found the housekeepers idly chatting. Her expression darkened. Not cooking? The housekeepers immediately stood at attention, frightened. Qi Lianxin sat down on the sofa, adopting a stern demeanor. What time is it? You're not cooking and are instead gathered here chatting? Is that appropriate? Qi Lianxin frowned. Where are you sending the food? Guanghua Community. Qi Lianxin's breath caught. Isn't that the community where Qiao Bei lives? Didn't they just move there yesterday? The housekeeper nodded cautiously, observing Qi Lianxin's grim expression, which betrayed her anger. Qi Lianxin sat for a moment before rising to leave. Fu Song saw her and inquired, did you see him?
No.
Fu Song slammed his hand on the table and shouted, rebellious child. Qi Lianxin replied, he has moved in with Qiao Bei. That small, shabby house?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Fu Song pounded the table again. Qi Lianxin, feeling a headache coming on, pressed her temples, stopped banging. Fu Song pursed his lips and began pacing the room. Are they reconciling? Qi Lianxin mused, it seemed so. Her son's heart had been captured, and he was approaching her willingly. How absurd. Fu Song suggested. Shall I find someone to send them away? Qi Lianxin paused. No. Let us consider this matter carefully. Your son cares for her now, unlike before. I worry that if we force it, he will become angry with us. The current relationship is already tense enough.
Fu Song sighed heavily.
After dinner, Fu Tanxiu voluntarily washed the dishes. Once he finished, Qiao Bei instructed him to mop the floor. You certainly command me with ease, Fu Tanxiu remarked. He quickly added, I am willing. I will do whatever you ask. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. That's more like it. This is certainly not his grand villa, and no one regards him as the young master here. As Fu Tanxiu mopped the floor, he silently grumbled to himself. He had only ever mopped floors during his school days. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table rang. It was Fu Tanxiu's. Qiao Bei, seated nearby, glanced at it and noted that it was a call from Qi Lianxin. Your phone, she reminded him. Fu Tanxiu walked over, saw the caller ID, and swiped to end the call. Qiao Bei cast a puzzled look in his direction. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, why didn't you answer? Did you have a disagreement with Mom? As she raised her foot, Fu Tanxiu happened to mop right where she was seated. Qiao Bei lifted her foot off the ground but kept her gaze fixed on him. What was the argument about? That statement? The Fu family had just made an official announcement, followed swiftly by Fu Tanxiu's own statement. The rapid back and forth was bound to anger Fu Song and Qi Lianxin. Fu Tanxiu merely hummed in response and continued with his chores. Qiao Bei sat there, tilting her head in contemplation. She found it perplexing why Fu Tanxiu would issue such a statement. Didn't he have feelings for Meng Yuxi? Since both Fu Song and Qi Lianxin had consented, he should have been pleased. However, even if she inquired, Fu Tanxiu would likely keep his reasons to himself. Qiao Bei mused that perhaps this was a test for the leading characters and ultimately, they would end up together. The following day, after Fu Tanxiu left for work, Qiao Bei, while taking care of the child, bought some meat with the intention of making dumplings for dinner. After some contemplation, she decided to send him a message. Just as she sent it, she received a reply from Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei pouted, thinking, who's waiting for him? How narcissistic. A notification chimed again. She set down her phone, boiled some dumplings for herself to eat first, and placed the rest in the refrigerator. After her meal, she bathed Qiao Dodo. Once the child was asleep, she went to the bathroom to wash clothes and tidy up. When Fu Tanxiu walked in, she was in the midst of mopping. She casually leaned the mop against the wall. Have you eaten? Fu Tanxiu, changing his shoes, raised his eyes to look at her, a clear smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No, she replied, walking into the kitchen to boil water and retrieve the dumplings from the fridge. Fu Tanxiu observed her silhouette, then removed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and took up the mop to assist her. By the time Qiao Bei emerged from the kitchen with the dumplings, Fu Tanxiu had finished mopping, was rinsing the mop, and tidily collected stray hairs from the floor with a tissue, putting everything back in its place. One cannot help but admire how capable individuals excel in all endeavors. Even if they're not accustomed to a task, they can learn swiftly. A diligent and perceptive man is endearing to all who encounter him. In high spirits, Qiao Bei called out to him, "Wash your hands and let's eat." Upon seeing the plate of dumplings on the table, Fu Tanxiu's eyes lit up, and he quickly went to wash his hands. He devoured the entire plate of dumplings, exclaiming how exceptional Qiao Bei's dumplings were. After he washed the dishes in the kitchen and returned, he found Qiao Bei lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a game. He glanced at her before heading to the balcony. The space was small, and all his belongings were piled there. He grabbed a bath towel and paused as he was about to retrieve a change of clothes. Qiao Bei was deeply engrossed in her game when Fu Tanxiu called from the bathroom. Bei, could you hand me my clothes? I forgot to grab them. In a moment of distraction, Qiao Bei met her demise with a single stroke.
Ah!
She exclaimed in frustration, rising to her feet and striding towards the balcony, casually picking up his loungewear. Approaching the bathroom door, she heard Fu Tanxiu's voice. Open the door and place it on the stool. With her hand resting on the doorknob, Fu Tanxiu added, no peeking. Qiao Bei thought, how could she be so lewd? She vigorously crumpled his clothing, closed her eyes, swung open the door, tossed the garment onto the stool, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Moments later, Fu Tanxiu called for her again. You didn't bring me my underwear.
Qiao Bei was exasperated.
What a fuss. She hesitated, reluctant to touch Fu Tanxiu's personal belongings.
Can't you go without it?
She asked. No, it's uncomfortable, he replied. With no other choice, she ventured to the balcony, rummaging through his underwear, pinching a corner with 2 fingers. She contemplated how many times she would need to wash her hands afterward. Entering the bathroom, her temper flaring, she opened the door without a second thought.
Ah!
Chapter 58. Could you hand me my pants? Why aren't you dressed? Qiao Bei gasped and covered her eyes. What had she just witnessed? Good heavens! She had seen Fu Tanxiu as lower half. It was shocking, yet it was quite a sight. What on earth was she thinking? Could you pass me my pants?
Qiao Bei was momentarily frozen.
What was she holding? Had she just used Fu Tanxiu's waistband to cover her eyes? Another scream escaped her lips. A pair of strong hands rested on her shoulders, turning her around and snatching the waistband from her grasp. She heard rustling behind her. Qiao Bei, was that intentional? Absolutely not. It was an accident. Lying on the bed, her mind was a whirl of the images she had just seen. She rolled around on the bed several times. Fu Tanxiu must have thought she did it on purpose. He had warned her, yet she had barged in anyway. She recalled holding onto Fu Tanxiu's waistband, which she had yet to wash. However, she felt too embarrassed to step outside now, fearing he would confront her. Spotting some wet wipes on the table, meant for Qiao Dodo, she pulled a few out, vigorously wiping her fingers, and even made sure to clean her eyes, which had also come into contact with Fu Tanxiu's belongings. In the darkness, Fu Tanxiu lay on a small foldable bed, one hand supporting his head, his eyes slightly narrowed. In the morning, had it not been for Qiao Dodo's cries of hunger, Qiao Bei would have preferred to remain inside her room. Reluctantly, her son, in a fit of hunger, was not only wailing but kicking his legs in frustration. Qiao Bei cautiously opened the door. Fu Tanxiu emerged from the kitchen with breakfast, and upon seeing her, his narrow phoenix eyes squinted slightly as he greeted her. Time to eat. Seeing that he did not mention last night's incident, Qiao Bei felt a wave of relief wash over her. You eat first, I'll prepare the milk. It was only after she heard Fu Tanxiu leave that she dared to come out. Spotting yet another egg sandwich, Qiao Bei frowned. Was it possible he didn't know how to make anything else? Nevertheless, not wanting to waste food, she decided to eat it. Meanwhile, Lu Yanxuan, unable to find Qiao Bei at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, called her. With her anger subsided, she answered the phone. The voice of Lu Yanxuan echoed. Bei, I heard you took a leave of absence. What happened? Qiao Bei replied, our family's maternity nurse has encountered an emergency, and I had to take leave. There's no one to look after the child. Oh, I see. You startled me. I thought something had happened to you. Qiao Bei felt lethargic and a bit drowsy. Having not slept well the previous night, her dreams plagued by the image of Fu Tanxiu in the nude. Everything she saw that morning seemed tainted. Lu Yanxuan inquired. Can you manage alone? If not, I could help you with the child. Qiao Bei dismissed the idea. No need. You wouldn't know how to. I can learn. Really? I can find someone myself. Bei, please allow me to do something for you. Lu Yanxuan harbored feelings for her, and she was well aware of it. Even if she did have feelings for him, a union was impossible. How could someone from his family accept a woman with a child? It was not her style to pursue the unattainable. There was a long silence on the other end. Bei, could you be my girlfriend? Absolutely not. Lu Yanxuan, displeased, pressed on. Why not? You're divorced from Fu Tanxiu. You're single.
Consider me.
I would treat you and the child well. Lu Yanxuan, it's simply not feasible. Her patience in persuading him stemmed from her acknowledgement of his merits. Why is it impossible? You're not giving me a chance. His voice carried a hint of grievance. Qiao Bei had never granted him an opportunity. I will not give you a chance. You should abandon this hope. If I were you, I wouldn't hang all my hopes on a single tree. Such behavior is foolish. With that, Qiao Bei ended the call. Standing at the entrance of Guanghua Community, Lu Yanxuan's gaze was despondent. Upon arriving at the bar, Ji Xian found Lu Yanxuan thoroughly intoxicated. What are you doing in broad daylight? Ji Xian asked, concerned. Lu Yanxuan gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol, his eyes bloodshot, gripping Ji Xian's collar tightly, shaking him. Why don't you like me?
Why?
What's wrong with me? Tell me. Ji Xian felt a headache from the jostling. Brother Sun, I'm not Qiao Bei. Don't torment me. Lu Yanxuan embraced him tightly, crying out, Bei, I love you. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Please? Speak to me. Ji Xian struggled to breathe under the hold. Brother Sun, I'm Ji Xian. See clearly and let go of me. I want to let go. I refuse to. It took a great deal of effort for Ji Xian to break free. Lu Yanxuan was already inebriated beyond reason, determined to assist his friend. Ji Xian retrieved Lu Yanxuan's phone and called Qiao Bei. The line connected swiftly. Hello, Miss Qiao, this is Ji Xian, a close friend of Lu Yanxuan. Qiao Bei responded with a nonchalant "Oh. What's the matter? Brother Sun is drunk, and he keeps calling for you, crying quite distressingly. Could you come to see him? Not interested. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Ji Xian was taken aback. This woman was truly heartless. He cast a sympathetic glance at his friend. Why choose to love someone like her when there were so many better options? After a brief nap, Qiao Bei felt considerably rejuvenated. She prepared dinner, and the two sat at the dining table, Qiao Bei quietly eating with her head bowed, not uttering a word. Fu Tanxiu served her some dishes. Job did not spare him a glance. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu spoke up. I've been scrutinized. I am at a disadvantage. Why are you shy? Job sputtered her food, resulting in a chaotic mess on the dining table. Fu Tanxiu, with a look of disdain, set down his chopsticks and took a tissue to wipe his hands. Job assumed he would stop eating, considering several dishes had been tainted by her mishap. To her surprise, Fu Tanxiu wiped the table and calmly resumed his meal. Job found herself perplexed. Did he not feel repulsed? If it were her, she would have lost her appetite. Not only did he continue eating, but he consumed a considerable amount. Fu Tanxiu glanced at her, shaking his head. It's fine. Our son has me covered. A little sacrifice on my part is nothing. Job could not dissuade him, feeling utterly exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Job furrowed her brows as she went to open it. Upon seeing the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback. Standing at the entrance was Qi Lianxin. Chapter 59. It's all right. She is not an outsider. Job greeted her and stepped aside. Qi Lianxin entered with a stern expression, just in time to see Fu Tanxiu picking up a bowl to wash in the kitchen, performing the task with practiced ease. She frowned slightly. Job, oblivious to her demeanor, invited her to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. After washing the dishes, Fu Tanxiu emerged and began sweeping and mopping the floor. Job had not purchased a robotic vacuum. She relied on a broom. Qi Lianxin furrowed her brow intensely. When had her son ever done such menial work? What kind of life had he been living here? Seeing Fu Tanxiu hard at work, Job chose to ignore Qi Lianxin's concerns and cheerfully suggested, Fu Tanxiu, you can take a break and chat with Mom for a while. Her words, however, ignited Qi Lianxin's fury as she glared at Job. This woman was crossing the line. How could she let her son do all the work? And the most infuriating part was that she showed no intention of helping, instead telling him to do it later. Clearly, he had been laboring for days, as evidenced by his adeptness. Her heart ached with anger. Job, feeling the intensity of her glare, was baffled and touched her nose, choosing to remain silent. Unable to bear it any longer, Qi Lianxin threw down her bag and marched over to snatch the mop from Fu Tanxiu's hands. I'll do it. Fu Tanxiu released the mop, but not without directing her. The kitchen hasn't been mopped. Qi Lianxin's eyes darted towards Job, the implication clear. Yet, Job remained oblivious, gazing curiously between her and Fu Tanxiu. Was it merely mopping the floor that warranted such a confrontation? Besides, Qi Lianxin was a guest. It seemed inappropriate for her to work upon arrival. Job desperately shot Fu Tanxiu a look. Fu Tanxiu, baffled, queried, "What is wrong with your eyes?" Job replied, "Are they bothering you? Let me take a look."
No, no. IM fine.
Qi Lianxin felt a lump forming in her chest, unable to express her frustrations. Despite numerous hints, Job remained rooted in place. Qi Lianxin jabbed the mop head at Job's feet, insisting, "Move aside." Job complied and stepped away. Qi Lianxin shot her a fierce glare before heading to the kitchen. Job walked over to Fu Tanxiu, giving him a gentle poke. He continued to arrange the sofa, without missing a beat. "It's fine. She's not an outsider." Job tilted her head in contemplation. Indeed, for Fu Tanxiu, Qi Lianxin was not an outsider. She was assisting him, not her. Thus, she chose not to intervene. In the kitchen, Qi Lianxin nearly crushed the mop in her frustration. Exasperated, she tossed the mop aside and exited the kitchen, settling onto the sofa. Qiao Bei, noticing her mother's fatigue and the untouched glass of water, urged, "Mom, drink some water." Qi Lianxin cast a glance at her, but remained unmoved. Qiao Bei had long wished for Fu Tanxiu to leave and concurred emphatically, "Yes, yes, yes. It will certainly invite gossip." "Mom, you must manage this. He's staying here without leaving." Qi Lianxin merely responded with silence. Fu Tanxiu regarded Qiao Bei with an icy stare, causing her to shrink back, evading his gaze. He proceeded to the balcony, unfurling a folding bed and laying out a quilt, clearly prepared to sleep. Completely disregarding Qi Lianxin's words and ignoring Qiao Bei's eager glances that seemed to urge him to depart, Qi Lianxin, astonished, inquired, "You're going to sleep on such a small bed? Is that even comfortable?" Qiao Bei explained, "My apartment is small. There's only one bed, so he has no choice but to sleep here." Qi Lianxin frowned, utterly perplexed as to why her son would endure such discomfort. Fu Tanxiu gathered his clothes, ready to head to the bathroom. Qi Lianxin called out, "Tanxiu, stop this nonsense. You're an adult now. Can't you consider the consequences of your actions?" Qiao Bei nodded in agreement, thinking him rather immature and brazen for insisting on staying in her home. Turning back, Fu Tanxiu caught sight of Qiao Bei's furtive glances, his expression darkening further. "You're divorced. That child is no longer your concern," he stated, echoing Qiao Bei's sentiments. "How can it be unrelated? If you divorce my father and I were awarded to him, would that mean I'm no longer your son? What nonsense are you spouting? Your father and I are perfectly fine. How could we be divorced?" Qi Lianxin retorted. "Hypothetically speaking," he replied, earning a silent thumbs up from Qiao Bei for his audacity. Fu Tanxiu entered the bathroom, leaving Qiao Bei and Qi Lianxin alone in the living room. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Qiao Bei awkwardly perched on the folding bed, fidgeting with her fingers, unsure of what to say to Qi Lianxin. She couldn't persuade her son to leave. Yet she also didn't want him to be bossed around by Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei interjected, "What do you mean I have nothing to do at home? Caring for the child is exhausting, and I can't even get a full night's sleep. What's wrong with having Fu Tanxiu do some chores?" He said he wanted to take care of Jiao Dodo. If that is the case, he should contribute in some way. "I'm not his maid, waiting for him to demand my service." Qi Lianxin's expression darkened considerably. Qiao Bei continued, "You've not only said it once, but repeatedly. And honestly, you're wrong. Am I not allowed to retort? I'm no fool." Qi Lianxin, clutching her chest, took a moment to suppress her anger. "I raised you. I'm your elder. And you speak to me like this." Qiao Bei retorted, "If my words are harsh, your behavior isn't any better."
You.
Qi Lianxin felt herself on the verge of fainting from anger. Grabbing her bag, she stood up, declaring, "There's simply no way to communicate with you."
With that.
She slammed the door behind her as she left. Qiao Bei rubbed her nose, and just then, Fu Tanxiu emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, momentarily taken aback by his mother's absence. "Your mother has left. I drove her away," Qiao Bei informed him. Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What did you say?" Fu Tanxiu approached the balcony, standing before her, and gently tousled her soft hair. "Don't worry about her. From now on, all household chores will be my responsibility." Chapter 60. You may exploit me as you wish. I harbor no complaints. Qiao Bei tilted her head to look at him. Her hair was disheveled, lacking the usual meticulousness, which made her appear more agreeable. Fu Tanxiu smiled slightly. "You may exploit me as you wish. I harbor no complaints." Qiao Bei pouted and stood up. "I'm going to sleep." Fu Tanxiu remained stationary, savoring the lingering warmth of his hand. Her hair was truly soft, like cotton, warm cotton that he found irresistible. Lu Yanxuan spotted Fu Tanxiu exiting the Guanghua community and entering a Rolls-Royce. His expression darkened. Had Fu Tanxiu moved in with Qiao Bei? Hadn't they divorced? Why were they still living together? Lu Yanxuan was nearly driven to madness. He called Qiao Bei. "Bei, I need to talk to you. Come down. I'm at the entrance of your community." Qiao Bei asked him to wait, and after a 10-minute pause, she finally emerged with a baby stroller. It was understandable that she took her time. Anyone with a child would know. As Qiao Bei approached Lu Yanxuan, she noticed his haggard appearance, dark circles under his eyes, and the smell of alcohol lingering around him. She had come down to clarify matters with Lu Yanxuan face to face. "Lu Yanxuan, enough is enough. Let me tell you, the most unreliable thing in this world is love. Don't waste your energy on it. You should devote yourself to more meaningful pursuits. The beautiful landscapes of our country await your appreciation, and money is a good thing. Focus your energy on making money, and you will find life can be so fulfilling." Lu Yanxuan looked at her curiously. "Bei, have you been hurt by Fu Tanxiu? Is that why you speak such despairing words?"
Qiao Bei frowned.
"Despairing? Where is the despair?" "No, I am currently immensely clear-headed and thoroughly happy, for I have expelled emotions from my life. You should learn from me." Lu Yanxuan was convinced that she had suffered a severe emotional injury and had reached a point of despair regarding love and men. A look of concern flickered in his eyes. "Bei, don't be this way. The world does not consist solely of Fu Tanxiu. He is a scoundrel. But that does not mean all men are like him. There are many good men such as myself. Open your eyes and see me. I love you more than he does." Qiao Bei felt frustrated, scratching her head. How could this person fail to comprehend her words? She shouted, "Lu Yanxuan." Lu Yanxuan was momentarily taken aback. "What is it? Can you listen to me properly?" "I am listening. Do not bother me again if you have nothing to do. Focus on making money." Lu Yanxuan grasped her hand. "Are you worried that I can't support you and the child? Don't worry. I can provide for you. I will earn a lot of money in the future to ensure a good life for you and the child. Besides, even if I do nothing, our family has plenty of money. We will not live poorly." Qiao Bei pulled his hand away, speechless. "I realize you have a problem with your thinking. We are on completely different wavelengths. Our conversation is going nowhere. It is infuriating." Lu Yanxuan felt a bit aggrieved. "Isn't it about money?" Qiao Bei did not wish to continue the conversation. It was futile. After a moment of silence, the two stood still. Lu Yan inquired. "I just saw Fu Tanxiu leaving the community. Did he come to see you?" Qiao Bei replied. "He is currently living with me. Have you two reconciled?" The acidity in Lu Yan's tone was palpable. Qiao Bei responded, "No, I have no interest in men at the moment. He is here to take care of Qiao Dodo." Lu Yan exhaled in relief, then scoffed. "Him? Can he really take care of Qiao Dodo?" Qiao Bei casually remarked, "He's managing fine." Lu Yan felt a pang of jealousy. Such a compliment was significant. He contemplated following her, but was met with Qiao Bei's admonition, "Don't follow me." Once she had walked some distance away, he called Ji Xian. "Help me purchase an apartment in Guanghua community." Ji Xian, still half asleep, responded, "Brother, you have so many properties. Why buy another?" "Don't ask, just do it," Lu Yan insisted.
"Oh."
When Ji Xian learned from the agent that Guanghua community was a dilapidated area, he was perplexed. Why would Lu Yan invest in such a place? Just then, another call from Lu Yan came through, specifying the exact building. At that moment, Ji Xian understood. It was likely because Qiao Bei resided there. This was a pursuit of love, culminating in the purchase of an entire building. When Qiao Bei encountered Lu Yan running outside the community, her mouth fell open in surprise. What are you doing? Lu Yan had already completed several laps around the community, finally waiting for Qiao Bei. He approached her and stated, I'm running. Why are you running here?
She asked.
I live here too, in the same building just below yours. Qiao Bei seemed to have guessed his motive. Lu Yan, you are truly incorrigible. With that, she pushed Qiao Dodo along and departed. Lu Yan followed her closely. Don't follow me, Qiao Bei warned. I'm not following you. I'm running, Lu Yan replied. Qiao Bei found it unnecessary to argue further and continued towards the community's exit to buy groceries. That evening, as Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu dined, there was a knock at the door. Qiao Bei opened it to find Lu Yan standing there. She frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Lu Yan peered inside. I came to mooch off your meal. Upon hearing his voice, Fu Tanxiu paused mid-action, his gaze lifting to meet Lu Yan's bold stare. Lu Yan boldly entered the kitchen, serving himself a bowl of rice before sitting across from Fu Tanxiu.
Wow.
This is delicious. Qiao Bei looked up towards the ceiling, then closed the door and joined them at the table. A sudden crack echoed through the room. Qiao Bei glanced up to see Fu Tanxiu had snapped his chopsticks, emanating an icy aura. She instinctively shrank back, hastily finishing her meal before rising.
Bye-bye.
Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Lu Yan declared. Qiao Bei shot him a glare. He could barely protect himself, yet he claimed he would safeguard her. Utterly shameless. How did you end up here? Fu Tanxiu asked, suppressing his anger. I bought an apartment downstairs. I'll be living in this community from now on, Lu Yan replied. Fu Tanxiu turned to Qiao Bei. Did you know about this? She lowered her head. I only found out today. So, you were already aware, he remarked. Job retorted. I only learned about it this morning. She looked up and added, if you wish to fight, take it downstairs. Do not damage my furniture. Fu Tanxiu suddenly quelled his anger, picked up the chopsticks she had just used, and resumed his meal. Who wants to fight? Have you eaten enough? If not, have some more. Chapter 61. Sharing a pair of chopsticks is an intimate act. Job stared at him in astonishment. Those were the chopsticks she had used. How could he be so indifferent to hygiene? Lu Yanxuan glared at the chopsticks in Fu Tanxiu's hand, his teeth grinding audibly. Sharing a pair of chopsticks is indeed an intimate act. He truly could not fathom Fu Tanxiu. Not only did he dislike Job, but he had also divorced her. Why then was he lingering here? Job, feeling unsatisfied, went to serve herself another bowl of rice and took a pair of chopsticks. Nothing was more important than filling her stomach. After the meal, Fu Tanxiu gathered the bowls and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. Lu Yanxuan was incredulous. Could he really wash dishes? Job reclined on the sofa, cradling her phone as she scrolled through videos. Indeed, he had been the one washing the dishes these past few days, and they were quite clean. Lu Yanxuan believed Job was praising Fu Tanxiu, perhaps with intentions for him to show off. Is there anything I can do? Job waved her hand. No need. You're a guest. How could I let you work? He was a guest, but Fu Tanxiu was not. Lu Yanxuan was displeased. Do not be polite with me. Tell me what I can do. Job pondered for a moment. Sweep the floor. Sure. Lu Yanxuan leaped about, yet took a while to start. What are you doing? Job asked. I'm looking for your robot vacuum. I don't have a robot vacuum. I use a broom, it's in the bathroom. Oh. Lu Yanxuan retrieved the broom, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared for a vigorous effort. Fu Tanxiu emerged after washing the dishes and cast a glance at Lu Yanxuan, who smiled provocatively at him.
Fu Tanxiu,
with an expressionless demeanor, directed him. This isn't swept properly. You need to sweep under the table as well. Are you even capable of working? You're being too careless. Lu Yanxuan tightened his grip on the broom, his expression darkening. I'll sweep however I want. Don't interfere. It's none of your business. At that moment, Job spoke up. Lu Yanxuan, you're really not sweeping well. Be humble. Lu Yanxuan immediately wilted and swept again. Job glanced over. It was still not clean, but she refrained from commenting further, not wanting to discourage him. All right, just drag it once. Lu Yanxuan, not knowing how to do it, simply picked up the dripping mop and began, splattering water everywhere. Job shook her head. Lu Yanxuan, you're going to flood my house. Lu Yanxuan was at a loss. Fu Tanxiu pushed him out the door. It's late. Stop lingering at someone else's house. Go. The door slammed shut. Lu Yanxuan clenched his fists in anger. Fu Tanxiu took the mop to the bathroom to clean it and soon tidied up the house. Job looked at the clean floor, feeling quite pleased. Fu Tanxiu was indeed reliable. The next morning, just before Fu Tanxiu left, he beckoned Job with a finger. Confused, she approached him. What is it? Fu Tanxiu grasped her neck with one hand. Though he did not apply force, Job still felt a sense of threat. When I am not present, under no circumstances should you open the door for that fellow, nor should you accompany him outside. Which fellow? Are you feigning ignorance? With a firm gesture, Qiao Bei realized he was referring to Lu Yanxuan. She promptly replied, You mean Lu Yanxuan? Rest assured, I shall not open the door. Such a good girl. Fu Tanxiu said, loosening his grip and smiling before turning to leave. Once he departed, Qiao Bei let her shoulders slump. She was utterly terrified. The male temperament was inherently combative, and being caught in the middle was quite burdensome. Throughout the morning, he remained asleep. At noon, he knocked on Qiao Bei's door. Qiao Bei was busy preparing a bowl of noodles and chose to ignore him. Even if Fu Tanxiu had not instructed her, she would not grant Lu Yanxuan access. Lu Yanxuan waited at the door for quite some time, fully aware Qiao Bei was home and deliberately refusing to let him in, which left him exceedingly frustrated.
Yeshi.
Having been scolded by Shi Qian once more, was so incensed that she decided to leave work abruptly. When Shi Qian emerged and found her absent, he called her, only to have her block him in retaliation. Enraged, Shi Qian felt he had shown considerable restraint. Yi Shi arrived at Qiao Bei's home to pour out her grievances, and Qiao Bei listened sympathetically. Why not file a complaint against him? Qiao Bei suggested. Oh please. While Shi Qian may not compare to Fu Tanxiu, he wields significant influence in Longcheng. How could I possibly prevail against him? Then shall we allow him to act with impunity?
Qiao Bei we read.
He seems to harbor a grudge against me, targeting only me while treating other employees normally, behaving like a typical boss. How did you incur his wrath?
Qiao Bei asked.
I did not offend him, Yi Shi replied, her small eyes glinting as she scrutinized Qiao Bei. I have a suspicion, though I am uncertain whether to voice it. Qiao Bei gestured for her to continue. I suspect there is something amiss between Shi Qian and Fu Tanxiu. What kind of mischief?
Qiao Bei questioned.
Consider this. Shi Qian dislikes me, and he also has an aversion to you, even loathing you. Why do you think that is?
Why? Qiao Bei worried.
Her eyes widening with curiosity. It is because of Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian is fond of Fu Tanxiu, and since you have entangled yourself with him, as your good friend, I have become collateral damage. Qiao Bei's mouth fell open in astonishment. What a revelation. Upon reflection, this indeed made sense. She could sense Shi Qian's hostility toward her. So, he was a rival in love. Fu Tanxiu seemed to attract admiration from both genders. How scandalous. One wondered if Fu Tanxiu was aware of Shi Qian's affections. Yi Shi seized a cushion to shield herself, her gaze evasive. Qiao Bei snatched the cushion away, leaving her with no means of escape.
Speak.
If you do not, we shall sever ties.
No.
I shall speak, Yi Shi conceded. Qiao Bei feigned an attentive demeanor. Last time, when you mentioned matchmaking, an idea struck me. I recalled that Peng Fei had a crush on you back in school, and thought of asking him to stage a little drama, to provoke Fu Tanxiu, to make him aware that his ex-wife is quite sought after. Qiao Bei face-bombed, closing her eyes momentarily before responding. Did I not mention that a reunion with Fu Tanxiu is impossible? You are meddling. Yi Shi scoffed. She firmly believed Qiao Bei was being disingenuous. Deep down, she must still harbor feelings for Fu Tanxiu. Moreover, for the sake of her godson's inheritance rights, she was determined to facilitate their union. How would Peng Fei agree to assist you in such a scheme? Qiao Bei asked. I merely invited him to dinner, casually mentioning that you would be present. And he readily accepted. On that day, prior to your arrival, he inquired about you, and I shared some information with him.
Qiao Bei remarked.
No wonder he spoke to me in such an inexplicable manner. What did he say? She glanced at her and continued. He introduced his situation to me as if it were a matchmaking scenario, which startled me. I thought you were trying to pair me with Peng Fei. Yi Shi was taken aback, not anticipating this twist. I never mentioned matchmaking to him. By the way, he later asked for your WeChat, but I didn't provide it. Qiao Bei looked down on her, saying, Look at the trouble you've caused. Why provoke him? Yi Shi felt a twinge of guilt. I was wrong. I didn't realize he was quite persistent. Chapter 62. A vigorous scene. Fu Tanxiu opened the door to find an additional person in his home, his expression darkening. Yi Shi greeted him, Mr. Fu. You've finished work. Bei is cooking. He recalled that Yi Shi seemed to hold a grudge against him, always wearing a stern face. Why had her demeanor changed recently? After pondering for a while, he remained perplexed. In the kitchen, Qiao Bei was stir-frying, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. After observing for a moment by the kitchen door, he went to wash his hands. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Yi Shi rushed to open it. Lu Yanxuan? Lu Yanxuan was surprised to see Yi Shi as well. He walked in and closed the door behind him.
Where's Bei?
Yi Shi pointed towards the kitchen, thinking a good show was about to unfold. Fu Tanxiu emerged and saw Lu Yanxuan, his expression sour. You constantly invade others' homes. Have you no shame? Lu Yanxuan retorted. You're the one who lounges around at others' houses without leaving. Should you not feel embarrassed? Yi Shi exclaimed. What a vigorous scene. How thrilling. Fu Tanxiu responded. I am here for legitimate business. Do you have any? Lu Yanxuan replied. Of course I do. I am pursuing someone. He candidly stated his intention. Yi Shi's eyes widened in surprise. This fellow was quite bold. Fu Tanxiu glared fiercely at Lu Yanxuan, wishing to pounce on him. He too longed to express his thoughts openly, but could not, fearing it would scare Qiao Bei away. In a fit of rage, he began to mock Lu Yanxuan, saying, Bei does not fancy you. Are you not aware? Clinging to her like a stubborn plaster. Do you not fear being a nuisance? Lu Yanxuan responded, I believe Bei will eventually warm to me. My heart is sincere. Unlike some individuals who are entangled with their ex-girlfriend and linger here, it is you who should feel shame, and you who are bothersome. Lu Yanxuan, do you wish to fight? When have I ever been unclear with my ex-girlfriend?
Fine.
Let us fight. Downstairs. Let us go. Yi Shi was eager to witness their brawl, eagerly rushing to open the door for them. Qiao Bei emerged carrying a plate of chicken with edamame, paused upon seeing Fu Tanxiu and Lu Yanxuan, but said nothing. She placed the dish on the dining table and turned back into the kitchen. Yi Shi asked, Are we still fighting? Fu Tanxiu glanced at her. Let us eat first. Lu Yanxuan added, Let us eat before we fight. Yi Shi rolled her eyes and closed the door. At that moment, leaning on the dining table, she exclaimed, It smells so good.
Bei is truly virtuous.
Lu Yanxuan replied, Haha, your opinion doesn't count. This ISN to your home.
Bei welcomes me.
Shameless. Who welcomes you? You're a nuisance. Fu Tanxiu declared, As long as you don't drive me away, I will remain here. Fu Tanxiu followed him inside. As the meal was being served, Lu Yanxuan discovered that his rice and chopsticks were missing. After casting a glance at Fu Tanxiu, he hastily made his way to the kitchen. Qiao Bei, having washed her hands, was pulled by Fu Tanxiu to sit beside him. Yi Shi took a seat next to Lu Yanxuan. Upon tasting the braised chicken with edamame, Lu Yanxuan's eyes sparkled. This is absolutely delicious.
Bei.
Your culinary skills are remarkable. Before Qiao Bei could respond, Fu Tanxiu interjected. Even while eating, you can't keep your mouth shut. Lu Yanxuan pouted and huffed in response, while Yi Shi watched the unfolding drama, nibbling on her chopsticks. Fu Tanxiu served Qiao Bei a piece of chicken, to which Lu Yanxuan promptly added a piece of fish. Fu Tanxiu followed with some greens for her, and Lu Yanxuan countered with eggplant. Their playful rivalry continued, causing Qiao Bei's bowl to pile higher with food. Yi Shi timidly interjected, Save me some. I still want to eat. Ignoring her plea, the two continued their spirited competition. Finally, Qiao Bei slammed her chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, Enough, you two. Just eat properly. Only then did they relent. However, they soon found another way to compete, by snatching dishes. Ultimately, Yi Shi ended up with the short end of the stick. Noticing that the food was nearly gone, she quickly poured the remaining braised chicken into her bowl, realizing that if she didn't act, she would end up with nothing. After the meal, Fu Tanxiu washed the dishes while Lu Yanxuan swept and mopped the floor. Observing the clearly defined roles of the two, Yi Shi leaned towards Qiao Bei and whispered, Why not just keep them both? They're handsome, earn well, and can handle household chores. Just look at their physique. Their skills in bed must be impressive too. Life would be so delightful. Qiao Bei spat out her drink. Yi Shi, are you trying to get yourself killed? How can you entertain such outrageous thoughts? Yi Shi replied, Just think about it. What on earth are you thinking? It's utterly annoying. I wish neither of them would bother me. You are truly oblivious to your own fortune. Isn't it wonderful to have two handsome men vying for your attention? Not at all, she retorted. How can you misinterpret me? I am genuinely bothered. Perhaps this is what one might call the troubles of happiness. Qiao Bei fell silent, not wishing to engage further. Yi Shi pressed on. You used to chase after Fu Tanxiu. It was so painful and suffocating. I didn't like it, and didn't support it. Now, it's different. He is pursuing you. And I find it quite enjoyable. Fu Tanxiu isn't pursuing me. He is here to take care of Qiao Dodo. What? Fu Tanxiu lives here? Yi Shi was momentarily stunned by this revelation.
Qiao Bei nodded. Yi Shi ektedi graspet her hand, exclaiming, Ha!
Is your relationship progressing so rapidly? Living together without telling me, this is too fast. Can you please listen? I said, he is here to care for Qiao Dodo. Regardless, you are indeed living together now, just the two of you, alone at night, with the potential for sparks to fly.
Stop it.
Qiao Bei covered her mouth, halting further comments. Though Yi Shi couldn't speak, her sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity. Lu Yanzuan worked diligently, showing slight improvement from the previous day, though only marginally. Qiao Bei felt that Fu Tanxiu needed to redo some of his tasks. She shot Yi Shi a warning glance before releasing her. Yi Shi then shared tales of the competitive spirit between Fu Tanxiu and Lu Yanzuan before Qiao Bei pressed her temples, feeling the weight of it all. The days seem incessantly tumultuous. Xiao Dodo cried, prompting her to enter the room for a check. Fu Tanxiu emerged from washing the dishes, coincidentally spotting Qiao Bei as she stepped into the room, and he followed her in, casually shutting the door behind him. Qiao Bei turned. "What are you doing?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "Just checking on Fu Ningyuan." Qiao Bei had no retort. Shortly after, Lu Yansun rushed to knock on the door. "Open up. I need to clean the bedroom." Yi Shi shook her head, approached, and pulled Lu Yansun away, snatching his mop and tossing it aside. "What are you doing? Are you helping Fu Tanxiu?" Chapter 63. Eat less, you've gained weight. Yi Shi smiled sheepishly. "No, you're overthinking it." "Humph, liar." Yi Shi remained silent. Lu Yansun headed toward the stairs, and Yi Shi called out, "The elevator is here." Lu Yansun replied, "I live downstairs."
Yi Shi remarked.
This is going to be a daily occurrence. Qiao Bei changed Qiao Dodo's diaper, handing the soiled one to Fu Tanxiu. "Dispose of this, please." Fu Tanxiu frowned, somewhat reluctant. Qiao Bei held it for a moment, and seeing no one take it, she looked up at Fu Tanxiu. "What's wrong? Do you find Xiao Dodo distasteful?" "A little," he admitted, yet he accepted the diaper with 2 fingers and swiftly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Qiao Bei said, "Play with him for a bit. I'll step out to prepare formula." After Qiao Bei left, Fu Tanxiu pinched Xiao Dodo's cheek. "Eat less. You've gained weight." Xiao Dodo clenched his tiny fists, displeased. "Where am I fat? I'm not fat. Silly daddy, always picking on me. I'll tell mommy." Fu Tanxiu lingered for a while before going out to tidy the place, gathering and folding the clothes on the balcony. When Qiao Bei saw him return with 2 neat stacks of clothes, one hers and one for Qiao Dodo, she once again marveled at Fu Tanxiu's domesticity. Fu Yao overheard a conversation between Qi Lian Xian and Fu Song, and learned that her brother had moved in with Qiao Bei. Instantly feeling as though the sky had fallen, she promptly called Meng Yuci to pull her out of her engagement. "Sister Yuci, it's over. My brother is living with Qiao Bei." A clatter echoed as Meng Yuci's spoon fell onto her plate. "What did you say?" "My brother is living with Qiao Bei. I heard our mother say it with her own lips." "Sister Yuci, what should we do?" Meng Yuci's complexion turned pale, speech escaping her.
Fu Yao pressed.
"Sister Yuci, doesn't he my brother like you? What happened between you two? Why isn't he marrying you?" Meng Yuci shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I don't know what's wrong with him." "Sister Yuci, don't cry. We'll think of a solution together." Fu Yao handed her a tissue. "Thank you." Meng Yuci accepted it. "Sister Yuci, did you have a disagreement with my brother?" "No, we haven't had a disagreement." "Then it must be Qiao Bei stirring up trouble. How despicable."
Meng Yuci refrained from contradicting Fu Yao's assumption.
"Yao Yao, do you know where they live?" "Yes. I'll take you there."
Meng Yuci nodded.
Fu Tanxiu stepped out of the car holding a blueberry mousse, an anxious expression on his face.
Tanxiu.
A soft voice called from nearby. Fu Tanxiu turned to see Meng Yuci standing not far off, accompanied by Fu Yao. Tears glistened in Meng Yuci's eyes as she approached him. "Tanxiu, what are you doing here?" Fu Tanxiu glanced at Fu Yao before turning his gaze back to Meng Yuci. "Aren't you already aware?" Meng Yuci replied, "I heard that you are living with Qiao Bei. Is that true?"
"Yes."
Meng Yuci's tears flowed silently.
"Why?"
Fu Tanxiu responded coldly, "I am not obligated to explain myself to you." "Brother, how can you treat Sister Yuci like this? It's too much."
Fu Yao interjected.
"Be quiet." Fu Tanxiu shot her a frosty glance.
Fu Yao pouted, clearly displeased,
but remained silent. Meng Yuci looked at him, through her tears. "You are so cruel." Fu Tanxiu offered no rebuttal. Dislike is dislike. The past is the past. There was no need for entanglement. His silence deepened Meng Yuci's sorrow. Her gaze drifted downwards, falling upon the cake box in his hand. It was evident whom it was intended for. He truly dotes on Qiao Bei. When they were together, he had never bought her a cake. Fu Tanxiu checked the time. Mealtime was approaching, and he turned to walk into the community. "Sister Yuci, what's wrong?" Fu Yao's startled voice called from behind. Fu Tanxiu paused and turned around, only to find Meng Yuci collapsed on the ground. "Brother, Sister Yuci has fainted. Hurry and take her to the hospital," Fu Yao cried out. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Tanxiu walked over. "Have you driven?" "Yes," Fu Yao replied, handing him the car keys. Qiao Bei had already prepared the meal, and Lu Yanxuan had come over to join. "Just wait a little longer," Qiao Bei said. Lu Yanxuan expressed his discontent, but said nothing further. She took a bowl, dished out some food, and placed it in the microwave. Why are you so nice to him? Lu Yanxuan asked, a hint of acidity in his tone.
Qiao Bei replied.
He is Qiao Dodo's father. Is that all?
Yes.
I hope that in Qiao Dodo's eyes, his father and mother, despite being divorced, still treat each other well, rather than being at each other's throats upon meeting. I despise those who turn their ex-spouses into enemies and tear each other apart in front of their children. Ultimately, it is the children who suffer. Of course, she was referring to the general situation, excluding those oddities and abusers. Lu Yanxuan felt somewhat reassured. Fu Tanxiu delivered Meng Yuxi to the hospital and entrusted her to the doctor before turning to leave. Brother, are you just going to walk away? Fu Yao grasped his arm. It is inappropriate for me to stay here. What is inappropriate? Sister Yuxi will surely want to see you when she wakes up. Mind your own business. Fu Tanxiu replied, shaking off her hand. Go away. Brother, have you been enchanted by Qiao Bei? How have you changed so much? Sister Yuxi is the one you love. Can you not distinguish between priorities? I love Qiao Bei. With that statement, Fu Tanxiu departed. He had truly had enough of his foolish sister's antics. Clarity was the only option. Fu Yao was left stunned. What had her brother just said? He loved Qiao Bei?
No.
She must have misheard. Surely. Fu Yao refused to believe that her brother could harbor feelings for Qiao Bei. She was convinced that he loved Meng Yuxi. Meanwhile, Meng Yuxi, lying on the hospital bed, nearly dug her nails into her flesh. Fu Yao turned around, her eyes lighting up. Sister Yuxi, you're awake. Yes. She sat up, preparing to get out of bed. Fu Yao pressed her down gently. Sister Yuxi, you fainted. You mustn't move around recklessly. It's all right. I might just have low blood sugar. I'm feeling much better now. The doctor had just examined her and declared, the patient is fine. She can leave. The doctor cast a meaningful glance at Meng Yuxi, yet refrained from elaborating. Only then did Fu Yao feel relieved, assisting Meng Yuxi out of the hospital. Once in the car, Fu Yao hesitated and inquired, Sister Yuxi, did you hear anything while you were fainted? Meng Yuxi replied, no. I didn't hear anything at all.
Oh.
Fu Tanxiu entered the car and, upon checking his phone, discovered a message from Qiao Bei. Chapter 64. A strong sense of pride. Qiao Bei was feeding Qiao Dodo, and as she placed her phone on the bed, it pinged. When Fu Tanxiu entered the house, Qiao Bei was busy washing clothes for Qiao Dodo. He leaned against the doorframe of the bathroom. Upon turning, Qiao Bei was startled to see him. How did you come in without making a sound? Fu Tanxiu replied, you are so engrossed. Why focus so intently on washing clothes? In my opinion, children shouldn't be so pampered. There's no need to wash their clothes by hand. Just toss them in the washing machine.
Qiao Bei retorted, no.
This washing machine was left by the previous owner. I'm afraid it's not clean enough. Babies have delicate skin. Then I'll buy a new washing machine and dispose of this one. I'll cover the expense. No, I'd prefer to buy one myself. Fu Tanxiu felt quite vexed, finally experiencing the feeling of frustration. Had he realized this sooner, he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Even when he was willing to spend money, she refused. Such a strong sense of pride. What do you have there? Fu Tanxiu looked down to see the girl's bright, sparkling eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he took her hand and led her outside. Qiao Bei complied willingly, for there was food involved. Fu Tanxiu seated her in a dining chair, opened a box of cake before her, and thoughtfully placed a fork in her hand. Enjoy.
Qiao Bei's eyes crinkled in delight.
Blueberry flavor, my favorite. She eagerly took a bite, humming in sheer happiness.
Fu Tanxiu chuckled softly.
This little woman was easily pleased. After a couple of bites, Qiao Bei suddenly remembered something and dashed to the kitchen. 2 minutes later, she returned with a plate of food and a bowl of rice. This is for you. I've warmed it up. Hurry and eat. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her appreciatively before sitting down. One indulged in food while the other savored mousse cake, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the mousse cake dwindled to but a small morsel, she paused, looking up at Fu Tanxiu. I forgot to ask, would you like some? Fu Tanxiu had already finished his meal and rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he replied, I don't particularly enjoy overly sweet things. Then I'll finish it all. Her voice trailed off with a smile. Qiao Bei popped the remaining mousse into her mouth, contentedly licking her lips. A large hand reached over, brushing against the corner of her mouth. Little flower cat. Qiao Bei paid no mind, grabbing a tissue to wipe her mouth. I'll give you the bowl. I'm off to do laundry. Fu Tanxiu nodded in agreement. Turning, he noticed his daughter and asked, what's wrong? Fu Yao hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Qi Lianxin. Speak plainly. Why the hesitation? Fu Yao swallowed hard and said, Mom, my brother has lost his mind. Qi Lianxin frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother said he likes Qiao Bei. He actually said he likes Qiao Bei. Don't you think he's gone mad? Fu Yao, reassured that she hadn't misheard, realized that self-deception was futile. Qi Lianxin paused, momentarily speechless. Fu Yao, Mom, are you not surprised? After a brief moment, she comprehended. Mom, did you know all along?
Yes.
Qi Lianxin rubbed her temples, a headache brewing. Fu Yao, what should we do? I don't know. Should we just let my brother pursue Qiao Bei? Your brother is an adult now and does not heed our words. What can we do? But I don't want Qiao Bei to become my sister-in-law. Do you think I want that? Then we must find a way to prevent my brother from making a foolish decision. Qi Lianxin glanced at her. I am powerless. I cannot control your brother's temperament, and neither can your father. Fu Yao, are we simply going to watch my brother fall into Qiao Bei's hands? Qi Lianxin remained silent, her desire to intervene thwarted by her limitations. She felt helpless. Fu Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Yanxuan once again dashed upstairs to scrounge for food. Just as he lifted his bowl to take a few bites, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed deeply, adopting a stance of utmost seriousness. Fu Tanxiu cast a discreet glance his way. Qiao Bei found the ringing excessively disruptive, affecting both her dining pace and mood. She looked up, answer it. Fu Tanxiu disallowed her from sitting beside Lu Yanxuan, forcing her to remain at his side. Lu Yanxuan answered the call.
Dad.
Qiao Bei's hand trembled. Even from a distance, she could sense the fury emanating from the other end. Lu Yanxuan nearly dropped his phone in frustration. Understood. Qiao Bei nodded, her gaze lingering on the closed door, revealing her concern. Fu Tanxiu, are you worried about him? His tone carried a hint of jealousy. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Do not fret unnecessarily. Really? Fu Tanxiu nodded, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Yes. His father is a diplomat, a man of standing. How could he resort to violence? True enough. Fu Tanxiu deftly placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl. Eat your meal. Qiao Bei focused on her food. Today's braised pork was delicious, tender, and fragrant. She devoured several pieces. Upon reaching the 8th piece, her chopsticks hit empty air. Fu Tanxiu took the plate away. She glared at him. What are you doing? I made this. You can't take it from me. I'm not taking it, but you're eating too much. Ate one tea sit well at dinner. Qiao Bei pouted. My digestion is quite good. You still shouldn't overindulge. Fu Tanxiu was quite adamant, effortlessly adding some vegetables to her bowl. Eat your vegetables. Reluctantly, Qiao Bei nibbled on the greens, watching helplessly as Fu Tanxiu consumed the remaining 4 pieces of braised pork. She snatched the plate back, pouring the sauce into her bowl to savor with her rice. It was simply delightful. Fu Tanxiu shook his head in exasperation. Lu Yanxuan entered the room, and a cup flew through the air. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding disaster as the cup shattered on the floor. Dad, had I not been quick on my feet, you might have lost your son today. Lu Sheng sat on the sofa, his fury permeating the entire room. In such moments, only Yao Lan could shield him. He approached and sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her. With a booming voice, Lu Sheng exclaimed, How can you still claim that you haven't caused any trouble? Do you think I am oblivious to everything? Chapter 65. Do you know him well? What have I done? Lu Yanxuan replied, his face a mask of confusion. Yet intimidated by Lu Sheng's authority, he spoke softly. At that moment, Yao Lan interjected, Yanxuan, I stand with your father this time. Your behavior has been outrageous. Lu Yanxuan retorted, What outrageous deeds are you both referring to? Lu Sheng continued, Today I encountered Fu Tanxiu, whom I have always held in high regard. We exchanged a few words, only to learn from him that you, this wretched child, have been meddling in other people's families. Your unruly behavior and penchant for creating chaos is bad enough, but to interfere in someone else's family is unforgivable. I am tempted to strike you down. Lu Yanxuan was bewildered. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. When did I ever ruin someone else's family? Still trying to defend yourself. Fu Tanxiu claimed that you have been harassing his wife, causing turmoil for their family, and urged me to discipline you. You, ungrateful child, are truly a disgrace. Lu Yanxuan was on the verge of losing his mind. Fu Tanxiu is deceitful. Dad, I did not. He is slandering me. Did you not express an interest in a girl named Qiao Bei? With his head hung low, Lu Yanxuan admitted, I do like her. I knew you still had feelings for that girl. Lu Sheng and Yao Lan both acknowledged Lu Yanxuan's affection for Qiao Bei. Lu Sheng admonished, She is married with children. How can you still pursue her? It is utterly immoral. Lu Yanxuan protested, Dad, Qiao Bei has divorced Fu Tanxiu. She is single now. How can my pursuit of her be deemed immoral? It is Fu Tanxiu who is morally corrupt, underhanded, and deceitful. Fu Tanxiu informed me that he and Qiao Bei are merely having some disagreements and have not separated. Furthermore, he stated that Qiao Bei bore him a child, and they are now a happy family of 3. Nonsense. They are divorced. Is divorce a mere jest? Regardless, since Qiao Bei is currently single, I shall pursue her. Yao Lan struck him on the back of the head. Lu Yanxuan looked at her in disbelief. Why would Yao Lan, who typically defended him, strike him now?
Mom.
Yao Lan warned, I advise you to cease this nonsense. Let me be clear. You and Qiao Bei are not meant to be. We will not agree to it. Why not? First, she was married to Fu Tanxiu and is still entangled with him. Second, she has children. Lu Yanxuan insisted. It is Fu Tanxiu who is the one harassing her. Is it any different? Regardless of how much you like her, you must forget about her. Mom. You are so cruel. Yao Lan declared, starting tomorrow, you will go on blind dates. Lu Yanxuan's eyes widened in shock. I refuse. You have no say in this. Lu Sheng interjected. You had better behave, or I will cancel all your credit cards and seize your vehicles. How can you do this? It is too tyrannical. I am a person too, simply pursuing the girl I like. On what grounds do you oppose me? Yao Lan replied. We are doing this for your own good. In any case, do not dwell on Qiao Bei. For several consecutive days, Qiao Bei did not see Lu Yanxuan, nor did he visit her home for a meal. She found it rather strange. During dinner, she tugged at Fu Tanxiu and asked, Have you seen Lu Yanxuan recently? The expression on Fu Tanxiu's face darkened instantly, his obsidian eyes radiating an icy chill. Do you miss him? He inquired. Qiao Bei replied, Not really, I just haven't seen him in several days. His father was rather fierce on the phone that day, so I'm a bit worried. You seem quite concerned about him, Fu Tanxiu remarked, suppressing a hint of bitterness. Well, we're all friends, so it's natural to care, Qiao Bei responded. If I were to disappear, would you worry? Without a moment's hesitation, she answered, Yes, I would. Fu Tanxiu fixed his gaze upon her eyes. The girl's expression was earnest and sincere, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Let us eat. As far as I know, Lu Yanxuan has been busy with blind dates these days.
What? Qiao Bei exclaimed, astonished hit.
Why has he suddenly started dating? Fu Tanxiu cast her a meaningful glance. Perhaps he is thinking about marriage. That shouldn't be the case. Fu Tanxiu narrowed his eyes dangerously as he scrutinized her. What? Do you know him well? Or do you believe he likes you so much that he wouldn't consider dating anyone else? Qiao Bei was taken aback by his demeanor and shrank back slightly. Why are you acting like that? It's quite frightening. She clicked her tongue. I just think it's quite sudden. However, it's good that Lu Yanxuan is choosing to date. Meeting more girls might help him forget her. Perhaps he has come to terms with things and has taken her previous words to heart. With that thought, Qiao Bei felt considerably more at ease. Let us eat. She offered Fu Tanxiu a piece of pig liver.
Fu Tanxiu grimaced.
He did not enjoy such delicacies. Qiao Bei turned to him, her expression somewhat fierce. You mustn't be picky. Fu Tanxiu reluctantly placed the pig liver in his mouth, grimacing painfully as he chewed. Qiao Bei burst into laughter, mischievously offering him another piece. He hastily finished his rice and attempted to escape. I'm full. Qiao Bei stuffed several pieces of pig liver into her mouth. It's delicious, you have no taste. Fu Tanxiu could hardly commend such food. Qiao Dodo began to cry. Qiao Bei glanced at the time and instructed Fu Tanxiu, Qiao Dodo is hungry. Prepare a bottle of milk for him. She had already taught Fu Tanxiu how to make milk, and he had a remarkable ability to learn, mastering it in one go and executing it well.
Qiao Bei felt assured.
Before long, Fu Tanxiu had prepared the milk and held Qiao Dodo in his arms to feed him. Qiao Bei looked over and saw the harmonious scene between father and son. She took out her phone and captured a warm photo of them together. If only we had a daughter, he would surely hold her tightly and never let go. But this troublesome son, never mind. Taking her phone back, she discovered that Qiao Bei had sent him a message. Upon opening it, he found a picture of himself with Qiao Dodo. I look quite handsome, he mused, ignoring the child. He moved his fingers to save the photo. Without Lu Yanxuan to disturb them, the two enjoyed a few days of warm and harmonious days together. Just as he was about to question further, he noticed Sister Zeng emerging from the kitchen. Fu Tanxiu's gaze held a hint of melancholy. Sister Zeng seemed hesitant to meet his eyes, as though Mr. Fu held a grievance against her. However, Fu Tanxiu felt a sense of comfort in that Qiao Bei had allowed him to dine with her. Rather than hastily ushering him away, he called Uncle Chen to come and pick him up, unwilling to admit that he had been ejected by Qiao Bei. Uncle Chen, you chatter a bit too much. Chapter 66. Who belongs to your family? Do not meddle in relationships. Uncle Chen awkwardly fell silent, leaning back in his chair. Fu Tanxiu glanced out of the car window with a hint of reluctance. Qiao Bei, seated on the sofa, instinctively commanded, Fu Tanxiu, Please tidy up the place. Miss Qiao. What did you just say? Sister Zeng emerged from the bathroom, having not caught the words. With a broom in hand, she was prepared to clean. Oh, it's nothing? Sister Zeng. Qiao Bei lowered her gaze to her phone screen, disheartened by the news. With no desire to continue, she found it odd that with Fu Tanxiu's departure, she felt somewhat unsettled. Qiao Bei moved to the balcony to gather and fold her clothes, momentarily recalling how Fu Tanxiu had neatly arranged both her and Xiao Dodo's garments. Indeed, Fu Tanxiu was quite capable. Once she had folded her clothes, she proceeded to hang the laundry from the washing machine. Sister Zeng had also finished her cleaning. Sister Zeng, I'm heading to bed. All right, off you go, Sister Zeng replied. She had already spoken with Zhongbo, and work would commence the following day, to Zhongbo's delight. Qiao Bei found it amusing. Finally, after a full night's rest, Qiao Bei awoke and stretched luxuriously. After tidying up, she made her way to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Unsurprisingly, a long queue had formed outside, reminiscent of the morning rush at a bun shop. Qiao Bei was ushered into the clinic by a throng of eager patrons. Master Qiao, you have finally arrived. We have come several times. Master Qiao, we traveled from afar and have been staying at a hotel for 5 days, just to see you. Master Qiao, I was referred by a friend. You must examine me today. A swell of pride surged within Qiao Bei. She had never imagined she would one day be able to assist so many people. Rest assured, everyone, please form an orderly line. I will attend to each of you individually. The patrons were quite cooperative. Leaving the outside matters to Zhongbo, Qiao Bei entered the consultation room and got to work. She noticed a missed call from Fu Tanxiu but had no time to answer. By the time she finished, it was already 6 in the evening. She stood up, stretched her back, removed her mask, and tossed it into the trash before exiting the clinic. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Fu Tanxiu standing beneath a tree, engaged in a phone call. Upon seeing her, he murmured something to the person on the other end before ending the call. He tucked his phone away and approached her. Halting in front of her, Qiao Bei proactively explained, I was too busy to answer your call. Fu Tanxiu raised his hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You are busier than I am. Qiao Bei raised her chin, beaming with pride. Indeed. While I may not earn as much as you, I am quite in demand. Many come to me for treatment, and they all refer to me as Master Qiao. Yes. My Bei is truly impressive now. A smile graced Fu Tanxiu's face. Who is my Bei? Do not misrepresent relationships. Fine, I won't misrepresent. Might I inquire if Master Qiao is hungry? Qiao Bei patted her stomach and replied, I merely had a bit of bread for lunch. I am indeed hungry. In Fu Tanxiu's eyes, a hint of tenderness emerged as he remarked, the beef hot pot at the plaza across the way seems to attract quite a crowd. It must be quite delectable. Shall we go together? Qiao Bei was also aware of that hot pot restaurant, which had garnered quite a reputation online. She was surprised that Fu Tanxiu had taken notice of it. However, it seemed inappropriate, considering that Sister Zeng was still at home. After pondering for a moment,
Qiao Bei replied, all right.
She followed Fu Tanxiu towards the plaza while retrieving her phone to call Sister Zeng. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Qiao Bei glanced at the queue at the entrance and immediately pulled Fu Tanxiu away. Never mind, let South choose another place. How long will we have to wait? Fu Tanxiu grasped her arm, producing a queue number. I just heard them call our number. There is still a table available for us. Qiao Bei's surprise nearly made her leap with joy. When did you get the number? Before I picked you up from the traditional medicine clinic. Qiao Bei playfully slapped his shoulder. Fu Tanxiu, you are so astute. She had a fondness for such clever individuals who could foresee everything. But did you think of treating me to hot pot from the very beginning? Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow. You've cooked for me so many times. I must show my appreciation. Well then, I shall not hold back.
Fu Tanxiu smirked.
Qiao Bei remained attentive, ready to rush in as soon as the waiter called their number. She was simply too hungry. The aroma of the hot pot wafting from the entrance had her mouth watering. Their table was quite pleasant, nestled in a corner and peaceful. Fu Tanxiu handed the menu to Qiao Bei. Order whatever you fancy. A smile of excitement spread across Qiao Bei's face as she accepted the menu. You said that. Don't complain about the expense later. Why would I complain about expenses? Fu Tanxiu was momentarily perplexed by her statement. He quickly asserted, not at all, order freely. If you desire, I could even buy the restaurant. He could not afford to repeat past mistakes that made Qiao Bei perceive him as stingy and unwilling to spend on her. He was vexed by her intention to divorce him, acting immaturely by resisting her. Yet, afterward, he regretted it. Qiao Bei was aware of his financial capability. But she was merely jesting. Initially, she had thought of Fu Tanxiu as miserly, unwilling to part with even a dime. However, after a series of subsequent events, She realized that Fu Tanxiu was not at all stingy. He treated her quite well, albeit with a lack of romantic interest. He cherished her like a sister, always looking out for her. Suddenly Fu Tanxiu spoke. Actually, that bag was meant for you. Qiao Bei looked up at him, intrigued. What bag? From the very beginning. That bag was intended for you, Fu Tanxiu explained. When Meng Yusi saw it, she expressed her liking for it and asked me for it. I was angry at the time and ended up giving it to her. In truth, he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Ultimately, the bag found its way back to Qiao Bei. Taken aback, Qiao Bei handed the menu to the waiter before turning back to Fu Tanxiu. The bag was not something I snatched from Meng Yusi. She willingly gave it to me, and I accepted it. She was uncertain how Meng Yusi had communicated with Fu Tanxiu about the matter, but he had later expressed his anger towards her. Now that it was brought up, she felt the need to clarify. Fu Tanxiu rubbed his fingers together, his expression darkening as he recalled that day. Meng Yusi rushed into his office, tears streaming down her face. Tanxiu, the bag you gave me is gone. I just ran into Qiao Bei downstairs. She saw my bag, thought it looked appealing, and asked for it. When I refused, she insulted me, calling me a seductress, claiming I was enticing you and spending your money, and then she snatched the bag away. Meng Yusi deceived him. Observing his expression, Qiao Bei assumed he did not believe her and clarified, it's true. Fu Tanxiu adopted a gentler demeanor, I believe you. Qiao Bei replied, that's good. That bag was meant for you, so you need not reimburse me for the house. He realized that this young lady was still fixated on repaying him. After some contemplation, Qiao Bei thought it reasonable to sell her own bag to purchase a house. Fantastic. It saved her a significant amount of money. Overjoyed, she felt like singing. When the hot pot arrived, she first cooked several pieces of meat for Fu Tanxiu. He smirked slightly, his mood also lifted. Qiao Bei ordered an abundance of dishes, sweating profusely as she ate. Most of the time, Fu Tanxiu cooked and served her food. Too hungry to think much, Qiao Bei devoured her meal. Fu Tanxiu cautioned her, slow down, it's hot. Qiao Bei winced from the heat, but showed no sign of slowing her pace. Eventually, she staggered out of the hot pot restaurant, utterly stuffed. Nearby, there was a dumpling shop where Qiao Bei went to pack some dumplings for Sister Zheng. Fu Tanxiu took the bag from her hand, walking alongside her. Qiao Bei glanced at him. Fu Tanxiu, you're quite a decent person. He tousled her hair. Only just realizing this? Are you regretting the divorce? Of course not. Qiao Bei burped. Fu Tanxiu's dark eyes dimmed momentarily. She answered without hesitation. Bei, why have you suddenly stopped liking me? Fu Tanxiu finally posed the question he had longed to ask. Qiao Bei lowered her head, feeling guilty. It was not her who liked him. It was the original owner of this body. But how could she explain that? Saying his ex-wife was dead and that this body belonged to another person would hardly convince him. Fu Tanxiu gazed deeply into her eyes. What if I want you to cling to me?
Why?
Fu Tanxiu inquired. Qiao Bei, are you being strange? You don't want me to cling to you just to provoke Meng Yusi, do you? I have no time for your games. By the way, have you reconciled with her? I told you, I have nothing to do with Meng Yusi. Every couple says that when they argue, don't they?
Qiao Bei.
How many times must I say it? No need to say more, I understand. You understand nothing. Why are you using foul language?
Just say it.
Fu Tanxiu. I find you a bit unreasonable. I find your mind to be rather muddled. Do you want to argue? Qiao Bei placed her hands on her hips. Ultimately, Fu Tanxiu conceded, silently observing her for a long while. No arguing. Humph. You can't out-argue me. Fu Tanxiu remained silent. They arrived at Guanghua Community, where Fu Tanxiu halted at the entrance of the building. Go on up. Remembering he had treated her to hot pot, Qiao Bei waved goodbye, see you. Fu Tanxiu smiled faintly, standing there until she entered the elevator. The following morning, Qiao Bei arrived at the entrance of the community, where she encountered Lu Yanxuan approaching her. She gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, have you been kidnapped?
What has happened to you?
Lu Yanxuan appeared disheveled, his face unshaven and his hair greasy and tangled. What left Qiao Bei speechless was the fact that he was wearing a pair of tight-fitting pants. Although his handsome face made him look passably decent, it still left her feeling quite uncomfortable. She shielded her face with her hand, displaying a look of disdain. How could you step out looking like this? Lu Yanxuan halted before her, a look of pitiful distress on his face. Bei, I've had a terrible few days. But weren't you supposed to be on a blind date? How could it be so dreadful? He grasped her hand, but she pulled away. Do not touch me. You smell awful. You haven't bathed in days, have you? With an embarrassed expression, Lu Yanxuan replied, I had no choice. Bei, you must believe me. My feelings for you are sincere and unwavering. The reason I look this way is to resist the blind date my mother has arranged for me. In his current state, any girl would be frightened away. The ones who remained likely did so out of a sense of obligation, yet he could sense their discomfort. Regardless, he had attended the blind date and had not been chosen. Even Ms. Yao could not say much in this situation. Qiao Bei asked, "You were coerced into this blind date?" "Yes, yes." Lu Yanxuan nodded vigorously, full of grievance.
Why?
"Why do your parents pressure you into blind dates?" With indignation, he replied, "It's all that treacherous scoundrel Fu Tanxiu's fault."
Fu Tanxiu?
"Yes, he spoke ill of me in front of my father, leading to my scolding and forcing me into this blind date. Bei, you must stay away from that villain Fu Tanxiu. He is truly wicked and may scheme against you." Before Qiao Bei could respond, four tall men in black suddenly appeared and whisked Lu Yanxuan away. Realizing these individuals were likely sent by his father, she noticed the crowd gathering around them, several of whom were neighbors from the community, pointing and whispering. Pressing her lips together, she quickly fled the scene. In a hotel private room, Meng Yusi burst through the door, her gaze landing on Fu Tanxiu. "Yusi, you've arrived. Please take a seat," said Zhou Weixiang, a mutual university classmate of both Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yusi, as he gestured towards the seat beside Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian glanced at Fu Tanxiu and quietly asked Zhou Weixiang, "Why did you invite her?" Chapter 68. If you care, then embrace her. Meng Yusi approached and sat beside Fu Tanxiu, casting a timid glance in his direction. Throughout, Fu Tanxiu had not deigned to acknowledge her. The assembled friends, all mutual university classmates, could not help but feel sympathy for her in this moment, well aware of the situation. It was evident that Fu Tanxiu's actions were a public affront to Meng Yusi. Now, it seemed they had indeed quarreled. Zhou Weixiang, eager to mediate, intentionally left the seat next to Fu Tanxiu for Meng Yusi. He either failed to grasp Shi Qian's implications or chose to feign ignorance. With a smile, he urged Tanxiu, "Why not give Yusi a loving embrace? Just look how heartbroken she is. It pains me to witness." Fu Tanxiu raised his gaze to meet Zhou Weixiang's, his expression icy. Zhou Weixiang paused momentarily before continuing, "Tanxiu, it's best if the girls don't take the initiative in such matters." Shi Qian desperately gestured for him to remain silent, but to no avail. He appeared utterly oblivious. Fu Tanxiu stood up, declaring, "If you're truly concerned, then embrace her." With that, he lifted his glass and drained it in one gulp. "I have matters to attend to. Excuse me." He then strode out decisively. Shi Qian hurriedly followed after him, leaving the private room in a profound silence. Everyone's gaze turned toward Meng Yusi, who raised her hand to wipe her eyes, silently weeping. "Yusi, please don't cry." Shi Qian caught up with Fu Tanxiu at the hotel entrance. "Hey, weren't you a bit excessive just now? I understand you have feelings for Qiao Bei, but Meng Yusi has done nothing wrong. Even if you've broken up with her, you shouldn't have said that. It's quite hurtful." Fu Tanxiu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Hurtful? Isn't that what Zhou Weixiang intended?" "I merely articulated his thoughts." Shi Qian's expression shifted, as if he had uncovered a shocking revelation.
Wow.
"Are you saying Zhou Weixiang has feelings for Meng Yusi? How is that even possible?" Fu Tanxiu scoffed. "Anything is possible." Shi Qian exclaimed, "Damn it, Zhou Weixiang must be out of his mind. He was just egging everything on, it's absurd." After a brief silence, Fu Tanxiu inquired, "Who organized today's gathering?" "Zhou Weixiang, of course." Upon realizing this, Shi Qian's eyes widened. What's his intention in doing this? Could it be to assist Meng Yusi?
Fu Tanxiu remained non-committal. No wonder.
"I was wondering why class reunions typically occur at the end of the year. It's still early, yet Zhou Weixiang is already orchestrating this. I must admit, I admire his audacity. A true romantic. He likes Meng Yusi, yet facilitates her connection with another man. What a lunatic. His mind is utterly nonsensical." Shi Qian looked at Fu Tanxiu with confusion. "When did you find out?" Fu Tanxiu pondered for a moment, from the moment they embraced.
Wow.
They actually hugged. When did this happen? Before Meng Yusi went abroad. Shi Qian was utterly astounded. "Damn it, you hadn't even broken up then." "Meng Yusi, I underestimated her. I can't believe she would play both sides. She always pretended to be so innocent, like a delicate white flower. I've been deceived." Shi Qian felt an overwhelming sympathy for his dear friend. He and Fu Tanxiu had been friends since kindergarten, inseparable through the years, sharing classes in elementary and middle school and later attending the same university. In addition to sympathy, he was filled with righteous anger. "Previously, I thought Qiao Bei was unworthy of you and found her displeasing. Damn it, I must have been blind." Regardless of the circumstances, Qiao Bei has always been devoted to you, never playing both sides. In Shi Qian's eyes, Qiao Bei's image was instantly elevated. Hearing her name softened Fu Tanxiu's demeanor. No wonder even after your divorce from Qiao Bei, you Haven T reconciled with Meng Yusi. Now it all makes sense. Huang Bo drove up to the hotel entrance, and Fu Tanxiu opened the door to get in. Shi Qian followed suit. Tanxiu, it's wise to distance yourself from such women. I support your relationship with Qiao Bei. Are you done?
Ha.
Once you're finished, get out of the car. Shi Qian, give me a ride. I've just had a drink. Not on the way.
No.
Shi Qian turned to him for a moment, suddenly grasping the situation. As he exited the vehicle, he remarked, I understand now you're looking for Qiao Bei, aren't you? He closed the door and watched the car disappear. An hour later, Zhou Weixiang and Meng Yusi emerged from the hotel side by side. Meng Yusi nodded. Weixiang, thank you. Zhou Weixiang replied, between us, there's no need for gratitude. Just say the word, and I would traverse mountains and seas for you. Meng Yusi looked up, her eyes shimmering. Weixiang, I'm sorry. My heart belongs to Fu Tanxiu. No need for apologies. Merely keep a small space for me in your heart. I hope that when you face challenges, I am the first person you think of. A sudden sound interrupted them. The click of a lighter. Both turned to see Shi Qian leaning against a stone pillar, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff before directing his gaze toward them. Zhou Ershao, I didn't realize you were such a romantic. Meng Yusi felt a surge of panic, pulling away from Zhou Weixiang and distancing herself. Thankfully, they hadn't engaged in any intimate gestures. With this thought, her anxiety eased. A friendly shoulder touch was innocuous enough, right? Shi Qian observed her actions and expressions, a smirk of derision forming. This woman is quite adept at pretense. Zhou Weixiang remained unfazed, conversing with Shi Qian with a smile. I thought you had left. Why aren't you heading upstairs? Shi Qian exhaled a plume of smoke. What's the point of going up? To drink, of course. What else would I do? Isn't Zhou Ershao supposed to be the gallant protector of flowers? Where would you find time to drink with me? Zhou Weixiang replied. But there are others, right? I one tea drink with others. Zhou Weixiang, too, knew how to don a facade. Next time, I'll treat you separately. Shi Qian chose not to respond, his gaze fixed sharply on Meng Yusi. I didn't realize you were so skilled at acting. Meng Yusi, her face flushed, bit her lip. Shi Qian, I don't understand what you mean. Enough with the charade. It's becoming tiresome. I'm here to warn you. Don't cling to Tanxiu in the future. You're not worthy. Tears welled in Meng Yusi's eyes, her expression one of deep grievance. Shi Qian, what have I done wrong? Do you harbor a misunderstanding about me? Shi Qian waved his hand dismissively. No, I once misunderstood you, but now I hold no such misconceptions.
Stop.
Don't say another word. Tanxiu is already aware of your situation. You should have the self-awareness not to make things awkward for everyone. Chapter 69, How much pain he must have felt. How helpless he must have been. Meng Yusi's complexion paled further, devoid of any color. She stared blankly as Shi Qian got into the car and departed. Her mind was a tumultuous mess, and she didn't dare to seek confirmation from Shi Qian. Fu Tanxiu knows about her, and Zhou Weixiang?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That was just one time. No one could know. Meng Yusi trembled, nearly collapsing. Zhou Weixiang steadied her. Yusi, are you alright? Meng Yusi grasped his hand, struggling to maintain her balance. Weixiang, what should we do? It seems Tanxiu knows about us. No wonder he has been so cold to me, even after the divorce. He refuses to reconcile. He must have known all along. Didn't you say no one was aware? The matter is known only to you and me. How could it possibly be known by others?
Why?
Meng Yusi's words tumbled out in a fluster. Zhou Weixiang reassured her, Yusi, do not panic. How can I not be anxious? You are well aware of who Fu Tanxiu is. He cannot abide even a grain of sand in his eye. So what if he knows? I see that he treats you poorly. Do not dwell on him. Come to me instead. I can offer you a kindness 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold greater than his. Zhou Weixiang dropped his pretense of generosity and laid bare his heart, holding her tightly. Taken aback, Meng Yusi pushed him away. Zhou Weixiang, what nonsense are you speaking? I am not speaking nonsense. I like you, and I wish to be with you. Impossible. You know that the one I hold dear is Tanxiu. But he no longer harbors feelings for you. I can see that. When a man truly loves a woman, his gaze reflects a different tenderness, a possessive yearning, much like that of a wolf. Yet I have never seen such emotions in Fu Tanxiu's eyes for you. No way. You are speaking unfounded words. Zhou Weixiang understood the cruelty of his statement, yet it held truth. Fu Tanxiu had never cherished Meng Yusi in the way he himself did. Yusi, awaken to reality. Fu Tanxiu does not love you. Why suffer for him? It is not worth it. Meng Yusi fled in tears. Concerned, Zhou Weixiang pursued her. In the struggle, he kissed her abruptly. Qiao Bei, seated in a taxi, turned her head and witnessed a scene unfolding by the roadside. "Driver, stop," she exclaimed, startling the driver into an abrupt brake. Qiao Bei's head collided with the back of the front seat. Rubbing her head, she peered back. "Goodness! It truly is Meng Yusi," she gasped. Who was that man? Why is he kissing Meng Yusi? What is their relationship? The man seemed to be enveloping Meng Yusi, who boldly stood on tiptoe to kiss him in return, entirely shedding her usual cool demeanor. Watching this unfold, Qiao Bei felt a surge of anger. No wonder Fu Tanxiu issued that statement. He must have discovered Meng Yusi's betrayal. How heartbroken and helpless he must have felt. The taxi driver, noticing her intention to confront them, quietly remarked, "Is that your husband or boyfriend? I understand you are hurting, but you cannot take them on alone." Qiao Bei remained silent. Indeed, she retrieved her phone and captured 10 consecutive shots of the two still entwined in their kiss. The driver nodded in approval. She provided no further explanation. As she glanced ahead, she saw Meng Yusi being half embraced, half carried toward a hotel by the man. The driver feared she might linger there. Qiao Bei rolled up the car window. "Let's go." The driver smiled, feeling he had performed a noble deed by rescuing a heartbroken girl. Throughout the ride, Qiao Bei remained lost in thought. It was only when the driver reminded her they had arrived that she paid and exited the vehicle. The following day, upon entering the traditional medicine clinic, Zhongbo turned and said, "Last night, the father of your child came looking for you, but you were not here." Qiao Bei was taken aback. The father of her child. Was that not Fu Tanxiu? He had come searching for her last night? The reason she was absent from the shop yesterday was that a patient with mobility issues required her attention, prompting her to make a special trip. Contemplating Fu Tanxiu as Heartbreak, her spirits dampened further. Zhongbo inquired, "Who has upset you? You're wearing such a stern expression this early in the day." Qiao Bei replied, "A wicked woman." Zhongbo paused momentarily. "A rival in love?" "Not at all. I have no romantic interests, hence no rivals," she responded. Zhongbo merely smiled and remained silent. Throughout the day, Qiao Bei was somewhat distracted. With no patients to attend to, she found herself lost in thought, intermittently picking up and putting down her phone. Zhongbo shook his head in disapproval. Feeling regretful, Qiao Bei believed she ought to offer some comforting words to Fu Tanxiu, yet was uncertain of how to express them, fearing her words might inadvertently cause him more pain. Finally, just before the end of her shift, she called Fu Tanxiu. At that moment, he was engaged in an important high-level meeting that had been ongoing for an entire day, the atmosphere in the conference room taut with tension. As his subordinates dared not breathe. Suddenly, a jarring vibration pierced the silence. Fu Tanxiu glanced down at his phone, where 2 characters flashed. Swiftly, he seized his phone, rising to his full height, startling an employee presenting a PowerPoint. All eyes turned as Fu Tanxiu exited the conference room, and Yukong, seated closest to him, caught a glimpse of the screen displaying a call from Miss Qiao Bei. He reassured the startled team, "It's nothing, continue." Fu Tanxiu reached the hallway and answered the call. Bei, Qiao Bei coughed lightly. "When do you finish work? Is there something you need? I would like to invite you to dinner." Fu Tanxiu was taken aback, sensing a subtle shift in the girl's tone. It was gentle, as if she were soothing him. It seemed she had a favor to ask. How delightful. Finally, Qiao Bei required his assistance. He glanced at his watch. "I will arrive in 40 minutes. Qiao Bei cheerily suggested, "Let us dine at the barbecue place across the street. It has garnered quite a crowd. The food should be delightful. It's called Old Lady Shimen. I can't bring myself to indulge in anything more extravagant." Fu Tanxiu had no objections. As long as he was with her, the dining venue was inconsequential. "All right, I'll see you soon." Yukong received a message from Fu Tanxiu, authorizing him to preside over the remainder of the meeting as Fu had to leave. Yukong sighed, looking skyward. Being a worker is truly a struggle. Fearing a long queue later, Qiao Bei arrived early at the barbecue restaurant to secure a table by the window. After ordering, she called Sister Zeng, seated by the window. From a distance, Fu Tanxiu observed the girl smiling sweetly at her phone. In Chapter 70, "Come, say hello to Qiao Daodu." Qiao Bei was engaged in a video call with her son. Having not seen him all day, she felt a pang of longing, yearning to pinch his chubby little cheeks. Fu Tanxiu had remarked that Qiao Daodu had gained weight. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but seeing him now, it seemed indeed he had. However, children should be adorably plump. As long as it's within reason, she was fine with that. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Fu Tanxiu and, fearing he might not see her, stood up, waving her hand and exclaiming, "I'm right here." Fu Tanxiu curved his lips slightly and approached her. As he stood before her, Qiao Bei turned the screen towards him. "Come, say hello to Qiao Dodo." Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei exchanged glances, only to turn away simultaneously. Qiao Bei mused. That couldn't he have been a look of disdain, could it? No, he is still so young. How could he grasp such a complex emotion? I must have misinterpreted it. Sister Xing gently grasped Qiao Dou's little hand and waved. No need, I can whip up a bowl of noodles, she said. I'll bring you some grilled meat rice. It looks quite appetizing. Miss Qiao, you are far too kind.
It's settled then.
After hanging up the phone, Qiao Bei ordered a serving of grilled meat rice and a soup to take away. Sister Xing observed that the child had been working hard. A simple lunch wouldn't suffice, and dinner should be more nourishing. Fu Tanxiu sat there, watching her busying about. Finally, she settled down, and he pushed a glass of water toward her. It's cooled down, drink a bit. Surprisingly, Qiao Bei felt parched from their conversation. So she lifted the cup and drank it all. Fu Tanxiu refilled her glass, saying, let it cool. Drink it later.
Zunni, Qiao Bei asked.
Do you dislike Qiao Dou? Fu Tanxiu hesitated for a moment, but then asserted, I like him. You seemed to show disdain just now. I did not.
I saw it.
You must have misseen. Qiao Bei was disinclined to argue further. The dishes arrived promptly, and a server approached to serve the grilled meat. Qiao Bei placed several slices of the grilled meat into Fu Tanxiu's bowl. He regarded her thoughtfully. As she took a bite of meat, she urged, eat.
Why are you staring at me?
Fu Tanxiu lowered his head to eat. Suddenly, a bundle of lettuce wrapped around meat appeared before him. He looked up to see the girl's sparkling peach blossom eyes gazing at him. Open your mouth, ah. Fu Tanxiu chuckled and complied. Qiao Bei stuffed the lettuce wrap into his mouth before sitting down. Watching him chew, she proudly remarked, Isn't this much better? It cuts through the richness. Fu Tanxiu nodded, indicating he wanted more. Just as Qiao Bei was about to tease him for not using his hands, she remembered his unfortunate situation of being cheated on and felt a pang of sympathy. She then wrapped another piece of meat in lettuce and fed it to him. Fu Tanxiu was utterly satisfied, finishing his portion and gazing at Qiao Bei with longing. She prepared another wrap for him, understanding the art of moderation. Fu Tanxiu refrained from asking for more and instead crafted a wrap to offer to Qiao Bei. Not one to hold back, she opened her mouth to take a bite. Make sure to dip it in more sauce, she advised. Fu Tanxiu nodded and prepared another wrap, this time with extra sauce. Qiao Bei savored the flavors, narrowing her eyes in delight. So delicious. Fu Tanxiu responded, then let us have another. He rolled another wrap and handed it to her. The handsome young man responsible for grilling the meat had cast several glances their way. What a fate it is to toil endlessly only to witness such displays of affection, he thought, wishing for an escape. Even when a nearby table called for him to fetch a plate of pickles, he remained motionless, determined to finish grilling the meat at their table and distance himself from them. Ultimately, Fu Tanxiu could no longer bear to watch and firmly took her away. If we eat any more, I fear we shall burst. As Qiao Bei gazed at the abundant meat remaining, her heart ached profoundly. Fu Tanxiu, I can still indulge. That meat beckons to me. Fu Tanxiu, exasperated, replied, be good, enjoy it, but save some for next time. Overindulgence is detrimental to your health. I am quite robust, and my stomach is strong. It's of no concern, Qiao Bei asserted, raising her small arm in defiance. Fu Tanxiu chuckled. Nevertheless, you mustn't eat it all. Wasting food is disgraceful. Memories of her childhood in the orphanage flooded her mind. Nights spent hungry and cold, dreaming of meat, her mouth watering at the thought. Witnessing so much meat discarded there pained her heart. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Qiao Bei suddenly halted. I haven't settled the bill. I cannot partake in a free meal. I've taken care of it, Fu Tanxiu replied.
Huh.
Qiao Bei recalled that Fu Tanxiu had briefly left their table, mistakenly thinking he had gone to the restroom, when in fact, he had settled the bill. She pulled out her phone. We agreed I treat you. How much is it? I'll transfer the money. Fu Tanxiu swiftly took her phone away. No need. He avoided her hand, stating, I do not have the habit of allowing a lady to treat me. Qiao Bei pouted, such male chauvinism. As November arrived, the evening breeze grew chilly. Fu Tanxiu glanced sideways, noticing Qiao Bei's thin attire, a mere shirt and a cardigan that offered little protection from the wind. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned the jacket, attempting to wear it herself. I'm not cold, you keep it on. Without the jacket, Fu Tanxiu was left in only a black shirt. Firmly, he insisted, wear it. You must not take it off. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes, retorting, such male chauvinism. Fu Tanxiu sighed in resignation. Qiao Bei, as a woman, you lack a sense of romance. Qiao Bei countered, what constitutes a sense of romance? Being like a delicate bird. Oh, Tanxiu, I'm so cold. I can't bear it. May I wear your clothing? Is that it? Fu Tanxiu found himself at a loss for words, turning his head away from her. Qiao Bei stuck out her tongue but refrained from removing the jacket. If you're cold, you should get in the car. I'm not cold. I am quite strong.
Fu Tanxiu asserted.
Why mimic my words?
Qiao Bei queried.
During their journey, Fu Tanxiu noticed Qiao Bei stealing glances at him multiple times. Finally, he inquired, "Speak up. What do you wish for me to assist you with?"
Huh?
Qiao Bei was momentarily caught off guard. You've looked at me several times. Surely, you have something on your mind. It's about this and that, she stammered, twisting her fingers, unsure how to begin. Fu Tanxiu placed his large hand on her shoulder, his gaze softening. It's all right. Speak boldly. Qiao Bei bit her lip, opening her phone to present a photo to Fu Tanxiu. I already know. Do not be disheartened. Chapter 71. I am issuing a statement not for this reason, but for another. Fu Tanxiu glanced at the photo, momentarily taken aback. He then raised his eyes to meet Qiao Bei's gaze. So, this is what you wish to discuss? Yes, she affirmed. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow, realizing it was not a request directed at him, merely a moment of misguided joy. Qiao Bei cautiously observed his expression. Did you already know? Which is why you issued such a statement. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her in confusion. Qiao Bei exclaimed, Meng Yusi has gone too far. How could she treat you this way? She appears so dignified yet engages in such betrayal. It is truly unjust for you.
Fu Tanxiu replied.
Qiao Bei then patted his shoulder twice, saying, Do not be disheartened. There are plenty of good girls out there. If not Meng Yusi, then there is still Wang Yusi. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu spoke up. I have known for quite some time, but my statement was not prompted by this. It was for another reason. What reason?
She asked.
Because of you.
Ah?
Qiao Bei looked at him, bewildered, her mind spinning in circles, trying to comprehend. Because of her? What about her? What connection does she have to this? Seeing the perplexed expression on her face, Fu Tanxiu let out a sigh. You pursued me so fervently before. Could you not discern my feelings? Perhaps my harsh rejections led you to subconsciously believe I could not harbor affection for you. This predicament is of my own making. What do you mean, Fu Tanxiu? Unable to fathom his words, Qiao Bei decided to directly inquire. Fu Tanxiu gazed deeply into her eyes and suddenly took her hand, his long fingers enveloping hers inch by inch. Qiao Bei lowered her gaze to their clasped hands and furrowed her brow. Fu Tanxiu, what are you doing? He smiled slightly. Do you not understand? Qiao Bei abruptly yanked her hand away from his. I do not understand. After shouting this, she snatched the meal meant for Sister Zeng from Fu Tanxiu's hand and dashed away as if being pursued by ghosts. Fu Tanxiu stood there, watching the girl sprint away faster than a rabbit, and sighed. Did I frighten her? Qiao Bei ran breathlessly to the entrance of Guanghua community. When she turned to see that Fu Tanxiu had not followed, she finally exhaled in relief. What does Fu Tanxiu want? He must have been affected by Meng Yusi's betrayal, feeling empty inside, and just now he tried to provoke me. How outrageous. I am not his backup. Why treat me this way? I was only trying to comfort him by offering to take him out for a meal. What an ungrateful wretch. If it were not for the fact that he is Qiao Dodo's father, I would have liked to give him a piece of my mind. Qiao Bei leaned against her thigh, catching her breath for quite a while before heading upstairs. Upon returning home, Sister Zeng noticed her flushed face and was taken aback for a moment. Miss Qiao, your face is quite red.
Is it?
Qiao Bei placed her hand on her face, feeling the heat. Even after taking a while to recover downstairs, it was still so warm. I just ran over here. Sister Zeng regarded her with a knowing look. Qiao Bei felt there was something peculiar in Sister Zeng's gaze, though she could not quite articulate what it was. She handed the meal to Sister Zeng, saying, Eat quickly. It's still warm. Sister Zeng accepted it, replying, I have already fed Dodo and given her a bath. Qiao Bei expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zeng. With Sister Zeng's assistance, her burdens were significantly lightened. She washed her hands and picked up Qiao Dodo, holding her close as if embracing the entire world, her heart feeling full. In the following days, Fu Tanxiu did not make another appearance. Each day after work, Qiao Bei would glance toward the entrance. When going out to see patients, she would even call Zhongbo to inquire if anyone had been looking for her, leaving him quite puzzled. Qiao Bei mused to herself that Fu Tanxiu had indeed lost his mind that night. She understood that those who have experienced heartbreak or emotional setbacks often exhibit irrational behavior, engaging in peculiar actions. This day marked the 100th day celebration of Qiao Dodo, prompting Qiao Bei to take a day off work and reserve a private room at a hotel to host a modest banquet. Despite her lack of relatives or friends, she felt it essential to uphold the ceremonial significance of the occasion. She extended invitations to Yi Shi and her parents. After some contemplation, She decided to send a message to Fu Tanxiu as well. Qiao Bei felt a twinge of discontent, but quickly adjusted her mood. For today was Qiao Dodo's special day. The child was adorned in a festive outfit, a striking red traditional garment complemented by a black hat, resembling an adorable auspicious doll. Yisher held the child tightly, exclaiming how handsome her godson looked today. Qiao Bei captured several photographs of Qiao Dodo, intending to have them developed later. A knock echoed from the door of the private room. "I'll get it," Qiao Bei exclaimed, springing to her feet. Everyone turned to her. Curious. "Why are you so excited?"
Yeshi inhuited.
"I'm not excited at all."
Qiao Bei retorted.
"Am I blind?"
Yeshi countered.
Qiao Bei, originally seated inside, navigated around the others and eagerly opened the door. "Is this Miss Qiao Bei?" the delivery person inquired. Qiao Bei nodded, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. "This is the cake you ordered." She accepted it with thanks and closed the door. Yisher handed Qiao Dodo over to her mother and leaned toward Qiao Bei, nudging her playfully. "Who are you waiting for?" Qiao Bei replied, "I'm not waiting for anyone." "Oh really? Your face changed when you saw the delivery guy. Are you waiting for Fu Tanxiu?" Realizing further denial was futile, Qiao Bei nodded. It was Qiao Dodo's 100-day celebration. If Fu Tanxiu, as the father, did not show up, it would surely sadden the child. Yisher wrapped her arm around Qiao Bei's shoulders, teasing, "Your godson doesn't understand a thing. It's you who's upset." Qiao Bei defended, "I'm only concerned for Qiao Dodo."
Yeshi jaset her banter.
With a sigh, Qiao Bei declared, "Forget it. Let us eat." She beckoned everyone to take their seats. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, another knock resounded at the door. All eyes turned to Qiao Bei, awaiting her to answer. Resigned, she rose to approach the door, harboring no expectations, assuming it was merely the waiter. Uncertain if he had seen her, she opened the door to reveal a tall, handsome figure standing there, and her eyes sparkled with delight, leaving her momentarily speechless. Fu Tanxiu stood with a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I've been on a business trip these past few days. I just landed and rushed over after seeing your message." Understanding dawned upon her. Qiao Bei smiled, stepping aside to let him in. "You arrived just in time. We were about to begin." Fu Tanxiu entered, nodding slightly to greet the others before sitting beside Qiao Bei. Instantly, her earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a lively spirit. Raising her glass, she proclaimed, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son Qiao Dodo's 100-day banquet."
Il propose a toast.
Chapter 72. What is happening? The camera shook as Qiao Bei downed a shot of liquor in one gulp, her eyes unwavering. At first, Fu Tanxiu believed that the liquid in her cup was merely plain water until she turned to him with a smile. And he caught the scent of liquor wafting from her lips, realizing she was drinking white wine. "How could you drink white wine?" Fu Tanxiu's expression was one of surprise. Qiao Bei blinked twice, feeling a bit dizzy. Did the original owner not drink? However, she was quite the opposite. She actually enjoyed white wine. She smiled, revealing two charming dimples, her cheeks flushed, radiant as peach blossoms, breathtakingly beautiful. Fu Tanxiu was mesmerized, momentarily forgetting to question her sudden choice of drink. Qiao Bei felt a little off-kilter, one hand resting on Fu Tanxiu's shoulder. "I thought it was plain water. I must have misjudged." Yisher interjected, "What on earth? Wasn't it someone who opened the bottle of white wine and boasted about its taste?" The wine in the cup was poured by her as well. And she even poured a glass for herself and her father. Her mother and sister did not drink, so she did not serve them. However, seeing someone draped over Fu Tanxiu like a boneless creature made her chuckle mischievously. Qiao Bei must have done this on purpose, intoxicated to gain an advantage over Fu Tanxiu. A clever tactic indeed. Qiao Bei realized the gravity of the situation. Her body could not handle alcohol well, and one cup of white wine had rendered her incapacitated. Clinging to her last shred of rationality, she turned to Fu Tanxiu and said, "You hold Qiao Dodo." Fu Tanxiu sat upright, his body tense. Qiao Bei leaned against him, the warmth of the girl's breath brushing against his neck, causing his throat to constrict. Goodness! Did this woman know what she was doing? Noticing he remained still, she stumbled to her feet, cradled Qiao Dodo, and placed her in his arms. Today marked Qiao Dodo's 100-day celebration, and they needed a family photo with her father. She retrieved her phone, aiming at the two, but struggled to frame the shot correctly. Yisher quickly took the phone from her. "Let me handle it." Yisher snapped several pictures of Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Dodo. "All right, wait." Fu Tanxiu abruptly pulled Qiao Bei closer, pressing her tightly against him. He looked up at Yisher and said, "Take another one." Yisher chuckled, eager to assist, and snapped more pictures of the trio. Qiao Bei leaned against Fu Tanxiu, feeling utterly lethargic. It was evident to everyone that she was intoxicated. Fu Tanxiu handed Xiao Dodo to her sister, and shortly after, Yi Shi hurriedly led her parents away. The hotel was not far from Guanghua community, just a 10-minute walk.
Fu Tanxiu nodded in acknowledgement.
The private room was left with only him and Qiao Bei. She had succumbed to her drunken state, resting against him. He chuckled softly, laying her down, allowing her head to rest on his lap for comfort. As he gazed at her, his fingers traced her face. The girl was strikingly beautiful, every feature perfectly proportioned. Her nose was delicate and refined, her eyelashes thick and curled, her lips well-shaped with a healthy pink hue. Glistening and supple, he found himself captivated by those luscious lips, unable to look away. After a long moment, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. The taste was indeed delightful. It was akin to a bouncy jelly, soft and smooth. Overcome by impulse, he deepened the kiss, eliciting a soft moan from Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu withdrew, a hint of panic flickering in his dark eyes. Upon realizing that Qiao Bei had yet to awaken, he exhaled in relief. A waiter entered. Inquiring if there was anything needed, Fu Tanxiu requested a pot of tea. 2 hours later, Qiao Bei opened her eyes, meeting Fu Tanxiu's profound gaze. She froze for a moment, then blinked several times. Fu Tanxiu, with a semblance of a smile, regarded her awake. Qiao Bei, her voice hoarse, inquired, "What happened to me?" "You were intoxicated." "How could I be drunk? Have you forgotten that you cannot drink baijiu? You consumed an entire cup. I witnessed it. That baijiu is 52 degrees, a potent spirit. It would be remarkable if you weren't inebriated." With a sharp intake of breath, Qiao Bei felt a throbbing headache, closing her eyes and pressing her temples. The aftereffects of intoxication lingered. A pair of warm, dry hands gently massaged her head. Opening her eyes, she gazed at Fu Tanxiu's tender and focused expression, a smile gracing the corners of her eyes. "Thank you." Fu Tanxiu paused for a moment, then resumed his ministrations. 5 minutes later, Qiao Bei sat up, her gaze falling upon the untouched cake on the table, a wave of regret washing over her. Alas, drinking has caused trouble. I ruined Dodo's 100-day celebration. Fu Tanxiu handed her his phone. Qiao Bei, puzzled, asked, "What do you want me to do with your phone?" "Take a look." She opened it and navigated to the album. Upon seeing the photos, a smile broke across her face. Thankfully, there are photographs to commemorate the occasion. Otherwise, Dodo's 100-day celebration would have been in vain. When Dodo grows up and sees these pictures, he will feel immense joy. However, Fu Tanxiu, why are you not smiling at all?
Oh.
Why am I the only one smiling? Dodo also wore a serious expression. Clearly, they were not cooperating. Dodo smiled in these few pictures. The smiles appeared only when Qiao Bei held him. Fu Tanxiu, it must be that you are too stern. Dodo doesn't smile when you hold him. Fu Tanxiu watched as the little woman animatedly spoke. Qiao Bei selected 2 photos of Dodo and Fu Tanxiu together and sent them to him. "I've sent you the photos. Please save them." Fu Tanxiu replied. "Also send me the one with the 3 of us together." Without a second thought, Qiao Bei found the photo and sent it. Fu Tanxiu stared at it for quite a while. Truly beautiful. Hearing this, Qiao Bei proudly lifted her chin. "Am I not beautiful?" "I meant to say that I am handsome." "Qiao Bei, this man is so narcissistic." She took back her phone, opened the cake box, and cut a piece for both herself and Fu Tanxiu. It would be wasteful not to eat. Observing the girl voraciously devouring her cake, Fu Tanxiu pondered if he had been too harsh on her over the years. Why did she always eat as though she had been starved? Noticing that he had yet to touch his cake, Qiao Bei reached over. "Aren't you eating?" She knew Fu Tanxiu was not fond of sweets. Just as she was about to take away his piece, it vanished from her grasp. Fu Tanxiu had taken it, scooping a bite into his mouth.
"Who said I wouldn't eat?"
Qiao Bei pouted, preparing to cut another piece when Fu Tanxiu stopped her. "No more. You must control your diet from now on." Qiao Bei glared at him in displeasure. Fu Tanxiu replied, "Glaring at me won't help. Overeating is detrimental." Observing the girl's pitiable demeanor, he scooped a bite of cake and offered it to her. Qiao Bei eagerly took a bite. It was delicious. She wanted more. Fu Tanxiu served her another piece. When Qiao Bei cast another pleading glance, Fu Tanxiu ignored her. Chapter 73. What do you think, little fool? The remaining cake was taken by Qiao Bei to enjoy for breakfast the following morning. Fu Tanxiu walked alongside her on the path. Qiao Bei's mind was still somewhat muddled, her steps airy and unsteady. When she glanced up, a speeding electric bike approached. She attempted to evade it, but her body seemed frozen in place, immobilized. In a critical moment, a large hand yanked her aside, and she fell into Fu Tanxiu's embrace. A voice from above scolded her. "Watch where you're walking." Qiao Bei looked up and sincerely said, "Thank you. My head is still foggy from the alcohol. I reacted slowly. Fu Tanxiu softened his expression and took her hand. Qiao Bei struggled. Fu Tanxiu replied, "Be honest. I'm just worried you might get hit by a vehicle, and then Fu Ningyuan would be left without a mother." Qiao Bei pouted, displeased. "You're cursing me." Fu Tanxiu smirked slightly, remaining silent as he led her forward. Qiao Bei ceased her struggles, merely fixating on their intertwined hands. From a distance, Lu Yanxuan spotted the pair walking hand in hand. Anger surged within him as he approached, his fists cracking ominously. Upon seeing him, Qiao Bei instinctively tried to free herself, but Fu Tanxiu held on too tightly, preventing her escape. Lu Yanxuan glared at them. "Are you two back together?" "No, we are not." "Indeed, we are." Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu spoke simultaneously. Lu Yanxuan looked at Qiao Bei with a heart full of anguish, then turned to glare fiercely at Fu Tanxiu.
Qiao Bei was equally astonished,
wondering what nonsense he was spouting. When did they ever reconcile? Yet at this moment, their clasped hands were easily misinterpreted. She awkwardly attempted to clarify. "Lu Yanxuan, it's not as you think." Lu Yanxuan, eyes brimming with hurt, implored, "Bei, why won't you give me a chance? Why have you reconciled with him so quickly?"
"What about me?
What am I to do?" Fu Tanxiu chuckled nonchalantly. "Lu Yanxuan, your words are quite amusing. What you do has nothing to do with Bei. I have heard you've been on blind dates lately. Have you found anyone suitable?" Lu Yanxuan's face turned ashen. "How dare you ask me that? It's your fault I'm being forced into blind dates. You treacherous scoundrel." Fu Tanxiu narrowed his eyes. "Lu Yanxuan, I certainly did not compel you into blind dates. Yet you told my father I was the one who destroyed your family. Did I? Bei has already divorced you. She is no longer your concern. Do you still have any shame? Because of your words, my parents pressured me into blind dates." Qiao Bei turned in surprise to Fu Tanxiu. "Did you truly say that?" Fu Tanxiu playfully pinched her cheek, his gesture affectionate. "Yes, I did say that." "Qiao Bei, why would you say such a thing?"
Fu Tanxiu suddenly leaned in,
quickly kissing her cheek and whispering warm breath against her ear. "What do you think, little fool?" Qiao Bei stood frozen in place. Fu Tanxiu was quite pleased with her reaction, turning to provocatively face Lu Yanxuan. "Don't waste your efforts. It's pointless." Lu Yanxuan's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Bei, her face and neck appearing flushed as if scalded by steam, a vivid red. Ultimately, he turned and departed. She dared not glance at Fu Tanxiu, hastily burying her head as she sprinted towards the community. Fu Tanxiu observed the fleeting figure with a smile that he could not suppress. Qiao Bei opted not to take the elevator. Instead, she ascended the 7 flights of stairs in one breath, pausing at the entrance. She hesitated before entering, the tranquil corridor resonating with the pounding of her heart, akin to the rhythm of a drum. Qiao Bei thumped her chest twice with force, exclaiming in irritation, "What a ruckus! Cease at once." After a considerable moment, she finally stepped inside. Xiao Dodo was fast asleep, and Sister Zeng rested on the sofa. Upon noticing Qiao Bei's flushed face, she smiled gently.
Qiao Bei,
perplexed by her amusement, managed to smile in return before heading to the kitchen to place the cake in the refrigerator and then turn back to her room, intending to catch some more sleep. However, as she lay in bed, closing her eyes only conjured images of Fu Tanxiu kissing her, and she could vividly recall the softness of his lips. Her mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend why Fu Tanxiu had kissed her. Was it to provoke Lu Yanxuan? But why would he seek to incite Lu Yanxuan? Did he harbor feelings for her? Surely not. How could Fu Tanxiu possibly like her? It was inconceivable. Could it be that wretched competitive instinct among men? Oh, how vexing. Qiao Bei buried her head into the pillow, pounding the bed in frustration. Meanwhile, in the bar, Lu Yanxuan was drowning himself in glass after glass. Witnessing Lu Yanxuan continue to pour himself another drink, Ji Xian could no longer bear it and attempted to seize the bottle, only to be shoved away by Lu Yanxuan. "Leave me be. I want a drink. Only alcohol understands me now." Ji Xian replied, "Brother Sun, I understand you too. Stop drinking. At this rate, you'll end up in the hospital." Clutching the bottle tightly, Lu Yanxuan retorted, "Then let me go to the hospital. Do you think Bei will come to see me?" Ji Xian was exasperated. "You've lost it. Completely gone mad." At that moment, a waiter rushed in to report a disturbance outside. As the bar was a joint venture between him and Lu Yanxuan, he instructed the waiter to keep an eye on Lu Yanxuan while he stepped out to handle the situation. Ji Xian waved for the waiter to leave. Turning back, he found Lu Yanxuan curled on the floor, a frown etched on his face. Startled, he exclaimed, "Brother Sun, don't scare me. What's wrong?" Lu Yanxuan clutched his abdomen, groaning in discomfort. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ji Xian hoisted him onto his back. Qiao Bei, in a daze from sleep, was roused by a phone call. She reached for her phone. placing it to her ear, lazily uttering hello. On the other end, Ji Xian's anxious voice rushed through. Qiao Bei. Brother Sun is on the brink of death. You need to come to the hospital. With widened eyes, Qiao Bei asked, which hospital? AI Hua Hospital. Understood. Without time to seek further details, she hung up and began dressing. Sister Zeng, disturbed by the commotion, awakened. Miss Qiao, are you heading out? Yes. I need to step out for a bit, Sister Zeng. Please keep an eye on Dodo. Of course, go with peace of mind. Qiao Bei hurried downstairs and hailed a cab straight to AI Hua Hospital. In the emergency corridor, she spotted Ji Xian. How is he? Ji Xian replied. Still in the operating room. He glanced at her, a hint of reproach in his tone. He drank excessively because of you, leading to acute gastric perforation. Qiao Bei lowered her head, consumed by guilt. After a pause, she inquired, have you notified Lu Yanxuan's parents? Ji Xian suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot. Lu Yanxuan had been calling out Qiao Bei's name as soon as he arrived at the hospital, hastily dialing her number, without considering informing Lu Yanxuan's parents. He took out his phone and called Yao Lan. Half an hour later, Yao Lan rushed to the hospital in a flurry. Upon seeing Qiao Bei, her expression turned cold. Qiao Bei stood silently to the side. After Yao Lan gathered some information from Ji Xian, she approached Qiao Bei. Miss Qiao, we need to have a word. Chapter 74. I never intended to marry into your family. You are overthinking it. Qiao Bei faced Yao Lan. Annie, what do you wish to discuss with me? Yao Lan. Miss Qiao, I heard that you have given birth. Qiao Bei nodded. Indeed. Since you too are a mother, you should understand my feelings. If it were you, and your son was taken into the operating room for a woman, with his life uncertain, what would you think? Qiao Bei spoke candidly. My responsibility is to raise him. I cannot meddle in matters of the heart. If he truly went into the operating room for a girl, I would be pained, yet I would respect his choice. Yao Lan's expression darkened. Are you implying that I do not respect my son? Not at all. I am merely expressing my own thoughts. Yao Lan. As a mother, I cannot stand idly by. Your influence has led my son to this point. You must be aware of that, correct? Qiao Bei nodded. It was indeed true that Lu Yanxuan's current state was due to her. She acknowledged that. Yao Lan, you are quite honest. Knowing it is because of you, do you not feel any guilt? Qiao Bei, I do feel quite guilty. Then should you not let my son go? Qiao Bei, somewhat helplessly, replied, I have clearly rejected Lu Yanxuan. There is no question of letting him go. Are you suggesting my son is clinging to you? Qiao Bei frowned, disliking the term cling. It was a word often used to describe her, with many claiming she was clinging to Fu Tanxiu. Though she did not wish for Lu Yanxuan to remain dependent on her, there was nothing wrong with liking someone. She simply hoped he would move on soon. Yao Lan, Miss Qiao, to put it bluntly, with your background and personal attributes, our family would never accept you. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your distance from my son and cease tormenting him. It was well known that Qiao Bei was merely a foster child in the Fu household, where she was not particularly welcomed. She was cunning enough to ascend to Fu Tanxiu's bed, successfully marrying him. Although that incident had been suppressed and no related information could be found online now, within high society, the reasons for their marriage were no secret. She had never looked favorably upon Qiao Bei, especially now that Qiao Bei had a child. She would never allow her son to marry such a woman. Qiao Bei felt a twinge of distaste towards this woman. Why could they not communicate civilly? Why resort to her family background and personal attributes? What was wrong with her lineage? She hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and possessed both beauty and capability. Lu Yanxuan was the one engaged in self-torment. She had not tormented him. Do not expect her to bear the blame. Regardless of her background or personal qualities, it was not for Yao Lan to judge. She had no intention of marrying into their family. She was merely overthinking. Yao Lan's face darkened, her lips pressed tightly together. Ji Xian stood at a distance, unaware of the words exchanged between the two women, yet the tension in the air was palpable. However, he lacked the courage to approach them, for he feared Yao Lan, who possessed a fierce demeanor. Qiao Bei, undaunted, maintained her gaze on her adversary. Yao Lan, thoroughly incensed, declared, You should leave. You are not welcome here. Qiao Bei merely glanced at her, dismissing her words, and moved to stand beside Ji Xian, crossing her arms in silence. Deep down, she longed to depart. After all, it was late, and the comfort of her bed beckoned. Yet, as she awaited the arrival of her child, Qiao Dodo, it was Lu Yanxuan who had escorted her to the hospital, a fact she held deeply in her memory. For this reason alone, she resolved to wait for Lu Yanxuan to emerge from the operating room. Several times, Ji Xian turned to look at her. Finally, unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, What did Aunt Yao Lan just say to you? Qiao Bei shot him a frosty glance, remaining silent, clearly in a foul mood. Ji Xian pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. Half an hour later, Lu Yanxuan was wheeled out of the operating room and into the ward. Yao Lan rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears. Ji Xian and Yao Lan remained in the ward while Qiao Bei took a seat on a bench by the door, briefly closing her eyes for a moment as respite. However, she soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she found the dawn had arrived. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 8 in the morning. The doctor came in for rounds, and Qiao Bei followed him inside.
Be honest.
Lu Yanxuan gazed at Qiao Bei with a dreamy expression. Yao Lan sighed in frustration, wishing her son would display more sense. The doctor conducted a quick examination and soon departed, allowing Qiao Bei to approach Lu Yanxuan.
Hey, smilet bricht wie. Bye-bye.
Your visit brings me such joy. Abruptly, Qiao Bei's expression hardened, and she erupted. Lu Yanxuan, are you out of your mind? Do you intend to drown in self-pity? Lu Yanxuan pouted. No, I'm just feeling incredibly down. Does feeling down justify self-destructive behavior? Ji Xian quietly stepped back, wary of the escalating tension. Just as Yao Lan was about to speak, Qiao Bei turned to her. Let me finish. Yao Lan fell silent. Qiao Bei continued her tirade directed at Lu Yanxuan. I truly disdain you. Is it such a tragedy that the person you like does not reciprocate your feelings? Just because I don't like you, does that mean the world should stop turning? Is it the end of days? Lu Yanxuan replied, your indifference feels like the end of the world to me. Qiao Bei felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, curious to see what thoughts occupied his mind. I've told you before, life is not solely about love. There are countless meaningful pursuits. With so many left-behind children in the West and countless refugees in Africa, if you're so bored, go save them. You cannot keep resorting to self-harm. It's madness. You coward. Yao Lan observed the girl, her chest heaving with indignation, momentarily taken aback. Lu Yanxuan was rendered speechless, his expression blank. Qiao Bei, hands on her hips, declared, I've said my piece. Whether you choose to listen is up to you. I'm leaving. As she exited, she slammed the door, the sound startling Ji Xian. Moments later, he rushed to the bedside. Brother son, are you all right? Lu Yanxuan stared at the ceiling, silent. Ji Xian felt a twinge of concern. Could he have been rendered speechless by her scolding? Yao Lan rolled her eyes, casting an exasperated glance at her son. Job was right. Your behavior is cowardly. If you dare to act this way again, do not acknowledge me as your mother. Lu Yanxuan turned his head. Sister, I'm hungry. Could you please get me something to eat? Yao Lan replied, you still have the energy to joke. It seems you are fine. She stood up, saying, wait here. I'll inquire with the doctor about what you can eat. After Yao Lan departed, Ji Xian leaned in, attempting to soothe his wounded spirit. Sun Ge, in truth.
Job cares about you.
She rushed over when you called last night and waited for you to finish your surgery. Even after that, she stayed at the door. Her fierce demeanor just now was likely a manifestation of her concern for you. Lu Yanxuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. So Job had indeed come last night. She must hold some affection for him. Ji Xian, do you think if I do something she enjoys, she might like me? Chapter 75. Surely, someone has their eyes on me, intending to harm me. Ji Xian felt a sense of foreboding. What do you mean? Lu Yanxuan replied, acts of kindness. His beloved truly possessed a benevolent nature, caring for the world. Ji Xian pressed further. What kind of acts of kindness? Buy me a ticket. I wish to travel to the West, and then to Africa. Upon arriving at the clinic, Zhongbo approached with a thermos. Someone sent you lunch. Job, surprised, took it from him. She placed the thermos on the table, folding her arms while surveying it. Zhongbo asked, what are you doing? Job responded, I wonder what's inside. Food. What else could it be? Zhongbo replied, no, it could also be a bomb, or perhaps a dead rat or something dreadful. Zhongbo responded, do you have a persecution complex? Job shook her head, you don't understand. Think about it, who would send me food? No one. Surely. Someone is watching me, plotting to harm me.
Zhongbo shook his head.
This is bad. This child is lost. Job continued with her speculations. You see it in dramas. Some villains send packages and when opened, they contain time bombs or dead animals. It's horrifying. Zhongbo's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Come on, give it to me. I'll open it. At my age, I'm not afraid of being blown up or scared. Job thought this was a splendid idea and handed him the thermos. Here you go. Zhongbo was convinced that if a thug burst in with a knife, Job would push him forward to take the blow. Zhongbo, exasperated, accepted the thermos and stepped outside. Zhongbo, what are you doing? You are truly kind. Be careful. Walk far away. Once outside the clinic, Zhongbo sat on the curb, preparing to open the thermos, his hands trembling slightly, certainly frightened by that girl. Job leaned against the doorframe, peeking her head out. Zhongbo, Have you opened it?
What is it?
Oh. Zhou believed Zhongbo was too timid to open it and was merely pretending. She had no idea how long she would have to wait. She took out her phone and began playing a game. Zhongbo, mustering his courage, opened the thermos, and a delightful aroma wafted out. When Job looked again, she saw Zhongbo sitting on the curb, enjoying the meal. She abandoned her game and dashed outside.
Zhongbo.
Is it poisoned?
Just eat it.
Zhongbo looked up and said, I haven't tea at lunch. The aroma of this meal is simply irresistible. I didn't think much of it. If I were to be poisoned, I trust you to manage the clinic well. Qiao Bei gazed at the delectable spread, swallowing hard. All right, take your time eating. Throughout the afternoon, she observed Zhongbo for any signs of poisoning. After a hearty meal, he was in a splendid mood, even humming a tune. The next day at noon, Qiao Bei emerged from the consultation room to find Zhongbo approaching with another thermos, its color distinct from the previous day as blue. Today it was a vibrant pink. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhongbo remarked, yesterday might have been a test. Today, who knows, it could genuinely be poisoned. Let this old body of mine give it a try. Qiao Bei conceded. All right, go ahead. Zhongbo cheerfully carried off the thermos. Still, she detected no signs of poisoning in him. As the workday drew to a close, just as Qiao Bei was about to step out of the clinic, she noticed a tall figure beneath the tree, engrossed in typing on his phone. She tiptoed, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Fu Tanxiu turned and spotted the woman darting away with the speed of a rabbit. He pursed his lips and quickly pursued her. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed as a large hand lifted her from the ground. Where did you fall? Does it hurt? His voice was laced with concern. Qiao Bei bit her lip and shook her head, though her knee throbbed painfully. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened as he rolled up her pant leg. The skin on her knee was scraped, but not severely. Suddenly, he swept her into his arms and strode toward the convenience store across the street. He set her down on a chair, instructing, don't move. I'll get you a band-aid.
Qiao Bei nodded obediently.
While Fu Tanxiu conversed with the cashier, she discreetly lowered her pant leg and dashed out the door. Hearing the commotion, Fu Tanxiu turned just in time to see her limping away. He hurriedly paid and rushed after her. Why are you always following me? She shouted in exasperation. Fu Tanxiu grasped her wrist, guiding her to a bench by the roadside and preparing to roll up her pant leg. No need, she protested, covering it. His brow furrowed, he insisted, let go. Not a chance, she retorted. With a resigned sigh, he replied, all right, just be good. It'll be over soon. Yet, she remained obstinate. I'll apply the ointment. Put on the band-aid, and then you can leave, he assured her. Qiao Bei looked up skeptically. Really? Yes. Reluctantly, she released her grip. And he rolled up her pant leg, first disinfecting the area, then applying the band-aid, and finally smoothing out her pant leg. She murmured a soft thank you, and attempted to bolt. Fu Tanxiu caught her arm. With a serious expression, she questioned, are you not a man of your word? He replied helplessly, actually, I wanted to ask if the lunches these past 2 days suited your taste. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Let me know, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Qiao Bei, taken aback, inquired, you arranged for the lunches these past 2 days? Indeed. She felt a pang of disappointment. All the food had gone into Zhongbo's stomach, and she hadn't even tasted the broth. With a stern expression, she stated, I didn't eat. There's no need for you to send anything. Fu Tanxiu pleaded, Bei, please don't refuse my kindness. Zhou Bei's heart raced anew, and in a flurry of anxiety, she turned and fled. Fu Tanxiu watched her retreating figure, his dark eyes unfathomable. What must he do to elicit her trust once more? It was truly vexing. What was Fu Tanxiu scheming? Chapter 76. Sending such a message was nothing short of temptation. The following noon, Fu Tanxiu had a meal delivered again. The same purple thermos. Zhongbo intended to test it for poison once more, but Zhou Bei snatched the thermos away. Zhongbo retorted, perhaps it is poison today. Zhou Bei turned and scolded him. Zhongbo, at your age, why are you so greedy? Zhongbo clicked his tongue. Who says age precludes desire? Who made that rule? By the way, the person scheduled for consultation yesterday called several times, stating she had something else to attend to today and would be flying to another city tonight. She asked if you could make a trip. Zhou Bei pondered for a moment. Ask her if it's far. I can make the trip if not. Zhongbo hurried off to make the call. Zhou Bei sat down, arms crossed, fixated on the thermos. A few minutes later, Zhongbo returned. The other party said they could send a car to pick you up. All right, I'll go. As Zhongbo prepared to leave, he noticed she was still staring at the thermos. If you're not eating, give it to me. I haven't tea at lunch. Zhou Bei clutched the thermos. I haven't tea eaten either. Zhongbo chuckled and walked away. At that moment, Zhou Bei's phone rang. It was resting on the table, and she immediately saw it was a message from Fu Tanxiu. She tapped to open it. Today, there is your favorite braised pork. The sauce can be paired with rice. Was this man being deliberate? Sending such a message could only be seen as an enticement. How annoying! However, as Qiao Bei recalled the taste of the braised pork, she licked her lips, and any lingering conflict within her was swiftly quelled. She opened the thermos, and indeed, there lay the braised pork along with several side dishes. Zhongbo leaned closer. If you can't finish, share a bit with me. Qiao Bei hugged the box closer. I want tea, have enough. After finishing her meal, Qiao Bei contentedly rubbed her belly. The person sent to fetch her arrived, a spirited young man who greeted her warmly. As she settled into the car, she inquired after a short while, is it far? The young man replied, 2 hours. He smiled. Director Wang insisted, I bring you over. Qiao Bei leaned against the car window, feeling despondent. No one told me it was so far. Glancing at him, she resigned herself to the situation. With her dedication, wouldn't someone present her with a banner of commendation? Initially, she engaged in light conversation with the young man, but soon her eyes grew heavy. The young man, perceptive, refrained from further chatter. Qiao Bei fell asleep. After half an hour, the young man glanced back at the rear seat, his mouth twitching. The mysterious and formidable Master Zhou was sleeping in an awkward sprawl, her posture ungraceful, tossing from side to side. Almost everyone in their production team knew of Master Zhou's esteemed reputation. This was due to her having cured Xiang Lin of his insomnia, after which Xiang Lin's assistant, Xiao Zhang, boasted of her prowess, claiming that his mother had introduced Master Zhou to Xiang Lin, elevating her to legendary status. Initially, few believed it. Later, Master Qiao's remarkable abilities were acknowledged by none other than Xiang Lin himself. The producer of the crew, Wang, had some minor physical ailments and held a deep-seated belief in traditional Chinese medicine, having consulted numerous practitioners over the years. Upon hearing that Master Qiao had cured Xiang Lin's insomnia, her admiration for him soared. Originally, there was no opportunity to visit the clinic during this trip, yet she persisted, making several calls to request if Master Qiao could come to the set. Typically, those referred to as masters are enigmatic and possess eccentric temperaments, making it unlikely they would acquiesce. To her surprise, Master Qiao indeed agreed. Furthermore, she was astonished to discover that Master Qiao was quite young and strikingly beautiful, albeit with a somewhat unrefined sleeping posture. As Qiao Bei drowsily opened her eyes, she realized the vehicle was still in motion. Had they arrived? She straightened her posture, rubbed her eyes, and patted her cheeks to awaken herself. A few minutes later, the young man parked the car and personally alighted to open the door for her, saying, Master Qiao, please step out. Upon exiting, Qiao Bei glanced at the sign at the entrance. It was a film studio. Following the young man, she walked for about 5 minutes and entered a building bustling with people. This scene felt overwhelmingly familiar. Filming was in progress. In her previous life, she often mingled within various production crews and was well acquainted with such environments. She paused, watching the filming with a sense of nostalgia. The young man smiled and explained, they are shooting a scene and soon there will be a part featuring Xiang Lin. Many long to witness the star in person. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow, asking, is that the renowned star Xiang Lin? The one from the yogurt advertisement? The young man confirmed her suspicion. Oh, Xiang Lin did seem to have filmed a yogurt commercial, which was among the smallest of his endorsements. The rest were all high-end luxury brands. Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, but could not recall any other advertisements Xiang Lin had participated in. Master Qiao, let us proceed. Producer Wang is waiting inside.
Ah.
Of course. Casting one last glance at the filming scene, Qiao Bei followed the young man. They reached the exterior of a room where he instructed her to wait while he went to summon producer Wang.
Qiao Bei nodded in acknowledgement.
The young man opened the door and stepped inside, and she lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of Xiang Lin. Dressed in a suit that resembled a costume and sporting a slick hairstyle, he appeared even more handsome in reality than on screen. Just as she wished to admire him further, the door swiftly closed. A minute later, the young man re-emerged alongside a plump middle-aged woman. Qiao Bei surmised that this must be producer Wang, the individual she was there to consult. Upon seeing her, producer Wang's expression momentarily froze, perhaps taken aback by her youth. But she quickly recovered, greeting her warmly with a handshake. Master Qiao, I truly appreciate your assistance. Thank you immensely.
Qiao Bei smiled gently, replying,
Let us find a quiet place. Certainly, Master Qiao, please follow me. Producer Wang led her into an adjacent room that was unoccupied. The young man poured a glass of water for Qiao Bei before being dismissed by producer Wang. Master Qiao, my schedule is exceedingly busy, so I shall be direct about my situation. Qiao Bei raised her hand, indicating her readiness to listen. Please go ahead. It is as follows. I frequently experience irregular menstruation. and it has now been over 6 months since my last period. This condition has persisted for several years. I consulted Western doctors who suggested that I might be facing premature menopause. But I am only 40 years old. How could that be? I refuse to believe it. Over the past few years, I have sought the wisdom of numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners traveling from every corner of the world. Yet none have been able to remedy my situation. Master Qiao, do you think there is still hope for me? At 40, I am not ready for early menopause. Half an hour later, producer Wang escorted Qiao Bei out. He expressed his gratitude profusely. Just then, someone called for her, and she hurried away. Qiao Bei turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, she heard a commotion on set, as if they were searching for someone. Turning back, she saw a middle-aged man with a beard rushing towards her, grabbing her arm. "It's you. Quickly, let us get you changed and made up." Chapter 77, A Meeting That Defies Convention. Qiao Bei was pulled into a dressing room, where she was adorned in a cheongsam and attended to by a makeup artist. A girl beside her chattered excitedly about the scene. "You will be performing as a dancer. There are no lines. Just follow the male lead's movements without any extraneous actions. Remember, no unnecessary movements, and try not to be nervous. Do you understand what I'm saying?" This girl had been hastily recruited by the assistant director. Although she was merely a background character, she was to perform alongside the top star, Shang Lin. So she needed to be particularly attentive. Qiao Bei responded with an okay gesture. In her past, she had played countless minor roles, portraying over 100 background characters. So this was hardly a challenge for her. The girl was momentarily taken aback by her confident smile. "Just don't mess up. And try not to be starstruck by Shang Lin, alright?"
Qiao Bei replied, "Starstruck?
"Is that even possible? Just focus on the performance. This is a 200 yuan fee." The girl handed her 2 bills, stating that it was compensation from the assistant director for her last-minute participation. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow and tucked the money into her pocket. "Not bad. This allows me to indulge in acting while earning 200 yuan. Before long, Qiao Bei was escorted to the center of the dance floor. She spotted Shang Lin, who was conversing with the director. 2 minutes later, he approached her. The director shouted a cue, and Shang Lin placed his hand on her waist. This was a spy drama, with Shang Lin playing the male lead, a covert operative embedded within enemy territory. The scene took place in a ballroom, surrounded by numerous adversaries. The lead utilized the dance to blend in and observe his surroundings, providing cover for his organization. Thus, while Shang Lin held her waist, he did not gaze at her. Qiao Bei remained completely composed, gracefully moving her body as a competent dancer. The director's camera panned, capturing Qiao Bei's face. He exclaimed, "What is a dancer doing looking so beautiful?" The assistant director replied, "I just pulled her in at the last minute. The original dancer didn't show up." The director remarked, "Isn't that stealing the spotlight? They look quite like a couple." The assistant director cautioned, "Just avoid filming her face. Alright, let us focus on the scene for now." The director stood up and shouted, "Prepare yourselves, it has begun." Shang Wulin remarked, "He has been preparing for a long time. It seems the 2 directors are merely chatting." Adjusting his emotions, Shang Wulin glanced across the room, only to be taken aback, his expression akin to that of encountering a ghost. "Mother?" Qiao Bei lifted her gaze to glance at the superstar. This greeting was rather unconventional. Addressing someone as mother upon meeting was unheard of. Shang Wulin stared at her in astonishment, causing Qiao Bei to feel a bit embarrassed. She managed to rein in her infatuation, yet it appeared that he had succumbed to it. The director, having watched the scene unfold for a while, noted that Shang Wulin was transfixed, gazing at the girl. He then stood and called out, "Shang Wulin, what are you doing?" It seemed as though Shang Wulin had not heard him, his attention still fixated on Qiao Bei. Finally, she could no longer hold back and coughed, "Shang Wulin, we are filming, be professional." "You're quite similar to my mother," Shang Wulin remarked. "Is that a compliment? Am I being called old?" How infuriating. She hardly considered herself aged. Despite having given birth, she still possessed youthful beauty. The director urged them to continue, and Shang Wulin reluctantly resumed filming, planning to inquire further after the scene concluded. His mind was somewhat distracted by the girl across from him, resulting in several takes being spoiled.
Qiao Bei gritted her teeth.
Earning that 200 yuan was proving to be quite a challenge. Everyone on set watched Shang Wulin, as this was unprecedented. He usually completed his scenes in 1 take. What was happening today? It seemed related to that dancer, as he had been staring at her. Had he perhaps fallen for her at first sight? Countless fans' hearts would surely shatter. After another failed take, Qiao Bei could no longer endure it. She stepped on the back of Shang Wulin's foot with her high heels, which must have been quite painful. He yelped and looked at her with a hurt expression. "Why did you step on me?" Qiao Bei retorted fiercely, "If you don't perform well, I shall make you regret it." No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, Considering her striking resemblance to his mother, he chose to remain silent. The director, growing despondent, prepared to reschedule the scene for another day. Zhang Wulin was clearly out of sorts, his thoughts elsewhere. However, unexpectedly, he found his footing and successfully completed the scene. Qiao Bei sighed in relief and hurried to change clothes. Without waiting for the director to finish speaking, Zhang Wulin broke free and ran off. He searched every room but found no one. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei, out of breath, arrived at the entrance of the film studio. The young man hastily opened the door for her. Master Qiao, you've finally arrived. I thought you were lost. Qiao Bei got into the car and twisted open a bottle of mineral water, gulping down several mouthfuls. I am utterly exhausted. The young man also got into the car. Turning to her with a puzzled expression, Master Qiao, why does your makeup look different? Qiao Bei casually replied, I just went to run an errand.
Ah?
Let us drive.
All right.
Back at the filming location, Zhang Wulin continued to search for her. Where could she have gone? Why has she vanished? The sudden disappearance of the girl left him with an unsettling feeling, as though everything had merely been a dream. He rushed to the director, demanding, Where have you hidden her? The director, bewildered, replied, Hidden who? The girl, the dancer. The director suddenly realized, Oh, is she the one who captivates your soul? I don't know. You don't know the person you're looking for? Why should I know? Why are you unaware? I truly do not know. You ought to know. Hand her over. The director was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The person was found by the assistant director, so inquire with him. The director saw him from afar, gripping the assistant director's collar, looking quite menacing. He shook his head. Those in love have lost their senses. Zhang Wulin repeated the question he had posed to the director to the assistant director. The assistant director replied, I don't know her. She might have left. You don't recognize the person you sought? She was just a random extra. Who would bother to ask her name? I gave her $200 to send her off. Zhang Wulin yelled furiously. Who authorized you to send her off? Such a beautiful face. And you only paid her $200? You treat her like a beggar. I might as well strangle you. The assistant director meekly explained. This is the standard fee. Zhang Wulin brushed him off, his agitation palpable. She resembles her too much. It is truly uncanny. Su Jiawan also possesses a photograph of herself in a qipao from her youth, bearing a striking resemblance to that girl. The instinct of twin siblings informed him that this girl could very well be his sister, the child they had sought tirelessly for years. The mere thought of this possibility sent Zhang Wulin into a frenzy of excitement, pacing back and forth on the film set, eliciting peculiar glances from those around him. After a while, he called Zhang Wuyan. Brother, I believe I have seen Xiaoyu. Zhang Wuyan frowned. Where are you? In Longcheng. Today. I saw a girl who resembles our mother in her youth. Do you think it could be Xiaoyu? She appears to be of a similar age. Zhang Wuyan speculated that the girl Zhang Wulin had seen was indeed the same one his two sons had encountered. He had dispatched individuals to search for her for a long time, and now she had reappeared. Find out what her name is, where she lives, and if there is any way to contact her. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't have the chance to ask. She vanished. Zhang Wuyan cursed under his breath. Useless. And hung up the phone. Zhang Wulin found himself unable to refute that. It was indeed his oversight. It was all the director's fault for incessantly urging him. Otherwise, he would have inquired first. Undeterred, he went around asking again, but even the makeup artist was unaware of her name. Producer Wang approached the director. What is Zhang Wulin searching for? An extra. What does he want with her? He has taken a liking to her. When you were away. His gaze was fixed on that girl. Producer Wang responded. Isn't it rather conspicuous to be searching so ostentatiously? What if word gets out? Who can stop him? What does the girl look like? The director replied. She is exceptionally beautiful, the kind who could debut on the spot. For some reason, producer Wang thought of Master Qiao. That individual was also extraordinarily handsome, the type who could debut on the spot. Upon arriving at the clinic, she prepared several doses of medicine to bring to producer Wang for the handsome young man. Sister Zeng had already bathed Qiao Dodo, leaving her fragrant and fresh. After a swift shower, Qiao Bei emerged and cradled her son in her arms, planting a tender kiss on his little face. Mama misses you so much. Qiao Dodo giggled at her affection. Qiao Bei remarked, what a lively and cheerful little boy. He will surely attract many admirers in the future. Zeng Jie chimed in. Absolutely. Dodo is growing increasingly handsome. The elderly will undoubtedly shower him with compliments. Qiao Bei felt a swell of pride. However, gazing at her son, she couldn't help but think of Fu Tanxiu, the troublesome man who had been vexing her lately. The following day was the weekend, and Qiao Bei decided to take a day off to take Qiao Dodo out for some fun. Upon hearing this, Yisher wished to join them, to which Qiao Bei had no objections. Yisher arrived in her father's dilapidated car to pick them up. Qiao Bei, with Qiao Dodo in her arms, got into the vehicle, and Zheng Jia accompanied them as well. Yi Shi inquired, "Where are we headed?" Qiao Bei had already chosen a destination the night before. "We're going to the ancient city. The weather is delightful today." "Sounds great. Godson, your godmother is taking you on an adventure." Qiao Bei chuckled. "I believe it is you who wishes to frolic." Yi Shi laughed sheepishly. "You saw right through me. But are there any handsome men in the ancient city? If not, I have no desire to go." Qiao Bei retorted, "Who said anything about handsome men? Focus on the child. You think being a godmother is easy?" Yi Shi replied, "Well, I might as well catch a glimpse of some handsome fellows. Beware, handsome men often lack brains. You might end up losing yours as well." She used to enjoy gazing at handsome men, but ever since becoming a mother, her interests had shifted solely toward earning a living and raising her child. Yi Shi asserted, "That's not true. My idol is both stunning and intelligent." "And who might that be?" Qiao Bei asked. "Xiang Lin." Qiao Bei responded, "He is the least intelligent of them all. You mustn't speak ill of my idol. Honestly, you have been deceived. Yesterday on set, he was so foolish that I wanted to smack him." Yi Shi rolled her eyes. Bei, have you taken to boasting? I wouldn't dare dream such dreams. On set, you can't just slap a star. It's nearly impossible for ordinary people to meet a celebrity." Qiao Bei insisted, "It's true. I was at the film studio yesterday, and I happened to play a minor role, sharing a scene with Xiang Lin. He greeted me as mom and flubbed his lines multiple times. I even stepped on his foot in frustration." Yi Shi was not pleased. Bei, you cannot insult my idol. I shall sever our friendship. I assure you, I speak only the truth. You're just blowing smoke. Your tales are reaching the heavens." Feeling the sting of disbelief, Qiao Bei fidgeted, eager to prove her words. "The crew paid me 200 yuan. Liar. You played a dancer and danced with Xiang Lin, right? Daydreamer." Upon reaching the ancient city, Qiao Bei attempted to clarify. But Yi Shi refused to listen. "Do not speak ill of my idol. I will retaliate." Frustrated, Qiao Bei pushed the stroller along the path, several times attempting to speak. But Yi Shi maintained her obstinate stance of ignoring her.
Qiao Bei fällt exasperated.
Spotting an ice cream vendor, she commanded Yi Shi, "Get me an ice cream."
Yi Shi,
Feeling the chilly northern wind, wrapped her coat tighter. On such a cold day, eating ice cream will freeze you to death. Though the sun shone, the temperature hovered around 10 degrees, and the wind was quite biting. "Qiao Bei, I am ablaze with fervor. I must cool down." Yi Shi smirked. "To quell such flames, one ought to seek a man." Qiao Bei playfully punched her twice. "Yi Shi, your mind is so lewd. Quickly go buy some ice cream, lest you tarnish Qiao Dodo's ears." Yi Shi pouted but still hurried off to procure the ice cream. She returned with 3 cones, but Zheng Jia deemed them too cold and refused to partake. Qiao Bei took them, holding one in each hand. After walking for a while, Qiao Bei noticed that Zheng Jia had lagged behind and turned to search for her. She found Zheng Jia engrossed in her phone. "Zheng Jia, hurry up," she called out, only to see Zheng Jia nearly toss her phone away. Frowning slightly, she dismissed it and resumed her indulgence in the ice cream. The ancient city was vast, and as they wandered, Qiao Bei directed Yi Shi to purchase anything that caught her eye. "Here is 200 yuan from the production crew. Take it and buy something." Qiao Bei produced 2 crumpled bills. "Yi Shi, this person is relentless." Nonetheless, she accepted the money and made her way to a food stall. After a while of browsing, Yi Shi remarked, "There aren't any handsome men around. How dull. But there are 2 over there, aren't there?" Qiao Bei pointed to 2 men standing with their backs to them at a distance. "They look handsome from behind. Go on, flirt with them." Yi Shi's eyes sparkled, and she was about to stride over when the 2 handsome fellows turned around. With a freshly grilled sausage in her mouth, Qiao Bei winced at its heat. Noticing Yi Shi's ghostly expression, she turned her head, nearly biting her tongue in surprise. "Good heavens, is that Fu Tanxiu? What is he doing here?" Chapter 79. What else would you like to eat? I shall buy it for you. Fu Tanxiu and Shi Qian were dressed casually today, shedding their usual stern demeanor for a touch of sunny ease. At that moment they approached. Zheng Jia shrank back nervously. Fu Tanxiu halted before Qiao Bei, snatching the sausage from her mouth and taking a bite. Perhaps it was too greasy. He frowned slightly. "What a coincidence, you are also here." Shi Qian rolled his eyes beside them. "What a coincidence, my foot." An hour ago, someone messaged Zheng Jia, discovering that Qiao Bei was in the ancient city. Hence he followed suit. He had been with Fu Tanxiu at the time, so he came along as well. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Qiao Bei remained unaware that her sausage had been bitten by Fu Tanxiu, still bearing her saliva. Qiao Bei blushed and avoided his gaze. They had shared a popsicle, a pair of chopsticks, and a cake fork before. Yet at that time, She did not harbor feelings for Fu Tanxiu, nor did he for her. She regarded him merely as Qiao Bei father, or perhaps a friend. She felt no pressure. In Fu Tanxiu's presence, she was carefree. But when he kissed her, she sensed a shift in their relationship, realizing it was no longer innocent. Unsure of how to face him now, she was not being pretentious. In truth, it was the original host who harbored feelings for Fu Tanxiu, engaging in those intimate acts. She believed Fu Tanxiu did not like her, and that they could coexist peacefully as Qiao Bei as parents. Now, everything was in disarray. Fu Tanxiu gazed down at the girl, noticing her bashful demeanor, and a smile crept upon his lips. What else do you enjoy eating? I shall buy it for you. Qiao Bei lowered her head and replied, I can purchase it myself. Undeterred by the rejection, Fu Tanxiu suggested, there is a pastry shop ahead, an old establishment reputed for its delightful flavors. Let us take a look. Qiao Bei was already familiar with that shop, having seen it during her search of the ancient city the previous night. After all, it would be a missed opportunity to visit the ancient city without indulging in some pastries from that renowned place. She reached out to link arms with Yi Shi, maintaining a distance from Fu Tanxiu. He audaciously snatched the sausage from Qiao Bei's mouth, a rather intimate gesture. Qiao Bei candidly responded, I don't know. If you don't know, then so be it. I have noticed that his gaze towards you has changed. Could it be that he has developed feelings for you?
Fu Tanxiu,
Having been betrayed by Meng Yusi, might be seeking solace by flirting with her. Yi Shi remarked, I believe he is indeed pursuing you. His eyes betray an unusual intensity. In what manner is it unusual? As if he wishes to devour you. Then I shall keep my distance from him. Bei, tell me honestly. What do you currently feel for Fu Tanxiu? Do you like him?
How could that be?
I do not like him. But you used to have feelings for him. That was in the past. Yi Shi scrutinized her for a moment. Bei, have you perhaps concealed your affection for Fu Tanxiu due to past hurts?
No.
I genuinely do not like him. Is it truly possible to suddenly cease liking someone? For me, it is that effortless. Yi Shi tilted her head in contemplation. Having only experienced one relationship in college, innocent and playful, she recalled how she had angrily berated her partner and hung up the phone, leading to a swift and painless breakup. Devoid of emotional entanglement, she speculated that he had likely moved on to someone else, but her pride prevented her from seeking confirmation. He is just a man. If we part ways, so be it. I do not yearn for him. Lacking the experience of a passionate and heart-wrenching romance, she found it difficult to comprehend Qiao Bei's feelings for Fu Tanxiu. If Qiao Bei claimed to no longer have feelings, then that must be the case. Initially, she had hoped to assist her best friend following the birth of Qiao Bei, but now, she had adopted a more laid-back attitude, respecting Qiao Bei's choices. Shi Qian nudged Fu Tanxiu. What are they whispering about? Fu Tanxiu replied, why not lean in and eavesdrop? Shi Qian rolled his eyes. Am I the sort to engage in such antics? Aren't you curious? Isn't it of interest to you? Fu Tanxiu pressed his lips together in silence, his gaze lingering on the figures ahead. Shi Qian lagged a few steps behind to admire Qiao Bei in the stroller.
Wow.
How adorable. He had not taken a proper look at Qiao Bei before, but now, he noticed the resemblance to Fu Tanxiu, a charming miniature version of him. May I hold him? Mr. Shi, you may give it a try. Qiao Bei recognizes people. He is not fond of just anyone holding him. Sister Zhan instructed Shi Qian on how to hold a child, and he learned earnestly. Wow, this little one is so light. I am afraid to hold him too tightly. Mr. Shi, be cautious. Do not drop him. Rest assured, I am a reliable person. He shouted at Fu Tanxiu. Tanxiu, I am holding your son. He is so adorable. Let me embrace him. Qiao Bei and Yi Shi turned their heads upon hearing the shout. Yi Shi pouted. Who gave you permission to hold my godson? Shi Qian replied. From today onward, I shall be his godfather. I too possess the right to hold him. Dodo, your godfather will send you red envelopes soon.
Yes, she scolded playfully.
You are taking advantage of me. Shi Qian, perplexed, responded. How am I taking advantage of you? I am Dodo as godmother, and you are the godfather. Does that not make us a pair? I refuse to be your partner in this. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu exchanged glances. Shi Qian raised an eyebrow, looking at her as if she were foolish. Who decreed that a godfather and godmother must be a couple? Yi Shi, it seems you are the one seeking to gain from me. Yi Shi released Qiao Bei and marched up to him. Hands on her hips, me? Take advantage of you? Shi Qian, you are quite the comedian. Even if I were to take advantage of a pig, it would not be you. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu stared in disbelief. Shi Qian retorted, you would be better off taking advantage of a pig. I could easily bring one to you right now. Yi Shi pointed at him. That is not what I meant. Do not distort the facts. What I meant is that I have no desire to take advantage of you. Shi Qian smirked. You are a woman of contradictions. Deep down, you surely covet me. Let me make it clear, I have no interest in you. Do not hold any hopes. For I am a legend.
Pa.
A legend? You are not worthy of the paddle. Qiao Bei trotted over and gently took Qiao Dodo from Shi Qian's arms, cautioning. He is still so little. Do not jolt his eardrums. Chapter 80. See, I told you he likes it. Yi Shi and Shi Qian glared at each other, wishing to devour one another. Yi Shi declared, Do not lay your hands on my godson. Shi Qian shot back, Qiao Dodo is now my godson. Qiao Bei timidly interjected, Have you consulted me, his biological mother? Shi Qian turned to her, Qiao Bei, let me tell you, given my relationship with Tanxiu, I must be Qiao Dodo's godfather. Before Qiao Bei could respond, Fu Tanxiu interjected, Do you think being a godfather is merely a matter of desire? You lack sincerity. Who permitted you? Shi Qian's eyes darted around as he grasped the situation. Qiao Bei, quickly unlock your phone. Qiao Bei asked, For what purpose? Just do it.
And you will see shortly.
I won T. Before she could finish her refusal, a large hand extracted her phone from her pocket. With practiced ease, he entered the password and revealed the payment code to Shi Qian. After scanning it and tapping a few times, he declared, Now, is that sufficient sincerity? Fu Tanxiu glanced over. Are you sending off a beggar? Shi Qian scoffed, Forget it. If nothing else, I have plenty of money. He scanned the payment code again and tapped further. Shi Qian cast a triumphant glance at Yi Shi. This is the power of a godfather. Yi Shi huffed in response. How could she possibly compete with him in terms of financial power? It was outrageous. Qiao Bei looked at Fu Tanxiu, astonished. How did you know my phone password? He raised his eyes to meet hers. You never hide your password when you enter it. I remembered it after seeing it just once.
Qiao Bei frowned.
Are you not aware of the saying, what should not be seen should not be looked at? Fu Tanxiu, it was not intentional. My memory is simply too sharp. And I happened to glance and remember. Are you flaunting your intelligence to me? No need to boast. It is a fact.
Qiao Bei, hoe infuriating.
This man is so narcissistic. Shi Qian approached Fu Tanxiu. With sincerity, he requested, Bring your son over. I wish to hold him. I cannot take him from Qiao Bei's arms, as you understand. Fu Tanxiu cast him a knowing glance. Moments ago, when Qiao Bei had gone to embrace the child in Shi Qian's arms, he had expressed discontent. He was reluctant for Qiao Bei to engage in close proximity with another man. Fu Tanxiu lifted Qiao Dodo from Qiao Bei's embrace, turning and placing him in Shi Qian's arms. Here you go. Qiao Bei, her hands remained in a cradling position for Qiao Dodo. You are too rough with my son. Fu Tanxiu, am I? The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was rather rough, akin to handling a chick. Fu Tanxiu clicked his tongue. He enjoys it this way. Qiao Bei shot him a look of disbelief. Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow, lifting Qiao Dodo from Shi Qian's hold. He grasped the child's clothing and spun around, much like a merry-go-round at an amusement park, with Qiao Dodo being the little airplane. Qiao Bei watched, her heart racing in trepidation. Strangely, Qiao Dodo was laughing heartily, giggling incessantly. The others observed. Fu Tanxiu, see? I told you he enjoys it. Subsequently, Fu Tanxiu supported Qiao Dodo's little bottom, performing squats with him, causing the child to erupt in joyous laughter. The rest stood, bemused, watching this father-son duo, one treating his son like a toy, the other reveling in being treated as such. Qiao Dodo, still yearning for more, gazed longingly at Fu Tanxiu. Ignoring him, Fu Tanxiu turned and took Qiao Bei's hand. I shall take you to buy pastries. He held her hand firmly, preventing her from escaping. Yi Shi walked behind Shi Qian, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Yi Shi, your glare is futile. Being a godfather requires strength. Yi Shi pursed her lips and inquired, How much red envelope did you give Qiao Dodo? Shi Qian, do not ask. It would only bruise your pride. Yi Shi, Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu arrived at the pastry shop, where a long queue awaited outside. Seeing this, Qiao Bei turned to leave. No matter how delectable the offerings, she had no desire to stand in line. How long would this take? She broke free from Fu Tanxiu and dashed off, only to glance back and find him standing in line. Due to his height and striking appearance, he stood out in the crowd, drawing the attention of the girls in front and behind him, who whispered amongst themselves. He was engrossed in his phone as he moved forward in the line. Yi Shi asked, Where's Fu Tanxiu? He has gone to Q. Yi Shi glanced at the line in the distance, where Fu Tanxiu was particularly conspicuous. She shot a meaningful look at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, why are you looking at me? You are beautiful. Qiao Bei touched her face and smiled. I think so too. Yi Shi was at a loss for words. It seemed Fu Tanxiu was quite serious. His decision to stand in line was surely for Qiao Bei. However, compared to the things Qiao Bei had done for him in the past, queuing seemed trivial. She leaned in close to Qiao Bei's ear and whispered, "Let me see how much money Shi Qian sent my godson." Qiao Bei replied, "Oh, I haven't had a chance to look yet." Upon opening her phone, she was stunned alongside Yi Shi as they beheld the amount transferred by Shi Qian, 2 transfers of 5 million each, totaling a staggering 10 million. Yi Shi exclaimed,
You could buy a new house with that.
in that moment, she realized how generously the wealthy bestow red envelopes. She reminisced about the new year when her parents would send her red envelopes, typically containing a mere 100 or 2, and only occasionally 500. Suddenly, she yearned for a wealthy father who could gift her millions. How envious she felt of Qiao Doudou. By the way, how could Shi Qian transfer such a vast sum at once? Qiao Bei speculated, perhaps WeChat has a VIP feature. Yi Shi lamented, poverty has limited my imagination. Qiao Bei was excited for just 5 seconds before she approached Shi Qian. He smirked slightly. He had never encountered someone so foolish as to reject money.
Qiao Bei.
This is for my godson, not for you. I know, but Qiao Doudou doesn't want it. Qiao Doudou does want it. No, that's too much. Just give 500. Qiao Bei was incredulous. How can there be such people? Ultimately, she reluctantly accepted the enormous red envelope. In Chapter 81, Shi Qian suddenly sniffed the air. Why do I smell something foul? Qiao Bei caught the scent as well. Qiao Doudou has soiled himself, hand him over. Qiao Bei extended her hand. Shi Qian's hand lingered on Qiao Doudou's small backside, warm to the touch, implying that he was resting atop a messy situation. It was utterly repulsive. She felt nauseous and wished to toss Qiao Doudou away. Observing Shi Qian's horrified expression, Yi Shi burst into laughter. Well done, godson. Qiao Doudou blinked innocently. Shi Qian hastily placed Qiao Doudou in the stroller and searched for a restroom. He needed to wash his hands. He could no longer endure it. Qiao Bei remarked, is it really that bad? Her son's mess isn't so offensive. She's accustomed to it and finds it manageable. Sister Zhen skillfully changed Qiao Doudou's diaper. Fu Tanxiu shook a bag. I got it. Qiao Bei pursed her lips. Do we really have to eat this cake? She then took the bag and handed the diaper to Fu Tanxiu. Take this out. Fu Tanxiu, upon seeing the yellow stain on the diaper, nearly lost his breakfast. Noticing his gagging reaction, Qiao Bei scoffed. Qiao Doudou's mess isn't that foul. You're being overly dramatic. Besides, as a father, you shouldn't disdain your child's mess. Fu Tanxiu wished to retort, thinking, why shouldn't a father be allowed to find his child's mess off-putting? After all, Qiao Doudou wasn't a delicacy. Yet, fearing Qiao Bei's wrath, he chose to swallow his indignation. He longed to discard the hot potato on the ground, but deemed it uncivilized. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted a trash bin not far off and strode over. After disposing of the diaper, he headed to wash his hands, where he encountered Shi Qian. Shi Qian inquired, what are you doing? Fu Tanxiu replied, washing my hands. You should wash yours too. Your son made a mess. And my hands were just a layer away from his backside, warm and disgusting. Fu Tanxiu, this is how you become a godfather? On your very first day? You already show disdain. Shi Qian smirked. It's not exactly disdain. A son who doesn't defecate is rather endearing. To be fair, Qiao Bei certainly knows how to produce. Gifting you such a delightful child. The corners of Fu Tanxiu's mouth curled involuntarily. After washing his hands, he patted Shi Qian on the shoulder. Indeed.
My bye-bye is remarkable.
Shi Qian, Fu Tanxiu, you certainly do talk a lot. I'm merely curious. Qiao Bei used to dote on you, yet lately, she seems indifferent. Conversely, you are shamelessly pursuing her, just now queuing to buy her a cake. Tanxiu, I've never seen you like this. Fu Tanxiu had witnessed a different side of himself when he was with Meng Yuxi, where she would chase after him, accommodating his every whim. He had never gone to such lengths for Meng Yuxi. Growing weary of Shi Qian's incessant chatter, Fu Tanxiu turned. There's glue over there. Go buy a bottle and stick your mouth shut. Shi Qian, ignoring him, Fu Tanxiu approached Qiao Bei. The person who had just insisted that the cake was a must sat on a bench, devouring cake after cake. Qiao Bei had shared some with Sister Zeng and Yi Shi before settling down with the bag, relishing her treats. Sweetness brings joy, and as she savored the cake, her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, as netizens had claimed, this cake was exquisite. Fu Tanxiu stood before her. Is it delicious? Qiao Bei nodded, her mouth full of cake, mumbling, delicious. Remembering that Fu Tanxiu had queued to buy this cake, she handed the bag over. You should have some too. Fu Tanxiu smirked, reaching for one. It truly is delicious. Qiao Bei looked up, her face alight with joy. Isn't it tasty? Just as Qiao Bei was about to indulge further, Fu Tanxiu snatched the bag away. Qiao Bei frowned at him. What's the matter? No more for now. We'll find a place to eat soon.
Qiao Bei pouted.
Muttering softly, always controlling everything like a housekeeper. Fu Tanxiu lifted her petite chin. I would say I'm more of a steward, the husband kind of steward. Qiao Bei. Is he teasing her? Qiao Bei swatted his hand away and ran off. For lunch, Shi Qian selected a restaurant within the scenic area. He relayed a list of dishes to the staff, closed the menu, and turned to ask, is there anything else you'd like to order? Fu Tanxiu interjected suddenly. Add a plate of scrambled eggs with silver fish. Qiao Bei prepared a bottle of milk for Qiao Dodo, cradling him as she fed him. The little one had a hearty appetite, finishing the entire bottle in no time. Sister Zeng held him, gently patting his back. At that moment, the dishes arrived. Qiao Bei asked Sister Zeng to place Qiao Dodo in the stroller and sat down to eat. Sister Zeng appeared somewhat reserved, prompting Qiao Bei to heap a generous portion of food into her bowl. Sister Zeng continuously expressed her gratitude. Shi Qian lifted his gaze, studying Qiao Bei intently. She was gentle and kind-hearted, and undeniably more attractive than Meng Yuxi. Why had he ever found her displeasing? How blind he had been. Clearly, such a girl was far more deserving of Tanxiu. Yishir sat across from Shi Qian, waving her hand in front of him. Why do you keep staring at Bei Bei? I warn you, don't harbor any designs on her. I don't. Yishir, stop talking nonsense. Am I speaking nonsense? He had been fixated on Bei Bei, and I merely glanced. What's wrong with that? What do you think? Fu Tanxiu's voice resonated softly, his gaze toward Shi Qian noticeably frigid. Shi Qian. At that moment, the focal point, Qiao Bei interjected, you all misunderstand. Shi Qian is not looking at me, but glaring at me, perceiving me as a rival. Yishir, catching on, shifted her gaze between Shi Qian and Fu Tanxiu, stifling a laugh. Oh, I see. Fu Tanxiu and Shi Qian appeared utterly bewildered.
Rival?
Noting Fu Tanxiu as apparent ignorance of Shi Qian's affections, Qiao Bei raised her eyebrows playfully. Shi Qian likes you. Didn't you sense it? Shi Qian accidentally spat out his food, much to Yishir's disdain from across the table. You just sprayed my bowl. Shi Qian glared at Qiao Bei. What nonsense are you spouting? Qiao Bei replied, there's no shame in loving a man, nor in having feelings for a good friend. Society is quite open now. If you don't tell Fu Tanxiu, how will he know? Love must be expressed. What are you thinking, Qiao Bei? I do not have feelings for him. Then why do you target me? You look displeased with me because Shi is my good friend, and you seem to dislike her, making things difficult for her. Isn't it because you like Fu Tanxiu? You resent me for having a connection with him. Yishir nodded in agreement from the sidelines. Exactly, don't hide it, we're all aware. Shi Qian, flustered, insisted, I was irritated that you were involved with Tanxiu. But I don't have feelings for him. Please don't say such things. Chapter 82. Do you really not know that Shi Qian likes you? Qiao Bei stuffed her mouth with a bite of fried silverfish and eggs, mumbling, Shi Qian, you truly needn't conceal your feelings. It's all right, we understand.
Shi Qiao exclaimed, Ah.
I can't take this anymore. I need to step outside for some fresh air. I'm nearly driven mad by these two women. Fu Tanxiu pressed his fingers to his temples, his expression dark as night. The petite woman across from him remained unfazed, devouring the plate of fried silverfish and eggs with gusto. Yishir curiously asked, is this fried egg really that delicious? Qiao Bei replied, it is indeed. I love it. Would you like a taste? Oh, it's all gone. Yishir. Qiao Bei felt a tad embarrassed for accidentally finishing the dish. She called for the waiter and ordered another plate. After indulging in numerous cakes, she also polished off another plate of fried silverfish and eggs along with some vegetables. Sated, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Fu Tanxiu opposite her. Do you really not know that Shi Qian likes you? Fu Tanxiu's chopsticks paused, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers, causing her to shiver from the chill in his stare. How intimidating. She was merely inquiring. After the meal, he took the initiative to settle the bill. Upon reaching the parking lot, Fu Tanxiu effortlessly took Qiao Dodo from Sister Zeng's arms. Qiao Bei turned and saw Fu Tanxiu cradling Qiao Dodo in one arm while he was placing the stroller into the trunk of the Rolls-Royce with the other. Yishir remarked, it seems you can't ride in my car anymore. Qiao Bei stood still, unmoving. Fu Tanxiu glanced her way. Come here. Reluctantly, Qiao Bei approached and climbed into the back seat. Fu Tanxiu bent down, placing Qiao Dodo into her arms, his fingers, whether intentional or not, brushed against hers, sending a jolt of electricity through her. As Qiao Bei's heart skipped a beat, she lifted her gaze towards him. However, Fu Tanxiu quickly retreated and made his way to the driver's seat. Today, Old Chun was on leave, so he was driving himself. Shi Qian had been relegated to Yishir's car. He surveyed the dilapidated vehicle with disdain, remarking, this car ought to be scrapped. How can it still be on the road? Yi Shi retorted, "You are the one who should be discarded." Shi Qian, his expression darkening, replied, "Yi Shi, I have no desire to quarrel with you."
Ha! As if I wanted to.
"If you have the capability, don't ride in my car. I want to argue with you. Do you think I want this?" He regretted not driving himself from the outset, especially with the ungrateful Fu Tanxiu.
Yeshi shuruk.
"Pay up." Shi Qian asked, "Why?" "For the fare. Am I supposed to give you a free ride?" Gritting his teeth, Shi Qian pulled out his phone. "Here's the payment code." Yi Shi displayed her payment code, and Shi Qian transferred 500 yuan to her. Upon receiving the money, Yi Shi's eyes crinkled with delight. Shi Qian scoffed, "What a profit." Yi Shi shot back, "Mind your own business. Drive already." "Understood. No need to rush me." In another vehicle, Sister Zeng regretted not getting into Yi Shi's car, as the atmosphere in hers felt rather peculiar. Upon arriving at Guanghua Community, Qiao Bei thanked Fu Tanxiu and intended to follow Sister Zeng upstairs when Fu Tanxiu stopped her. "I need to speak with you." Qiao Bei's gaze faltered. "Let's talk another day."
Today.
"I have something to attend to. Very soon. I have a headache. I need to rest upstairs."
Fu Tanxiu remained silent.
Regardless of his darkening expression, Qiao Bei buried her head and hurried inside. Sister Zeng quickly followed. Fu Tanxiu sighed, finally gone. The next day, while Qiao Bei was attending to her patients, Yao Lan arrived. Qiao Bei assumed she was there to cause trouble, and with a stern face, she said, "I am working. I have no time for idle chatter." Yao Lan, unperturbed, sat down directly in front of her. "I've been feeling discomfort in my chest. I wake up at night. Can you take a look?" Qiao Bei paused. What did Yao Lan intend? Nonetheless, she proceeded to examine her. "Have you been under a lot of stress lately?" Yao Lan replied, "Yes, there have been some issues at work that have been quite bothersome." Her company, which specialized in cosmetics, had encountered a problem with a batch of products, causing quite a stir online, with complaint calls flooding in one after another. She had been so stressed that she hadn't had a proper rest for days. As Qiao Bei wrote out the prescription, she noticed Yao Lan staring at her. Pressing her lips together, she said, "I know I'm attractive, but if you keep looking at me like that, I might get shy." Yao Lan suddenly burst into laughter. Qiao Bei was puzzled by her amusement and placed the prescription in front of her.
"You can leave now."
Yao Lan remarked, "Qiao Bei, I find you quite charming. I actually like you." Initially, she had thought Qiao Bei was merely a naive girl chasing after men, lacking both family background and the ability to support herself. However, after witnessing her vehemently scold Lu Yanxuan at the hospital, her opinion shifted. This girl was anything but foolish. She possessed an independent character and her own thoughts. After just a brief consultation, it was evident to Yao Lan that Qiao Bei was a diligent and capable young woman. Qiao Bei looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend the unexpected admiration from Yao Lan. "Yao Lan, I was rather abrupt during my last visit to the hospital. My words were perhaps too harsh. I have come today specifically to offer my sincerest apologies, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Qiao Bei, perceiving the sincerity in Yao Lan's eyes, was not one to hold onto grievances. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. However, let me reiterate that there is nothing between me and Lu Yanxuan. Your concerns are unfounded." Yao Lan chuckled softly. "I actually hope you might consider giving him a chance." Qiao Bei was taken aback. "Weren't you previously dismissive of my background and abilities?"
"What do you mean by this?"
Yao Lan replied, "In comparison to family background, I value a person's character more. As for abilities, perhaps I underestimated you. However, I do have a child. No matter, you can always provide our family with more children." Qiao Bei's lips twitched. "I can only say you are overthinking this. There is no possibility between me and Lu Yanxuan." Yao Lan sighed. What a pity. Her change of heart towards Qiao Bei stemmed from recognizing her as a positive influence in Lu Yanxuan's life.
Qiao Bei was astonished.
She had not anticipated that Lu Yanxuan had truly gone to the West. She was merely providing an example. Chapter 83. You are not a pig. For I shall never sleep with a pig. Yao Lan suddenly grasped Qiao Bei's hand. "May I call you Bei Bei?"
Qiao Bei. Bye-bye.
From this moment onward, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me. If you genuinely dislike Yanxuan, I will not impose. Should he ever harass you, just call me, and I will take care of him. My aunt is in the cosmetics business, and I shall bring you a set of our new products next time. By the way, did you have a boy or a girl? I shall buy some clothes for the little one." Qiao Bei waved her hands. No. Yes, do take care. And remember to call me." Yao Lan took the prescription and stepped outside to collect the medicine. Qiao Bei was left in a state of confusion. She finally realized whom Lu Yanxuan resembled. It was Yao Lan, with a temperament just as spirited. She had thought Yao Lan was akin to Qi Lianxin, only to discover she was quite a different person. Qiao Bei opened her phone to find that Lu Yanxuan had sent her a series of over a dozen photos from the mountainous regions of the West, some featuring him alone and others with children. Lunch was still being delivered by Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei felt conflicted about whether to eat. Observing her dilemma, Zhongbo extended his hand. Qiao Bei, Zhongbo, what are you doing? Zhongbo chuckled. I see you have no desire to eat. I thought I might help you out. Qiao Bei raked her fingers through her hair and pushed the thermal container away. Go ahead and eat. This thrilled Zhongbo, who embraced the container and settled into his armchair. Qiao Bei heard him open the thermal container. Oh, it's braised pork with scallions, along with Arctic sweet shrimp. My absolute favorite.
Qiao Bei.
She loved it too. Zhongbo, with a hint of caution, remarked, I've already eaten. I have saliva. Qiao Bei, exasperated, exited the clinic and headed towards the nearby fast food restaurant. Upon arrival, she ordered 3 side dishes and found a seat by the window. After a couple of bites, thoughts of the braised pork and Arctic sweet shrimp rendered the small stir-fried meat, shredded potatoes, and egg soup before her less appetizing. Nevertheless, she finished everything without waste. Once outside, she dialed Fu Tanxiu's number. The call was answered promptly. Hello. The voice was deep and resonant. Qiao Bei cleared her throat and said, I called to discuss something with you. There was a brief pause on the other end, as if the person spoke to someone else, and the sound of a pen scratching on paper could be heard. After a moment, he replied, Go ahead.
Qiao Bei continued.
Please do not send meals for me anymore.
Why?
Is it unappetizing? Not at all. Is it insufficient?
Qiao Bei retorted.
Does my image at Fu Tanxiu's place suggest that I have a voracious appetite? Enough. I am not a pig. Laughter erupted from the other end. Well, you are not a pig, for I wouldn't sleep with one. Qiao Bei exclaimed, Oh my, Fu Tanxiu actually made such a joke. This is absurd. I will no longer consume the meals you send, so please refrain from doing so. Bei, do not reject my kindness towards you. Please, I cannot bear your kindness. You work so hard. You must pay attention to your nutrition. I am well nourished, and do not require your concern. Your deliveries have greatly troubled me, preventing me from working and dining properly each day. Hence, do not send them anymore. This is a unilateral notification. That is all. With that, Qiao Bei finished her statement and hung up the phone. Far away in the western mountains, Lu Yanxuan sat atop a small hill, his eyes fixed on the chat interface with Qiao Bei. At that moment his phone rang. It was Ji Xian. He answered. Lu Yanxuan said, in about 2 months.
Huh.
No way, Singa, are you serious? Of course I am serious. I am not here for sightseeing. I have important matters to attend to.
Quexonier.
What about the bar? ISNT in your hands? It's quite nice here. The air is fresh and the local customs are simple. You should come and experience it. I will not go. Lu Yanxuan stood up, walking while on the call, when suddenly he slipped.
Ah.
What happened? Singa? I fell. Is it serious? Please don't tell me you fell while washing. What else? There is no maid here. If I don't wash it myself, who will? I have to wash my own clothes and cook my own meals. Ji Xian was almost in tears. What kind of life are you leading? How pitiful. Get lost.
Do not dampen my spirits.
Before Ji Xian could say anything else, Lu Yanxuan hung up. Back in the little house arranged for him in the village, he changed out of his muddy trousers and placed them in a basin, pouring in a couple of scoops of water before squatting down to scrub them. Big brother, let me help you wash. A girl, around 12 or 13 years old with 2 braided pigtails, ran over. Lu Yanxuan looked up and smiled. No need, I can manage. Big brother, you have helped us so much. I cannot do anything for you, so let me wash for you. I am quite skilled at household chores. Seeing the girl's sparkling eyes, Lu Yanxuan replied, Really, there is no need. By the way, Sanghua, some new books have arrived at my place. You can take them and distribute them to others. The girl named Sanghua stubbornly snatched the basin from him, saying, I will finish washing before I go. With no choice but to acquiesce, Lu Yanxuan watched as Sanghua indeed proved to be adept at household tasks. In no time, she had washed the trousers and rinsed them several times until there were no more suds, finally hanging them up to dry. Lu Yanxuan retrieved a book and handed it to her. You've worked hard, take it. Upon seeing the new books, Sanghua's eyes sparkled with delight. Big brother, thank you. Lu Yanxuan replied, You're welcome. You must study diligently. You excel in your studies and will surely gain admission to a prestigious university in the future. Sanghua, filled with joy, asked, Really? I can also attend university? Absolutely, you are very intelligent. Imagining herself attending university and soaring beyond the mountains, her heart surged with excitement. Clutching the new books, she skipped away. Lu Yanxuan chuckled at the sight. The next day at noon, Qiao Bei prepared to go out for a meal and noticed Zhongbo standing at the door, peering outside. Zongbo, what are you doing? Zongbo replied. Why hasn't the meal delivery arrived yet? You've developed quite the appetite, haven't you? Of course, it's delicious. Qiao Bei took a couple of steps but turned back to say, don't wait anymore. There will be no more meal deliveries in the future. Zongbo's face fell. Why not? No reason, Qiao Bei said as she walked towards the fast food restaurant. Chapter 84. It's better not to come. It will cause misunderstandings. Shi Qian arrived at Huixing just as Yukong nervously exited Fu Tanxiu's office. He raised an eyebrow. What happened? Yukong replied with a frown. A storm is brewing. Who provoked him? It seems it's because Miss Qiao forbade him from delivering lunch. Shi Qian chuckled mischievously. All right, you go on with your work. Yukong left. And Shi Qian entered to find Fu Tanxiu irritably slamming a document on the table. He closed the door and sat down on the sofa. Are we venting frustrations over unrequited love? Fu Tanxiu leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. What brings you here? Can I come if there's nothing going on? Best not to. It might lead to misunderstandings. Shi Qian continued. What are those two women thinking? Why do they believe I have feelings for you? It's absurd. Fu Tanxiu remained silent. Is Qiao Bei still ignoring you? Fu Tanxiu continued to say nothing. That little woman rejected all his advances, fearful of being associated with him. Shi Qian remarked, I never imagined there would be someone you, Fu Tanxiu, couldn't win over. Alas, it's all your fault for breaking her heart. She has given up on you. By the way, I have something to tell you. I heard a rumor at the bar last night. You remember Lu Yanxuan, right? The one who pursued Qiao Bei before? Fu Tanxiu reacted, opening his eyes to look over. You need to be cautious, with Lu Yanxuan's determination. He might win Qiao Bei's heart one day, and you'll regret it. Fu Tanxiu abruptly stood, his expression icy. He won't have a chance. I won't give him the opportunity. Shi Qian smirked, just keep an eye on it. I came specifically to inform you of this news. Fu Tanxiu glanced at him. That low-altitude flying project can include you. Shi Qian laughed heartily. Thanks, my good brother. Let's earn money together. As Shi Qian exited Huixing and was about to get into his car, he was called out by a sweet voice.
Qian Ye.
It really is you. Fu Yao ran over, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she looked at Shi Qian. He politely nodded. Looking for your brother? He*s upstairs. Fu Yao blushed and said, I have no particular reason to find my brother. It's fine whether I go up or not. Qian Ge, it's been a long time since we last met. Let me treat you to a meal. Shi Qian glanced at his watch. What meal can we have at this hour? It's only 2 in the afternoon. I could treat you to afternoon tea, and we can have dinner later. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. Then I shall accompany you. That might not be appropriate.
Qian Ye.
Please take me along. I do like to learn from you. Shi Qian chuckled. What do you wish to learn from me? How to conduct business. You can learn directly from your brother. He is far more proficient than I am. No, my brother is too stern, lacking your gentleness.
Shi Qian appeared troubled. Fu Yao.
I genuinely lack the time to teach you. You could find friends to occupy your time. Qian Ge, I won't disturb you. At that moment he thought, why is he here again? Sister Zeng found herself in a dilemma. She couldn't deny Fu Dan's entrance, so she discreetly retreated to the kitchen. Fu Tanxiu remarked, today, a client brought me some seafood, and I thought to deliver it to you. Qiao Bei pursed her lips into a straight line. You need not go through such trouble. It's better if you keep it for yourself. Our housekeeper is on leave, and with no one to cook, I feared it might spoil, hence my delivery. They are all on leave?
Yes.
Who do you think you're fooling? One person taking leave is understandable, but a collective absence? Is that even plausible? Fu Tanxiu replied nonchalantly, it's true, they seem to be attending some sort of gathering. Every industry has such events for sharing experiences and learning new things. Fu Tanxiu fabricated his story, without batting an eye. Qiao Bei called for Sister Zeng. Sister Zeng, do you have any housekeeper exchange meetings? Sister Zeng glanced at Fu Tanxiu before answering. Yes, there's a housekeeper group, but I haven't participated. Qiao Bei reluctantly accepted this explanation. After washing her hands, she lifted Qiao Dodo, who stretched his little arms towards Fu Tanxiu, gazing at him eagerly. Qiao Bei pondered for a moment before saying, Qiao Dodo wants to play with you. Fu Tanxiu glanced at Qiao Dodo, grabbed his clothes, and played a round of spinning toy airplanes with him, causing Qiao Dodo to burst into delightful laughter. Qiao Bei shook her head and went into the kitchen to assist Sister Zeng with dinner preparations. Fu Tanxiu brought a considerable amount of seafood, including an enormous Australian lobster. Sister Zeng remarked, Miss Qiao, I cannot handle this. You should prepare it. Qiao Bei nodded and rolled up her sleeves. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. As Qiao Bei carried the Australian lobster out, she saw Fu Tanxiu reclining on the sofa, with Qiao Dodo sprawled on him, his little hands playfully tugging at Fu Tanxiu's face. Fu Tanxiu, with a stern expression, warned, Fu Ningyuan, do not take liberties. Qiao Dodo responded, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Qiao Bei's lips twitched slightly.
It's time to eat. Fu Tanxiu swiftly lifted Qiao Dodo and placed him in the crib before hastening to the dining room. Upon seeing the table laden with seafood, Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow. His little woman was impressive, ensuring not a morsel of seafood went to waste.
Qiao Bei relished seafood, enjoying all delectable dishes.
She had consumed 2/3 of the Australian lobster. After the meal, sisters and washed the dishes in the kitchen while Qiao Bei bathed Qiao Dodo. Fu Tanxiu, unable to be dismissed, stood beside Qiao Bei, handing her a towel and tidying up. Sisters emerged and quickly snatched the broom away, insisting, No, I shall do this. Fu Tanxiu remained silent. Qiao Bei tidied up Qiao Dodo and took a shower herself. Fu Tanxiu glanced at his watch. It was still early. Not too early, just 5 more minutes. Qiao Bei had no choice but to wait out those 5 minutes. She took out her phone to withdraw money. Shi Qian had transferred 10 million. She intended to deposit it into her bank account for Qiao Dodo. As she was not a VIP, she could not withdraw it all at once and had to do so in multiple transactions. Each time she withdrew, the hefty service charge deducted left her feeling quite pained. Fu Tanxiu approached her from behind. Provide me with a bank account number. Next time, let Shi Qian transfer directly into your account.
Qiao Bei jumped in surprise.
Are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound. Fu Tanxiu replied, I am a ghost, and I shall stay at your home tonight, sleeping beside you. Qiao Bei retorted, You rogue. Fu Tanxiu mused. It is the first time someone has described him with that term. Qiao Bei glanced at the time. The 5 minutes were up. Let us go. She opened the door, and Fu Tanxiu reluctantly departed. Chapter 85. Inquiring about another's salary is an impolite act. After Qiao Bei finished her consultation, Zhongbo entered. Someone is looking for you outside. Who? I do not know. In any case, I do not like them. If you do not like them, I surely do not wish to meet them. Let us not. Zhongbo then closed the door and left.
Moment latte.
Qiao Bei's door was forcefully opened. Fu Yao stormed in, fuming. Qiao Bei, what do you mean by this? Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. Qi Lianxin followed in, surveying her consultation room before seating herself in the chair opposite Qiao Bei. Fu Yao, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Qiao Bei, you have grown quite bold, disregarding us. After all, the Fu family has raised you. Qi Lianxin softly admonished, Yao Yao, refrain from saying too much. Fu Yao huffed and turned her head away. Qi Lianxin looked at Qiao Bei. Are you accustomed to working here? Qiao Bei nodded. It's quite good. If you wish to move to a larger hospital, I can help inquire. Thank you, Mom. But there is no need. I am quite content here. Fu Yao interjected. Who permitted you to call her Mom? You have no ties to the Fu family anymore.
Qiao Bei replied, Oh, I forgot, Auntie.
The original owner had always referred to Fu Song as Dad and Qi Lianxin as Mom. Perhaps due to the remnants of the original owner's memories, she instinctively addressed them as such upon seeing them. Qi Lianxin did not object, clearly preferring not to be called Mom by Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei paid little mind to it. Fu Yao felt as if her punch had landed on cotton, huffing in frustration. Qiao Bei asked, Did you come for something? Qi Lianxin paused. It's nothing urgent. I just came to check on you. How much do you earn working here in a month? Qiao Bei regarded her coolly. Inquiring about another's salary is an impolite behavior. Qi Lianxin chuckled awkwardly. Oh, is that so? I didn't know. I was merely asking. Fu Yao shouted, Qiao Bei, what is wrong with asking about your salary? Why do you act so superior? I suspect you earn so little that you're embarrassed to admit it. Qiao Bei truly did not wish to engage with this foolishness. Yet Fu Yao persisted in appearing. Fu Yao, next time you go out, consider using some tape to seal your lips. Your words are unbearable, suffocating me. You,
Mom.
Look at her. Qi Lianxin interjected. Qiao Bei, do not stoop to Yao Yao's level. Qiao Bei, I shall not stoop to engage with a pile of filth. Qiao Bei. Fu Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Qi Lianxin's expression soured. Fu Yao. Qiao Bei, what pretense are you maintaining? All your toil yields but a meager income. Doesn't he it? I knew it. Have you been spending my brother's money? Now that you're divorced, release your grip on him. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Qiao Bei grasped their intentions. These two had come here to pry into her earnings, seeking to ascertain whether she had squandered Fu Tanxiu's funds. Qiao Bei smirked coldly. Fu Yao, what are you laughing at? At you both. Depart and cease bothering me. For any matters, consult Fu Tanxiu. Kindly relay to him that he should also refrain from pestering me. Fu Yao retorted sharply. How can my brother trouble you? You are utterly ridiculous. Qiao Bei. How can you be so self-absorbed? Qiao Bei regarded her disdainfully. Even seated, her aura remained formidable. Don't believe me? Go ask him. Fu Yao, recalling her brother's admission of affection for Qiao Bei, considered the possibility. Her countenance darkened into silence. Qi Lianxin, you are divorced. Indeed, there should be no entanglement. I shall speak to Tanxiu, and I hope you refrain from using the child as leverage against him. Qiao Bei felt as though her throat had been filled with salt. A discomforting sensation. Oh, what a lively gathering. Yao Lan entered, burdened with numerous bags. Qi Lianxin recognized Yao Lan and expressed her surprise. Yao Lan, what brings you here? Fu Yao greeted her sweetly. Hello, Aunt Yao. Yao Lan cast a glance at them without uttering a word, directly approaching Qiao Bei. Bei, here are some cosmetics and skincare products I brought for you. And these are clothes and toys I bought for your son. She had called Lu Yanxuan and learned that Qiao Bei had given birth to a son. Qiao Bei was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yao Lan would truly bring her these items. She thought it was mere courtesy when mentioned before. Aunt, I cannot accept this. Take them. Yao Lan insisted, stuffing the items into her arms. Qiao Bei was overwhelmed by the pile. Aunt, you are too generous. Yao Lan waved her hand dismissively. Given our relationship, such words are unnecessary. Qiao Bei, this is only our third meeting. Fu Yao's eyes widened. Aunt Yao, when did you become so close to Qiao Bei? You're buying her so many gifts, yet she barely acknowledged you just now. Yao Lan, what concern is it of yours? Fu Yao's face flushed with indignation. My Aunt Yao, you know that Brother Yanxuan likes Qiao Bei, right? Qiao Bei is not a good person. She has seduced Brother Yanxuan. Qiao Bei set the bags down. Fu Yao, food can be eaten chaotically, but words should not be spoken recklessly. Fu Yao, that is precisely it. You are shameless. Enticing both my brother and Brother Yanxuan. With a sharp crack, Qiao Bei raised her hand and struck her. Fu Yao screamed. Qiao Bei, how dare you strike me? I will strangle you. She lunged at her with claws bared. Qiao Bei seized her collar and hurled her out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Fu Yao pounded on the door, cursing from outside. Yao Lan frowned. Lianxin, your daughter has been spoiled by you. She is coarse and acerbic, not at all resembling a refined young lady. Qi Lianxin, already angered by Qiao Bei striking Fu Yao before her, turned purple with rage at Yao Lan's words. Qiao Bei, her words are utterly unrefined. I can scarcely tolerate it. Is it possible that Yao Yao has misrepresented the truth? Have you not committed those acts? Auntie, the Fu family has raised me, and I am profoundly grateful. However, in comparison to the kindness of my upbringing, my grandmother has saved your life. Our relationship is one of mutual respect and assistance. Do not continuously impose moral obligations upon me. Yao Lan, I can attest that Bei and my son are entirely innocent. It is merely my wretched son, akin to a toad desiring a swan. Qiao Bei, she was deeply touched, surprised that Yao Lan would liken her own son to a toad in her defense of her. Qi Lianxin feigned disappointment. I never anticipated that I had raised such an ungrateful wretch over the years. Qiao Bei, more moral coercion directed at me. Qi Lianxin, is it not true that you drugged Tanxiu? Can I not voice my disapproval of such shameless behavior? Qiao Bei nervously picked at her fingers. I did not administer any drugs to you. You incessantly cling to this matter. It was the original owner who acted. Yet I bear the brunt of it. Qi Lianxin, Yao Lan could no longer contain her laughter. Bei, you are simply delightful. Auntie is growing fonder of you by the day. Chapter 86. I hold great affection for you, Auntie, but marrying into your family is another matter entirely. Qiao Bei was increasingly enamored with herself, flashing a smile at Yao Lan. I shall take my leave now. Fu Yao felt a profound sense of frustration. Her teeth clenched in anger, her expression contorted. Upon returning to the car, Fu Yao shouted, Mom, why are you holding me back? I want to destroy Qiao Bei. Qi Lianxin pressed her fingers to her temples. Enough, do not embarrass yourself. Mom, are you speaking sensibly? I was assaulted, and rather than support me, you scold me. I am your own flesh and blood, and you show me no compassion. As she spoke, Fu Yao began to cry, feeling wronged. Qi Lianxin realized her words were too harsh, and she softly consoled her. Do not weep. Fu Yao, Mom, you all do not love me. How could we not love you? Speak with sincerity. I have poured my heart into raising you, indulging your whims, which has led you to become so spoiled and willful, devoid of any semblance of a refined lady. At this rate, who would dare to marry you? I am not spoiled or willful.
Fu Yao retorted, displeased.
Qi Lianxin, you just shouted in the clinic, didn't you? Yao, I have advised you countless times to remain calm regardless of the situation. Do not expose your emotions so openly. Maintain the demeanor of a proper young lady. Only those from the countryside would resort to shouting. Fu Yao pouted. But you saw how despicable Qiao Bei is. She deliberately provoked me. The moment I see her, my temper flares uncontrollably. Even if you cannot contain your anger, you must try. Behaving this way only results in your own detriment. Fu Yao felt exasperated that she never managed to gain the upper hand against Qiao Bei, who easily provoked her.
Noticing Fu Yao esse sullen silence.
Qi Lianqi nudged her. Are you absorbing what I'm saying? Fu Yao sulked and responded half-heartedly. Qi Lianqi good. Barely had she finished speaking when Fu Yao flung open the car door and dashed out. Qi Lianqi urgently called after her. Where are you going? Without waiting for a response, Fu Yao hailed a taxi and quickly vanished from Qi Lianqi's sight. With a sigh, she instructed the driver to proceed. Qiao Bei took a seat beside Yao Lan. Auntie, I appreciate your support on my behalf. Yao Lan waved her hand. Our relationship does not require such formalities. Have they always treated you this way? Qiao Bei replied, my relationship with Fu Yao has never been good. We are constantly at odds. As for Aunt Qi, she is neither kind nor cruel to me, but since I have been involved with her son, she holds quite a grudge against me. It has nearly severed our ties. After my divorce from Fu Tanxiu, I have had little interaction with her. Yao Lan gazed at the charming girl before her, whose personality she found quite endearing, and a hint of sympathy appeared in her eyes. Life under someone else's roof is undoubtedly challenging. Qi Lianqi speaks softly, yet harbors profound thoughts. She tends to overthink, making it difficult for her to truly connect with others. She does not treat Qiao Bei as family at all. Bei, in such a household, it would be better for you to marry into ours. There would be no conflict between us as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Consider marrying Lu Yanxuan, the toad. Qiao Bei chuckled, genuinely puzzled by Yao Lan's thoughts. Aunt, your ideas changed too swiftly. Just the other day, you warned me in the hospital that you would not allow me to marry into your family. Now you suggest I do so. This is rather unusual. Yao Lan sighed. I previously misunderstood you. I owe you an apology. Please do not hold on to the past. Qiao Bei stood up, poured her a glass of water, and placed it before her. Yao Lan took a sip. You don't bear any resentment towards me, do you? Qiao Bei raised her eyes to meet hers. How could I? I quite like you, Aunt, but marrying into your family is out of the question. Let us remain friends. Yao Lan understood that matters of the heart cannot be forced. She could only lament that her son lacked fortune. Being an accepting person, she smiled. All right, let us consider this a cross-generational friendship. Indeed, it truly is. Yi Shi was idly reading a novel when a colleague clapped her on the back, startling her enough to almost drop her phone. The male colleague laughed. The boss is calling for you. His gaze carried a hint of meaning, perhaps even sympathy. Yi Shi put away her phone, shoulders slumped as she walked toward Shi Qian's office. She wondered what trouble that insufferable man was planning this time. It was exhausting to even read a novel in peace. Irritated, Yi Shi pushed open the heavy office door, which closed behind her with a dull thud. Shi Qian looked up at her. Who upset you? Taking it out on my door? Yi Shi, mindful of the company's setting and aware that Shi Qian was her boss, refrained from responding, standing in front of his desk. May I ask what you need, Mr. Shi? Shi Qian raised an eyebrow. Who are you making that face for? Yi Shi desperately wanted to punch someone. Taking a deep breath to suppress her irritation, she forced a rather unappealing smile. What can I do for you, Mr. Shi? Shi Qian shot her a glance. Are you cursing me in your mind? Yi Shi pursed her lips and looked at him. Of course not. You are definitely cursing me in your thoughts. Yi Shi thought to herself, what nonsense. Many people harbor grievances against him. And she had overheard his assistant cursing him in the restroom just the other day. So, she was not the only one. Why was he fixated on her? Nevertheless, she held her tongue. Mr. Shi, I truly did not curse you. Time is precious. Let us get to the matter at hand. Everything else is irrelevant. Wasting time equates to squandering your wealth. Shi Qian gazed at her intently for a moment. Accompany me on a business trip tomorrow. What? A business trip? I am neither your secretary nor your assistant. I am merely a junior member of the project team, utterly unqualified to join you. Shi Qian replied. To prevent you from lingering in the company without purpose, I shall take you out to gain some experience, so that you may accumulate knowledge for greater responsibilities in the future and not face elimination. Do not thank me excessively. But, Mr. Shi, my presence would be of no benefit to you. What if I hinder your progress? What if the project fails? Thus, you must remain vigilant. Should you mismanage your duties, you will bear the consequences. Yi Shi felt on the verge of tears. She merely wished to continue her mundane existence at the company, devoid of grand aspirations. Moreover, the prospect of accompanying Shi Qian on a business trip felt like a torment. Mr. Shi. Yi Shi felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Like a soulless entity, she shuffled to the door and pulled it open. Fu Yao was about to knock and was taken aback when the door swung open.
Reveling Yi Shi.
Yi Shi, what brings you here? Fu Yao was astonished. She recognized Yi Shi as a friend of Qiao Bei, and thus found her rather unappealing. Yi Shi reciprocated that sentiment. I work here. What is your purpose in this place? Upon hearing this, Shi Qian's lips twitched slightly. At times, he questioned whether Fu Yao and Fu Tanxiu were truly siblings, given the stark contrast in their intellect. How could she pose such a thoughtless inquiry? Yi Shi rolled her eyes, wishing to disregard her. Yet, Fu Yao was relentless, obstructing her path. Clarify your intentions. I know you are close with Qiao Bei, and you both share a penchant for seducing men, devoid of shame. Yi Shi thought to herself that if they were not in the office, she would deliver Fu Yao a resounding slap. What nonsense is this? Fu Yao, if I were to seduce anyone, it would be you. Fu Yao crossed her arms, eyeing her warily. What do you mean by that? Yi Shi retorted. I wish to lure you into a foul ditch to drown, to entice you into the sea to feed the sharks, to draw you into the Amazon rainforest to be bitten by venomous snakes, and to lead you to the African savanna to be devoured by lions and leopards. Fu Yao stood frozen for a moment before screaming, Yi Shi, you viper. You are as venomous as Qiao Bei. Yi Shi, already in a foul mood, encountered this insufferable individual and snapped, I would gladly poison you. Cross me again, and I shall sever your neck. Shi Qian stifled a laugh. Did Yi Shi harbor similar sentiments for him? She had just cast him a glance filled with dissatisfaction and ferocity. After her outburst, Yi Shi forcefully pushed past Fu Yao and stormed out. Fu Yao stomped her foot and ran to Shi Qian, reaching out to grasp his arm, only to have him evade her touch.
Fu Yao, somevat disgruntled,
said sweetly. Shi Qian, did you see that? Yi Shi is being outrageous. You must dismiss her at once. Shi Qian's expression turned serious. Fu Yao, this is my company. No mischief will be tolerated. But Yi Shi is far too arrogant. You accused her of seducing me right off the bat. Anyone would find that intolerable. And her rebuttal is entirely justified. I believe she is merely asserting herself in a perfectly normal manner, devoid of any arrogance.
Fu Yao pouted, visibly displeased.
Brother Shi Qian, why do you support Yi Shi? Do you harbor feelings for her? Shi Qian felt a headache coming on, realizing that reasoning with Fu Yao was akin to speaking to a brick wall. Fu Yao settled onto the sofa, stating, Brother Shi Qian, I shall say no more. You may continue with your work. I will not intrude. Shi Qian pressed his fingers to his temples. What is it that you wish to do? I was waiting for Brother Shi Qian to have lunch with me, she replied. Shi Qian sighed. I had invited you the other day, but you said you were busy. Today, I came to the company to wait for you, and once again, you declined my invitation. As a girl, your actions are rather hurtful. Is it truly so difficult to share a meal with me? Fu Yao, I am exceedingly busy. I genuinely have no time to accompany you for lunch, Shi Qian retorted, his inability to articulate his exasperation growing. A sensible person would have taken his polite refusal as a cue to refrain from further insistence. Yet Fu Yao, with her indomitable spirit, dismissed his words entirely and accused him of being hurtful. Heavens! Who will come to my rescue? I am at my wit's end with Fu Yao's incessant demands. He lowered his head to send a message to Fu Tanxiu. Fu Yao is causing a ruckus here. Please come and take her away. Shi Qian knew that, after all, she was the sister of a good friend, and that the Fu and Shi families shared a long-standing friendship, making it impossible for him to simply cast her aside. Remembering how Fu Yao had been left speechless by Yi Shi's earlier reprimand, an idea sparked in his mind. Yi Shi was at her workstation, contemplating the absurdities of life, when the colleague who had summoned her to the office approached. You look like you've been scolded again? I would prefer his ire over this, Yi Shi replied. She had grown immune to it, her senses dulled. The criticisms flowed in one ear and out the other, like a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. However, the prospect of accompanying Shi Qian on a business trip was decidedly unpleasant. Her colleague offered a comforting pat on her shoulder. With a deep sigh, Yi Shi lamented, I feel as though I'm at the end of my rope. Who will come to my aid? Her colleague gazed at her sympathetically. I am powerless to assist. I can only cheer for you in spirit. Yi Shi rolled her eyes, thinking that mere encouragement was of little value. At that moment, her phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw a message from Shi Qian and promptly locked her phone without a second thought. Fu Yao had intended to lean back on the sofa and indulge in a game, but recalling that she was in Shi Qian's office, she restrained herself from reaching for her phone. Looking up, she noticed Shi Qian was engrossed in his own device. A twinge of irritation coursed through her. Was this truly how busy he was? After receiving 10 messages from Shi Qian, Yi Shi finally opened her phone to take a glance. Shi Qian's message read, Come in and help me get Fu Yao out. 3 minutes later, if you see this, come in quickly. 1 minute later, why haven't you entered yet? Yi Shi, what are you doing? Just come in. All you need to do is remove Fu Yao. And I will compensate you. 500, is that too little? How about 1,000? Yi Shi, let me be clear. The maximum I can offer is 2,000. Anything more is unreasonable. Consider your worth. What is your monthly salary?
Take the offer while it stands.
1 minute later. Fine. 3,000 should suffice. 4,000. 5,000. 10,000. Yi Shi, at long last, grants you one final opportunity. 20,000. Whether you choose to accept it or not is up to you. Should you decline, I shall seek another. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, observing Shi Qian's status indicating he was typing. The thought of him dismissing her was unsettling. Absurd. 20,000. That's double her monthly salary. Refusing would be sheer folly. Moreover, she had long desired to confront Fu Yao, that foolish girl who perpetually bullied Qiao Bei. Today presented the perfect chance to not only settle the score but also earn a tidy sum.
How exhilarating.
Upon receiving the message, Shi Qian deleted the carefully composed response. 50,000. An exorbitant price. Mere seconds later, Yi Shi burst through the door, sleeves rolled up, striding towards Fu Yao with a fierce determination to engage in a brawl. Fu Yao instinctively recoiled at the sight of her approach. Yi Shi, what do you intend to do? What do you think? Yi Shi retorted. I don't know. Fu Yao vehemently shook her head. The more she pondered after stepping outside, the more infuriated she became, convinced that she could not let Fu Yao off so easily. Come on, let us settle this outside. Are you out of your mind? Who wants to fight you? I'm a good girl. I don't engage in such antics. Not your choice. Yi Shi exclaimed, seizing her collar and dragging her outside. Fu Yao screamed for help. Shi Qian, save me. This woman has lost her mind. She wants to fight me. The employees outside were astonished, bewildered by Yi Shi's intentions. Unperturbed, Shi Qian sat calmly in his office chair, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, completely ignoring Fu Yao's pleas. Chapter 88. Was it not you who just kicked someone downstairs? Fu Yao's cries pierced through the air, causing Yi Shi's eardrums to throb. Passing by a colleague's desk, she called out, Xiao Qing, may I borrow some tissues? Xiao Qing, bewildered, nodded. Yi Shi swiftly grabbed a handful of tissues, crumpling them into a ball before shoving them into Fu Yao's mouth. Exhaling deeply, she declared, at last, tranquility reigns. Fu Yao whimpered, attempting to retrieve the tissue ball. But Yi Shi thwarted her, binding her hands behind her back as if she were a prisoner, and ushered her into the elevator. The colleagues were left in a state of shock. Had it not been for their work obligations, many would have followed to witness the spectacle. Yi Shi's audacity was awe-inspiring. Stealing a man? From whom? Their gazes shifted towards Shi Qian's office, only to collectively shake their heads in disbelief moments later, the force of which caused their cheeks to jiggle. We were mistaken. How could it possibly be over a man? Yi Shi is constantly berated by Shi Qian, questioning her existence. Why would she harbor feelings for him or vie for him against the daughter of the Fu family? Unless she has a penchant for masochism. Indeed, it cannot be for a man. But then, what could it be for? Yi Shi escorted Fu Yao to the flower bed at the base of the office building, deliberately selecting a secluded spot free from prying eyes. With that, she delivered a swift kick to Fu Yao's backside. Fu Yao, taken aback, cried out, her eyes wide with disbelief. This wretched woman dared to kick her. She would have her revenge. Yi Shi unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Fu Yao's rear end. Shi Qian, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, observed the scene below, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Yi Shi, believing herself unseen, dusted off her hands, looking down at Fu Yao with a commanding presence. From now on, you are strictly forbidden from approaching our Shi Qian. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in a beating. Today, Fu Yao donned a white ensemble, and the numerous footprints on her backside were particularly conspicuous. Yi Shi cast a satisfied glance before turning to enter the office building. Fu Yao removed the wad of paper from her mouth and exclaimed in outrage, Yi Shi, you vile wretch. Yi Shi was excessively fierce and remarkably strong. Fu Yao felt utterly incapable of confronting her. A gentleman's revenge is never late. She vowed to settle the score with Yi Shi in due time. Yi Shi shot her a glance before walking away, allowing Fu Yao to exhale in relief. Upon returning upstairs, Yi Shi hurried into Shi Qian's office. Pay up, she demanded. Shi Qian pursed his lips. Who told you to strike Fu Yao? Yi Shi, momentarily flustered, averted her gaze and adamantly denied. I did not hit her. Really? Was it not you who just kicked her downstairs? Yi Shi thought to herself, oh no, I've been caught. Resolutely, she retorted. You never said I couldn't hit her. Shi Qian replied, are you attempting to play word games with me? Well, I did help you get rid of her. So hurry up and pay. You did not follow the proper procedures. I will not pay. Yi Shi's eyes widened, her fists clenched. Shi Qian glanced at her. What? Do you wish to strike me? Yi Shi suppressed her frustration. I won't hit you. I want my money. Not a chance. Later, company employees witnessed Yi Shi chasing after Shi Qian, demanding her payment, and she told everyone that Shi Qian owed her money. They all understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was not about stealing a man. They simply could not fathom Yi Shi's affection for President Shi. It was too shocking. Shi Qian, unable to afford the humiliation, transferred the money to Yi Shi. Elated, she embraced her phone and showered it with kisses. A colleague enviously remarked, "Why do such fortunate events never come my way?" Yi Shi replied, "This money is hard-earned. It requires offending others. And employers often try to weasel out of paying. Without an exceptionally thick skin, one cannot earn this money." Her colleague nodded in agreement. True enough. They deserve to miss out on it. They are too afraid to offend the little princess of the Fu family, nor do they have the courage to chase debts behind the boss. Yi Shi sent a message to Shi Qian. "Remember to call on me for such fortunate events in the future. I 1T raise my rates." Suddenly, she recalled warning Fu Yao not to approach Shi Qian. Had she known, she would have refrained from making that statement. Without Fu Yao's interference, how could she earn extra income? A miscalculation indeed. Shi Qian read her message and chuckled in irritation. This woman was utterly consumed by the pursuit of wealth. She hurried to Fu Tanxiu. "Brother, you must take my side." Fu Tanxiu sidestepped her and settled onto the sofa, loosening his tie in silence. Fu Yao then plopped down beside him. "Brother, Qiao Bei slapped me today. Look, my face still hurts." And her friend, Yi Shi, went mad and kicked me multiple times. As she spoke, she stood to showcase the footprints on her backside. Fu Tanxiu's lips twitched slightly. "Did I not warn you to avoid provoking Bei? Did you treat my words as mere air?" Fu Yao pouted. "Brother, I did not provoke her. I went with Mother to see her, and Mother was concerned for her. She's just a lunatic who went berserk and hit me." Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brows. "Mother went as well?"
Fu Yao nodded cautiously.
Her brother's expression was fearsome. Remembering her brother's fondness for Qiao Bei, she softly clarified, "We did not do anything." Fu Tanxiu suddenly rose to his feet and strode out. "Moment latte." The sound of a car engine starting echoed through the courtyard. Fu Yao rushed outside, only to catch a glimpse of the rear of a departing vehicle. Was her brother off to confront Qiao Bei? How splendid! At long last, her suffering had not been in vain. Upon finishing work, Yi Shi hurried to find Qiao Bei, sharing a meal while indulging in gossip. Upon learning that she had kicked Fu Yao multiple times, Qiao Bei uncorked 2 bottles of beer, exclaiming, "Let us celebrate." Yi Shi laughed heartily. "This is delightful." Qiao Bei remarked, "Fu Yao had her fill today. I even slapped her myself."
Cheers.
After taking a sip, Yi Shi commented, "It seems Fu Yao has an affection for Shi Qian." Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. And what of Shi Qian? Does he harbor feelings for Fu Yao? Surely not. For if he did, why would he spend 20,000 to hire me to remove her? Indeed, it seems he is constrained by Fu Tanxiu's reputation and cannot act against Fu Yao directly, thus resorting to you. Precisely. I have long desired to teach Fu Yao a lesson. With no suitable snacks for their drinks, the two settled for a plate of peanuts as they continued to drink. Just as they were on their 3rd round, a knock resonated at the door. Sister Zeng approached to answer, only to find Fu Tanxiu standing there, her expression stiffening. "Mr. Fu, what brings you here?" Fu Tanxiu's gaze swept past her into the room, where he spotted Qiao Bei opening a beer, 2 empty bottles already at her side. Upon noticing him, Qiao Bei halted, her thoughts racing. The beer they were consuming was of a low alcohol content, and she remained relatively sober. Recalling the words exchanged between Qi Lianxin and Fu Yao earlier in the day, she did not greet Fu Tanxiu warmly. She opened another bottle and clinked it with Yi Shi's, declaring, "Drink." Chapter 89. If you are willing to accept Shi Qian's money, why not mine? As Yi Shi was about to drink, she turned to see Fu Tanxiu entering the room. He had neither acted nor spoken, yet his presence unsettled her. She placed the bottle on the table, grabbed her bag, and fled. Qiao Bei exclaimed, "What happened to our sisterhood? Shouldn't we share both joy and adversity? Even if there's only one popsicle left, we should take turns biting it. We ought to face the apocalypse together." Leaving her behind was inexcusable. Sister Zeng closed the door and surveyed the atmosphere in the living room before retreating to the bathroom to do laundry. Fu Tanxiu sat in silence for a moment across from Qiao Bei. "Why are you drinking?" he inquired. Qiao Bei, one leg draped over another chair, replied with a shake. "For joy." Fu Tanxiu gazed deeply into her eyes. "If you are unhappy, you may speak to me. Have you gone deaf?" "I said I am happy." Fu Tanxiu did not take offense. He grabbed a new bottle of beer and opened it. Glancing at the label, he realized he had never seen it before, but chose not to dwell on it. "Very well, if you claim to be happy, then I shall drink with you." Qiao Bei regarded him with a look of incredulity. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu seized her hand. Qiao Bei's eyes widened as she stared at his exceptionally fair hand. When she first encountered Fu Tanxiu in the book, she had been captivated by those hands. They were indeed beautiful. Now that hand was holding hers. The original owner had a low tolerance for alcohol, and her mind felt somewhat clouded. Shaking her head vigorously, she withdrew her hand, her lovely, almond-shaped eyes darting from side to side. As for money, I owe you quite a bit. Let me calculate it. Qiao Bei opened her phone's calculator, tapping away. In total, it's 600,000. After deducting the 1,500,000 for the house, I owe you 600,000. You said the bag was a gift for me, so it belongs to me. I have no qualms about selling my own bag. Please send me your bank account number and I will transfer the amount to you. Fu Tanxiu remained still. Bei, do you really need to be so meticulous? Yes, it's best to clarify everything. I don't want to be scolded by your mother and Fu Yao. No need. Just send me your account number. If you're demanding money from Shiqian, why not from me? Shiqian is Zhou Dodo's godfather. He gives it to Zhou Dodo, not to me. Consider it as money I owe to Fu Ningyuan. That won't do. Zhou Dodo won't accept it. Quickly give me your account number. I don't have one. How could you possibly not have an account number? I just don't. Are you playing tricks, Fu Tanxiu? Fu Tanxiu remained silent, taking a sip of beer. He frowned and remarked, "What kind of beer is this? It tastes like water." Qiao Bei retorted, "This beer costs 3 yuan a bottle. Of course, it can't compare to the expensive wines you drink, which cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. I didn't force you to drink it. If you can't handle it, don't waste my beer." 3 yuan a bottle? Fu Tanxiu had indeed never tasted such cheap beer. He had never even drunk such inexpensive water. Nevertheless, he stubbornly replied, "I can handle it." Qiao Bei focused on her phone, transferring 200,000 to Fu Tanxiu. "I'll transfer this amount to you via WeChat first. I'll send the rest in 2 more installments. Aren't you complaining about how bad it tastes? Why are you drinking so eagerly then? I'll only let you have this 1 bottle. Finish it and leave." With that, Qiao Bei stared at the beer she had just opened, conflicted about whether to finish it. Wasting it felt regrettable. Yet, she feared that the original body might not withstand it. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Fu Tanxiu's eyes. "If you want to drink, just drink.
Qiao Bei klicket Herr Tongue.
What is it to you?" Fu Tanxiu chuckled. "All right, I won't interfere. You decide for yourself. But since it's already opened, not drinking would be a waste, especially at 3 yuan. Qiao Bei was struck by his words. Hence, she embraced the beer bottle, took the only plate of snacks, and hurried to the coffee table to indulge. Fu Tanxiu merely smiled without saying a word. Qiao Bei took a sip of beer, a handful of peanuts, and then scrolled through videos for a while. Before she knew it, she had finished the entire bottle of beer. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled enticingly. She closed the video and headed to dispose of the empty bottle. To her surprise, her feet felt like they were walking on clouds, and she felt light as air. With a sudden rush, she almost collided with the door. The only reason she didn't crash was that a force caught her waist from behind. She turned to see Fu Tanxiu holding her. She slapped his hand away, exclaiming, "Let go of me. Don't touch me." Fu Tanxiu glanced at his reddened hand and replied, "I'm helping you to the bed to rest."
He sighed.
"You've had too much to drink. I'll carry you to bed."
"Carry me? Dream on."
"I'm not drunk, just a bit lightheaded. I still need to wash the dishes." As Qiao Bei caught sight of the dining table, she hurried over to collect the dishes, only to dash straight into the sofa and plop down onto it. Fu Tanxiu was utterly charmed by her adorably clumsy demeanor, eliciting a laugh from him. Qiao Bei glared at him fiercely, demanding, "What are you laughing at?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "I find you delightful. You are the real cutie," he added. But Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Fu Tanxiu, you should leave." "I want to go," he countered. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Tanxiu had already approached her side, taking her hand and gazing at her with deep affection. "Bei, you know my feelings, don't you?" Despite being intoxicated and her mind hazy, she subconsciously resisted Fu Tanxiu. She forcefully withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back to prevent his touch. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Fu Tanxiu's dark eyes dimmed as he reached up to caress her face. "I'm sorry. I was a fool and didn't realize my own feelings before. Bei, I understand now that I like you. Will you give me a chance?" Qiao Bei maintained a stern expression, declaring, "No. I know you've just gone through a breakup and are looking for someone to alleviate your heartache, but don't think you can use me." "I'm not trying to use you," he began, but she interrupted. "Let us not say anything more, I understand. I need to wash the dishes." She stood up unsteadily, heading towards the dining table, but before she could reach it, he swept her up in his arms. Suspended in midair, she was momentarily dazed. By the time she realized what had happened, she found herself placed on the bed. Struggling to sit up, she insisted, I need to wash the dishes. Yet her voice softened. I'll do it. No. I'll handle it myself. Be good, listen, don't fuss, he urged. You can't tell me what to do. She retorted. If you keep this up, I'll kiss you. At that, Qiao Bei fell silent, gazing at her sparkling, slightly innocent eyes. Fu Tanxiu felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her, but he restrained himself. Be a good girl and sleep. I'll step out for a moment. Chapter 90. I wish to cherish her more. Fu Tanxiu closed the door behind him as he left. Qiao Bei lay there in a daze for a while, then, utterly exhausted, closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. After Fu Tanxiu departed, he tidied up the empty bottles and washed the dishes in the kitchen before leaving. Sister Zheng had already finished washing the clothes and had been hiding in the bathroom, listening to the commotion outside. Only after Fu Tanxiu had left did she emerge. The next morning, as Qiao Bei opened her eyes, memories of the previous night flooded back, and she irritably covered her head. Though she had been quite inebriated, she still remembered everything that had transpired. She recalled Fu Tanxiu's confession of his feelings and his plea for a chance. But how could he possibly like her? He claimed he hadn't realized it before, but had now come to understand it? Men's words could be deceiving. She would not be easily fooled. She glanced at her phone and noticed that the money she had sent to Fu Tanxiu had not been accepted. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the implications. What did it mean that Fu Tanxiu refused her money? Did he want her to feel indebted to him, so that she would be scolded by Qi Lianxin and Fu Yao? Such spiteful behavior. At breakfast, Qi Lianxin and Fu Song were already seated when Fu Tanxiu walked in, greeted by Fu Yao's excited call. Qi Lianxin quickly rose to greet him, turning to the kitchen to shout, Wang Ma, please bring another set of dishes and prepare an additional breakfast. Fu Tanxiu maintained a pale countenance, remaining motionless after taking a seat. Once Fu Yao settled in, she inquired, Brother, did you give Qiao Bei a proper reprimand yesterday? And her close friend, Yi Shi, you must take care of her as well. Qi Lianxin felt a jolt of surprise and looked up at the siblings. Fu Yao continued, Mom, yesterday Qiao Bei slapped me and her friend kicked me. Brother is aware of it and went to confront Qiao Bei on my behalf. Qi Lianxin gazed at Fu Tanxiu, unable to believe her ears. Tanxiu, did you really go? Fu Tanxiu crossed his legs, fiddling with his car keys. Who said I went to reprimand Bei? Fu Yao pressed, Brother, you didn't teach Qiao Bei a lesson? Why not? She hit me and you didn't help. She must have struck you for saying something inappropriate, he replied. Brother, how could you be so unjust? I was the one who got hit, and you are clearly biased. In other families, the sister is cherished, and the brother dotes on her. But since Qiao Bei came to our home, you have no regard for me and protect her at every turn. You have truly disappointed me. I cannot accept a brother like you. If other brothers are better, go find one.
Fu Yao exclaimed.
Qi Lianxin interjected, Tanxiu, Yao is correct. She is your biological sister. You must discern the priorities and not place a stranger above her. Fu Tanxiu raised his gaze. To me, Bei is not a stranger. She once held the same significance as a sister. Now, she is the person I cherish, the one I wish to protect. Yao, you have the affection of many admirers, but Bei does not. I want to show her more tenderness. Regardless of our future relationship, she is someone I, Fu Tanxiu, intend to safeguard. It matters not that you disapprove of her. I ask only that you refrain from disturbing her. Qi Lianxin felt as though she had a fishbone lodged in her throat, unable to swallow or dislodge it. She tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her lips pressed into a straight line. Fu Song abruptly tossed his chopsticks down, enraged and glaring. After making his declaration, Fu Tanxiu rose and departed. Wang Ma emerged with a breakfast platter. Oh, where's the young master? Fu Yao snapped irritably. He has gone? The three of us combined don't weigh as much in brother's heart as Qiao Bei does alone. How could that wretched girl have such significance? It infuriates me. Indeed. How is that fair? Qi Lianxin echoed, pondering how her son had so easily been captivated by Qiao Bei. Yi Shi, having indulged in some drinks the previous night, overslept and was awakened by a phone call. Groggily, she answered. Who is it? The caller paused for 2 seconds before stating, It's me. Yi Shi. Did you forget you have a business trip today? Yi Shi's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, I truly forgot. What should I do? Mr. Shi, can I skip it? What do you think? Fine, I'll head over right away. The flight is at 11. I'll be waiting for you at the office. Understood. Yi Shi ended the call, quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and applied a light makeup. Remembering she hadn't packed her luggage, she hastily threw a few outfits into her suitcase. Her mother, taking a day off, was surprised to see her dragging a suitcase out. Where are you off to? Yi Shi squatted by the door to change her shoes. On a business trip. What? You're going on a business trip again? What's wrong with that? I, too, am someone who will be valued by the boss, Yi Shi retorted with indignation. Yi Mother replied, all right. Just do your best and avoid causing trouble for your boss. Mother, am I really that unreliable?
Yi Shi protested.
It's hard to say, her mother responded, harboring some sympathy, yet failing to fully understand Yi Shi's boss. Is it safe for her to accompany him on business trips? Is he dependable? Yi Shi, feeling disheartened by her mother's words, left with a look of resentment on her face. Yi Mother called out after her, your suitcase. It was only then that Yi Shi realized she had forgotten it. It's all your fault for discouraging me early in the morning, ruining my mood and affecting my mental clarity. She snatched the suitcase angrily and stormed off. Yi Mother truly worried for Yundu's boss. What trouble could he encounter taking someone like her along? Realizing she was running late, Yi Shi's car was still parked outside Qiao Bei's house. So she had no choice but to hail a cab to the office. On the way, she encountered a traffic accident and was caught in a jam. By the time she arrived downstairs at the company, Shi Qian was already waiting there, his face dark as if someone owed him billions. Yi Shi hurriedly approached him. Pulling her suitcase, Mr. Shi, how shall we get to the airport? Shi Qian frowned in displeasure. Can you be a bit more reliable? What time is it? Yi Shi explained, there was a traffic jam. Can you not come up with a different excuse? You are perpetually tardy, lacking ambition and a sense of time. How does someone like you survive in the workplace? Yi Shi muttered softly. Then why did you ask me to accompany you on this business trip? Am I to blame? Did you just say that out loud? Chapter 91. She hasn't agreed to my terms yet. Not wanting to be scolded by Shi Qian at the company entrance, Yi Shi proactively admitted fault. Mr. Shi, it's my responsibility. Let us hurry before we miss the flight. At that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of them. Yi Shi recognized it as Shi Qian's car. He entered the vehicle first. Yi Shi didn't expect him to display any chivalry by helping her place her suitcase in the trunk. Struggling, she managed to store her suitcase. Noticing another black suitcase inside, presumably Shi Qian's. Seeing him seated in the back, she wisely opted for the front passenger seat. The journey to the airport was marked by silence. Upon disembarking, Shi Qian strode ahead like a lord, and she had to quicken her pace, dragging 2 suitcases to keep up with him. Internally, she grumbled, what is the point of having such long legs? During lunchtime, Qiao Bei noticed that Fu Tanxiu still hadn't collected the money and sent a message. Collect the money. Qiao Bei refrained from further transfers, knowing that even if she did, Fu Tanxiu would not accept it. The following morning, she left the clinic early and went to the bank to withdraw 600,000 in cash. Before leaving home, she had deliberately brought a black plastic bag to conceal the red bills, cradling it carefully in her arms. Exiting the bank, she cautiously glanced around, fearful of an imminent robbery. Holding such a large sum of cash made her hesitant to take the bus, and spotting a taxi parked by the roadside, she quickly dashed over, opened the door, and climbed inside. Driver, to Huixin Company, please. The driver, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, was watching videos, but upon noticing a passenger, he exited the video and started the engine. On the road, Qiao Bei vigilantly observed the driver, exchanging several glances in the rear-view mirror. A sudden pang of anxiety struck her heart. Could it be that she had encountered an unlicensed taxi? What should she do? Clutching the black plastic bag tightly, she discreetly retrieved her phone and, while the driver was momentarily distracted, snapped a photo of his identification to send to Yi Shi, along with the vehicle's license plate number. If anything were to happen to me, let the police track this individual down. Meanwhile, Yi Shi was in a meeting, her phone silenced, and thus remained oblivious to the messages. Qiao Bei felt a mix of trepidation throughout the journey, but finally arrived safely at the base of the Huixin Company. Upon seeing the security guards at the entrance, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and greeted them as she passed, leaving the 2 guards perplexed. Although it had been quite some time since her last visit, the receptionist recognized her immediately and hastily called the president's office before Qiao Bei could utter a word. After hanging up, they respectfully escorted her to the exclusive elevator for the president. Miss Qiao, this elevator goes directly to President Fu's floor. Qiao Bei was taken aback. The receptionist's demeanor was markedly more cordial than before. Perhaps she had undergone additional training. She smiled at them, murmuring her thanks. As the elevator doors closed, Qiao Bei inhaled deeply. How delightful. It was indeed a large company, with fragrances wafting through the air. After ascending for a while, the elevator halted, and upon the doors opening, she spotted Yukong waiting at the entrance. Yukong respectfully gestured, Miss Qiao, this way please. Qiao Bei's expression was one of astonishment, her gaze wary. Secretary Yu. What is going on with you? Yukong was momentarily taken aback. Miss Qiao, what do you mean? Why are you acting like this? She inquired, her suspicion evident. Yukong, bewildered, responded, how am I acting? You weren't like this before. Are you hiding something nefarious? Previously, he had perceived Qiao Bei as a nuisance to President Fu, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive and disrupting his relationship with Miss Meng. Hence, he had treated her with disdain. However, now that President Fu favored Qiao Bei, and he had learned from General Manager Shi that President Fu and Miss Meng had long been separated, he realized she had not intruded upon their relationship. His previous assumptions had been misguided. He solemnly bowed to Qiao Bei, startling her into stepping back, feeling even more reluctant to exit the elevator. Miss Qiao, I was wrong in the past, and I sincerely apologize. Secretary Yu, are you truly alright? Miss Qiao, please trust in my sincerity. Qiao Bei sidestepped him, maintaining her distance. Where's Fu Tanxiu? I need to see him regarding something. Yu Kong replied respectfully, President Fu is currently in a meeting with a very important guest. Miss Qiao, why not wait in President Fu's office? He led her to Fu Tanxiu's office. Miss Qiao, would you prefer coffee or tea? Tea, please. Of course.
With that,
Yu Kong exited. Shortly thereafter, a young, stylishly dressed girl brought her tea. Qiao Bei placed the plastic bag on Fu Tanxiu's desk and settled onto the sofa to enjoy her drink. Recently, she had watched a short comedy series that was hilariously entertaining, albeit nonsensical. She just couldn't stop watching. In the meeting room, Fu Tanxiu stood, extending his hand. Mr. Shang? It's a pleasure to cooperate. Mr. Shang reciprocated the gesture. The pleasure is mine. I have made a reservation for lunch at a restaurant. Shall we dine together? Certainly. As the two individuals exited the reception room, the secretaries from the president's office were momentarily dazzled. They were strikingly handsome. Both stood at a similar height, each possessing a unique allure that was truly delightful to behold. Passing by his own office, Fu Tanxiu turned to Shang Wuyan, saying, President Shang, I need to step inside for a moment to retrieve something. Please wait for me. Shang Wuyan replied, Take your time. Fu Tanxiu opened the door, and a captivating laughter echoed from within. A girl on the sofa, her back turned to them, was engrossed in something that brought her such joy. So absorbed was she that she failed to notice the door's opening. Fu Tanxiu gently closed the door and turned to Shang Wuyan with an apologetic expression. I'm afraid I may not be able to join you for dinner. We shall reschedule. I promise to treat you properly another day. Shang Wuyan raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the girl inside? Indeed. Shang Wuyan chuckled lightly. No worries, we can postpone. Your girlfriend takes precedence. Fu Tanxiu pondered for a moment before admitting. She hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend yet.
Oh?
Then it seems you must make an effort, Shang Wuyan encouraged. I will, Fu Tanxiu affirmed. In the elevator, Shang Wuyan reflected on the fleeting glimpse of the girl's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as mere imagination. Meanwhile, Fu Tanxiu approached Qiao Bei from behind. He noticed her engrossed in her phone, where a woman was slapping a man and a woman repeatedly, the sound effects amplifying the impact of each slap. Qiao Bei burst into laughter, pausing to watch for a while before erupting into laughter once more. Fu Tanxiu's lips twitched in confusion, unable to comprehend her sense of humor or why she was so captivated by such content. Perhaps it was best not to understand, but to respect her choice. He seated himself beside her. Is it truly that amusing?
Ah.
I came to repay you, she replied. Chapter 92. Since you wish to evade payment, I shall ensure we settle the account thoroughly. Qiao Bei pointed to the desk. Fu Tanxiu looked over to find a black plastic bag resting there. He turned to her in disbelief. You didn't bring cash, did you?
Qiao Bei nodded. Yes.
I brought cash. Fu Tanxiu's lips twitched again. You came all this way just to deliver cash? Yes, I was terrified along the way. It's all your fault for refusing to accept payment, which is why I made this trip. After a moment of surprise, Fu Tanxiu felt a pang of discomfort, but chose to remain silent. Qiao Bei handed the money to Fu Tanxiu, feeling a weight lift from her heart as she stood up. I'm leaving now. However, before she could move, she was unexpectedly pulled back and found herself sitting on Fu Tanxiu's lap.
Ouch.
That's quite warm, she exclaimed. Having never experienced such close contact with a man, she felt a surge of discomfort, not counting the time she had been in bed for procreation, which was an entirely different matter. Although images occasionally surfaced in her mind, she forcibly suppressed them. Pushing Fu Tanxiu away, she jumped to a distance, eyeing him warily. What are you trying to do? If you keep this up, I will lose my temper. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her, noticing her cheeks flushed and her peach blossom eyes wide open, looking both fierce and adorable. He was tempted to pinch her cheek.
What are you laughing at?
Qiao Bei asked, her tone sharp. I find you quite charming, he replied. Go away. You are not allowed to critique me. Fu Tanxiu ceased his playful teasing, adopting a serious expression.
Bye-bye.
You may not have fully grasped my intentions last night due to your inebriation. I understand. Qiao Bei interrupted, raising her voice. Fu Tanxiu was momentarily taken aback. What do you understand? Qiao Bei replied, I understand enough. You need not say a word. Whatever you say, I will not believe. I will return your money. We are even now. You may like anyone you desire, just not me. Fu Tanxiu's gaze reflected hurt. Before her, a once formidable man revealed a vulnerable side, as if she had bullied him, and Qiao Bei felt an unwelcome softness in her heart.
Do not look at me that way.
You are wealthy and exceptional, with countless girls who admire you, all willing to marry you. Open your heart. Flowers bloom everywhere. If I am so exceptional, why can't you like me? I cannot be with you.
Cannot?
Then why did you sleep with me? Qiao Bei retorted. It was not I who slept with you.
Ah.
Even that you wish to deny? Fu Ningyuan is still around. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Fu Tanxiu advanced step by step, his gaze fixed intently upon her, causing Qiao Bei to retreat in fear. Fu Tanxiu, do not act recklessly. She found herself against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Fu Tanxiu raised his hand, and instinctively, Qiao Bei shut her eyes. After a moment, realizing he had not harmed her, she cautiously opened one eye, then the other. Fu Tanxiu pressed his hands against the wall, encasing her within. His dark eyes bore into hers. Since you wish to evade responsibility, let us settle this matter properly. Qiao Bei held her neck high defiantly. What matter? I owe you nothing. We are even. Fu Tanxiu's thin lips curled slightly. If we are to count, it was you who first enticed me, disregarding my will and taking me to bed. Very well. If we have done so, I shall take responsibility and marry you. Qiao Bei countered, I did administer the drug, but it is your own fault for lacking self-control, and I did not bind you. Do not think I have forgotten. I regretted it and attempted to flee, yet you caught me and tossed me onto the bed, pouncing upon me like a ravenous wolf. She whispered the last part. Fu Tanxiu smiled, a dangerous smile. Qiao Bei instinctively recoiled. Well, regardless, it was her, no, the original owner, had faults to begin with. Can we not turn the page on this matter? Turn the page? How could we? We must continue to reconcile the accounts. What more is there to settle? After a month of marriage, you clamored for divorce, while concealing your pregnancy from me. Qiao Bei felt a pang of guilt regarding this issue, yet she had her reasons. It is still your fault. After marriage, you made me feel like a widow, treating me coldly while exchanging glances with Meng Yusi. I was so heartbroken that I sought a divorce. Upon finishing, she glanced at Fu Tanxiu sheepishly. She was not the original owner. Why should she feel sorrow? Fu Tanxiu softened his expression, his eyes filled with remorse. After a long pause, he said, You indeed hold resentment against me. I apologize, it was my fault back then. At that time, I did not know how to face you. Before that, I had always regarded you as a sister, never contemplating a relationship or marriage. I could not adjust quickly and was unsure how to interact with you. However, regardless of the circumstances, it was my fault for causing you harm. I did not exchange glances with Meng Yusi. We had already broken up. Qiao Bei snorted. I had a car accident, you ignored my calls, and instead chose to accompany Meng Yusi on a shopping spree. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her with a heavy expression. You have become somewhat unreasonable since our marriage. I thought you were deceiving me. That day, I did not accompany Meng Yusi shopping, nor did I promise to buy her a bag. I was dining with a client and merely ran into her afterward. We exchanged only a few words before parting ways. Qiao Bei was taken aback.
Meng Yusi deceived me?
Why did you not clarify this? You mentioned divorce, and in my anger, I simply could not be bothered to explain. Fine. Let us disregard that instance. However, what about the time I encountered you in the mall? You cannot erase that, can you? I was contemplating. Contemplating what? Fu Tanxiu responded. You were nearing the end of your confinement, and I intended to buy you a necklace. Instead, I coincidentally met Meng Yusi and subsequently encountered you both. Qiao Bei realized, so it was she who misunderstood Fu Tanxiu. Everything was merely coincidental. And Meng Yusi turned out to be the unrelenting specter. In truth, the original owner had been somewhat unreasonable post-marriage. She frequently engaged in antics, bombarding Fu Tanxiu with countless calls each day, pressing him for his whereabouts. It seemed Fu Tanxiu had grown fearful of her and avoided answering her calls. Now, do you comprehend? I am not seeking solace from heartbreak. I genuinely like you, and I wish to be with you. I desire to marry you. Fu Tanxiu articulated in one breath, his heart racing tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the girl before him. The girl's cherry-red lips parted in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was sheer terror. Chapter 93. It's alright, brother will hold you. Qiao Bei felt her heart pounding fiercely, akin to a drum, nearly overwhelming her. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, accompanied by a cool sensation upon her lips. Wait a moment, what is Fu Tanxiu doing? Acting on instinct. Qiao Bei pushed him away, bent her leg, lifted it to press against Fu Tanxiu's abdomen, and stomped on his foot twice before fleeing rapidly. Fu Tanxiu clutched his abdomen, hearing a thud beside his ear. Turning, he found that Qiao Bei had vanished, leaving only the tremor of the door behind. He gazed down at his polished black shoes, now marked with 2 distinct footprints, as if the warmth of her presence lingered on his lips. He chuckled softly. Qiao Bei dashed out like a ball, just as Yukong emerged from the elevator, astonished to see her. "Miss Qiao, why is your face so red?" Qiao Bei shouted. "It's hot," and hurried into the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly. As the doors closed, her heart continued to race. She leaned against the mirrored wall of the elevator, banging her head against it. "Please slow down." When the elevator doors opened, she bolted out of Huixing Company as if fleeing for her life. Yukong entered Fu Tanxiu's office to find his president touching his lips, an unmistakable smile gracing his face. Connecting this to Qiao Bei's flushed cheeks earlier, his intuition suggested that something intimate had transpired between them. Fu Tanxiu lowered his hand. "Is there something you need?" Yukong replied, "Yes, these documents require your review. Hand them over."
All right.
At that moment, Yukong perceived a distinctly gentle and amiable demeanor emanating from President Fu. His gaze fell upon a black plastic bag on the desk, reminiscent of the one Qiao Bei had clutched tightly. "President Fu, what is in that bag?" Fu Tanxiu opened the bag, revealing its contents. Yukong's lips twitched in surprise. It was cash. Fu Tanxiu tied the bag securely, lifted it, and placed it in the safe. Zhongbo noticed that Qiao Bei had been absent-minded the entire afternoon, propping her head up with her hand, lost in thought. He called her name several times, but she remained oblivious. Approaching her, he gently nudged her. Just then the phone rang.
Oh.
Qiao Bei picked up her phone. "It was Yi Shi." She answered, Sure. Bei, are you alright? I just saw a message. Where are you? Are you in danger?" "It's a misunderstanding. I'm fine now at the clinic." "Oh, you scared me. I thought you had encountered someone dangerous. How is your business trip? Are you adjusting?" Yi Shi lamented. "Not well at all. I feel like I'm being tortured by Shi Qian. That insufferable man has me working like a beast of burden. I've been so busy this morning that I haven't even had a bite to eat." Yi Shi vented her frustrations to Qiao Bei, who felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh dear, my baby, you've had a tough time. Go eat something. Don't let yourself go hungry." "Alright, I'll hang up now." "Yes, hurry along." Qiao Bei ended the call. Shang Wuyan pinched the bridge of his nose and waved his hand. "Alright, continue searching." Since Shang Wulin and his 2 sons had seen similar individuals in Longcheng, it was likely that his sister was also in Longcheng. The search area had narrowed. They would find her eventually. A day later, Fu Tanxiu called Shang Wuyan. "Mr. Shang, I apologize for the inconvenience the other day. Do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." Fu Tanxiu paused for a moment. "So soon?" "Yes, there is a matter of some importance to discuss." "Very well. Let us arrange for another time." "Indeed." Before hanging up, Fu Tanxiu recalled something. "Mr. Shang, I've heard you are searching for someone. Is it your sister?" Shang Wuyan replied, "Yes, unfortunately. I have yet to find her. Is there any way I can enlist your assistance?" Shang Wuyan felt he had already dispatched enough individuals and did not wish to trouble Fu Tanxiu further. "Thank you, but I do not require assistance at this time."
All right.
"Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know."
Thank you, Daddy.
Shang Wuyan placed a finger gently against Shang Xi's forehead, while the child flailed his little arms. "Daddy, let me hug you."
Sang Buyan Smirked? No.
"But I want to hug you. I do not wish to be hugged by you."
Daddy.
Another child's voice chimed in nearby. Shang Xiu pouted and retreated. "Humph, if I can't hug him, I'll hug my brother." Saying that, he jumped up and clung to Shang Xiao. Shang Xiao wrapped his arms around his younger brother, fearful he might fall. A gentle female voice approached, and Shang Wuyan walked over to embrace her. Shang Xiu sulked. "Brother, Daddy is so annoying. He only hugs Mommy, and not me." Shang Xiao comforted him. "It's all right. Brother will hug you." Shang Xiu tightened his grip. "Brother is the best." Shuang inquired, "Do you have any news about Xiaoyu?" Shang Wuyan shook his head. As the topic arose, the atmosphere became heavy. Even young Shang Xiao furrowed his brow in concern. Suddenly, a plump woman burst into Qiao Bei's consultation room, wrapping her arms around her. "Master Qiao, I can't thank you enough. My relative has arrived." Qiao Bei, bewildered, gasped for breath. "Could you please let go of me so I can speak?" The other party shyly released her grip, apologizing. "I became too excited." Qiao Bei straightened her clothing, looking at her with confusion. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a memory struck her. She had once played a minor role and earned 200 yuan. "Master Qiao, do you remember now?" Producer Wang grasped her hand, tears welling in her eyes. "You saved me. You have no idea how many doctors I consulted. all claiming to be renowned and experienced, yet none could cure my ailment. Only you, Master Qiao, possess true skill. Flushed by her praise, Qiao Bei shyly protested. It's not that exaggerated. Indeed, you truly deserve the title of master. Producer Wang retrieved a red object from her bag. Master Qiao, this is a banner I had specially made for you. Where shall I hang it? I'll do it for you. That would be fine. Producer Wang, a busy individual, hurriedly presented the banner and left after exchanging only a few words. Qiao Bei opened the banner, and upon reading the words inscribed, her lips twitched slightly as she silently rolled it up and tucked it away in a cabinet. Perhaps it was better not to hang it. She grabbed her bag and departed from the clinic, as she had an appointment to attend to shortly. By the time she finished, darkness had enveloped the sky. The old neighborhood required her to traverse a dim alley to reach the main road for transportation. The alley was dark, and Qiao Bei felt a twinge of fear, quickening her pace. Before long, she was unexpectedly tripped by something, causing her to fall unceremoniously. As she got back on her feet, grimacing, she turned on her phone's flashlight, only to discover a man lying on the ground. Chapter 94. He is not my friend. I found him on the road. Qiao Bei realized that this man was the very one who had caused her fall. He lay face down, bleeding profusely, upholding her duty to save lives. She checked his pulse. There appeared to be no severe issues, merely excessive blood loss coupled with exhaustion. Without hesitation, she set about staunching the bleeding and cleaning his wounds. Recalling that there was a small clinic at the entrance of the alley, she stowed her phone and hoisted the man onto her back, exerting every ounce of strength to stand. He was quite heavy, with his legs dragging along the ground. Fortunately, the clinic was not far, and she soon arrived. She knocked on the door with urgency. Inside the clinic stood a slender doctor clad in a white coat, engrossed in his phone. Startled by the commotion, he came over to open the door, assisting Qiao Bei in bringing the man inside and laying him on a small bed. Exhausted, she panted heavily. The thin doctor remarked, "This is serious. He needs to go to the hospital. I cannot take responsibility for this." After regaining her breath, Qiao Bei displayed her medical credentials. "No need for you. I will handle it. I will take full responsibility for any complications. Just provide me with the necessary tools and medications." The thin doctor was initially apprehensive about the potential consequences of this man being in his clinic, as it was merely a small establishment. However, since Qiao Bei was a doctor and assured him she would take responsibility, he agreed to help. He fetched the supplies she required. Qiao Bei skillfully cleaned the wounds. The injury on the man's head was not deep. Once she finished, she took out a bottle of medicinal powder from her bag, sprinkling some onto the wound before bandaging it. The deeper wound on his right leg required stitches. The slender doctor cast a glance, his face contorting in concern. "Perhaps we should take him to the hospital?" "No need," Qiao Bei replied, beginning to stitch the wound. The man fainted, and no anesthetic was required. Despite her training in traditional Chinese medicine, she was adept at handling wounds, bandaging, and suturing. She performed the procedure with remarkable skill. Once the wound was properly treated, Qiao Bei kindly wiped the blood from the man's face. After cleaning it, she smiled. Yes, rather handsome. While searching his belongings, she found a cell phone, its screen shattered and unable to make calls. There was no way to inform his family. They would have to wait for him to awaken to devise a plan. She slung her bag over her shoulder and prepared to leave when the slender doctor grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "He is not my friend. I picked him up on the road." The slender doctor was astonished. He assumed the injured man was her boyfriend or a friend, yet they had no connection whatsoever. Still, she dared to stitch him up. Was she not afraid of attracting trouble? "I don't care. You brought him in, so you must pay for the treatment and wait until he wakes up before you leave." Qiao Bei inquired how much. 200.
Fine, I'll pay.
It's just 200 yuan, nothing too significant. Now let go. The slender doctor, without suspicion, released his grip. The moment he did, Qiao Bei bolted.
"Hey.
Don't run." Reaching the roadside, she climbed into a taxi. "Driver, to Guanghua Community." Shang Wuyin was on the phone, his expression grave. "Still no news?" "Young master, no. The second young master's phone is unreachable. Keep searching." "Understood," he replied before hanging up. Shang Wu expressed his concern. "Brother, have there been any updates from the wolves?" "They called me. They're also looking for Wu Jue. My men are searching too. Wu Jue's phone is unresponsive. The second brother must be in trouble. We need to find him before that group of ruffians does." Shang Wu Jue awakened, his face cold.
Who are you?
The face before him was unfamiliar. He was certain he did not recognize the person, who was leaning in closely, staring intently at him. The slender doctor, terrified, tumbled off his chair. This man was intimidating, his gaze reminiscent of a wolf. Shang Wu Jue sat up, noticing the bandages on his leg and head. He surveyed the small clinic. finally fixing his gaze on the man on the floor, clad in a white coat, presumably the doctor here. His cracked lips parted slightly. Did you bandage my wounds? The slender doctor, anxious to avoid trouble, quickly shook his head. No, it was a girl who saved you. Yes, quite pretty. She carried you here and treated your wounds. I merely provided the medication and tools. Shang Wujue frowned. A girl? Yes, the slender doctor nodded earnestly. I saw her medical qualification certificate. Her name was something like Bei. I'm sorry, I only caught a glimpse. Shang Wujue was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't anticipated that a girl had saved him. Given his weight, it was remarkable that she could carry him. Unfortunately, he had no idea who she was. Otherwise, he would certainly express his gratitude. Does she live nearby? It is unlikely. I have operated this clinic for many years and have never encountered her before. Shang Wujue did not inquire further, pulling out his phone only to discover it was broken. He raised his eyes and asked, "Could you lend me your phone to make a call?" "Certainly, here you go." The slender doctor hastily handed over his device. Shang Wujue dialed a number. "Brother, it's me. I will send you the address. Please send someone to pick me up and bring some cash." After ending the call, he returned the phone to the slender doctor, who took it back and retreated to a corner, speaking not a word, merely glancing at Shang Wujue with caution from time to time. Shang Wujue attempted to take a few steps. Although his right leg ached, he could still bear it. The slender doctor cautioned, "The girl stitched you up. It is best not to move too much." A few minutes later, a line of luxury cars halted at the alley's entrance, and a group of men in black entered the small clinic. "Second young master." Shang Wujue nodded slightly. "Did you bring the cash?" "Yes, it's here." One of the men opened a leather briefcase, revealing stacks of red bills. Shang Wujue casually picked up 5 or 6 bundles and approached the frightened slender doctor cowering beneath the table. He placed the money on the table, saying, "Thank you." Then he turned and left with the men in black. Once the clinic fell silent, the slender doctor crawled out from under the table, astonished to see the cash on the table. At the forefront of the convoy of luxury cars, Shang Wujue leaned back in his chair. "Last night, a girl saved me. Find out who she is." "Second young master. What is her name?" "If I knew her name, would I need you to investigate?" "What does she look like?"
How old is she?
"What does she do?" "She is quite beautiful, likely very young, a doctor, with A Bei in her name." "Understood, second young master. I will have someone look into it immediately." "Second young master, should we go to the hospital to check your injuries?" Chapter 95. Naming oneself Poison Eagle is audacious enough. In one's own territory, it is safe. Not long after Shang Wujue arrived at the hotel, 2 tall, muscular men with dark skin came to his room. "Do you have news about Poison Eagle?" Shang Wujue inquired. The 2 men shook their heads simultaneously. Poison Eagle is too cunning. His counter-surveillance skills have strengthened over the years, and we have not detected any trace of him. He is utterly arrogant. To name himself Poison Eagle is to flaunt his pride, declaring that we are the vicious wolves while he is the Poison Eagle soaring above, forever out of our reach. It is infuriating. I want to blast him with a cannon. If I catch him, I will certainly end his life. Enough, Xiao Lu, how could you possibly catch him?
Stop boasting.
Old San, do not underestimate anyone. Anything can happen.
Ha!
The only way you could catch Poison Eagle is if he were unconscious on the roadside and you stumbled upon him by chance. Are you insulting me? I am speaking the truth. You couldn't even defeat me. Nonsense. If you have the guts, let us settle this with a fight. Let us fight then. Who is afraid? Silence. Shang Wujue shouted in exasperation. The 2 men finally quieted down. What is the status of the rescued hostages? The situation is dire. Poison Eagle has tortured him severely. His leg is undoubtedly ruined, and his mental state is poor. He is merely 14 years old, just beginning his life. Alas. Shang Wujue's eyes flickered with a glint of coldness as he clenched his fists. What about you, boss? Yi Shi accompanied Shi Qian to dine with the client. The client was a short, stout middle-aged man with a protruding beer belly, more exaggerated than a woman about to give birth, who huffed as he walked. After a few drinks, his face turned crimson. Yi Shi sat beside him while Shi Qian refrained from letting her drink, opting to consume the alcohol himself. And he drank quite a bit. In the interim, he excused himself to the restroom. The middle-aged man took the opportunity to sit in Shi Qian's place, leering as he attempted to place his hand on Yi Shi's shoulder, but she deftly evaded him. He chuckled lecherously. A bit of a temper, I see. I like that. Sister, how old are you? Is work tough? I have a way for you to make quick money. Want to hear it? Yi Shi struggled to suppress her revulsion and replied coldly, not interested. No, you're interested. The man placed his hand on her thigh. Yi Shi stood abruptly, raising her hand to slap him fiercely, causing his head to tilt. His expression twisted in anger. You shameless wench. How dare you hit me? for wanting to spend a night with you. I'm not even withholding money. Don't you all want to cling to someone wealthy? I'm offering you a chance and you refuse? Dare to strike me, and I'll make you pay. Go ahead, show me. Shi Qian's voice suddenly resonated. Upon seeing him, Yishur felt as though she had found a lifeline and hastily hid behind him. Shi Qian looked at Yishur, his eyes reddened, realizing how frightened she was, a stark contrast to her usual audacity in opposing him. The stout man, evidently emboldened, spoke recklessly. Shi Qian, she's just a woman. Are you really going to let her jeopardize our collaboration? If you know how to handle matters, you should clean her up and send her to my bed tonight. Shi Qian sneered. Tonight, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. With that, he swiftly locked the door. Inside the private room, the sounds of fists and kicks echoed. Yishur bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shi Qian looked exceptionally dashing today. The man cried out in pain. And Shi Qian, annoyed by the noise, stuffed a wad of tissues into his mouth before continuing the assault. Yishur exclaimed, Shi Qian, you're learning from me. As the man lay nearly unconscious, Yishur feared Shi Qian might truly beat him to death and rushed to intervene. Mr. Shi, that's enough. Shi Qian, with eyes ablaze, could not resist delivering a few more punches before relenting. Standing up, he dusted off his hands and opened the door to leave, with Yishur hastily following. Once in the car, Yishur quietly suggested, should we call for an ambulance? Shi Qian turned his head, casting her a cold glance. Are you feeling sympathy for him? Yishur waved her hand. It's not sympathy. I just don't want to escalate this. What if he dies? We'd be held accountable. To protect that scum, we might end up in jail, and that would be a loss. Rest assured, he won't die. Shi Qian closed his eyes. After a moment, Yishur asked, Mr. Shi, what if the collaboration falls through? Shi Qian ignored her, sensing his mood. Yishur wisely fell silent. Upon returning to the hotel, their rooms were adjacent. After Shi Qian entered his room and slammed the door shut, Yishur stood in silence for a moment before swiping her card to enter her own room. Indeed, this collaboration had fallen apart. She was unaware of what the other party had said. Uncertain of whether the other party would seek compensation, Shi Qian remained silent. Yishur felt a twinge of guilt as Shi Qian had ignored her all morning. Dragging 2 suitcases behind him, she followed Shi Qian like a dutiful spouse. In the airport lounge, Shi Qian found a chair, removed his sunglasses, and took out his phone to check stock trends. Yishur approached him with hesitant steps, attempting to speak several times, but Shi Qian brusquely pushed her aside, saying, Don't block my light. Without lifting his gaze, he continued to focus on the stock chart. Once aboard the plane, Shi Qian donned an eye mask, preparing for a nap. Yishur sensed he was still awake and finally spoke up, Mr. Shi, I sincerely apologize for the failed collaboration. It's entirely my fault. If you wish to dismiss me, I bear no resentment. Shi Qian peeled off the eye mask and regarded her silently. Feel free to scold me. I won't retort, Yishur offered. Shi Qian replied, It is indeed your fault. But firing you would be too lenient. You are to remain and continue contributing to the company. Yishur was taken aback by his response. Not only did he refrain from reprimanding her, but he also chose not to terminate her employment. Thank you, Mr. Shi,
she exclaimed.
Do not be overly moved. I cannot stand by while my employees are mistreated, he replied. Yishur acknowledged, I understand. You would do the same for any other employee. I previously misjudged you. You are a commendable and respectable boss. In our line of work, we often encounter unscrupulous employers. I once resigned from a position where the boss pressured me to drink. Last night, you shielded me from such an ordeal and even dealt with that lecherous man on my behalf. Despite his sharp tongue and temper, she found herself willing to work under him. Clenching her fist, she declared, Mr. Shi, I will no longer be a bystander. I will commit to my work. In Chapter 96, the specter of misfortune loomed like an unshakable presence, more bothersome than any fly. Upon learning that the collaboration had fallen through, Ye's mother displayed a knowing expression, once again sympathizing with Yundu's employer. Yishur refrained from informing her parents about the harassment, knowing that their reaction would be far more intense, likely leading them to confront and physically reprimand the offender. The family doctor addressed his wounds, ensuring they were clean and healing well. Young master, your injury has been treated thoroughly, without infection, and is on the mend. It shouldn't heal this quickly. Have you been using some special medicine? Shang Wuju shook his head. I don't know. I was unconscious at the time. He smiled, hiding his lips. I heard it was a girl who saved you and carried you to a clinic. While heroes typically rescue damsels, you've reversed the roles. Unfazed by the teasing, Shang Wuju maintained his composure. Shang Wuyan interjected, Have you yet to locate the girl who saved you? Not yet. I must find her and express my gratitude. I will, he assured. Shang Wufang jested, How will you show your gratitude? Will you offer yourself in return? Since you have no girlfriend. It would solve your lifelong dilemma. Shang Wuju shot him a warning glance, filled with reproach. Shang Wufang chuckled awkwardly. I was only joking. Yi Shi invited Qiao Bei out for drinks that evening, but Qiao Bei declined, saying, I am now a mother. I have no freedom. Isn't there, Xingjie? She replied, overwhelmed by the thought. Do you think having a child is merely a game? Indeed, I had not anticipated the myriad of complexities involved. My heart aches for the little one. Sister Shan has worked hard, and Qiao Bei faces even greater challenges. Were it her in my position, she would have lost her sanity by now. Yet, Qiao Bei smiled optimistically. My son is a choice I made. I love him. Everything I do for him brings me joy. When one engages in endeavors that bring happiness, fatigue becomes a triviality. It's just that I no longer have ample time for leisure. Yi Shi had to concede. I truly hope my godson matures swiftly, so you can be liberated to accompany me on outings. Qiao Bei envisioned the day when Qiao Dodo would grow up. Will I be old by then? Not at all. You will merely become more mature and sophisticated. Unable to indulge in a night out, Yi Shi resorted to sharing tales of her business trip over the phone. Qiao Bei was astonished. Shi Qian is so manly. Yi Shi responded, indeed. He looked remarkably dashing while fighting. I regret not capturing that moment. Qiao Bei remarked, Bei, I used to think of Shi Qian as a scoundrel, sharp-tongued and deceitful. After this incident, my opinion has shifted. He is quite upright. Oh, such high praise. You aren't developing feelings for him, are you? Yi Shi quickly refuted, absolutely not. Our relationship is purely professional. In my eyes, he has transformed from an irritating boss to a handsome, principled one who cares for his employees. Nothing more. Qiao Bei disregarded her explanation. It would be quite lovely if you two were to become a couple. Godparents for Qiao Dodo becoming one family would be delightful. Yi Shi frowned. Bei, are you truly unable to comprehend my words? Shi Qian is merely my employer.
Oh.
Someone who once called Shi Qian her enemy now sees him as a boss. In a few days, he might evolve into a boyfriend or even a husband. How annoying. Likewise, you previously tried to matchmake me with Fu Tanxiu, which is equally vexing. Yi Shi protested. Qiao Bei, are you seeking revenge? Our situations are not comparable. You bore a child for Fu Tanxiu, creating an ambiguous relationship. My interaction with Shi Qian remains strictly professional. Ambiguous, my foot. Who is being ambiguous with him? Don't you dare associate me with him. You have borne his child. The connection cannot be severed. Qiao Dodo is my child. I have severed ties with Fu Tanxiu. Henceforth, do not link me with him. That wretched man is a constant source of annoyance. He laughs incessantly, driving me to the brink. He lingers like a pest, more bothersome than a fly. Just as she spoke, Fu Tanxiu entered the room. Yi Shi had not uttered a word before the call was abruptly disconnected. Qiao Bei terminated the call, flipping her phone face down on the table, feeling guilty as she bent to rummage through the cabinet. She wasn't certain what she was searching for, but she knew she must keep herself occupied.
Fu Tanxiu stepped inside,
and a roll of red material tumbled from his feet. He bent down to retrieve it. Qiao Bei looked up, her pupils constricting as she shouted, do not open it. Simultaneously, she lunged forward. Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow, lifting his right hand while extending his left arm to catch Qiao Bei. She disregarded the physical contact and leaped to reach for the banner. However, Fu Tanxiu was too tall for her to succeed. Thus, she shouted fiercely, give it back to me. Fu Tanxiu smirked slightly. Job found herself at a loss for words as the obnoxious man began to chuckle again, leaving her perplexed as to what was so amusing. Are you in such a hurry? Does it say anything here that insults me? No, he retorted. You were just speaking ill of me behind my back. I assure you, it is merely a banner. A banner meant to insult me? Spare me the self-importance. I would only use my words to criticize you, not spend money to purchase a banner and painstakingly inscribe insults upon it.
Is that so?
Let me see for myself. In a moment of distraction, Job was caught off guard as Fu Tanxiu flicked his wrist, causing the banner to unfurl dramatically. Upon reading the words inscribed upon it, Fu Tanxiu's lips twitched slightly before he recited aloud, Master Jiao, I am your reborn parents. With the truth laid bare, Job ceased her struggle. That producer Wang really ought to write something more appropriate. How can a young and beautiful girl like me display such a thing?
Fu Tanxiu chuckled.
My dear Job is quite remarkable, having become reborn parents. Job glared at him. Who belongs to you? You do. I do not belong to you. We share no connection. Yet we have a son together. How could we possibly lack a connection? The son has nothing to do with you. Without me, could you have given birth to a son? Job placed her hands on her hips. I could have. I would simply find someone else. You wouldn't dare. What makes you think I wouldn't? However, as she spoke, her bravado faltered slightly. Job watched as he neatly rolled up the banner and placed it in the cabinet before turning to leave. Moments later, he returned, a box of cake in hand, which he pressed into her grasp before departing without uttering a word. Job looked down at the cake, blueberry flavor, adorned with 3 plump, fresh blueberries, her favorite. Chapter 97. I'm afraid it might be poisoned. You eat it. Job licked her lips at the sight of the delectable cake. Just as she was about to unwrap it, she hesitated, recalling it was a gift from Fu Tanxiu. She ceased her motion and approached Zhongbo, extending her hand. Here, for you. Zhongbo's eyes crinkled with delight. Oh, cake. For me?
Yes.
Isn't this bought by the father of your child? I'm afraid it might be poisoned. You eat it. Zhongbo paused, his expression comically bewildered. Job hastily set the cake down and retreated, fearing she might change her mind. Zhongbo opened the box, taking a bite. Delicious. Sweet yet not cloying. The texture is exquisite, and the blueberries are remarkably fresh. Could you refrain from speaking while you eat? Job remarked. My apologies, I shall remain silent. Glancing at the time, Job noted it was nearly quitting time. She grabbed her bag. Zhongbo, I'm off. She intended to purchase a cake. After searching the square in vain for the specific cake Fu Tanxiu had bought, she settled for a roadside egg cake to satisfy her craving. In a private booth at a bar, a man lounged on a black leather sofa, his long legs crossed elegantly. His narrowed eyes lacked their usual sharpness. Staring vacantly, at a distant point, his excessively pale fingers gripped an intricately designed glass, lost in thought. Shi Qian nudged his friend's arm. What are you thinking about? Nothing much, you seem to have been jilted. Have you been left in the dust by Qiao Bei again? Fu Tanxiu remained silent. Shi Qian remarked. This must be what they call the funeral pyre of pursuing a wife. I sympathize with you. Fu Tanxiu cast him a glance. I heard your recent collaboration fell through. And you even had a confrontation with the other party. Shi Qian replied, that scoundrel was begging me to cooperate. I would never engage with him again. Fu Tanxiu chose not to comment. After taking a sip of his drink, Shi Qian suddenly asked, have you heard about the Li family in the harbor city?
Fu Tanxiu nodded.
I've heard a bit. They say the kidnappers received the ransom and were preparing to kill the hostage. Fortunately, someone intervened and rescued the only son of the Li family. However, the kidnappers are still at large. The young master of the Li family is in a dire state, having been severely tortured, with his legs ruined and likely suffering immense psychological trauma. Fu Tanxiu's gaze turned cold. We must all be cautious. That criminal has resumed his activities. Indeed, Shi Qian nodded. This kidnapper specializes in abducting wealthy individuals or their family members for ransom. The most despicable part is that even after receiving the money, he still intends to kill the victims, betting on the fact that these affluent families will not stand idly by and will pay any amount for a glimmer of hope. After the payment, he then ends the lives of the captives. Over the years, he has committed numerous crimes, becoming increasingly audacious. The upper echelons across various regions are in a state of panic. The next morning, as Qiao Bei arrived at the entrance of her community, she spotted Fu Tanxiu, clad in a long black coat, leaning against his car while on a phone call. He was particularly eye-catching, drawing the attention of passers-by. Perhaps accustomed to being observed, he seemed unfazed, maintaining his composure while conversing on the phone. Qiao Bei shielded her face with her bag, intending to blend in with the crowd heading to work. Just as she took a few steps, someone tugged on the collar of her jacket. Sighing, she set her bag down and turned around. Fu Tanxiu's cold gaze met hers, and he firmly pulled her into the car. Uncle Chen, to the medical clinic, he instructed. Uncle Chen acknowledged and started the vehicle. Qiao Bei leaned against the car door, choosing to ignore Fu Tanxiu. To her surprise, he did not make any further advances. Her eyes brightened, and the joy on her face was hard to conceal. At last, she uttered, "Take care of yourself." Fu Tanxiu did not miss the glimmer in her eyes, his own darkening slightly. "Are you happy that I'm leaving?" "Not at all. I'm neither happy nor sad. Your business trip is your affair. It has nothing to do with me." Fu Tanxiu glanced outside, realizing they were almost at the clinic. And he did not dwell on the matter further. Eat well, but don't overindulge. Qiao Bei thought to herself, why is he so verbose? As if he is on the verge of death, making arrangements for his affairs? Fu Tanxiu pondered for a moment, concluding that was about all he could say. After the car stopped, he exited and opened the door for Qiao Bei. As she stepped out, she waved her hand at him, preparing to turn away when he suddenly grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. "Fu Tanxiu, let go of me," she protested, flustered. "Just a brief hug," he replied. "No hugs. Let me go." Fu Tanxiu chuckled and released her. "Hurry inside." Qiao Bei's face flushed as she put on a fierce expression. "What do you care? Of course. I will go in." With that, she stormed into the clinic, fuming. Fu Tanxiu observed her entering before he opened the car door and took a seat inside. After a considerable while, Qiao Bei still felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. That insufferable man always took advantage of her. In a dilapidated residential building, a man with a gloomy countenance and pallid complexion reclined on the sofa, his fingers massaging his temples. Due to the pain, he kept his brows tightly knitted and his eyes shut. The room was shrouded in heavy curtains, devoid of any light. In the shadows, another man stood before the somber figure. Eagle, perhaps you should consult a doctor. Enduring such pain is not a solution. The man referred to as Eagle remained silent. 2 minutes later, he inquired, how is the matter regarding the exit progressing? Silence enveloped the room once more. A piercing pain surged through the gloomy man's head, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, and he collapsed onto the sofa. The standing man immediately approached him. Eagle, are you all right? Please, give me a pill. After a few more minutes, the somber man felt the pain lessening and sat up. How many pills are left? He asked. Only one. The other man replied. Closing his eyes briefly, he suggested, seek out a doctor. Head to a small clinic. Eagle, when I was upstairs just now, I overheard a few elderly women chatting downstairs. They mentioned a Master Qiao, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with remarkable skills. Should I bring her here to examine you? It is not wise to cause a commotion now. You go find out where Master Qiao is. I will go myself. At that moment, Qiao Bei was preparing to finish her shift. A tall, slender man with a gloomy demeanor entered, his face ghostly pale and his brows tightly furrowed, as if enduring some torment. Excuse me, who is Master Qiao? Chapter 98. Painful, yet so arrogant. Qiao Bei had already removed her white coat and washed her hands, just as she was about to hang her bag. That would be me. You? The disbelief was evident on his face. This girl was youthful and beautiful, with fair skin and lively, sparkling eyes, rendering her an unlikely candidate for such a title. Bring out Master Qiao. Suppressing his headache, demanded, I told you. I am she. You are here for a consultation, right? I have finished for today. Please return tomorrow. Duing blocked her path. Are you truly Master Qiao? How many times must I ask? His judgment based on appearance left him dissatisfied with her demeanor, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Quick enough that Qiao Bei did not notice. Since you are Master Qiao, examine me. I suffer from migraines that often flare up. He pressed on his temple as he spoke. I have finished for today. I can only see you tomorrow. A resounding crash echoed through the room, startling Qiao Bei as she watched him shatter her table with a single strike. Duing cast a cold glance at her and seated himself in a chair. Let us begin. Understanding she had encountered someone formidable, Qiao Bei realized she could not overpower him and reluctantly set down her bag. After taking her seat, she instructed, extend your hand. Duing complied, and Qiao Bei took his pulse. After a moment, she raised her gaze to meet his. This man is gravely ill. Duing pressed his other hand against his temple, his breath barely audible. I am in considerable pain. Please, alleviate it first. Qiao Bei let out a huff. It hurts. Yet you are so arrogant. Poison Eagle lifted his gaze to the exceedingly beautiful girl before him. This girl had quite the audacity. Qiao Bei administered a temporary injection, and upon completion, Poison Eagle felt the throbbing headache vanish, his mind clearing, and his spirit invigorated. He had never felt such ease before, for years. He had been tormented by migraines. Despite consulting numerous doctors, he found no relief. Eventually, he sought the aid of a particular physician who prescribed a pill that, when taken, would alleviate his pain. However, this medication bore side effects, shortening the interval before the next episode, which would inevitably be more severe. He was a person of remarkable endurance. Yet this ailment had left him in a wretched state. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Qiao Bei. Yes, it was delight. He had finally found someone capable of curing his affliction. Upon witnessing his smile, Qiao Bei could not shake the unsettling thought that his grin was even more terrifying. She needed to expedite his departure. All right, the total is 20,000. Once you settle the payment, you may leave. Poison Eagle, unfamiliar with the pricing of traditional Chinese medicine, believed that the 2,000 he had just paid was well worth it, given that she had alleviated his headache with just a few needles. He snapped his fingers, and shortly thereafter, a man with a scar on his lip entered, exuding a fierce demeanor. Pay up 30,000. 1,000 is for the damage to your table, Poison Eagle declared. Qiao Bei interjected, this rickety table is hardly worth $100. It's practically falling apart. Even without breaking it, it likely wouldn't last much longer. Zhongbo was truly miserly. Despite her earning him a significant sum, he wouldn't even consider replacing her with a better table. However, the man before her could afford to upgrade. Qiao Bei noticed that the scarred man was holding a black phone, yet he reached into his coat to retrieve another phone to scan for payment. He seemed to sense her scrutiny, casting her a menacing glance. Qiao Bei quickly averted her gaze. As Poison Eagle departed, he shot her a meaningful look. Once they left, Qiao Bei exhaled a sigh of relief. How terrifying. Noticing the late hour, she glanced at the shattered table but chose to ignore it, locking the door behind her as she left. Zhongbo had departed early today for other commitments. She secured the door, reflecting on the 30,000 she had just earned. 6,000 of which she would share with Zhongbo, leaving her with 24,000. How delightful. Qiao Bei jumped with joy, feeling as light as a bird. Her phone buzzed in her bag. She pulled it out to find it was a video call from Fu Tanxiu. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to answer. In the video, Fu Tanxiu was impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his handsome face momentarily took her breath away.
I'm almost there, she said.
Busy with work? Not particularly. A patient arrived just as I was about to leave, which delayed me, he replied.
Oh.
Fu Tanxiu appeared unfazed and continued. The weather forecast predicts a drop in temperature in the coming days, so make sure to dress warmly when you go out. Qiao Bei found his concern somewhat tedious. She was well aware of how to take care of herself. She was not foolish.
Fu Tanxiu continued.
I've arranged for Old Chin to pick you up and drop you off from work. He has been free lately. No need. Qiao Bei promptly declined without a second thought. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow, poised to speak, but Qiao Bei interjected, even if you summon him, I shall not sit. With that, I ended the call. As Qiao Bei hung up, she arrived at the entrance of the community. She casually purchased some vegetables and meat from a nearby grocery store, and, upon returning home, prepared a couple of simple dishes. The rice had already been cooked by Sister Zeng in advance. After dinner, Qiao Bei bathed Xiao Dodo, performed some gentle exercises with him, and played for a while. Meanwhile, Sister Zeng was tidying up her space. By the time Xiao Dodo had fallen asleep, Qiao Bei also went to bathe and retire for the night. In the dimly lit residential apartment, Poison Eagle laughed heartily as he opened a bottle of wine. Thank you. Poison Eagle. Any news from the wolf? No news, but it is possible our people simply haven't found anything. Poison Eagle recalled that the leader of the hungry wolves, Ju, had been injured by him.
He should not be dead.
They had clashed many times over the years, and Poison Eagle was well aware of Ju's prowess. Having pursued him relentlessly, he pondered, if one day Ju were to perish, he would find himself devoid of rivals in this world, a rather dull prospect. Minutes later, Poison Eagle stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. Is the Fu family in Longqing quite affluent? The scar-faced man paused, quickly grasping the implications of the inquiry. Years of cooperative understanding rendered him silent on further questions. Instead, he replied, I will promptly provide you with the Fu family's information. Poison Eagle rubbed the wine glass, beaming with delight. Well, I cannot linger here idly. I must find something to occupy my time. Off you go. Yes. 3 days later, Fu Tanxiu received a call from Fu Song. Fu Yao was missing. In a car, Fu Yao found herself bound and gagged, emitting muffled cries. Poison Eagle, irritated by the noise, turned from the passenger seat and struck Fu Yao across the face, warning, be quiet. Her face immediately swelled. Nearby, Qiao Bei recoiled in terror against the car door. Poison Eagle glanced at her. Do not worry, I will not strike you. Qiao Bei thought. Should she be grateful? The previous night, after leaving the clinic, she had not walked far before being knocked unconscious from behind. Upon awakening, she discovered herself in this car alongside the similarly bound Fu Yao. The culprits were none other than the gloomy man who had visited the clinic a few days prior. She had sensed then that he was no good, with his sinister demeanor and unpleasant odor. Indeed, these two were engaged in a nefarious act of kidnapping. After being struck, Fu Yao leaned closer to Qiao Bei, seeking her protection. Qiao Bei thought, why is this foolish girl coming closer when she is in such peril herself?
Fu Yao, undeterred,
clung to Qiao Bei, convinced that proximity to her would provide a sense of safety. Though Qiao Bei's hands and feet were restrained, her mouth was free to speak. Do not come closer, move a little away. Fu Yao, with tears and mucus smeared across her face, shook her head in response.
Qiao Bei felt disgusted.
Poison Eagle seemed unaware that the two were acquainted, while Qiao Bei remained oblivious to the motivations of these two individuals, whether it was for monetary gain or a contract to commit murder. After some contemplation, she concluded that she had not wronged anyone. Thus, it was unlikely anyone would hire a hitman to kill her. For money? She possessed only the 10 million given by Shi Qian to Xiao Dodo. Could it be that these two individuals had set their sights on her? However, she soon realized that they were entirely unaware of her wealth and had no intentions of coveting her money. The poison eagle took the initiative to speak. Master Qiao, I must leave Long City. You have the ability to heal my affliction, thus I can only ask you to accompany me. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly in the future. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. Is this your method of invitation? The poison eagle chuckled lightly. My apologies. This is but a temporary arrangement. Once we reach our destination, I will grant you your freedom. Qiao Bei had not anticipated that her medical skills would attract such misfortune. What would happen to her beloved son if she followed these two men? Would anyone come to her aid? Panic surged within her, though her exterior remained composed. And what about her? She gestured toward Fu Yao. The poison eagle believed that Qiao Bei would inevitably become one of their own and would soon uncover their true intentions. He candidly revealed, her family is quite affluent. At this point, Qiao Bei understood their motives. The abduction of Fu Yao was a ploy to extort the Fu family. In that moment, she found herself torn between sympathy for Fu Yao and her own plight. Yet Fu Yao felt a sense of relief. She believed that their intentions were purely financial. Her family was wealthy enough, and if her father lacked the means, her brother certainly had ample resources. No matter how much they demanded, she was confident that her father and brother would rescue her. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her was a remorseless demon. And even with money, her life would not be spared. Fu Tanxiu disembarked from the plane, where Shi Qian and 2 rows of bodyguards awaited him at the airport entrance. Once in the car, Shi Qian's expression turned grave. The disappearance of Fu Yao is likely the work of someone named Poison Eagle. Fu Tanxiu inquired, have you received a call from them?
No.
Just then, Fu Tanxiu's phone rang. It was sisters in calling. He quickly answered. Her anxious voice came through. Mr. Fu, it's terrible. Miss Qiao is missing. Fu Tanxiu's heart tightened. What do you mean missing? Understood. Keep an eye on Fu Ningyuan. I will find a solution. After hanging up, Shi Qian asked, what is wrong? Fu Tanxiu's face was cold and stern. Bei is also missing. He promptly contacted every available resource and reported the situation to government authorities. Reviewing the surveillance footage, Fu Tanxiu saw Qiao Bei being knocked unconscious by a figure. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a man, heavily cloaked, obscuring his features, evidently well prepared, akin to the individual who had taken Fu Yao. In fact, it was the same person. Soon, these surveillance videos found their way to Shang Wuju, who was clad in a black uniform, a firearm secured at his waist. Seated within a bulletproof vehicle accompanied by 8 other similarly attired members, all armed. Fu Yao, feeling less fearful, had dozed off, leaning against Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei nudged her shoulder, attempting to push her away. Fu Yao tumbled to the side, inadvertently colliding with the car door, awakening in pain. And after a moment of confusion, glared at Qiao Bei in anger. Qiao's gaze warned her to keep her distance. Fu Yao pouted and curled up in her corner, attempting to resume her slumber. Qiao Bei thought to herself, this girl has a remarkable sense of security. She may not realize how perilous her situation truly is. The vehicle continued its journey, only briefly diverting from the highway to refuel at a small gas station, remaining in motion for the remainder of the time. Upon waking, Fu Yao began to whimper incessantly, her face flushed and her legs tightly pressed together. Qiao Bei discerned her predicament, stating, she needs to use the restroom. Fu Yao nodded vigorously in affirmation. Dewing glanced at her and coldly uttered, hold it. Qiao Bei protested, how can one possibly endure this? If she ends up soiling the car, it will be uncomfortable for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Dewing decided to exit the highway ahead and seek a secluded spot for her relief. The scarred man responded affirmatively. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Qiao Bei added, I also need to go. The scarred man untied Fu Yao's hands and feet, leading her toward the depths of the forest. Upon reaching a secluded area, he warned, do not even think about escaping. If I catch you, I will break your legs. Fu Yao shook her head frantically, exclaiming, I want to escape. I promise. He gave her a dismissive glance, urging, hurry along. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The forest surrounded them, devoid of any signs of civilization, and venturing further into the woods left her uncertain of her escape. Stop looking. You cannot run away, Du Ying remarked coolly. Qiao Bei pressed her lips together, insisting, I have no intention of fleeing. Du Ying scrutinized her. This woman was astute, her eyes darting as if plotting an escape, yet she would not admit it. Thinking he was oblivious, Qiao Bei said, please step back a bit. It's quite embarrassing to be so close. Du Ying chuckled softly, stepping back approximately 10 meters and turning away. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Bei bolted deeper into the forest. Chapter 100. You are not some winged creature. How could I possibly outrun you? However, she had not run 100 meters before Du Ying apprehended her. I told you, you cannot escape.
Qiao Bei retorted.
Are you a rabbit? How can you run so fast? I am not a rabbit. I am an eagle, soaring through the skies, Doing replied. Qiao Bei scoffed inwardly. A kidnapper referring to himself as an eagle was an affront to the creature. Let me go. I need to use the restroom. Doing questioned. Still intent on running? Qiao Bei replied defiantly, You are not some winged creature. How could I outrun you? Good to know. He smirked. I am called Doing. Qiao Bei felt an urge to roll her eyes at such a ridiculous name. Fu Yao's hands and feet were once again bound, and the vehicle resumed its journey. They traveled from daylight to dusk, and after an indeterminate duration, when they finally stopped, the dawn was breaking. Fu Yao was sleeping soundly.
Qiao Bei, Hovefa.
Did not dare to close her eyes, instead carefully observing the signs along the route. They had reached the border between Yun Province and Ti Country. Surrounded by mountains and forests, they sat in the vehicle for a while before a group of men emerged from the woods, each armed with firearms. Qiao Bei noticed that both Doing and the scarred man were also armed. She wondered if Sister Zheng had alerted the authorities and what resources the Fu family could muster for Fu Yao's rescue, especially with Fu Tanxiu abroad on business. If the Fu family mobilized a rescue, there was a chance she could escape alongside Fu Yao. However, she could not solely rely on external assistance. She needed to devise her own means of escape. At that moment, another vehicle approached, its doors opening to reveal a mobile radio control room inside. Two young men were operating inside. One of them said, It's connected. The notorious Poison Eagle gestured with his hand. She overheard the man demand a ransom of 1 billion from the Fu family. The kidnappers provided Poison Eagle with a chair to sit on. He crossed his legs, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, orchestrating negotiations with the Fu family through his subordinates. The sickly demeanor he once had was gone, replaced by the countenance of a fierce thug. It was all her fault. How could she have administered that injection? It had given him the strength to bounce back. However, this fellow's triumph would not last long, Qiao Bei thought discreetly. The Fu family, without a doubt, would be willing to pay. Meanwhile, they inquired about the location for the exchange. The kidnappers specified a site on the outskirts of Long City, insisting on a cash-for-hostage transaction. Qiao Bei's expression became grave. Fu Yao was not even in Long City, yet the kidnappers had chosen that as the exchange point. They had no intention of releasing her. Could it be that her fears were justified? Fu Yao, too, had heard the kidnappers on the phone, whimpering incessantly. Poison Eagle signaled to his men, and one of them approached, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Fu Yao's face. She choked back tears, afraid to cry out further. What had those people meant? She was right there. How could they claim they would conduct the exchange in Long City? She did not wish to leave her home, nor did she want to die. Fu Yao was terrified, yet all she could do was silently weep, looking up helplessly at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, remembering Fu Yao's previous cruel demeanor towards her, found herself at a loss for comforting words. Fu Tanxiu exited the airport and entered an SUV, which slid away, followed closely by 5 similar vehicles. Fu Tanxiu was on the phone, assuring the caller, but informed them that we will only transfer the funds upon seeing Fu Yao. Poison Eagle sauntered over to Qiao Bei. Master Zhou, this matter will conclude shortly, and we will be leaving. My place is quite pleasant. You will surely enjoy it. Qiao Bei replied, I will not enjoy it. My family is in Long City. Poison Eagle retorted, family can be remade. I can find you a husband, and you can have a few children. Life would surely be wonderful. Of course, if you fancy me, I would be willing to marry you. Qiao Bei could not suppress a dry heave. Poison Eagle frowned. What was that reaction? Do you find me objectionable? I am not displeasing to the eye, and I possess wealth that can afford you a life of luxury. I do not desire such a life. Living on the edge, Qiao Bei shot back, and besides she cast him a glance. You simply do not appeal to me. Poison Eagle remarked, feelings can be cultivated. You may not believe anything I say now, but once you arrive at my place, your perspective will surely change. Qiao Bei closed her eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation. She would not plead for her release. Such a cruel being could not possess any semblance of compassion, making it a waste of effort. Displeased, Poison Eagle walked away. Moments later, 2 kidnappers approached Fu Yao to record a video, preventing her from speaking, likely fearing she would disclose their location. Fu Song and Qi Lianxin received the video and saw Fu Yao bound, her mouth gagged, her eyes swollen from crying. Fu Song clenched his fists. Qi Lianxin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, for they had heard that the kidnappers were ruthless, even tearing up contracts after receiving payment. The sole heir of the Li family is fortunate to have been rescued. He dares not disclose this to Qi Lianxin, fearing it may be too burdensome for her to bear. The captors provided only a video, instructing him to transfer 10 billion to an offshore account upon reaching the outskirts, promising immediate release thereafter. Uncertain of its authenticity, he feels compelled to take the risk. As dusk approaches, Fu Song makes his way to the outskirts. With the kidnappers reporting Fu Song's imminent arrival at the transaction site, Qiao Bei's heart tightens with anxiety. Should Fu Song proceed with the payment, it would seal Fu Yao's fate, and Qiao Bei would be taken away, forever deprived of seeing her beloved son again. Suddenly, the poison eagle clutches his head, crying out in agony, prompting the scarred man to step forward. Poison eagle, is your head hurting again? The poison eagle is rendered speechless by the pain. Casting a glance, Qiao Bei allows a hint of disdainful amusement to flicker across her lips. The scarred man strides over, seizing her and dragging her before the poison eagle. Show him, he demands. Qiao Bei feigns innocence. How can I see anything when I am bound? The scarred man releases her hands but leaves her feet restrained. Look now. Qiao Bei checks the poison eagle's pulse, taking nearly 10 minutes, which exacerbates the scarred man's impatience. Is it done yet? Hurry up. Qiao Bei's expression grows grave as she sighs deeply. The scarred man's heart races.
What do you mean by that?
Why are you shaking your head and sighing? What is wrong with the poison eagle? Qiao Bei replies his condition is rather severe. In what way? He presses. He must have taken a medication with significant side effects. While it alleviates his pain, the drug accumulates in his system, intensifying his headaches. Over time, the blood vessels in his brain may rupture. And then? Qiao Bei regards him as if he were a fool. He will die. The scarred man, though skeptical of her alarmist claims, lacks evidence to refute her. Moreover, it is imperative to relieve the poison eagle's pain so he can direct their next actions and ensure a safe escape. Do exactly what you did before to alleviate his pain. I want him better immediately. Chapter 101. There is but one solution: bloodletting. Qiao Bei shakes her head. The previous method is no longer effective. Then what shall we do? She states earnestly. There is only one way: bloodletting. The scarred man is incredulous. He retrieves a vial containing a single pill, preparing to administer it to the poison eagle to stabilize him before addressing the current predicament. Just as he is about to feed it to the poison eagle, Qiao Bei swats the pill away. Not that pill. It will cause his blood vessels to rupture immediately. The scarred man hesitates, refraining from reclaiming the pill. Glancing at his watch, he realizes time is of the essence. Fine, we will do it your way. If it fails, I will kill you, he threatens ominously. Although doubtful of Qiao Bei's bloodletting method, he feels he has no alternative but to comply. I need tools. Wait here. The scarred man returns from the vehicle with a medical kit. Qiao Bei recognizes it as her own, filled with the instruments she typically uses to treat patients, along with some basic medications. These individuals not only abducted her, but also seized her medical kit, leaving nothing untouched. The scarred man placed the kit before her and commanded, "Begin." Qiao Bei opened the medical box and retrieved a small surgical knife, intending to incise the wrist of the poison eagle.
Wait.
The scarred man interrupted. Qiao Bei looked up, questioning, "What is it? Aren't you going to disinfect?" She replied, "Oh, I forgot." The scarred man muttered, "Is this person a professional?" "Surely. She must be." Qiao Bei disinfected the knife and, with unwavering determination, made a swift incision on the poison eagle's wrist, causing blood to spurt forth. The pain jolted the poison eagle awake, and he stared at his bleeding wrist in bewilderment, his gaze shifting to Qiao Bei. Weakly, he inquired, "What are you doing?" Qiao Bei, maintaining her composure, replied, "I am treating your injury." "Why are you cutting my wrist?" he protested. "Oh, look at your condition. Refrain from speaking and conserve your strength. Rest assured, I am a doctor. Though you are not a good person, I shall heal you." The poison eagle recalled how even murderers received medical attention when ill. Thus, he no longer doubted Qiao Bei's intentions. She positioned his wrist on the armrest of the chair, blood dripping onto the ground. Noticing the crimson stain, the scarred man furrowed his brows deeply. "How much longer must we wait?" he demanded. 5 more minutes, Qiao Bei replied. The poison eagle's complexion grew, increasingly pallid. "Are you certain he won't bleed to death?" "He will not perish. Please refrain from questioning a doctor, if you will. Your incessant chatter hinders my ability to save him." The scarred man glanced at the time, realizing they were running out of it. He hurried to the control room, inquiring about Fu Song's whereabouts. "Why is the poison eagle still in pain?" Qiao Bei responded, "Healing requires time." "Why do you rush me? Last time, it was much quicker." "Is it my fault? His reckless medication led to this predicament. It is a miracle that I can even assist him. If he continues, there will be no hope." These kidnappers, mere brutish men, lacked any medical knowledge, and thus the scarred man could only place his trust in Qiao Bei. Consequently, he fell silent. Qiao Bei sat cross-legged on the floor, her gaze fixated on the poison eagle's wrist, while her mind pondered an escape plan. Surrounded by muscular kidnappers, all armed, She realized that the poison eagle was now incapacitated, both mentally and physically. The scarred man posed a significant threat, yet it was not impossible to take him down if the timing was right. Of course, this depended on her speed. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to attempt it. At that moment, the poison eagle's face resembled that of a ghost, devoid of color, compounded by a throbbing headache. He slumped in the chair, appearing as though he might succumb at any moment. The gang of kidnappers watched with concern. The poison eagle was their cornerstone, a figure they had followed into perilous ventures that yielded substantial rewards. They did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. As seconds ticked away, the scarred man made several trips to the control room, his brow furrowed, lips and face pale, as if he were holding his breath. He shouted, "What have you done?" Qiao Bei, having lost a considerable amount of blood, would undoubtedly feel weakened. However, she reassured herself that she could dress the wound, and he would soon be well. She retrieved some bandages, neglecting to apply any ointment to the injury before wrapping it. The scar-faced man and his band of kidnappers were in a heightened state of tension, oblivious to the potential issues at hand. Seizing the moment when the scar-faced man retreated to the control room, Qiao Bei stealthily severed her bindings. After a brief period, she overheard his agitated shouts, seemingly in a phone conversation with the Fu family, who were eager to see Fu Yao transmit more funds. The scar-faced man threatened them vehemently, warning that if the money was not sent immediately, Fu Yao's life would be forfeit. The two parties were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Should the Fu family falter first, the kidnappers would triumph. Qiao Bei could only hope the Fu family could endure a little longer. Moments later, the scar-faced man leapt from the vehicle and approached her. Clutching a silver needle, Qiao Bei prepared to spring into action the moment he drew near, ready to incapacitate him and make her escape. As he approached, her anxiety intensified, her gaze unwavering. Just as he was but 2 steps away, a group of individuals clad in black uniforms burst forth, brandishing firearms. The scene erupted into chaos. The scar-faced man bellowed for his men to draw their weapons, and the kidnappers complied, engaging in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Terrified, Qiao Bei sought refuge behind the venomous eagle, using him as a human shield. However, the venomous eagle suddenly rose, momentarily swaying before stabilizing himself against the chair.
Drawing his sidearm,
Qiao Bei thought to herself, wasn't he on the brink of death moments ago? The venomous eagle shouted, "Get in the car, let us go." After his command, he collapsed back into the chair, clearly having expended all his energy. 2 of the kidnappers rushed to assist him. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, Qiao Bei dashed towards the nearby woods. As the venomous eagle, supported by his underlings, made his way to the vehicle, he abruptly turned, pointing at Qiao Bei. Firing his weapon, he charged towards her. At that moment, a fleet of off-road vehicles surged onto the scene. Fu Tanxiu leapt from one, his heart racing as he sprinted toward Qiao Bei. The kidnappers surrounding Fu Yao were swiftly dealt with by the wolfsmen, ensuring her safety. Spotting Fu Tanxiu, she cried out in excitement, tears streaming down her face. Her brother had come to rescue her. Qiao Bei was seized by the scar-faced man. Chapter 102. He underestimated this woman. Fu Tanxiu's pupils dilated in anxiety as he witnessed Qiao Bei swiftly turn and plunge the needle into the scar-faced man. Not entirely certain where it had struck, the man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Fu Tanxiu, upon seeing Qiao Bei pursued by the scar-faced man, rushed over without hesitation. Shang Wujue, who had prepared to shoot, found his weapon unnecessary. He had underestimated this woman. Just as he intended to pivot and pursue the venomous eagle, he caught a glimpse of Qiao Bei's visage and froze. "Little sister?" Qiao Bei looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's you." It was the man who had saved her that fateful night. Shang Wujue was about to grasp her arm and inquire further when a teammate called out to him, forcing him to leave in haste. The wolves' men pursued the venomous eagle and his band of kidnappers. Several individuals were injured or even killed by the venomous hawk's followers, while Fu Tanxiu's men managed to subdue the fallen kidnappers. Fu Tanxiu rushed over and embraced Qiao Bei, her body trembling. "Bei, thank goodness you are safe, thank goodness,"
he murmured.
She had narrowly escaped death, her heart still racing, yearning for a comforting embrace to steady her frayed nerves. Nestled in Fu Tanxiu's arms, she felt a profound sense of security. In the chaotic scene, the two remained in a tranquil embrace, a tender moment abruptly interrupted. Fu Yao approached, her eyes wide with longing as she gazed at Fu Tanxiu. "Brother, I want a hug too." Terrified at the thought of dying outside, she sought solace from Fu Tanxiu. He remained still, prompting Qiao Bei to release him and step aside. Fu Yao then threw herself into Fu Tanxiu's arms, sobbing inconsolably. "Brother, I finally found you. I'm so happy.
Just now, I thought I was going to die."
Those people were terrifying. They beat me. My face is swollen, she cried. Fu Tanxiu gently patted her back, offering comfort.
It's all right now.
His gaze remained fixed on Qiao Bei. She casually borrowed a phone from a nearby bodyguard and stepped aside to call Sister Zeng, as her own phone had likely been discarded by the venomous hawk. The call connected. Sister Zeng, it's me. Miss Qiao? Is it really you? Sister Zeng's voice rose with excitement. Yes, it's me. Are you alright, Miss Qiao? Rest assured. Dodo is very well. Qiao Bei's tense heart finally eased. Thank you, Sister Zeng. Sister Zeng even let her hear Dodo's voice. Qiao Bei longed to see her son, but alas, it was not her phone, and she couldn't do a video call. Nonetheless, just hearing her child's voice filled her with joy, moving her to tears. She ended the call, wiped her eyes, and returned the phone to the bodyguard. Fu Tanxiu noticed her actions, gently pushed Fu Yao aside, and approached her. Standing before Qiao Bei, he asked softly, "What's wrong?"
Qiao Beis Tiers Flot unkontrollably.
She missed Dodo. When taken away by the venomous hawk, she had not cried, but now the floodgates had opened. She desperately missed her precious son. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her with his deep, dark eyes, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Fu Ningyuan. This woman wept for that wretched boy. Qiao Bei continued to cry, her tears soaking the front of his shirt. Don't cry, he soothed. How about this? I will add Sister Zeng on WeChat. And you can video call Fu Ningyuan, alright? Fu Tanxiu only had Sister Zeng's phone number, not her WeChat. Qiao Bei lifted her head, her tearful eyes fixed on him. Okay. He raised his hand to gently wipe her tears away before adding Sister Zeng on WeChat. Sister Zeng might have been busy, as she did not accept the request immediately. Qiao Bei leaned closer. Has she accepted it yet? Just wait. She must be busy.
Oh.
Qiao Bei stared intently at the phone. Fu Tanxiu chuckled as he watched her. Don't worry, Sister Zeng will accept it once she sees it. Did you add a note?
Qiao Bei asked it. No.
Add one. Sister Zeng want to know who you're otherwise. Fu Tanxiu added a note and resent the request. Just then, Fu Yao approached. Brother, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Fu Tanxiu summoned the bodyguard, who only found some biscuits in the car. Fu Yao glanced at Qiao Bei and handed her a bag. Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, but accepted it with gratitude. Half an hour later, Zeng Jias approved Fu Tanxiu's friend request. Qiao Bei promptly sent a video. Unfortunately, Qiao Dodo was asleep. Yet Qiao Bei gazed at his sleeping visage for a long while, refraining from speaking so as not to disturb his slumber. Fu Yao leaned closer to her, casting a glance at the child in the video. He was adorably charming, and his peaceful countenance could soften anyone's heart. During her previous visit to Guanghua community, she had merely caught a glimpse of him without taking a closer look. Now, she found the child rather endearing. After hanging up, Qiao Bei returned the phone to Fu Tanxiu, expressing her thanks. He received the phone and inquired, "Would you like to take a nap in the car?" Qiao Bei shook her head, asking, "Who are those people that saved us?" "They are special forces," he replied, recalling the astonishment on Qiao Bei's face when she saw Shang Wujue. "Do you know Shang Wujue?" "Shang Wujue? You mean the special forces soldier?" she asked.
Yes.
Fu Tanxiu was surprised by this revelation. However, one thing puzzled him. Why did Shang Wujue call you little sister? Qiao Bei had forgotten that Shang Wujue had indeed referred to her as such. I don't know. Perhaps I resemble his sister? He was unconscious the night I saved him, and didn't he see me? She speculated. Fu Tanxiu suddenly regarded her with a profound gaze. The resemblance to Shang Wujue's sister sparked his curiosity, for Shang Wujue had a sister who had gone missing. Could Qiao Bei be her? Noticing his unwavering stare, Qiao Bei asked, "What is it?" He paused before shaking his head, responding, "It's nothing." As far as he knew, Qiao Bei's mother was named Qiao Rong, while her father's identity remained uncertain. After Qiao Rong's passing, Qiao Bei was sent to live with Qiao Yuhua in the countryside. Fu Tanxiu remarked, "They will send someone to assist us shortly. Let us wait a while. If you're tired, you can take a nap in the car." Uncertain of how long they would have to wait, Qiao Bei climbed into the car, preparing to rest. Fu Tanxiu followed her inside, offering her a blanket before closing the door. Qiao Bei noticed he did not stray far, leaning against the car door. As she relaxed, her eyelids grew heavy. Having had little sleep in recent days, she quickly fell into slumber. Chapter 103. I cannot allow others to touch you. Qiao Bei awoke to find herself in a bed, with dim wall lamps illuminating the room. She sat up and surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be a hotel. Had she not been in the car? How did she end up here? She opened the door and stepped out. It was a hotel suite with a living room beyond. Fu Tanxiu was leaning against the desk, speaking on the phone, his posture slightly bent with one hand in his pocket. Yes, everything is fine, intact. From the conversation, It seemed to be a call from Fu Song or Qilianxin. As Fu Tanxiu turned and saw Qiao Bei, he hastily ended the call and approached her. Coming to a stop in front of her, he asked, "Did I disturb you?" "No, I just woke up suddenly," she replied. She dreamt of being taken by a venomous eagle to a desolate place in Tea country, where the eagle forced her into marriage against her will. When she resisted, the eagle bound her and mercilessly beat her, awakening her from the nightmare. "What time is it?" Fu Tanxiu glanced at his watch. 5 in the morning. Dawn is approaching. "Are you not asleep?" "I'm not tired."
Fu Tanxiu smiled gently.
"Indeed, I cannot allow anyone to lay a finger on you." Qiao Bei felt uneasy at his possessive words, as if she were merely his property. "Not yet. The police have taken those kidnappers away." Fu Tanxiu replied, "It's all taken care of. There's a flight at 10 in the morning. You'll accompany me? No documents required."
"Thank you."
"When will you stop being so formal with me?" Qiao Bei pursed her lips in silence. In truth, she felt deeply moved the moment Fu Tanxiu rushed to her aid. From last night until now, he had taken great care of her, arranging everything meticulously. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her for a moment before ushering her into the bathroom of the room where she had just slept. "Go take a shower. I've had someone bring you some clothes." Qiao Bei raised her arm and sniffed. Indeed, a shower was in order. She cast a grateful glance at Fu Tanxiu before entering the bathroom. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Fu Tanxiu's voice called out, "I've left the clothes at the door. Help yourself. I'll step outside." Qiao Bei acknowledged him. When she retrieved the clothing, she discovered he had prepared a complete outfit for her, including undergarments, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Shang Wujue was crammed in a car with his teammates, eagerly dialing home. "Elder brother, I found our younger sister." Shang Wuyan sat up abruptly, startling Shuang beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "What's the matter? Where are you?" "I'll come right over." Shang Wujue replied, "We are currently in Yun province, but I haven't formally introduced myself yet. I only caught a fleeting glimpse of her. I will go find her shortly. Send me the exact location. I will head over immediately." "Elder brother, don't be too excited. You might frighten her. I'll meet her first." Besides, it seems she is quite familiar with Fu Tanxiu, who is very protective of her. When she was in danger, he rushed to her side. She must have lived in Long City previously. Is she in danger? What kind of danger? Shang Wuyan's tone turned icy. Shang Wujue informed him, "Elder brother, the venomous eagle has kidnapped both Fu Yao from the Fu family and our younger sister." Shang Wuyan shouted, "How come I was not informed of this? Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed in Xian City. I would have rushed over immediately. I received a surveillance video from Fu Tanxiu on the road, but her face wasn't visible, so I couldn't confirm if it was her. Is she hurt? Is she frightened?" Shang Wujue rubbed his nose. "She should be fine. I didn't see any blood on her. And she seemed agile enough to take down a burly man over 6 feet tall." Shang Wuyan suddenly burst into laughter, startling Shuang, who had just finished dressing. From her husband's words, she realized the Shang family had received joyous news. The sister-in-law she had never met had been found. Excellent. Truly excellent. It seems our Shang family is indeed remarkable. By the way, you mentioned she is quite familiar with Fu Tanxiu? Shang Wuyan inquired, somewhat belatedly. Shang Wujue replied affirmatively. Shang Wuyan recalled the silhouette he had glimpsed in Fu Tanxiu's office previously, and in frustration, he struck the wall. He had been so close to his younger sister, yet remained oblivious. When had he become so foolish? He should have trusted his instincts and barged in to take a look, even if it seemed intrusive. Had he done so, they might have found her by now. Fu Tanxiu had remarked that she was the girl he admired, yet he had not pursued her. He felt compelled to investigate further. Just then, Shang Wujue received a call. Cutting off Shang Wuyan, the superior inquired about the outcome of their operation. Shang Wujue felt disheartened. He had let the viper escape once more. Qiao Bei emerged from the shower, her hair cascading down. Fu Tanxiu, seated on the sofa, lifted his gaze at the sound, astonished by her beauty. Dressed simply in a brown sweater and a black skirt, her fair complexion made her utterly captivating. Unbeknownst to Qiao Bei, the outfit, seemingly chosen by someone else, fit her perfectly. The manager hurriedly arrived, ushering him to the shopping center to select more clothing. The vast emptiness of the shopping mall felt eerie, with only the two of them present. Fu Tanxiu approached her, exclaiming, "You look wonderful." Qiao Bei's cheeks flushed. She quickly changed the subject, saying, "I'm going to find something to eat. Shall we go together?"
She did not object.
They enjoyed breakfast at the hotel, where the variety and quality of the food were exceptional. Qiao Bei, famished after 2 days without proper meals, piled her plate high.
Fu Tanxiu sighed.
"I told you not to overindulge. I've been starving for 2 days. Surely I can treat myself a bit," she retorted. Fu Tanxiu, unable to resist, contemplated sending someone to fetch her some digestive medicine later. After a while, his phone rang. It was Shang Wujue. Where is that girl? Fu Tanxiu understood whom he referred to and glanced at the girl across from him, savoring her meal, replying, in the hotel restaurant. Shang Wujue hung up and Fu Tanxiu, after putting away his phone, cast a lingering gaze at Qiao Bei. Moments later, Shang Wujue strode towards them with purpose. Chapter 104. Once more, the brothers are undeniably handsome. Upon lifting her gaze, Qiao Bei spotted a special forces soldier striding toward them. With long legs and a chiseled face, he had removed his cap, revealing a neat crew cut. In 3 words, utterly captivating. She felt an inexplicable reverence for the soldier, drawn to him. However, as she admired him, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and she turned to see Fu Tanxiu's cold gaze fixed upon her, as if she had committed some grave offense. It was utterly perplexing. The Special Forces soldier? She mused, but upon seeing Fu Tanxiu's discontented expression, she realized her mistake. Brother? Handsome beyond measure? Qiao Bei. I shall grant you another chance to rephrase that. Qiao Bei responded. Once more, the brothers are undeniably handsome. Fu Tanxiu felt a pang in his heart. How had he encountered such a woman? Shang Wujue stood before Qiao Bei, casting a large shadow over her. Qiao Bei lifted her head, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards the soldier who had rescued her. Hello, Shang Wujue exclaimed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to articulate his excitement. You resemble her so much, just like our mother. You must be my little sister. Qiao Bei found his gaze unsettling as he fixated on her. Fu Tanxiu appeared displeased, yet remained silent. Qiao Bei let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. She retrieved a chair from the side and offered it to him. Please sit. Shang Wujue complied, his eyes never wavering from her. Have you eaten?
Qiao Bei inquired.
Shang Wujue nodded, then shook his head. Rising to her feet, Qiao Bei declared, I'll fetch you something to eat. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. Shang Wujue grasped Qiao Bei's arm gently, insisting, I'm not hungry. I can eat later. At that moment, speaking with his sister took precedence over any meal. Qiao Bei hesitated briefly before nodding and sitting back down. Shang Wujue responded with a soft Are you injured? Shang Wujue felt a surge of excitement. His sister was concerned for him. She had just moved a chair for him, inquired about his meal, and now asked about his injuries. Sitting up straighter, he smiled and replied, No, I'm fine.
Qiao Bei exhaled in relief.
That's good to hear. And what about the poison eagle? Is he dead? Her concern lay primarily with him. That wretched scoundrel deserved a bullet, especially after all he had put her through. However, Shang Wujue's response was disheartening. He escaped. A moment of silence ensued, during which Qiao Bei refrained from expressing her disappointment. The Special Forces soldiers had their own challenges, navigating through a hail of bullets in perilous situations. She chastised herself for harboring resentment. Shang Wujue rubbed his nose, sensing his sister's dissatisfaction. He added reassuringly, We will catch him eventually. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Bei retorted, I drained his blood and kept him hanging on by a thread. How could you let him escape? Shang Wujue was taken aback. You did that to the poison eagle? He recalled how the villain had initially appeared lethargic, lying in a chair with his eyes closed, mistaking him for merely asleep when he was actually incapacitated. Later, the poison eagle had staggered to his feet, only to be dragged away by 2 kidnappers. They had pursued him to the border of Tea Country, on the verge of capturing him, only for the poison eagle to unleash a cadre of accomplices who shielded his retreat. The poison eagle was adept at winning loyalty. His band of kidnappers followed him, without regard for their own lives. Despite the heavy casualties on their side, with his sister's assistance, they managed to apprehend one of the poison eagle's most capable subordinates. Although the poison eagle had eluded capture, the operation was still deemed a success. By the time he fled, he had only a handful of followers left, rendering him relatively powerless for the time being. What could Qiao Bei say? She simply nodded in acknowledgement. Why did the poison eagle abduct you? Shang Wujue asked, puzzled by the motive. He suffers from severe migraines, Qiao Bei replied. Migraines? Yes. Quite severe. Shang Wujue's enthusiasm grew. He had uncovered yet another weakness of the poison eagle. During my time in Long City, he sought me out for treatment. After I treated him once, he believed I could cure his migraines and attempted to take me away. Both Shang Wujue and Fu Tanxiu were taken aback by the revelation. Initially, Fu Tanxiu believed that the poison eagle had discovered his relationship with Qiao Bei, which led to her abduction. However, it turned out that it was his beloved Bei's exceptional medical skills that drew attention. Shang Wujue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, you possess medical expertise. Are you a doctor? Qiao Bei responded. He knows that some men tend to affectionately call beautiful girl sister, Is that what Xiang Wujue means? Traditional Chinese medicine. How impressive. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu exchanged glances. Qiao Bei felt a bit shy. Well, actually, I was the one who saved you last time. Xiang Wujue was utterly astonished. You saved me that night? Yes. Xiang Wujue's eyes glistened with gratitude. Sister, with such slender shoulders. How did you manage to carry a hefty man like me to the clinic? You have my deepest appreciation. Qiao Bei interjected. Please, don't call me sister. My name is Qiao Bei. With this revelation, Xiang Wujue learned her name and recognized her as a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. This information sufficed. He had finally found a sister. There was no need to inquire further. His elder brother would uncover the rest. Qiao Bei replied, There's no need for gratitude. You saved me last night, so we are even. Xiang Wujue declared, Sister, it seems we are fated to meet. Fate had orchestrated their encounter. Qiao Bei found Xiang Wujue's words peculiar and struggled to comprehend them, bowing her head to resume eating. Xiang Wujue watched her with unwavering attention. Fu Tanxiu, feeling displeased, wiped his mouth with a napkin. Let us go. We must head to the airport. Qiao Bei glanced longingly at her unfinished meal, a hint of regret in her eyes. Ultimately, she stuffed a large piece of sweet potato into her mouth while clutching a sausage. Xiang Wujue, reluctant to part from a sister, gazed after her wistfully.
Qiao Bei wafet goodbye.
Farewell. Xiang Wujue replied, Sister, I will come to Longqing to find you. He yearned to inform her that she was the daughter of the Xiang family, their little princess, and that he was her brother. But he feared such revelations might startle her. Moreover, they needed time to understand the hardships she had endured over the years. Xiang Wujue's gaze followed Qiao Bei as she walked away. Fu Tanxiu paused a few steps ahead, deliberately waiting for Qiao Bei. As she took a bite of her sausage, she remarked that Xiang Wujue is rather strange, don't you think? Fu Tanxiu regarded her intently and replied, Perhaps a little. Chapter 105, Scoundrels Are Not Worth Knowing. As she approached, intending to leave, she turned and spotted them. Fu Yao glanced at Qiao Bei with an odd expression. Last night, her brother had personally carried Qiao Bei from the car into the suite. She wondered if anything had transpired between them. As Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei drew near, Fu Yao inquired, Brother, where did you two go? Fu Tanxiu replied, We went for breakfast. You should hurry and eat something too. We need to leave for the airport shortly.
Oh, all right.
I'll be there in a moment, she said before darting away. Fu Tanxiu had booked the entire plane, which was filled with their people. Qiao Bei was ushered by Fu Tanxiu into the luxurious cabin, with Fu Yao seated beside them. Job felt that after the incident of the kidnapping, Fu Yao seemed to have lost her mind. Seeing her seated beside Fu Tanxiu, she no longer scolded her. Had it been before, she would have certainly lashed out. 3 hours later, the plane landed in Longqing. Job glanced at Fu Tanxiu, her heart swelling with emotion. On the way, Fu Tanxiu suddenly inquired, Bei, do you have any recollection of your parents? Job was taken aback. Why do you ask this all of a sudden?
Just curious, he replied. Job shook her head. No.
The original owner's father was a scoundrel, already married with a family, yet he deceived Qiao Rong. Believing she had found true love, Qiao Rong fantasized about marrying him, immersing herself in the sweet delusions spun by the scoundrel. After broaching the subject of marriage several times, the scoundrel would always evade her queries. Later, upon discovering her pregnancy, Qiao Rong thought that upon learning of it, he would undoubtedly marry her without hesitation. To her dismay, he revealed that he was already married and had a family, thus could not wed her. At that moment, Qiao Rong's world crumbled. The man she loved had a family, which devastated her profoundly. Yet her affection for him was overwhelming, and she yearned for him to divorce and marry her. The man refused and even urged her to terminate the pregnancy. Qiao Rong resolutely opposed this. She had completely lost herself, pleading with the scoundrel, weeping daily. His disdain for her only grew, and he avoided her altogether. Hopeful each day, she awaited his appearance until the moment she gave birth, yet he never showed. Suffering from severe depression, she leaped from a building when she was 3 years old, ending her young life. These events were beyond Job's knowledge. She had no recollection of Qiao Rong's death, being too young at the time. It was later that Qiao Rong's friend, Su Yanfang, informed her. After Qiao Rong's demise, Su Yanfang took her to her grandmother's home in the countryside, where she lived until the age of 12, when her grandmother passed away. And she then moved to the Fu family. She never inquired with Su Yanfang about her biological father, for such a scoundrel was not worthy of her concern. Having a family, yet engaging in affairs, deceiving young girls, and causing a vibrant young woman to succumb to depression and die prematurely was utterly despicable and insidious. Noting Job's reluctance to discuss the matter, Fu Tanxiu refrained from asking further. The vehicle soon arrived at Guanghua community. Job, Like a bird eager to return to its nest, hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. She barely had time to greet Fu Tanxiu before she plunged into the community. Fu Tanxiu watched the fleeting figure disappear from sight and calmly instructed old Chen to drive. Young master, where to? To the company. There is a mountain of work awaiting my attention. Job noticed the elevator stopped on the 6th floor without descending and opted to climb the stairs instead. This old community had originally lacked an elevator, which was later installed through contributions from the residents. The stairwell was quite dilapidated. Job sprinted up to the 7th floor in one breath. Upon opening the door, she found Sister Zheng feeding Qiao Dodo. Looking up in surprise, she exclaimed, "Miss Qiao, you're back." Job smiled as she strode over. Yes. Her heart leaped with joy as she gazed at Qiao Dodo. How wonderful! She had truly and vividly reunited with her precious son. After Sister Zheng finished feeding, Job took Qiao Dodo into her arms, her heart overflowing with tenderness. The bond between mother and child is profound, as Qiao Dodo reached out with his tiny hand to touch Qiao Bei's face. He missed his mother dearly over the past few days. Before long, Yisher foam rushed in, embracing Qiao Bei with fervor, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Bye-bye.
Are you alright? Are you hurt? Qiao Bei responded with a radiant smile. No, look, I'm perfectly fine. Yisher examined her from every angle, ensuring she was unscathed. She had learned from Shi Qian about Qiao Bei's abduction, perpetrated by a particularly vicious kidnapper. After researching the criminal's past, she discovered that most hostages had met a tragic fate at his hands. Thank goodness you're okay. Qiao Bei led her to the sofa, handing her tissues to dry her tears. Stop crying. No, let me cry for a moment. I am just so overwhelmed with emotion.
Qiao Bei chuckled.
Puffy eyes are not a good look. I don't care. Qiao Bei felt a swell of gratitude. In her time of peril, so many cared for and worried about her. She was not alone in this world. Shang Wuyin quickly gathered all of Qiao Bei's information. Upon reviewing the details, his face turned ashen. His sister had endured too much suffering over the years. At that moment, aside from Su Jiawan, who lay gravely ill, the Shang family was gathered together. Shang Yarong gazed at Qiao Bei's photograph, his hands trembling. She resembles her mother so much. It must be Xiao Yu. It has to be my little Yu. Tears streamed down his weathered face as he wiped his eyes with his wrinkled hands. Shang Wulin, upon seeing the photograph, shouted, "That's her. The girl I acted with last time." Shang Yarong exclaimed, "You've met Xiao Yu. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Shang Wulin replied, "I told elder brother. And I searched for a long time, but couldn't find her. Little sister had gone to be an extra on a whim and left no contact information." Shang Yarong glared fiercely at Shang Wulin. "You knew. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chapter 106. What kind of person dislikes our Xiao Yu? Shang Wuyin rubbed his nose. "Father, I didn't want to raise your hopes unnecessarily. I thought I would wait until I found my sister to inform you." Humph. Shang Yarong was incensed. Shang Wuyin felt helpless. Shang Wufang interjected, "Let me tell you something. The girl who saved me last time in Longcheng was our little sister." Shang Wufang added, "He shouldn't have joked about it last time. Our little sister is incredibly capable." Shang Wujian remarked, "Indeed, her medical skills are remarkable. Everyone calls her Master Qiao. The poison eagle kidnapped her because of her exceptional abilities to cure his migraines." He continued, "Moreover, she is incredibly clever, even in such a perilous situation. She managed to outwit the poison eagle, nearly draining him of his blood and almost killing him. By the way, she even took down a burly man over 6 feet tall. As a result, we captured one of the poison eagle's most competent henchmen. Because of this, I received commendation from my superiors." Shang Wufang lifted his head, noticing everyone regarding him with disdain. Shang Yarong said, "Xiao Yu created such advantageous conditions for you, almost eliminating the poison eagle, yet you allowed him to escape." Shang Wuyin lamented, "What a waste of our sister's efforts." Shang Wufang chastised, "Second brother, how embarrassing." Shang Wulin added, "Little sister must be furious." Shang Wujian felt a tinge of self-contempt. When he received praise from his superiors, he felt a profound sense of discontent and unworthiness. Shang Yarong lowered his gaze, continuing to peruse Qiao Bei's records. The more he read, the darker his expression became. His daughter was suffering under the care of Qiao Rong, who battled with depression and exhibited erratic moods, leaving her with little energy to tend to Qiao Bei. The child appeared malnourished and frail. The documents revealed that Qiao Rong frequently resorted to violence against Qiao Bei. At such a tender age, she bore an immense burden. His heart ached for his daughter. Shang Yarong wiped away tears, envisioning that if Qiao Rong were still alive, he would have relished the opportunity to confront her with fury. After Qiao Rong's demise, Qiao Bei was sent to live with her maternal grandmother, Qiao Yuhua, in the countryside.
Qiao treated Qiao Bei kindly.
But their lives were marked by hardship. All the savings Qiao Yuhua had amassed in her youth were spent on her daughter's medical care. Although she was skilled in medicine, she could not heal her daughter's psychological afflictions. Following Qiao Yuhua's passing, Qiao Bei was taken in by the Fu family, where Fu Song and Qi Lianqing greeted her with indifference, as did their daughter, Fu Yao, who persistently bullied her. Only their son, Fu Tanxiu, showed her a semblance of kindness. However, as he continued to read, Zhang Yarong dismissed this notion with a surge of rage, slamming his palm against the table with a resounding crash. What kind of man was Fu Tanxiu? Xiao Yu held him in high regard, yet he did not reciprocate her feelings. What a scoundrel! As he continued, Zhang Yarong felt the pulse in his temples throb violently and struck the table again with force. This scoundrel had the audacity to divorce Xiao Yu. Oh, I cannot tolerate this. I shall make him pay. He conveniently ignored the fact that Qiao Bei had drugged Fu Tanxiu and that it was Qiao Bei who initiated the divorce. In his eyes, divorce was utterly unacceptable. The sound of his palm striking the table echoed once more. This rogue. Not only did he seek a divorce, but he also denied my Xiao Yu any share of their assets, forcing her to sell bags just to afford a small apartment on the 7th floor. And at such a tender age. Oh, I am beside myself with rage. Is this scoundrel a miser? Zhang Yarong pounded the table several times, his anger propelling him to stand abruptly. My heavens! This scoundrel has left my Xiao Yu pregnant with his child. In a heartbeat, his emotions transformed, and he began to weep. My poor Xiao Yu, carrying a child with no one to care for her, still having to work, imagining her alone, with a heavy belly, fills my heart with pain. During her most difficult times, we were not there to support her, allowing her to endure such suffering. The expressions of Shang's fourth son and Shueying darkened significantly. Shang Wuyan and Shueying had reviewed Qiao Bei's records, while the others had not. Listening to their father's words, their fingers cracked with tension. Shang Wujue had previously held Fu Tanxiu in high regard. However, upon learning of his actions towards his sister, Tanxiu's image in his mind plummeted to an all-time low. Had he known, he would have delivered a few punches while in Yun province. At Longcheng Huixing Company, Fu Tanxiu was engrossed in reviewing documents when he was suddenly overtaken by a series of sneezes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yarong continued to read further, cursing and slamming the table as he went. From her perch upstairs, Su Jiawan heard the commotion below and inquired of a nearby servant, "What is happening downstairs?" The servant replied, "It seems the master is in a fit of rage." Alas, the old man has grown increasingly irritable with age. Why can he not articulate his thoughts with civility? Downstairs, Zhang Yarong's face was ashen as he declared, "Boss, I recall you collaborated with that scoundrel. Cease this immediately. Such a person is unworthy of partnership with our business. Let him go where it is cool." Shang Wuyan remained silent. Shang Wulin stood up, ready to storm out. "I shall make sure to eliminate Fu Tanxiu." Shang Wujue restrained him. Shang Wulin turned, glaring menacingly. "Are you attempting to stop me?" Shang Wujue responded, "No. Let us go together." Shang Wufang also rose, "Count me in." As the leader, Shang Wuyan finally spoke, "You all should sit down." Shang Wulin shot him a fierce look. "Brother, are you trying to impede us?" Shang Wuyan replied, "Not at all. I have arranged for a plane for us to go together." Shang Yarong was quite pleased with the boss's arrangement. Shueying was exasperated by these big men but understood their excitement. The little sister was the only girl in the Shang family, a true princess, lost for so many years and now found. Such emotions were natural. She stood and said, "You go ahead. I will stay home to care for mother." Shang Wuyan looked at his wife. "Dear, thank you for your hard work." Shueying replied, "It's nothing. It is what I should do." The 5 men of the Shang family boarded a plane bound for Long City. Shiqian, having just completed a collaboration, rushed to Huixing Company. Fu Tanxiu glanced at him and remarked, "Have you gained weight?" Shiqian chuckled awkwardly, "It's just water retention." Fu Tanxiu smirked. Shiqian continued, "I heard that Qiao Bei took down a kidnapper, one of the Poison Eagle's elite. Is that true? Where did you hear that?" "From your bodyguard." Fu Tanxiu recalled the scene and smiled. "Indeed."
Wow.
"Incredible. How did she manage that?" "She must have struck a vital point."
Oh.
"I almost forgot that Qiao Bei is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, well-versed in acupoints. I won't dare provoke her again. A single needle could spell disaster for me." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tanxiu suddenly remarked, "Bei may be connected to the Shang family." Chapter 107, A romantic at heart. "Do you know how ruthless the Shang family can be?" Shiqian blurted, "Which Shang family?" "The Xian City Shang family." "No way, you're joking, right? How could Qiao Bei be associated with them?" "Isn't her family from the countryside?" Fu Tanxiu explained, the Shang family lost a daughter. Bei could be Shang Yarong's child. Shi Qian was momentarily at a loss, struggling to digest such a melodramatic revelation. He had heard that the Shang family had been searching for their daughter for years, but never expected that the person they sought was Qiao Bei. Are you certain? Fu Tanxiu replied, judging by Shang Wujue's reaction. It seems likely. Shi Qian cautioned, such matters cannot be taken lightly. It would be wise to conduct a paternity test for scientific verification. How embarrassing would it be if we were mistaken? He remained skeptical about the veracity of this claim. He had heard that the Shang family was unforgiving. He had previously looked down upon Qiao Bei and had given her several disdainful glances. Wouldn't the Shang family seek retribution? He also worried for Fu Tanxiu due to his entanglement with Qiao Bei, the series of events involving marriage, divorce, and children. Qiao Bei must truly be a merchant, or else Fu Tanxiu would surely be flayed alive. They pay no heed to Fu Tanxiu's justifications. Their people deserve to suffer. With this thought, Shi Qian shrank his neck. At that moment, Fu Tanxiu remarked, I actually wish Bei were a merchant. Shi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you seeking death? Fu Tanxiu chuckled, understanding the implication. What is meant for me, I shall not evade. There is no salvation for you.
Fu Tanxiu continued.
Bei has faced numerous hardships over the years. Though she has never voiced it, I know she has longed for familial affection. That is why she secretly gave birth to Fu Ningyuan. She yearned for kin. Shi Qian shook his head in disapproval, a true romantic. Do you have any idea how ruthless merchants can be?
Indeed I do.
You would be beaten to death. It's of no concern. I can withstand it. Shi Qian shook his head, wearing an expression of utter despair for his friend. Fu Tanxiu had evidently fallen head over heels for Qiao Bei. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon your feelings for Qiao Bei. She is currently so cold towards you, and with a multitude of merchants standing in your way, your chances are bleak. You would be subjected to torment. Shi Qian fretted over his good friend's emotional journey. At this juncture, the only option is to relinquish one path. To advance would be akin to crashing one's head against a wall, resulting in injury. The mere thought was disheartening. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Tanxiu pressed his fingers against his temples. Even if it means suffering, I shall not relent. Shi Qian found himself at a loss for words. This was love that endures even unto death. Qiao Bei stood by the bedroom window, cradling Qiao Dodo, as she playfully teased the child's tiny hands. Dodo, look. There are so many cars parked downstairs, and a crowd gathered. It seems quite lively. Can we not engage in such a distasteful game? Though I love you dearly, I still find this behavior off-putting. Qiao Dodo erupted in a fit of giggles. Qiao Bei warned, if you continue like this, Mama will spank your little bottom. Perhaps sensing her authority, Qiao Dodo settled down. Shang Yarong stepped out of the car, his brows furrowed deeply upon seeing the dilapidated neighborhood and the chaotic crowd. It pained him to see his daughter and grandson residing in such a shabby place. It felt terribly unjust to them. He was overwhelmed with sorrow. The surrounding onlookers whispered among themselves, who are these people? I have no idea, but they all drive luxury cars. Those few in front are Rolls-Royces, quite expensive, worth millions. Even tens of millions. At the mention of such staggering sums, the crowd gasped in astonishment. One vehicle could purchase several homes in the area, and here were 4 arriving simultaneously. The leading men were tall, handsome, and possessed an extraordinary charisma, more striking than male celebrities. Among the crowd, someone remarked, the man in the hat and mask resembles the famous star Shang Lin. Surely not. Why would Shang Lin come to such a place? It's not like he is filming a drama. Yet, the resemblance was striking. Just then, someone shouted, look. Those men are heading towards the building where Miss Qiao resides. The crowd attempted to gather closer, only to be halted by a group of bodyguards clad in sunglasses. Shang Wuyin stood before the entrance of the building. Father, this is the place. Let us take the elevator. He assisted Shang Yarong into the elevator, where the small space was filled to capacity with the 5 of them, leaving 2 bodyguards to take a subsequent trip. The elevator doors chimed open, and they stepped out. Shang Wuyin stepped forward, standing before an iron gate. Brother, is this the place? Shang Wuyin glanced at the plaque and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Shang Wuyin removed his mask and hat, adjusting his hair. He turned to inquire, is my hairstyle in order? Shang Wuyin affirmed with a nod. Just as Shang Wuyin was about to knock on the door, Shang Yarong called out to him. Wait. Let me check my appearance too. I hope I look presentable. The 4 brothers exchanged silent glances before nodding in agreement. Go ahead and knock, Shang Yarong encouraged. With a gentle rap, Shang Wuyin knocked on the door, followed by a second knock. When no one answered, he struck the door a bit harder. Immediately, he was reprimanded by Shang Yarong, be gentle. We don't want to startle Xiao Yu. Oh, right. Shang Wuyin softened his approach and knocked twice again. Inside. Qiao Bei seemed to hear the knocking and emerged from her room. Indeed, there was someone at the door. In the kitchen, Sister Zeng was too absorbed in the noise of the exhaust fan to notice. Qiao Bei, cradling Qiao Dodo, approached the door. As it swung open, her eyes locked with Shang Wulin's, and time appeared to freeze. She had not anticipated a celebrity would visit her home. Did you come to the wrong place? Or are you filming? She questioned, confused, as she had heard no word of a film crew in her neighborhood. Shang Wulin stepped closer and unexpectedly embraced Qiao Bei. His voice choked with emotion. Sister, at last, I have found you. Qiao Bei forcefully pushed him away, glaring at him. Just as she was about to scold him, several more figures appeared at the entrance, an elderly man with graying hair and 3 handsome men, one of whom she recognized as the Special Forces brother, Shang Wujue. She was momentarily taken aback. You all. Before she could finish her thought, the elderly man stood before her, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Yu, I am your father. 5 minutes later, Qiao Bei watched the elderly man, still wiping his tears on the couch, alongside the 4 men standing in the middle of the room. Stealthily, she took out her phone and sent a message to Fu Tanxiu. Come quickly. I need help. Upon receiving the message, Fu Tanxiu donned his coat and rushed out. Sister Zeng emerged from the kitchen, startled by the sudden influx of visitors, and hid behind Qiao Bei. Whispering, Miss Qiao, what is happening? Qiao Bei shook her head, equally perplexed. Chapter 108. I am not a bad person. I am your third brother. Shang Wufang approached with a smile, extending his hand towards Qiao Bei. Sister, let me hold my nephew. Qiao Bei tightened her grip on Qiao Dodo. No way. That's absurd. My son is my life. I would never entrust him to a stranger. Shang Wufang chuckled lightly. Sister, I assure you, I am not a bad person. I am your third brother. Qiao Bei surveyed the group, recognizing only Shang Wujue among them. Shang Wujue felt honored to be acknowledged by his sister. He smiled and introduced himself. Sister, we are all part of the Shang family from Xuanqing. Are you familiar with the Shang family from Xuanqing? Qiao Bei recalled Yi Shi mentioning that the Shang family was quite influential and that the beautiful Bo Han Hotel belonged to them. She nodded slightly. Shang Wujue pointed towards Shang Yarong. This is our father. His name is Shang Yarong. This is my elder brother, Shang Wuyan, who is now married. His wife is at home and did not accompany him. They have 2 sons. I am Shang Wujue, the second child and unmarried. This is Shang Wufang, the third child, also unmarried. He is Shang Wulin, a celebrity whom you might recognize. He is the 4th child and, like the rest, remains unmarried. Shang Wulin, eager to approach, was restrained by Shang Wuyan, who cast a warning glance. Their sister is currently wary of them. They must not startle her. Shang Wulin gazed at Qiao Bei, saying, Sister, I am your 4th brother. We acted together last time, and you cured my insomnia. It dawned on him that Master Qiao was indeed his sister, someone he had met previously. Qiao Bei had no recollection of healing Shang Wulin, but celebrities often appear in disguise. She might not have recognized him at that time. However, she remembered their collaboration. Yet, the notion that she and Shang Wulin were fraternal twins seemed utterly absurd. Was it possible that Qiao Rong had given birth to twins? Is this man on the sofa the irresponsible father? Qiao Rong bore children, taking the son while abandoning the daughter. Is that the situation? What does it mean for him to suddenly come seeking recognition? Shang Yarong could not comprehend why his daughter now regarded him with such hostility. Xiao Yu, she stated. My name is Qiao Bei. You scoundrel. How dare you come seeking me after abandoning me? Do you have any idea that you caused the death of a young life? Regardless of your reasons for wanting to acknowledge me, I shall not accept you. Shang Yarong was bewildered. How had he become the villain? The 4th son of the Shang family exchanged glances, struggling to stifle laughter at their father's expense. Under their father's stern gaze, Shang Wujue began to explain. Sister, you are mistaken. You are not the daughter of Qiao Rong and Fang Jiawei. Who is Fang Jiawei? Qiao Bei inquired. Fang Jiawei is the one who deceived Qiao Rong. He was a university professor in Haiqing over 20 years ago and is now retired. Shortly after the birth of his child with Qiao Rong, the infant tragically passed away. Qiao Rong, suffering from depression and the loss of her child, succumbed to mental instability. On one occasion, she encountered my sister, who is you, and, seizing the opportunity while our nanny was distracted, she took you.
Qiao Bei was utterly bewildert.
This convoluted narrative of a domineering male lead had taken a surreal turn. Not only had the female protagonist been unfaithful, but now the male lead was pursuing her as the second female lead, even endowing her with the identity of a long-lost heiress. After a prolonged silence, she asked, Are you certain that I am your lost sister?
Could there be a mistake?
Impossible, Shang Wulin affirmed. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother in her youth, as if you were sculpted from the same mold. You must surely be her sister. Qiao Bei smacked her lips. It was the first time Shang Wuju referred to her as a sister, likely due to her likeness to Madame Shang. Shang Yaorong approached her, coming to a halt before her, gazing at her with paternal affection. Qiao Bei felt uneasy under such scrutiny, her eyes wandering restlessly. In her previous life, she was an orphan, unaware of her parents' identities, and had never experienced the warmth of familial love. Shang Yaorong fixed his unwavering gaze upon Qiao Bei, fearing that if he blinked, she might vanish once more. It had been just a fleeting moment when she had disappeared before. They had searched for her for so many years. Xiao Yu, I am your father. I have sought you for so long, and at last, I have found you. Noticing the moisture welling in Shang Yaorong's eyes, Qiao Bei rationally responded, Please, do not become overly emotional. Perhaps we should conduct a paternity test to ascertain the truth, thereby avoiding any misunderstandings. If it turns out that I am not the daughter of the Shang family, how awkward that would be. There are many who bear a resemblance. One cannot simply assume my lineage based on my likeness to Madame Shang. Shang Wuyan interjected, Sister, do you know a friend of Qiao Rong named Su Yanfang?
Qiao Bei nodded.
Su Yanfang also acknowledged that Qiao Rong's child had perished and that the child was taken from someone else.
Qiao Bei remarked.
If that is the case, Su Yanfang is rather despicable. She knew full well that Qiao Rong had stolen another's child, yet did not report it to the authorities, instead assisting Qiao Rong in concealing the truth for all these years. It is utterly outrageous. Shang Wuyan continued, If you wish for assurance after the test results, we can certainly proceed. Soon, Shang Wuyan summoned someone to draw blood from both Shang Yaorong and Qiao Bei for testing. The results will be available today, he assured. Qiao Bei nodded, suddenly at a loss for how to face the 5 newfound relatives. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Qiao Bei opened it, only to be taken aback by the sight of Fu Tanxiu. Who have you been fighting with? She inquired, noticing the bruising at the corner of his mouth, the absence of his suit jacket, and several large footprints on his white shirt, all suggesting a recent brawl. Fu Tanxiu cast a sidelong glance at the ground. It was then that Qiao Bei noticed 2 men lying on the floor. They were presumably the Shang family's bodyguards. Shang Wu Lin rushed forward, positioning himself protectively behind Qiao Bei, his gaze fierce as he glared at Fu Tanxiu. Sister, 4th brother is here. I will protect you. This scoundrel dares not bully you any longer. Qiao Bei interjected, Wait, what are you doing? Realizing the situation, she hurried to pull Shang Wu Lin back. What is the point of fighting upon meeting? Shang Wu Lin retorted, Sister, do not restrain me. I am merely avenging you.